Chapter 7. The Campaign in Mesopotamia. In our previous discussion of the British campaign in Mesopotamia, we left the British forces entrenched at Kurna, and also occupying Basra, the port of Baghdad. The object of the Mesopotamia expedition was primarily to keep the enemy from the shores of the Gulf of Persia. If the English had been satisfied with that, the misfortune which was to come to them might never have occurred, but the whole expedition was essentially political rather than military in its nature. The British were defending India. The Germans, unable to attack the British Empire by sea, were hoping to attack her by land. They had already attempted to stir up a holy war with the full expectation that it would lead to an Indian revolution. In this they had failed, for the millions of Mohammedans in India cared little for the Turkish Sultan or his proclamations. Through Baghdad, however, they hoped to strike a blow at the English influence on the Persian Gulf. The English, therefore, felt strongly that it was not enough to sit safely astride the Tigris, but that a blow at Baghdad would produce a tremendous political effect. It would practically prevent German communication with Persia, and the Indian frontier. As a matter of fact, the Persian Gulf and the oil fields were safe so long as the English held Kurna and Basra, and the Arabs were of no special consequence. The real reason for the expedition was probably that about this time matters were moving badly for the Allies. Serbia was in trouble in the Balkans, Gallipoli was a failure, something it seemed ought to be done to restore the British prestige. Up to this time the Mesopotamia expedition had been a great success, but it had made no great impression on the world. The little villages in the hands of the British had unknown names, but if Baghdad should be captured, Great Britain would have something to boast of, something would keep up its prestige among its Mohammedan subjects. Before the expedition to Baghdad was determined on, there had been several lively fights between the English forces and the Turks. On March 3, a Turkish force numbering about 12,000 appeared at Awaz, where the British had placed a small garrison to protect the pipeline of the Anglo-Persian Oil Company. The British retirement led to heavy fighting, with severe losses. A number of lively skirmishes followed, and then the serious attack against Shaiba. The Turkish army numbered about 18,000 men, of whom 11,000 were regulars. The fighting lasted for several days, the Turks being reinforced. On the 14th of April, however, the English attacked in turn and put the whole enemy force to flight. The British lost about 700 officers and men, reported a Turkish loss of about 6,000. In their retreat the Turks were attacked by their Arab allies, and suffered additional losses. From that time till summer there were no serious contests, although there were occasional skirmishes which turned out favorably to the British. By this time the Turks had collected a considerable army north of Kurna, and on May 31 an expedition was made to disperse it. On June 3 the British captured Amara, 75 miles above Kurna, scattering the Turkish army. Early in July a similar expedition was sent against Nasiriyah, which led to serious fighting, the Turks being badly defeated with a loss of over 2,500 men. Kut el Amara still remained, and early in August an expedition was directed against that point. The Turks were found in great force, well entrenched, and directed by German officers. The battle lasted for 4 days. The English suffered great hardship on account of the scarcity of water and the blinding heat, but on September 29 they drove the enemy from the city and took possession. More than 2,000 prisoners were taken. The town was found thoroughly fortified, with an elaborate system of trenches extending for miles, built in the true German fashion. Its capture was the end of the summer campaign. The British now had at last made up their minds to push on to Baghdad. General Townsend, whose work so far had been admirable, protested, but Sir John Nixon, and the Indian military authorities, were strongly in favor of the expedition. By October, Turkey was able to gather a large army. She was fighting in Transcaucasia, Egypt, Gallipoli and Mesopotamia. Little was going on in the first 3 of these fronts, and she was able therefore to send to Mesopotamia almost 250,000 men. Illustration, map, Baghdad in the northwest corner, Basra in the southeast corner. The Mesopotamian sector, where the British routed the Turkish army. Kut el Amara, first besieged and captured by the Turks, was retaken by General Maud on February 26, 1917, Baghdad the Magnificent felt on March 11. It was here that General Maud, the hero of Mesopotamia, died on November 18, 1917. To meet these, General Townsend had barely 15,000 men, of whom only one-third were white soldiers. He was backed by a flotilla of boats of almost every kind, river boats, motor launches, paddle steamers, native punts. The British army was almost worn out by the fighting during the intense heat of the previous summer. But their success had given them confidence. In the early days of October the advance began. For some days it proceeded with no serious fighting. On the 23rd of October it reached Azizi, and was halted by a Turkish force numbering about 4,000. These were soon routed, and the advance continued until General Townsend arrived at LIII, about 7 miles from Ctesiphon, where the Turks were found heavily entrenched and in great numbers. Ctesiphon was a famous old city which had been the battleground of Romans and Parthians, but was now mainly ruins. In these ruins, however, the Turks found admirable shelter for nests of machine guns. On the 21st of November General Townsend made his attack. Illustration, Map. Map of Gen. Townsend's lines of attack on Kut el Amara. The Turks occupied 2 lines of entrenchments and had about 20,000 men, the English about 12,000. General Townsend's plan was to divide his army into 3 columns. The first was to attack the center of the first Turkish position. A second was directed at the left of that position, and a third was to swing widely around and come in on the rear of the Turkish force. This plan was entirely successful, but the Turkish army was not routed, and retreated fighting desperately to its second line. There it was reinforced and counterattacked with such vigor that it drove the British back to its old first trenches. The next day the Turks were further reinforced and attacked again. The British drove them back over and over, but found themselves unable to advance. The Turks had lost enormously, but the English had lost about 1/3 of their strength, and were compelled to fall back. They therefore returned on the 26th to LIII, and ultimately, after continual rear-guard actions, to Kut. There they found themselves surrounded, and there was nothing to do but to wait for help. By this time the eyes of the world were upon the beleaguered British army. Help was being hurried to them from India, but Germany also was awake, and Marshal von der Goltz, who had been military instructor in the Turkish army, was sent down to take command of the Turkish forces. The town of Kut lies in the loop of the Tigris, making it almost an island. There was an entrenched line across the neck of land on the north, and the place could resist any ordinary assault. The great difficulty was one of supplies. However, as the relieving force was on the way, no great anxiety was felt. For some days there was constant bombardment, which did no great damage. On the 23rd an attempt was made to carry the place by assault, but this too failed. The relieving force, however, was having its troubles. These were the days of floods, and progress was slow and at times almost impossible. Moreover, the Turks were constantly resisting. The relief expedition was composed of 30,000 Indian troops, 2 Anglo-Indian divisions, and the remnants of Townsend's expedition, a total of about 90,000 men. General Sir Percy Lake was in command of the entire force. The march began on January 6. By January 8 the British had reached Sheikh Saad, where the Turks were defeated in 2 pitched battles. On January 22 he had arrived at Emel Hanna, where the Turks had entrenched themselves. After artillery bombardment the Turkish positions were attacked, but heavy rains had converted the ground into a sea of mud, rendering rapid movement impossible. The enemy's fire was heavy and effective, inflicting severe losses, and though every effort was made, the assault failed. For weeks the British troops bivouacked in driving rain on soaked and sodden ground. 3 times they were called upon to advance over a perfectly flat country, deep in mud, and absolutely devoid of cover against well-constructed and well-planned trenches, manned by a brave and stubborn enemy, approximately their equal in numbers. They showed a spirit of endurance and self-sacrifice of which their country may well be proud. But the repulse at Hanna did not discourage the British army. It was decided to move up the left bank of the Tigris and attack the Turkish position at the Djala redoubt. This meant a night march across the desert with great danger that there would be no water supply and that, unless the enemy was routed, the army would be in great danger. General Lake says, on the afternoon of March 7, General Aylmer assembled his subordinate commanders and gave his final instructions, laying particular stress on the fact that the operation was designed to effect a surprise. And that to prevent the enemy forestalling us, it was essential that the first phase of the operation should be pushed through with the utmost vigor. His dispositions were, briefly, as follows: the greater part of a division under General Younghusband, assisted by naval gunboats, controlled the enemy on the left bank. The remaining troops were formed into two columns, under General Kemble and General Curie respectively, a reserve of infantry, and the cavalry brigade, being held at the corps commander's own disposal. Kemble's column covered on the outer flank by the cavalry brigade was to make a turning movement to attack the Djala redoubt from the south, supported by the remainder of the force operating from a position to the east of the redoubt. The night march by this large force, which led across the enemy's front to a position on his right flank, was a difficult operation, entailing movement over unknown ground, and requiring most careful arrangement to attain success. Thanks to excellent staff work and good march discipline, the troops reached their allotted position apparently undiscovered by the enemy, but while Curie's column was in position at daybreak, ready to support Kemble's attack. The latter's command did not reach the point selected for its deployment in the Djala depression until more than an hour later. This delay was highly prejudicial to the success of the operation. When, nearly 3 hours later, Kemble's troops advanced to the attack, they were strongly opposed by the enemy from trenches cleverly concealed in the brushwood, and were unable to make further ground for some time. Though assisted by Curie's attack upon the redoubt from the east. The southern attack was now reinforced, and by 1 p.m. had pushed forward to within 500 yards of the redoubt, but concealed trenches again stopped further progress, and the Turks made several counterattacks with reinforcements which had by now arrived from the direction of Magasis. It was about this time that the corps commander received from his engineer officers the unwelcome news that the water supply contained in rainwater pools and in Djala depression, upon which he had reckoned, was insufficient and could not be increased by digging. It was clear, therefore, that unless the Djala redoubt could be carried that day, the scarcity of water would, of itself, compel the troops to fall back. Preparations were accordingly made for a further assault on the redoubt, and attacks were launched from the south and east under cover of a heavy bombardment. The attacking forces succeeded in gaining a foothold in the redoubt. But here they were heavily counterattacked by large enemy reinforcements, and being subjected to an extremely rapid and accurate shrapnel fire from concealed guns in the vicinity of Shin After. They were forced to fall back to the position from which they started. The troops who had been under arms for some 30 hours, including a long night march, were now much exhausted, and General Aylmer considered that a renewal of the assault during the night could not be made with any prospect of success. Next morning the enemy's position was found to be unchanged, and General Aylmer, finding himself faced with the deficiency of order already referred to, decided upon the immediate withdrawal of his troops to Wadi, which was reached the same night. For the next month the English were held in their positions by the Tigris floods. On April 4 the floods had sufficiently receded to permit of another attack upon Emel Hanna, which this time was successful. On April 8 the Turkish position at Sanayat was attacked, but the English were repulsed. They then determined to make another attempt to capture the Shin After redoubt. On April 17 the fort of Baitayesa, 4 miles from Es Shin, on the left bank, was captured after heavy bombardment, and held against serious counterattacks. On the 20th and 21st the Sanayat position was bombarded and a vigorous assault was made, which met with some success. The Turks, however, delivered a strong counterattack, and succeeded in forcing the British troops back. General Lake says, persistent and repeated attempts on both banks have thus failed, and it was known that at the outside not more than 6 days' supplies remained to the cut garrison. The British troops were nearly worn out. The same troops had advanced time and again to assault positions strong by art and held by a determined enemy. For 18 consecutive days they had done all that men could do to overcome, not only the enemy, but also exceptional climatic and physical obstacles. And this on a scale of rations which was far from being sufficient in view of the exertions they had undergone but which the shortage of river transports had made it impossible to augment. The need for rest was imperative. On April 28 the British garrison at Kut el Amara surrendered unconditionally, after a heroic resistance of 143 days. According to British figures the surrendered army was composed of 2,970 English and 6,000 Indian troops. The Turkish figures are 13,300. The Turks also captured a large amount of booty, although General Townsend destroyed most of his guns and munitions. During the period in which Kut el Amara was besieged by the Turks, the British troops had suffered much. The enemy bombarded the town almost every day, but did little damage. The real foe was starvation. At first the British were confident that a relief expedition would soon reach them, and they amused themselves by cricket and hockey and fishing in the river. By early February, however, it was found necessary to reduce the rations, and a month later they were suffering from hunger. Some little help was given them by airplanes, which brought tobacco and some small quantities of supplies. Soon the horses and the mules were slaughtered and eaten. As time went on the situation grew desperate, till almost the end, however, they did not lose hope. Through the wireless they were informed about the progress of the relief expeditions and had even heard their guns in the distance. They gradually grew, however, weaker and weaker, so that on the surrender the troops in the first lines were too weak to march back with their kits. The Turks treated the prisoners in a chivalric manner. Food and tobacco was at once distributed, and all were interned in Anatolia, except General Townsend and his staff, who were taken to Constantinople. Later on it was General Townsend who was to have the honor of carrying the Turkish plea for an armistice in the closing days of the war. The surrender of Kut created a worldwide sensation. The loss of 8,000 troops was, of course, not a serious matter, and the road to India was still barred, but the moral effect was most unfortunate. That the great British nation, whose power had been so respected in the Orient, should now be forced to yield, was a great blow to its prestige. In England, of course, there was a flood of criticism. It was very plain that a mistake had been made. A commission was appointed to inquire into the whole business. This committee reported to Parliament on June 26, 1917, and the report created a great sensation. The substance of the report was, that while the expedition was justifiable from a political point of view, it was undertaken with insufficient forces and inadequate preparation, and it sharply criticized those that were responsible. It seems plain that the military authorities in India underestimated their opponent. The report especially criticized General Sir John Eccles Nixon, the former commander of the British forces in Mesopotamia, who had urged the expedition, in spite of the objection of General Townsend. Others sharing the blame were the Viceroy of India, Baron Hardinge, General Sir Beauchamp Duff, Commander-in-Chief of the British forces in India, and, in England, Major General Sir Edmund Barrow, Military Secretary of the India Office, J. Austen Chamberlain, Secretary for India, and the War Committee of the Cabinet. According to the report, beside the losses incurred by the surrender more than 23,000 men were lost in the relieving expedition. The general armament and equipment were declared to be not only insufficient, but not up to the standard. In consequence of this report Mr. Chamberlain resigned as Secretary for India. In the House of Commons, Mr. Balfour, Secretary of Foreign Affairs, supported Lord Hardinge, who, at the time of the report, was Under Secretary of Foreign Affairs. He declared the criticism of Baron Hardinge to be grossly unjust. After some discussion the House of Commons supported Mr. Balfour's refusal to accept Baron Hardinge's resignation, by a vote of 176 to 81. It seems to be agreed that the civil administration of India were not responsible for the blunders of the expedition. 10 years before, Lord Kitchener, after a bitter controversy with Lord Curzon, had made the military side of the Indian government free of all civilian criticism and control. The blunders here were military blunders. The English, of course, were not satisfied to leave the situation in such a condition, and at once began their plans for a new attempt to capture Baghdad. The summer campaign, however, was uneventful, though on May 18 a band of Cossacks from the Russian armies in Persia joined the British camp. A few days afterwards the British army went up the Tigris and captured the Djala redoubt, where they had been so badly defeated on the 8th of March. They then approached close to Kut, but the weather was unsuitable, and there was now no object in capturing the city. In August Sir Percy Lake was succeeded by Lieutenant General Sir Frederick Stanley Maude, who carefully and thoroughly proceeded to prepare for an expedition which should capture Baghdad. A dispatch from General Maude dated July 10, 1917, gives a full account of this expedition. It was thoroughly successful. This time with a sufficient army and a thorough equipment the British found no difficulties, and on February 26 they captured Kut el Amara, not after a hard-fought battle, but as the result of a successful series of small engagements. The Turks kept up a steady resistance, but the British blood was up. They were remembering General Townshend's surrender, and the Turks were driven before them in great confusion. The capture of Kut, however, was not an object in itself, and the British pushed steadily on up the Tigris. The Turks occasionally made a stand, but without effect. On the 28th of February the English had arrived at Azizi, halfway to Baghdad, where a halt was made. On the 5th of March the advance was renewed. The Ctesiphon position, which had defied General Townshend, was found to be strongly entrenched, but empty. On March 7 the enemy made a stand on the river Diyala, which enters the Tigris 8 miles below Baghdad. Some lively fighting followed, the enemy resisting 4 attempts to cross the Diyala. However, on March 10 the British forces crossed, and were now close to Baghdad. The enemy suddenly retired and the British troops found that their main opponent was a dust storm. The enemy retired beyond Baghdad, and on March 11 the city was occupied by the English. The fall of Baghdad was an important event. It cheered the Allies, and proved, especially to the Oriental world, the power of the British Army. Those who originally planned its capture had been right, but those who were to carry out the plan had not done their duty. Under General Maude it was a comparatively simple operation, though full of admirable details, and it produced all the good effects expected. The British, of course, did not stop at Baghdad. The city itself is not of strategic importance. The surrounding towns were occupied and an endeavor was made to conciliate the inhabitants. The real object of the expedition was attained. Chapter 25. Canada's Part in the Great War. By Col. G. Naismith, C.M.G. Toronto. When, in August 1914, war burst suddenly upon a peaceful world like distant thunder in a cloudless summer sky, Canada, like the rest of the British Empire, was profoundly startled. She had been a peace-loving, non-military nation, satisfied to develop her great natural resources, and live in harmony with her neighbors. Taking little interest in European affairs, Canadians, in fact, were a typical colonial people, with little knowledge even of the strength of the ties that linked them to the British Empire. Upon declaration of war by Great Britain, Canada immediately sprang to arms. The love of country and empire, which had been no obvious thing, burst forth in a patriotic fervor as deep as it was spontaneous and genuine. The call to action was answered with an enthusiasm the like of which had rarely, if ever, been seen in any British colony. The Canadian government called for 20,000 volunteers, enough for a single division, as Canada's contribution to the British Army. In less than a month 40,000 men had volunteered, and the Minister of Militia was compelled to stop the further enrollment of recruits. From the gold fields of the Yukon, from the slopes of the Rockies on the west to the surf-beaten shores of the Atlantic on the east, from workshop and mine, from farm, office, and forest, Canada's sons trooped to the colours. It will be the everlasting glory of the men of the 1st Canadian contingent, that they needed no spur, either of victory or defeat, they volunteered because they were quick to perceive that the existence of their empire was threatened by the action of the most formidable nation in arms that the world had ever seen. They had been stirred by the deepest emotion of a race, the love of country. A site for a concentration camp was chosen at Valcartier, nestling among the blue Laurentian hills, 16 miles from Quebec, and convenient to that point of embarkation. Within 4 days 6,000 men had arrived at Valcartier. In another week there were 25,000 men. From centers all over Canada troop trains, each carrying hundreds of embryo soldiers, sped towards Valcartier and deposited their burdens on the miles of sidings that had sprung up as though by magic. The rapid evolution of that wild and wooded river valley into a model military camp was a great tribute to the engineering skill and energy of civilians who had never done the like before. One day an army of woodmen were seen felling trees. The next day the stumps were torn out and the hollows filled. On the third day long rows of tents in regular camp formation covered the ground, and on the fourth day they were occupied by civilian soldiers concentrated upon learning the rudiments of the art and science of war. Streets were laid out. Miles of water pipes, sunk in machine-made ditches, were connected to hundreds of taps and shower baths. Electric light was installed. 3 miles of rifle butts completed, and in 2 weeks the camp was practically finished, the finest camp that the 1st Canadians were destined to see. The building of Valcartier camp was characteristic of the driving power, vision and genius of the Minister of Militia, General Sir Sam Hughes. Of the 33,000 men assembled at Valcartier, the great majority were civilians without any previous training in warfare. About 7,000 Canadians had taken part in the South African War, 15 years before, and some of these, together with a few ex-regulars who had seen active service, were formed into the Princess Patricia's Light Infantry. Otherwise, with the exception of the 3,000 regulars that formed the Standing Army of Canada, the men and most of the officers were amateurs. It was therefore a feat that the Canadian people could well afford to be proud of, that in the great crisis they were able, through their aggressive Minister of Militia, not only to gather up these forces so quickly but that they willingly and without delay converted their industries to the manufacture of all necessary army equipment. Factories all over the country immediately began turning out vast quantities of khaki cloth, uniforms, boots, ammunition, harness, wagons, and the 1,001 articles necessary for an army. Before the end of September, 1914, the Canadian Expeditionary Force had been roughly hewn into shape, battalions had been regrouped and remodeled, officers transferred and retransferred, intensive training carried on, and all the necessary equipment assembled. On October 3, 1914, 33 Atlantic liners, carrying the contingent of 33,000 men, comprising infantry, artillery, cavalry, engineers, signalers, medical corps, army service supply and ammunition columns, together with horses, guns, ammunition, wagons, motor lorries and other essentials, sailed from Gaspé Basin on the Quebec seaboard to the battlefield of Europe. It was probably the largest convoy that had ever been gathered together. This modern armada in 3 long lines, each line 1½ miles apart, led by cruisers and with battleships on the front, rear and either flank, presented a thrilling spectacle. The voyage proved uneventful, and on October 14, the convoy steamed into Plymouth, receiving an extraordinary ovation by the sober English people, who seemed temporarily to have gone wild with enthusiasm. Back of that demonstration was the conviction that blood had proved thicker than water and that the apparently flimsy ties that bound the colonies to the empire were bonds that were unbreakable. The German conviction that the British colonies would fall away and the British Empire disintegrate upon the outbreak of a great war had proved fallacious. It was, moreover, a great demonstration of how the much-vaunted German navy had already been swept from the seas and rendered impotent by the might of Britain's fleet. A few days later the Canadians had settled down on Salisbury Plain in southern England for the further course of training necessary before proceeding to France. There, for nearly 4 months in the cold and the wet, in the fog and mud, in crowded, dripping tents and under constantly dripping skies, they carried on and early gave evidence of their powers of endurance and unquenchable spirit. Lord Roberts made his last public appearance before this division and addressing the men said in part, 3 months ago we found ourselves involved in this war, a war not of our own seeking, but one which those who have studied Germany's literature and Germany's aspirations, knew was a war which we should inevitably have to deal with sooner or later. The prompt resolve of Canada to give us such valuable assistance has touched us deeply. We are fighting a nation which looks upon the British Empire as a barrier to her development, and has in consequence, long contemplated our overthrow and humiliation. To attain that end she has manufactured a magnificent fighting machine, and is straining every nerve to gain victory. It is only by the most determined efforts that we can defeat her. And this superb German military organization, created by years of tireless effort, was that which Canadian civilians had volunteered to fight. Was it any wonder that some of the most able leaders doubted whether men and officers, no matter how brave and intelligent, could ever equal the inspired barbarians who, even at that very moment, were battling with the finest British and French regulars and pressing them steadily towards Paris? In a short chapter of this kind attempting to deal with Canada's effort in the Great War, it is obviously impossible to go into detail or give more than the briefest of historical pictures. Consequently much that is fascinating can be given but a passing glance, for greater detail larger works must be consulted. Nevertheless it is well to try and view in perspective events as they occurred, in order to obtain some idea of their relative importance. In February, 1915, the 1st Canadian Division crossed the Channel to France, and began to obtain frontline experiences in a section of the line just north of Neuve-Chapelle. While the 1st Division had been going through its course of training in England, a 2nd Division had been raised in Canada and arrived in England shortly after the 1st left it. During that period the conflict in Europe had passed through certain preliminary phases, most of them fortunate for the Allies. The unexpected holding up of the German armies by the Belgians had prevented the enemy from gaining the Channel ports of Calais and Boulogne in the first rush. Later on the Battle of the Marne had resulted in the rolling back of the German waves until they had subsided on a line roughly drawn through Dixmude, Ypres, Armentières, La Bassée, Lens, and southward to the French border, and the trench phase of warfare had begun. Illustration, photograph. On Vimy Ridge, where Canada won laurels. The Canadians took the important position of Vimy Ridge on Easter Monday, April 9, 1917. They advanced with brilliance, having taken the whole system of German frontline trenches between dawn and 6.30 a.m. This shows squads of machine gunners operating from shell craters in support of the infantry on the plateau above the ridge. Illustration, photograph. Photo from Western Newspaper Union. General Sir Arthur Currie, commander of the Canadian forces on the Western Front. The British held the section of front between Ypres and La Bassée, about 30 miles in length, the Germans, unfortunately, occupying all the higher grounds. Shortly after the arrival of the Canadian Division, the British, concentrating the largest number of guns that had hitherto been gathered together on the French front, made an attack on the Germans at Neuve-Chapelle. This attack, only partially successful in gains of terrain, served to teach both belligerents several lessons. It showed the British the need for huge quantities of high explosives with which to blast away wire and trenches, and, that in an attack, rifle fire, no matter how accurate, was no match for unlimited numbers of machine guns. It showed the enemy what could be done with concentrated artillery fire, a lesson that he availed himself of with deadly effect a few weeks later. Though Canadian artillery took part in that bombardment, the infantry was not engaged in the Battle of Neuve-Chapelle. It received its baptism of fire, however, under excellent conditions, and after a month's experience in trench warfare was taken out of the line for rest. The division was at the time under the command of a British general, and the staff included several highly trained British staff officers. Nevertheless, the commands were practically all in the hands of Canadians, lawyers, businessmen, real estate agents, newspapermen and other amateur soldiers, who, in civilian life as militiamen, had spent more or less time in the study of the theory of warfare. This should always be kept in mind in view of subsequent events, as well as the fact that these amateur soldiers were faced by armies whose officers and men, professionals in the art and science of warfare, regarded themselves as invincible. In mid-April the Canadians took over a sector some 5,000 yards long in the Ypres salient. On the left they joined up with French colonial troops, and on their right with the British. Thus there were Canadian and French colonial troops side by side. Toward the end of April the Germans reverted to supreme barbarism and used poison gas. Undismayed, though suffering terrible losses, the heroic Canadians fought the Second Battle of Ypres and held the line in the face of the most terrific assaults. When the news of the Second Battle of Ypres reached Canada her people were profoundly stirred. The blight of war had at last fallen heavily, destroying her firstborn, but sorrow was mixed with pride and exultation that Canadian men had proved a match for the most scientifically trained troops in Europe. As fighters Canadians had at once leaped into front rank. British, Scotch and Irish blood, with British traditions, had proved greater forces than the scientific training and philosophic principles of the Huns. It was a glorious illustration of the axiom, right is greater than might, which the German had in his pride reversed to read, might is right. It was prophetic of what the final issue of a contest based on such divergent principles was to be. So in those days Canadian men and women held their heads higher and carried on their war work with increased determination. Stimulated by the knowledge that they were contending with an enemy more remorseless and implacable than those terrible creatures which used to come to them in their childish dreams. It was felt that, a nation which could scientifically and in cold blood resort to poison gases, contrary to all accepted agreements of civilized countries, to gain its object must be fought with all the determination, resources and skill which it was possible to employ. Canada's heart had been steeled. She was now in the war with her last dollar and her last man if need be. She had begun to realize that failure in Europe would simply transfer the struggle with the German fighting hordes to our Atlantic provinces and the Eastern American states. The famous Princess Patricia's Canadian Light Infantry was originally composed of soldiers who had actually seen service and were therefore veterans. Incidentally they were older men, most of them were married, but the call of the Empire was insistent. In the winter of 1914-15 the British line in Flanders was very thin and the PPCLIs, being a trained regiment, was sent over to France several weeks before the 1st Canadian Division. It soon earned the name of a regiment of extraordinarily hard-fighting qualities and was all but wiped out before spring arrived. The immortal story of this gallant unit must be read in detail if one wishes to obtain any clear conception of their deeds of valor, of what it is possible for man to go through and live. However, it was but one regiment whose exploits were later equaled by other Canadian regiments, and it would therefore be invidious to select anyone for special praise. After operating as a separate regiment for nearly 2 years and having been recruited from the regular Canadian depots in England, it became in composition like other Canadian regiments and was finally incorporated in the 3rd Canadian Division. In the spring of 1915, a Canadian cavalry brigade was formed in France made up of Strathcona's Horse, King Edward's Horse, the Royal Canadian Dragoons and Canadian Mounted Rifles. After the Second Battle of Ypres, the Canadians, after resting and reorganization, were moved to a section of the line near La Bassée. Here they fought the Battle of Festubert, a series of infantry attacks and artillery bombardments, which gained little ground. Shortly afterwards they fought the Battle of Givenchy, equally futile, as far as material results were concerned. Both of these battles had the double object of feeling out the strength of the German line and of obtaining the Aubers Ridge, should the attacks prove successful. In both battles the Canadians showed great aptitude for attack, and tenacity in their hold of captured trenches. They also learned the difficult lesson that if an objective is passed by the infantry the latter enter the zone of their own artillery fire and suffer accordingly. In September 1915, the 2nd Canadian Division arrived in Flanders and took its place at the side of the 1st Canadian Division, then occupying the Ploegsteert section in front of the Messines-Wittsheet Ridge. The rest of the winter was spent more or less quietly by both divisions in the usual trench warfare, and battling with mud, water and weather. It was here that the Canadians evolved the trench raid, a method of cutting off a section of enemy trench, killing or taking prisoners all the enemy inhabitants, destroying it and returning with little or no loss to the attacking party. This method was quickly copied from one end of the Franco-British line to the other. It proved a most valuable method of gaining information, and served to keep the troops, during the long cold winter months, stimulated and keen when otherwise life would have proved most dull and uninteresting. The 3rd Canadian Division was formed in January and February, 1916. One infantry brigade was composed of regiments which had been acting as Canadian Corps troops, including the Princess Patricia's Canadian Light Infantry, and the Royal Canadian Regiment. The 2nd Infantry Brigade was made up of 6 Canadian Mounted Rifle regiments, which had comprised part of the Cavalry Brigade. These 2 brigades, of the 3rd Division, under the command of General Mercer of Toronto, almost immediately began frontline work. During this period, the Germans, making desperate efforts extending over weeks of time, did their utmost to break through the French line at Verdun and exhaust the French reserves. To offset these objects, a 4th British Army was assembled, which took over still more of the French line, while a series of British attacks, intended to pin down the German reserves all along the line, was inaugurated. One of these developed into a fight for the craters, a terrible struggle at St. Eloi, where, blasted from their muddy ditches, with rifles and machine guns choked with mud and water. With communications lost and lack of artillery support, the men of the 2nd Canadian Division fought gamely from April 6 to April 20, but were forced to yield the craters and part of their front line system to the enemy. Notwithstanding this, the men of the 2nd Canadian Division at St. Eloi fought quite as nobly as had their brothers of the 1st Division just a year before, at the glorious Battle of Ypres, a few miles farther north. But it was a bitter experience. The lesson of failure is as necessary in the education of a nation as that of success. On June 2d and 3d, the 3rd Canadian Division, which then occupied part of the line in the Ypres salient, including Hooge and Sanctuary Wood, was smothered by an artillery bombardment unprecedented in length and intensity. Trenches melted into irregular heaps of splintered wood, broken sand bags and mangled bodies. Fighting gallantly, the men of this division fell in large numbers, where they stood. The best infantry in the world is powerless against avalanches of shells projected from greatly superior numbers of guns. The Canadian trenches were obliterated, not captured. By this time Britain had thoroughly learned her lesson, and now countless shells and guns were pouring into France from Great Britain, where thousands of factories, new and old, toiled night and day, under the inspiring energy of Mr. Lloyd George. On June 13, in a terrific counterattack, the Canadians in turn blasted the Huns from the trenches taken from them a few days before. The 1st Canadian Division recaptured and consolidated all the ground and trench systems that had been lost. Thus ended the 2nd year of Canadian military operations in the Ypres salient. Each of the 3 Canadian divisions had been tried by fire in that terrible region, from which, it was said, no man ever returned the same as he entered it. Beneath its torn and rift surface, thousands of Canadians lie, mute testimony to the fact that love of liberty is still one of the most powerful, yet most intangible, things that man is swayed by. A very distinguished French general, speaking of the part that Canada was playing in the war, said, "Nothing in the history of the world has ever been known quite like it. My countrymen are fighting within 50 miles of Paris, to push back and chastise a vile and leprous race, which has violated the chastity of beautiful France, but the Australians at the Dardanelles and the Canadians at Ypres fought with supreme and absolute devotion for what to many must have seemed simple abstractions. And that nation which will support for an abstraction the horror of this war of all wars will ever hold the highest place in the records of human valor." The 4th Canadian Division reached the Ypres region in August, 1916, just as the other 3 Canadian divisions were leaving for the Somme battlefield farther south. For a while it occupied part of the line near Kemmel, but soon followed the other divisions to the Somme, there to complete the Canadian Corps. It may be stated here that though a 5th Canadian Division was formed and thoroughly trained in England, it never reached France. Canada, until the passing of the Military Service Act on July 6, 1917, depended solely on voluntary enlistment. Up to that time Canada, with a population of less than 9 million, had recruited 525,000 men by voluntary methods. Of this number 356,986 had actually gone overseas. Voluntary methods at last, however, failed to supply drafts in sufficient numbers to keep up the strength of the depleted reserves in England, and in consequence conscription was decided upon. By this means, 56,000 men were drafted in Canada before the war ended. In the meantime, through heavy fighting the demand for drafts became so insistent that the 5th Canadian Division in England had to be broken up to reinforce the exhausted fighting divisions in France. It would be an incomplete summary of Canada's part in the war that did not mention some of the men who have been responsible for the success of Canadian arms. It is obviously impossible to mention all of those responsible. It is even harder to select a few. But looking backward one sees two figures that stand forth from all the rest: General Sir Sam Hughes in Canada, and General Sir Arthur Currie, commander of the Canadian Corps. To General Sir Sam Hughes must be given the credit of having foreseen war with Germany and making such preparations as were possible in a democracy like Canada. He it was of all others who galvanized Canada into action. He it was whose enthusiasm and driving power were so contagious that they affected not only his subordinates but the country at large. Sir Sam Hughes will be remembered for the building of Valcartier Camp and the dispatch of the 1st Canadian contingent. But he did things of just as great importance. It was he who sought and obtained for Canada huge orders for munitions from Great Britain and thereby made it possible for Canada to weather the financial depression, pay her own war expenditures and emerge from the war in better financial shape than she was when the war broke out. It was easy to build up a business once established, but the chief credit must go to the man who established it. Sir Sam Hughes was also responsible for the selection of the officers who went overseas with the 1st Canadian contingent. Among those officers who subsequently became divisional commanders were General Sir Arthur Currie, General Sir Richard Turner, General Sir David Watson, Generals Lipset, Mercer and Hughes. Of these generals, Sir Arthur Currie through sheer ability ultimately became commander of the Canadian Corps. This big, quiet man, whose consideration, prudence and brilliancy had won the absolute confidence of Canadian officers and men alike, welded the Canadian Corps into a fighting force of incomparable effectiveness, a force which was set the most difficult tasks and, as events proved, not in vain. When Canada entered the war she had a permanent force of 3,000 men. When hostilities ceased on November 11, 1918, Canada had sent overseas 418,980 soldiers. In addition to this, about 15,000 men had joined the British Royal Air Service, several hundred physicians and veterinarians, as well as 200 nurses, had been supplied to the British Army. While many hundreds of university men had received commissions in the Imperial Army and Navy. In September, October and November, 1916, the Canadian Corps of 4 divisions, which had been welded by General Byng and General Currie into an exceedingly efficient fighting machine, took its part in the Battle of the Somme, a battle in which the British Army assumed the heaviest share of the fighting and casualties, and shifted the greatest burden of the struggle from the shoulders of the French to their own. The British Army had grown vastly in power and efficiency and in growing had taken over more and more of the line from the French. The Battle of the Somme was long and involved. The Franco-British forces were everywhere victorious and by hard and continuous fighting forced the Hun back to the famous Hindenburg Line. It was in this battle that the tanks, evolved by the British, were used for the first time, and played a most important part in breaking down wire entanglements and rounding up the machine gun nests. The part played in this battle by the Canadian Corps was conspicuous, and it especially distinguished itself by the capture of Courcelette. Although the battles which the Canadian Corps took part in subsequently were almost invariably both successful and important, they can be merely mentioned here. The Canadian Corps, now known everywhere to consist of shock troops second to none on the Western Front, was frequently used as the spearhead with which to pierce particularly tough parts of the enemy defences. On April 9 to 13, 1917, the Canadian Corps, with some British support, captured Vimy Ridge, a point which had hitherto proved invulnerable. When a year later, the Germans, north and south, swept the British line to one side in gigantic thrusts, they were unable to disturb this key point, Vimy Ridge, which served as an anchor to the sagging line. The Canadian Corps was engaged at LIIX and Fresnoy in April and May and was effective in the operations around Lens in June. Again on August 15, it was engaged at Hill 70 and fought with conspicuous success in that toughest, most difficult, and most heartbreaking of all battles, Passchendaele. In 1918, the Canadian Cavalry Brigade won distinction in the German offensive of March and April. On August 12, 1918, the Canadian Corps was engaged in the brilliantly successful Battle of Amiens, which completely upset the German offensive plan. On August 26 to 28 the Canadians captured Monchy-le-Preux, and, in one of the hammer blows which Foch rained on the German front, were given the most difficult piece of the whole line to pierce, the Cointrecourt line. This section of the famous Hindenburg Line was considered by the enemy to be absolutely impregnable, but was captured by the Canadians on September 3 and 4. With this line outflanked a vast German retreat began, which ended on November 11 with the signing of the armistice. To the Canadians fell the honors of breaking through the first Hindenburg Line by the capture of Cambrai, on October 1 to 9. They also took Douai on October 19, and Dina on October 20. On October 26 to November 2 they had the signal honor of capturing Valenciennes, thereby being the first troops to break through the fourth and last Hindenburg Line. It surely was a curious coincidence that Mons, from which the original British Army, the best trained, it is said, that has taken the field since the time of Caesar, began its retreat in 1914. Should have been the town which Canadian civilians were destined to recapture. The war began for the professional British Army, the Contemptibles, when it began its retreat from Mons in 1914. The war ended for the British Army at the very same town 4 years and 3 months later, when on the day the armistice was signed the men from Canada re-entered it. Was it coincidence, or was it fate? During the war Canadian troops had sustained 211,000 casualties, 152,000 had been wounded and more than 50,000 had made the supreme sacrifice. Put into different language, this means that the number of Canadians killed was just a little greater than the total number of infantrymen in their corps of 4 divisions. The extent of the work involved in the care of the wounded and sick of the Canadians overseas may be gathered from the fact that Canada equipped and sent across the Atlantic 7 general hospitals, 10 stationary hospitals, 16 field ambulances, 3 sanitary sections, 4 casualty clearing stations and advanced and base depots of medical stores. The personnel of these medical units consisted of 1,612 officers, 1,994 nursing sisters and 12,382 of other ranks, or a total of about 16,000. This will give some conception of the importance of the task involved in the caring for the sick and wounded of about 90,000 fighting troops, some 60,000 auxiliary troops behind the lines and the reserve depots in England. Illustration, map. From the Vosges Mountains to Ypres. Map showing the northeastern frontiers of France, and neutral Belgium, through which the German armies poured in 1914. The battle line held straight from Belfort to Verdun, with the exception of the Saint-Mihiel salient. Above Verdun the line veered to the west, north of Reims, marking a wide curve toward Asti, Quintin and Arras and bending back to Ypres, held by the Canadians throughout the war. The work of the Canadian Red Cross Society included the building and equipping of auxiliary hospitals to those of the Canadian Army Medical Corps, providing of extra and emergency stores of all kinds, recreation huts, ambulances and lorries, drugs, serums and surgical equipment calculated to make hospitals more efficient. The looking after the comfort of patients in hospitals, providing recreation and entertainment to the wounded, and dispatching regularly to every Canadian prisoner parcels of food, as well as clothes, books and other necessaries. The Canadian Red Cross expended on goods for prisoners in 1917 nearly $600,000. In all, the Canadian Red Cross distributed since the beginning of the war to November 23, 1918, $7,631,100. The approximate total of voluntary contributions from Canada for war purposes was over $90 million. The following figures, quoted from tables issued by the Department of Public Information at Ottawa, show the exports in certain Canadian commodities, having a direct bearing on the war for the last 3 fiscal years before the war, 1912-13-14. And for the last fiscal year, 1918. And illustrates the increase, during this period, in the value of these articles exported. Values. Average for 1912, 1913, 1914 1918. Foodstuffs $143,133,374, $617,515,690. Clothing, metals, leather, etc. $45,822,717, $215,873. 357. Total $188,956,091, $833,389,047. As practically all of the increase of food and other materials went to Great Britain, France and Italy. The extent of Canada's effort in upholding the Allied cause is clearly evident and was by no means a small one. The trade of Canada for 1914 was $1 billion. For the fiscal year of 1917-18 it was $2.5 billion. Approximately 60 million shells were made in Canada during the war. Shortly after the outbreak of hostilities, a shell committee was formed in Canada to really act as an agent for the British War Office in placing contracts. The first shells were shipped in December, 1914, and by the end of May, 1915, approximately 400 establishments were manufacturing shells in Canada. By November, 1915, orders had been placed by the Imperial government to the value of $300 million, and an Imperial Munitions Board, replacing the Shell Committee, was formed, directly responsible to the Imperial Ministry of Munitions. During the war period Canada purchased from her bank savings $1,669,381,000 of Canadian war loans. Estimates of expenditures for the fiscal year ending March 31, 1919, demonstrated the thoroughness with which Canada went to war. They follow. Expenditure total. In Canada, overseas expenditures. Pay of 110,000 troops in Canada and 290,000. In England and France. $50,187,500, $70,312,500, $120,500,000. Assigned pay, overseas troops $54 million. Separation allowances $21,750,000, $6,027,750,000. Rations, Canada, 50 cents per day, England, 38.5 cents per day. 20,075,000, 21,041,075,000. Clothing and necessaries 19,080,000, 19,080,000. Outfit allowances, officers and nurses 1,700,000, 1,700,000. Equipment, including harness, vehicles, tents, blankets, but not rifles, machine guns, etc. 20,000,000, 20 million. Ordnance service, 1,800,000, 1,800,000. Medical services 5 million, 5 million. Ammunition 5 million, 5 million. Machine guns 2 million, 2 million. Ocean transport 4,612,500, 4,612,500. Railway transport 11,062,500, 450. 11,512,500. Forage 450,000, 450,000. Veterinary service, remounts, 3 million, 3 million. Engineer works, housing 2,750,000, 1,250,000, 4 million. Civilian employees 2,920,000, 750,000, 8,670,000. Sundries, including recruiting, censures, customs dues, etc. 3 million, 3 million. Overseas printing and stationery, 300,000, 300,000. General expenses overseas, 1,800,000 1,800,000. Maintenance of troops in France at nines. 4d. Each per day, 115 million 115 million, total $217,887,500 $225,162,500 $443,050,000. Chapter 8. Immortal Verdun. France was revealed to herself, to Germany and to the world as the heroic defender of civilization. As a defender defying death in the victory of Verdun. There, with the gateway to Paris lying open at its back, the French army, in the longest pitched battle in all history, held like a cold blue rock against the uttermost man-power and resources of the German army. General von Falkenhayn, chief of the German General Staff and military dictator of the Teutonic Allies, there met disaster and disgrace. There the mettle of the Crown Prince was tested and he was found to be merely a thing of straw, a weak creature whose mind was under the domination of von Falkenhayn. For the tremendous offensive which was planned to end the war by one terrific thrust, von Falkenhayn had robbed all the other fronts of effective men and munitions. Field Marshal von Hindenburg and his crafty chief of staff, General Ludendorff, had planned a campaign against Russia designed to put that tottering military colossus out of the war. The plans were upon a scale that might well have proved successful. The Kaiser, influenced by the Crown Prince and by von Falkenhayn, decreed that the Russian campaign must be postponed and that von Hindenburg must send his crack troops to join the army of the Crown Prince fronting Verdun. Ludendorff promptly resigned as chief of staff to von Hindenburg and suggested that the field marshal also resign. That grim old warrior declined to take this action, preferring to remain idle in East Prussia and watch what he predicted would be a useless effort on the Western Front. His warning to the General Staff was explicit, but von Falkenhayn coolly ignored the message. Illustration, map, Verdun in the southwest corner, to Maucourt toward the northeast. Immortal Verdun, where the French held the Germans with the inspiring slogan, "They shall not pass." Why did Germany select this particular point for its grand offensive? The answer is to be found in a demand made by the great Junker associations of Germany in May, 1915, 9 months before the attack was undertaken. That demand was to the effect that Verdun should be attacked and captured. They declared that the Verdun fortifications made a menacing salient thrust into the rich iron fields of the Brie Basin. From this metalliferous field of Lorraine came the ore that supplied 80% of the steel required for German and Austrian guns and munitions. These fields of Brie were only 20 miles from the great guns of Verdun. They were French territory at the beginning of the war and had been seized by the army of the Crown Prince, cooperating with the army of Metz because of their immense value to the Germans in war-making. As a preliminary to the battle, von Falkenhayn placed a semicircle of huge howitzers and rifles around the field of Brie. Then assembling the vast forces drained from all the fronts and having erected ammunition dumps covering many acres, the great battle commenced with a surprise attack upon the village of Haumont on February 21, 1916. The first victory of the Germans at that point was an easy one. The great fort of Douaumont was the next objective. This was taken on February 25 after a concentrated bombardment that for intensity surpassed anything that heretofore had been shown in the war. Von Falkenhayn, personally superintending the disposition of guns and men, had now penetrated the outer defenses of Verdun. The tide was running against the French, and shells, more shells for the guns of all caliber. More men for the earthworks surrounding the devoted city were needed. The narrow-gauge railway connecting Verdun with the great French depots of supplies was totally inadequate for the transportation burdens suddenly cast upon it. In this desperate emergency a transport system was born of necessity, a system that saved Verdun. It was fleet upon fleet of motor trucks, all sizes, all styles, anything that could pack a few shells or a handful of men was utilized. The backbone of the system was a great fleet of trucks driven by men whose average daily rest was 4 hours, and upon whose horizon blue uniforms the stains of snow and sleet, of dust and mud, were indelibly fixed through the winter, spring, Summer and fall of 1916, for the glorious engagement continued from February 21 until November 2d, when the Germans were forced into full retreat from the field of honor. The evacuation of Fort Vaux putting a period to Germany's disastrous plan and to von Falkenhayn's military career. Lord Northcliffe, describing the early days of the immortal battle, wrote, "Verdun is, in many ways, the most extraordinary of battles. The mass of metal used on both sides is far beyond all parallel. The transformation on the Douaumont Ridge was more suddenly dramatic than even the Battle of the Marne, and, above all, the duration of the conflict already looks as if it would surpass anything in history. More than a month has elapsed since, by the kindness of General Joffre and General Pétain, I was able to watch the struggle from various vital viewpoints. The battle had then been raging with great intensity for a fortnight, and, as I write, 4,000 to 5,000 guns are still thundering round Verdun. Impossible, therefore, any man to describe the entire battle. The most one can do is to set down one's impressions of the first phases of a terrible conflict, the end of which cannot be foreseen. My chief impression is one of admiration for the subtle powers of mind of the French High Command. General Joffre and General Castelnau are men with especially fine intellects tempered to terrible keenness. Always they have had to contend against superior numbers. In 1870, when they were subalterns, their country lost the advantage of its numerous population by abandoning general military service at a time when Prussia was completely realizing the idea of a nation in arms. In 1914, when they were commanders, France was inferior to a still greater degree in point of numbers to Prussianized Germany. In armament, France was inferior at first to her enemy. The French High Command has thus been trained by adversity to do all that human intellect can against almost overwhelming hostile material forces. General Joffre, General Castelnau, and, later, General Pétain, who at a moment's notice displaced General Her, had to display genius where the Germans were exhibiting talent, and the result is to be seen at Verdun. They there caught the enemy in a series of traps of a kind hitherto unknown in modern warfare, something elemental, and yet subtle, neo-primitive, and befitting the atavistic character of the Teuton. They caught him in a web of his own unfulfilled boasts. The enemy began by massing a surprising force on the Western Front. Tremendous energy and organizing power were the marks of his supreme efforts to obtain a decision. It was usually reckoned that the Germans maintain on all fronts a field army of about 74.5 army corps, which at full strength number 3 million men. Yet, while holding the Russians from Riga to the south of the Pripet marshes, and maintaining a show of force in the Balkans, Germany seems to have succeeded in bringing up nearly 2.5 millions of men for her grand spring offensive in the west. At one time her forces in France and Flanders were only 90 divisions. But troops and guns were withdrawn in increasing numbers from Russia and Serbia in December, 1915, until there were, it is estimated, 118 divisions on the Franco-British-Belgian front. A large number of 6-inch and 12-inch Austrian howitzers were added to the enormous Krupp batteries. Then a large proportion of new recruits of the 1916 class were moved into Rhineland depots to serve as drafts for the 59 Army Corps. And it is thought that nearly all the huge shell output that had accumulated during the winter was transported westward. The French staff reckoned that Verdun would be attacked and the ground had dried somewhat in the March winds. It was thought that the enemy movement would take place against the British front in some of the sectors of which there were chalk undulations, through which the rains of winter quickly drained. The Germans skillfully encouraged this idea by making an apparent preliminary attack at Lyons, on a 5-mile front with rolling gas clouds and successive waves of infantry. During this feint the veritable offensive movement softly began on Saturday, February 19, 1916, when the enormous masses of hostile artillery west, east, and north of the Verdun salient started registering on the French positions. Only in small numbers did the German guns fire, in order not to alarm their opponents. But even this trial bombardment by ships was a terrible display of power, calling forth all the energies of the outnumbered French gunners to maintain the artillery duels that continued day and night until Monday morning, February 21. Illustration, photograph. Ammunition for the guns. Canadian narrow-gauge line taking ammunition up the line through a shattered village. Illustration, truck convoy running parallel to troops marching. How Verdun was saved. The motor transport never faltered and the railroads were put out of action. Illustration, photograph. Nurse Edith Cavell. A victim of German savagery. An English lady whose life had been devoted to works of mercy, was shot after summary trial, at Brussels. On October 11, 1915, for helping British and Belgian fugitives. Illustration, photograph. Copyright Underwood and Underwood, N.Y. Captain Charles A. Fryatt. The martyred British merchant marine captain, who was executed by the Germans because his ship attempted to sink a German submarine which attacked her. The enemy seems to have maintained a bombardment all round General Herr's lines on February 21, 1916, but this general battering was done with 1,000 pieces of field artillery. The grand masses of heavy howitzers were used in a different way. At 7:15 in the morning they concentrated on the small sector of advanced entrenchments near Brabant and the Meuse. 12-inch shells fell with terrible precision every few yards, according to the statements made by the French troops. I afterward saw a big German shell, from at least 6 miles distant from my place of observation, hit quite a small target. So I can well believe that, in the first bombardment of French positions, which had been photographed from the air and minutely measured and registered by the enemy gunners in the trial firing, the great destructive shots went home with extraordinary effect. The trenches were not bombarded, they were obliterated. In each small sector of the 6-mile northward bulge of the Verdun salient the work of destruction was done with surprising quickness. After the line from Brabant to Haumont was smashed, the main fire power was directed against the other end of the bow at Herbois, Ornes, and Maucourt. Then when both ends of the bow were severely hammered, the central point of the Verdun salient, Cours Woods, was smothered in shells of all sizes, poured in from east, north and west. In this manner almost the whole enormous force of heavy artillery was centered upon mile after mile of the French front. When the great guns lifted over the lines of craters, the lighter field artillery placed row after row in front of the wreckage, maintained an unending fire curtain over the communicating saps and support entrenchments. Then came the second surprising feature in the new German system of attack. No waves of storming infantry swept into the battered works. Only strong patrols at first came cautiously forward, to discover if it were safe for the main body of troops to advance and reorganize the French line so as to allow the artillery to move onward. There was thus a large element of truth in the marvelous tales afterwards told by German prisoners. Their commanders thought it would be possible to do all the fighting with long-range artillery, leaving the infantry to act as squatters to the great guns and occupy and rebuild line after line of the French defenses without any serious hand-to-hand struggles. All they had to do was to protect the gunners from surprise attack, while the guns made an easy path for them. But, ingenious as was this scheme for saving the manpower of Germany by an unparalleled expenditure of shell, it required for full success the cooperation of the French troops. But the French did not cooperate. Their high command had continually improved their system of trench defense in accordance with the experiences of their own hurricane bombardments in Champagne and the Carency sector. General Castelnau, the acting commander-in-chief on the French front, was indeed the inventor of hurricane fire tactics, which he had used for the first time in February, 1915, in Champagne. When General Joffre took over the conduct of all French operations, leaving to General Castelnau the immediate control of the front in France, the victor of the Battle of Nancy weakened his advance lines and then his support lines. Until his troops actually engaged in fighting were very little more than a thin covering body, such as is thrown out towards the frontier while the main forces connect well behind. We shall see the strategical effect of this extraordinary measure in the second phase of the Verdun battle, but its tactical effect was to leave remarkably few French troops exposed to the appalling tempest of German and Austrian shells. The fire trench was almost empty, and in many cases the real defenders of the French line were men with machine guns, hidden in dugouts at some distance from the photographed positions at which the German gunners aimed. The batteries of light guns, which the French handled with the flexibility and continuity of fire of Maxims, were also concealed in widely scattered positions. The main damage caused by the first intense bombardment was the destruction of all the telephone wires along the French front. In 1 hour the German guns plowed up every yard of ground behind the observing posts and behind the fire trench. Communications could only be slowly re-established by messengers, so that many parties of men had to fight on their own initiative, with little or no combination of effort with their comrades. Yet, desperate as were their circumstances, they broke down the German plan for capturing trenches without an infantry attack. They caught the patrols and annihilated them, and then swept back the disillusioned and reluctant main bodies of German troops. First, the bombing parties were felled, then the sappers as they came forward to repair the line for their infantry, and at last the infantry itself in wave after wave of field grey. The small French garrison of every centre of resistance fought with cool, deadly courage, and often to the death. Artillery fire was practically useless against them, for though their tunnel shelters were sometimes blown in by the 12-inch shells, which they regarded as their special terror by reason of their penetrative power and wide blast. Even the Germans had not sufficient shells to search out all their underground chambers, every one of which have 2 or 3 exits. The new organization of the French machine gun corps was a fine factor in the eventual success. One gun fired 10,000 rounds daily for a week, most of the positions selected being spots from which each German infantry advance would be enfiladed and shattered. Then the French 75s, which had been masked during the overwhelming fire of the enemy howitzers, came unexpectedly into action when the German infantry attacks increased in strength. Near Haumont, for example, 8 successive furious assaults were repulsed by 3 batteries of 75s. One battery was then spotted by the Austrian 12-inch guns, but it remained in action until all its ammunition was exhausted. The gunners then blew up their guns and retired, with the loss of only 1 man. Von Falkenhayn had increased the Crown Prince's army from the 14 divisions, that battled at Douaumont Fort, to 25 divisions. In April he added 5 more divisions to the forces around Verdun by weakening the effectives in other sectors and drawing more troops from the Russian front. It was rumored that von Hindenburg was growing restive and complaining that the wastage at Verdun would tell against the success of the campaign on the Riga-Dvinsk front, which was to open when the Baltic ice melted. Great as was the wastage of life, it was in no way immediately decisive. But when the expenditure of shells almost outran the highest speed of production of the German munition factories, and the wear on the guns was more than Krupp and Skoda could make good, there was danger to the enemy in beginning another great offensive likely to overtax his shellmakers and gunmakers. Immortal and indomitable France had won over her foe more power than she had possessed even after the Battle of the Marne. Throughout the entire summer Verdun, with the whole population of France roused to the supreme heights of heroism behind it, held like a rock. Wave after wave of Germans in grey-green lines were sent against the 25 miles of earthworks, while the French guns took their toll of the cracked German regiments. German dead lay upon the field until exposed flesh became the same ghastly hue of their uniforms. No man's land around Verdun was a waste and a stench. General Joffre's plan was very simple. It was to hold out. As was afterwards revealed, much to the satisfaction of the French people, Sir Douglas Haig had placed himself completely at the service of the French commander-in-chief, and had suggested that he should use the British army to weaken the thrust at Verdun. But General Joffre had refused the proffered help. No man knew better than he what his country, with its exceedingly low birth rate, was suffering on the Meuse. He had but to send a telegram to British headquarters, and 1,000,000 Britons, with thousands of heavy guns, would fling themselves upon the German lines and compel Falkenhayn to divide his shell output, his heavy artillery, and his millions of men between Verdun and the Somme. But General Joffre, instead of sending the telegram in question, merely dispatched officers to British headquarters to assure and calm the chafing Scotsmen commanding the military forces of the British Empire. Throughout that long summer the battle cry of Verdun, ne passeront pas. They shall not pass, was an inspiration to the French army and to the world. Then as autumn drifted its red foliage over the heights surrounding the bloody field, the French struck back. General Nivelle, who had taken command at Verdun under Joffre, commenced a series of attacks and a persistent pressure against the German forces on both sides of the Meuse. These thrusts culminated in a sudden sweeping attack which on October 24, resulted in the recapture by Nivelle's forces of Fort Douaumont and on November 2d, in the recapture of Fort Vaux. Thus ended in glory the most inspiring battle in the long and honorable history of France. Chapter 27. Murders and Martyrs. Many examples might be cited to show that the Central Empires were dead to the humanities. There were apparently no limits to the brutality of the German warmakers. Among the outstanding deeds of the Teutons that sickened the world was the killing of Miss Edith Cavell, an English nurse working in Belgian hospitals. A shudder of horror circled the world and announcement was formally made that this splendid woman was sentenced to death and murdered by a German firing squad at 2 o'clock on the morning of October 12, 1915. The killing of this gentle-natured, brave woman typified to the world Germany's essentially brutal militarism. It placed the German military command in a niche of dishonor unique in all history. The specific charge against Miss Cavell was that she had helped English and French soldiers and Belgian young male civilians to cross the border into Holland. The direct evidence against her was in the form of letters intercepted by the Germans in which some of these soldiers and civilians writing from England thanked her for the aid she had given to them. Upon the farcical trial that resulted in the predetermined sentence of death, Miss Cavell courageously and freely admitted her assistance in the specified cases of escape. When she was asked why she did it, she declared her fear that if she had not done so the men would have been shot by the Germans. Her testimony was given in a clear conversational tone that betrayed no nervousness and her entire bearing was such as to win the sympathy of everyone except her stony-hearted judges. The German officers in command at Brussels made it impossible for Miss Cavell to seek counsel before the trial, and a number of able lawyers who were solicited to undertake her defense declined to do so because of their fear of the Germans. Sentence was imposed upon her at 5 o'clock on the afternoon of October 11. In accordance with its terms, she was taken from her cell and placed against a blank wall at 2 o'clock the following morning, the darkness of the hour vying with the blackness of the deed. Mr. Gahan, the English clergyman connected with the prison, was permitted to see her a short time before her murder. He gave her Holy Communion at 10 o'clock on the night of October 11. To him she declared she was happy in her contemplation of death. That she had no regret for what she had done, and that she was glad to die for her country. Brand Whitlock, American minister to Belgium, and Hugh Gibson, secretary of the legation, did all that was humanly possible to avert the crime, but without avail. They were told that, the emperor himself could not intervene. Defending the murder, Dr. Alfred Zimmermann, German Under-Secretary for Foreign Affairs, callously disposed of the matter thus. I see from the English and American press that the shooting of an Englishwoman and the condemnation of several other women in Brussels for treason has caused a sensation. And capital against us is being made out of the fact. Men and women are equal before the law, and only the degree of guilt makes a difference in the sentence for the crime and its consequences. Monuments to Edith Cavell were reared in widely scattered communities. A mountain was named in her honor. Her murder multiplied enlistments and fed the fires of patriotism throughout the Allied countries. In the end, Germany lost heavily. The Teutons aimed to strike terror into the hearts of men and women. They only succeeded in arousing a righteous anger that ultimately destroyed the imperial government. Another instance equally flagrant of the utter callousness of the men who at that time ruled Germany, was the murder of Captain Fryatt, a gallant British seaman, who had dared to attack the pirates of the underseas. Captain Charles Fryatt was the master of the steamship Brussels, a merchant vessel owned by the Great Eastern Railway. It was captured by the Germans on June 23, 1916. Captain Fryatt was taken to Zeebrugge. A court-martial went through the motions of a trial at Bruges on July 27. The charge against Captain Fryatt was that of attempting to ram the German submarine U-33. Mute testimony against Captain Fryatt was a gold watch found upon his person. This carried an inscription testifying that the watch had been presented by the mayor and people of Harwich in recognition of the captain's bravery in attempting to ram a submarine, and his successful escape when the U-boat called upon him to surrender. The prisoners who were captured with Captain Fryatt were sent to the prison camp at Ruhleben, but Captain Fryatt was condemned to death as a franctireur. The news of the murder was sent to the world through a German communiqué dated July 28. It stated, "The accused was condemned to death because, although he was not a member of a combatant force, he made an attempt on the afternoon of March 20, 1915, to ram the German submarine U-33 near the Moss lightship. The accused, as well as the first officer and the chief engineer of the steamer, received at the time from the British Admiralty a gold watch as a reward of his brave conduct on that occasion. And his action was mentioned with praise in the House of Commons. On the occasion in question, disregarding the U-boat's signal to stop and show his national flag, he turned at a critical moment at high speed on the submarine, which escaped the steamer by a few meters only by immediately diving. He confessed that in so doing he had acted in accordance with the instructions of the Admiralty. One of the many nefarious franctireur proceedings of the British merchant marine against our war vessels has thus found a belated but merited expiation. This brutal action by Germany coming after the murder of Edith Cavell created intense indignation throughout the world. It ranked with the poison gas at Ypres, the Lusitania, the Belgian atrocities, the killing of Edith Cavell and the unrestricted submarine sinkings, as a factor in arousing the democratic peoples of the world to a fighting pitch. Germany sowed its seeds of destruction in the wind that bore the fumes of poison gas, and in the ruthless brutality that decreed the sinking of the Lusitania and the murders of Edith Cavell and Captain Fryatt. It reaped the whirlwind in the worldwide wrath that brought America into the war, and that visited disgrace and defeat upon the German Empire. Chapter 28. The Second Battle of Ypres. First to feel the effects of German terrorism through poison gas were the gallant Canadian troops on the afternoon of April 22, 1915, at Ypres, Belgium. Gas had been used by the Germans previously to this, but they were mere experimental clouds directed against Belgian troops. Before the battle, the English and Canadians held a line from Broodsein to half a mile north of St. Julien on the crest of the Graafenstaffel Ridge. The French prolonged the line to Steenstraat on the Ypres Canal. The Germans originally planned the attack for Tuesday, April 20, but with satanic ingenuity the offensive was postponed until between 4 and 5 o'clock on the afternoon of Thursday, the 22d. During the morning the wind blew steadily from the north and the scientists attached to the German field headquarters predicted that the strong wind would continue at least 12 hours longer. The Canadian division held a line extending about 5 miles from the Ypres-Roulers Railway to the Ypres-Poelcapelle Road. The division consisted of 3 infantry brigades, in addition to the artillery brigades. Upon this unsuspecting body of men the poison fumes were projected by means of pipes and force pumps. The immediate consequences were that the asphyxiating gas of great intensity rendered immediately helpless thousands of men. The same gas attack that was projected upon the Canadians also fell with murderous effect upon the French. The consequences were that the French division on the left of the Canadians gave way and the 3rd Brigade of the Canadian Division, so far as the left was concerned, was up in the air, to use the phrase of its commanding officer. It became necessary for Brigadier General Turner, commanding the 3rd Brigade, to throw back his left flank southward to protect his rear. This caused great confusion, and the enemy, advancing rapidly, took a number of guns and many prisoners, penetrating to the village of St. Julien, 2 miles in the rear of the original French trenches. The Canadians fought heroically, although greatly outnumbered and pounded by artillery that inflicted tremendous losses. The Germans, as they came through the gas clouds, were protected by masks moistened with a solution containing bicarbonate of soda. The tactics of General Turner offset the numerical superiority of the enemy, and prevented a disastrous rout. General Currie, commanding the 2nd Brigade of Canadians, repeated this successful maneuver when he flung his left flank southward and, presenting 2 fronts to the enemy, held his line of trenches from Thursday at 5 o'clock until Sunday afternoon. The reason the trenches were held no longer than Sunday afternoon was that they had been obliterated by heavy artillery fire. The Germans finally succeeded in capturing a line, the forward point of which was the village of St. Julien. Reinforcements under General Alderson had come up by this time and the enemy's advance was suddenly checked. Enemy attacks upon the line running from Ypres to Passchendaele completely broke down under the withering fire of the reinforced and reformed artillery and infantry brigades. The record officer of the Canadians makes this comment of the detailed fighting. The story of the Second Battle of Ypres is the story of how the Canadian division, enormously outnumbered, for they had in front of them at least 4 divisions, supported by immensely heavy artillery, with a gap still existing, though reduced, in their lines, and with dispositions made hurriedly under the stimulus of critical danger, fought through the day and through the night. And then through another day and night. Fought under their officers until, as happened to so many, those perished gloriously, and then fought from the impulsion of sheer valor because they came from fighting stock. The enemy, of course, was aware, whether fully or not may perhaps be doubted, of the advantage his breach in the line had given him, and immediately began to push a formidable series of attacks upon the whole of the newly formed Canadian salient. The attack was everywhere fierce, but developed with particular intensity at this moment upon the apex of the newly formed line, running in the direction of St. Julien. It has already been stated that some British guns were taken in a wood comparatively early in the evening of the 22d. In the course of that night, and under the heaviest machine gun fire, this wood was assaulted by the Canadian Scottish, 16th Battalion of the 3rd Brigade, and the 10th Battalion of the 2nd Brigade, which was intercepted for this purpose on its way to a reserve trench. The battalions were respectively commanded by Lieutenant Colonel Leckie and Lieutenant Colonel Boyle, and after a most fierce struggle in the light of a misty moon they took the position at the point of the bayonet. At midnight the 2nd Battalion, under Colonel Watson, and the Toronto Regiment, Queen's Own, 3rd Battalion, under Lieutenant Colonel Rennie, both of the 1st Brigade, brought up much-needed reinforcement. And though not actually engaged in the assault, were in reserve. All through the following days and nights these battalions shared the fortunes and misfortunes of the 3rd Brigade. An officer who took part in the attack describes how the men about him fell under the fire of the machine guns, which, in his phrase, played upon them like a watering pot. He added quite simply, "I wrote my own life off." But the line never wavered. When one man fell another took his place, and with a final shout the survivors of the 2 battalions flung themselves into the wood. The German garrison was completely demoralized, and the impetuous advance of the Canadians did not cease until they reached the far side of the wood and entrenched themselves there in the position so dearly gained. They had, however, the disappointment of finding that the guns had been blown up by the enemy, and later on in the same night a most formidable concentration of artillery fire, sweeping the wood as a tropical storm sweeps the leaves from a forest, made it impossible for them to hold the position for which they had sacrificed so much. The fighting continued without intermission all through the night, and, to those who observed the indications that the attack was being pushed with ever-growing strength, it hardly seemed possible that the Canadians, fighting in positions so difficult to defend and so little the subject of deliberate choice, could maintain their resistance for any long period. At 6 a.m. on Friday it became apparent that the left was becoming more and more involved, and a powerful German attempt to outflank it developed rapidly. The consequences, if it had been broken or outflanked, need not be insisted upon. They were not merely local. It was there decided, formidable as the attempt undoubtedly was, to try and give relief by a counterattack upon the first line of German trenches, now far, far advanced from those originally occupied by the French. This was carried out by the Ontario 1st and 4th Battalions of the 1st Brigade, under Brigadier General Mercer, acting in combination with a British brigade. Illustration, map, Ypres and the surroundings. The town of Ypres is full of memories for the Canadians. It is safe to say that the youngest private in the rank, as he set his teeth for the advance, knew the task in front of him. And the youngest subaltern knew all that rested upon its success. It did not seem that any human being could live in the shower of shot and shell which began to play upon the advancing troops. They suffered terrible casualties. For a short time every other man seemed to fall, but the attack was pressed ever closer and closer. The 4th Canadian Battalion at one moment came under a particularly withering fire. For a moment, not more, it wavered. Its most gallant commanding officer, Lieutenant Colonel Burkill, carrying, after an old fashion, a light cane, coolly and cheerfully rallied his men and, at the very moment when his example had infected them, fell dead at the head of his battalion. With a hoarse cry of anger they sprang forward, for, indeed they loved him, as if to avenge his death. The astonishing attack which followed, pushed home in the face of direct frontal fire made in broad daylight by battalions whose names should live forever in the memories of soldiers, was carried to the front line of the German trenches. After a hand-to-hand struggle the last German who resisted was bayoneted, and the trench was won. The measure of this success may be taken when it is pointed out that this trench represented in the German advance the apex in the breach which the enemy had made in the original line of the Allies. And that it was 2.5 miles south of that line. This charge, made by men who looked death indifferently in the face, for no man who took part in it could think that he was likely to live, saved, and that was much, the Canadian left. But it did more. Up to the point where the assailants conquered, or died, it secured and maintained during the most critical moment of all the integrity of the Allied line. For the trench was not only taken, it was held thereafter against all comers, and in the teeth of every conceivable projectile, until the night of Sunday, the 25th. When all that remained of the war broken but victorious battalion was relieved by fresh troops. Chapter 29. Zeppelin raids on France and England. The idea of warfare in the air has been a dream of romancers from a period long before Jules Verne. Indeed, balloons were used for observation purposes in the 18th century by the French armies. The crude balloon of that period, in a more developed form, was used in the Franco-Prussian War, and during the siege of Paris by its assistance communication was kept up between Paris and the outside world. Realizing its possibilities, inventors had been trying to develop a balloon which could be propelled against the wind and so guided that explosives could be dropped upon a hostile army. Partially successful dirigible balloons have been occasionally exhibited for a number of years. The idea of such a balloon took a strong hold upon the imagination of the German army staff long before the Great War, and Count Ferdinand Zeppelin gave the best years of his life to its development. From the beginning he met with great difficulties. His first ships proved mechanical failures, and after these difficulties were overcome he met with a series of accidents which almost put an end to his efforts. By popular subscription, and by government support, he was able to continue, and when the war began Germany had 35 dirigible balloons of the Zeppelin and other types, many of them as much as 490 feet long. The Zeppelin balloon, called the Zeppelin from the name of its inventor, was practically a vast ship, capable of carrying a load of about 15,000 pounds. It would carry a crew of 20 men or more, fuel for the engines, provisions, a wireless installation, and armament with ammunition. For a journey of 20 hours such a vessel would need at least 7,000 pounds of fuel. It would probably be able to carry about 2 tons of explosives. These Zeppelins could travel great distances. Before the war one of them flew from Lake Constance to Berlin, a continuous flight of about 1,000 miles, in 31 hours. These great aerial warships were given a thorough trial by the Germans. They disliked to admit that they had made a costly mistake in adding them to their armament. It soon turned out, however, that the Zeppelins were practically useless in battle. Whatever they could do, either for scouting purposes or in dropping explosives behind the enemy's lines, could be better done by the airplane. The French and the English, who before the war had decided that the airplane was the more important weapon, were right. But the Germans did not give up their costly toy so easily, and they determined to use it in the bombardment of cities and districts situated far away from the German line, in dropping bombs, not upon fortifications or armed camps where they might meet with resistance, but upon peaceful non-belligerents in the streets of great unfortified cities. It was their policy of frightfulness once again. And once again they had made a mistake. The varied expeditions of the Zeppelin airships sent from Germany to bombard Paris, or to cross the Channel and, after dropping bombs on seaside resorts, to wander over the city of London in the hope of spreading destruction there, did little real damage, and their net effects, from a military point of view, were practically nil. The first Zeppelin raid upon England took place on January 19, 1915. The Zeppelins passed over the cities of Yarmouth, Cromer, Sheringham and King's Lynn. On this expedition there were 2 Zeppelins. They reached the coast of Norfolk about 8:30 in the evening and then steered northwest across the country toward King's Lynn, dropping bombs as they went. In these towns there were no military stations and the damage suffered was very slight. 9 persons were killed, all civilians. This raid was followed by many others, which at first usually wasted their ammunition, dropping their bombs on small country towns or in empty fields. On the 31st of May an expedition reached London and killed 6 persons in the East End. The result of this raid was to stir the English to intense indignation. Mobs gathered in the London streets, and persons suspected of being Germans, or with German sympathies, were attacked. Other raids followed, none of them doing serious military damage, but usually killing or wounding innocent non-combatants. The stupid policy of secrecy which they maintained during the first year of the war unfortunately permitted great exaggeration of the real damages which they had suffered. During the first year, according to Mr. Balfour, in 18 Zeppelin raids there were only 71 civilian adults and 18 children killed, 189 civilian adults and 31 children wounded. No soldier or sailor was killed and only 7 wounded. In France similar attacks had been made on Paris and Calais. On the 20th of March 2 Zeppelins dropped bombs on Paris, but Paris, unlike London, was a fortified city, and the sky soldiers were driven off by the anti-aircraft guns. The French also devised an efficient method of defense. On the appearance of an airship great searchlights flashed into the air and the enemy was made at once a target, not only for the guns of all the forts, but also for airplane attack. In order to attack successfully a Zeppelin it was necessary that an airplane should attain a position above the enemy. For an airplane to rise to such a height time was required, as the airplane rises slowly. The French, therefore, devised a scheme by which 2 or more airplanes were kept constantly circling at a very great height above the city. Relays were formed which relieved each other at regular intervals. When an airship approached it would therefore be compelled in the first place to pass through the fire of the guns on the great forts, and then would find in the air above airplanes in waiting. The Germans, therefore, practically gave up attacks upon Paris. They were dangerous. London, practically unarmed, seemed to them an easy mark. But the British Lion was now awake. The English had been taken by surprise. They attempted at first, in an unorganized way, to protect their city, and, though occasionally successful in destroying an airship through the gallantry of some individual hero, they soon found that their defense must be organized. And Admiral Sir Percy Scott was entrusted with the task. Lights were extinguished on the streets and screened on the waterfront. Illumination for advertising purposes was forbidden, windows were covered, so that London became at night a mass of gloom. The Zeppelins, compelled to fly at a very great height, because of anti-aircraft guns, were blinded. As in Paris airplanes were constantly kept on the alert and searchlights and anti-airship guns placed at every convenient point. The suggestion was made that the English should undertake reprisals. But the suggestion was strongly opposed on the ground that the British should not be a party to a line of conduct condemned by every right-thinking man of every civilized nation. The effect of the English improved defenses was soon obvious, when the German expeditions began to lose airship after airship. Under the new regime, when such an attack was signaled, the whole city immediately received warning and the sky was swept by dozens of searchlights. Safe retreats were ready for those who cared to use them, but ordinarily the whole population rushed out to watch the spectacle. Airplanes would dash at the incoming foe. The searchlights would be switched off and the guns be silent to avoid hindering the aviators. Then would come the attack and Zeppelin after Zeppelin would be seen falling, a great mass of flames, while their companions would hurry back across the channel. Even there they would not be safe, for many an airship was brought down on English fields, or on the waters of the sea. The Germans, however, did not confine their policy of frightfulness in the air to the performances of their Zeppelins. Before the Zeppelins had crossed the Channel, their airplanes had visited England. On Christmas Day, 1914, an airplane attacked Dover, doing, however, no damage. Other airplanes also visited the British Isles from time to time, dropping bombs, and as the Germans began to lose faith in the efficacy of their Zeppelin fleets, they began more and more to substitute airplanes for their airships. On some of these expeditions much more damage was done than had ever been done by the Zeppelins. The airplane expedition grew serious in the year 1917. Between May 23 and June 16 of that year there were 5 such aerial attacks. The airplanes could not only move with greater speed but with better direction. An attack on May 25 resulted in the killing of 76 persons and the injuring of 174, the principal victims being women and children. This was at the town of Folkestone on the southeast coast. In this attack there were about 16 airplanes, and the time of the attack was not more than 3 minutes. Scarcely any part of Folkestone escaped injury. The attack was methodically organized. 4 separate squadrons passed over the city, following each other at short intervals. It was impossible to tell when the attack would end, and people in shelters or cellars were kept waiting for hours without being able to feel certain that the danger had passed. Illustration, photograph. An airplane alarm. Sailors dashing to the fighting tops of a battleship and putting an anti-aircraft gun in action to repel a hostile airplane. Illustration, painting. London's welcome to a Zeppelin raider. In the early part of the war, Zeppelin raids on England were frequent. The rapid perfecting of searchlights, anti-aircraft guns and airplane defenses soon discouraged them. This picture shows an airplane about to attack with flaming bullets. Illustration, photograph, guarding Paris from the Hun observation post fitted with instruments for gauging the height and speed of enemy aircraft, a giant searchlight, a listening post and a .75 gun installed on the outskirts of Paris. It is probable that one of the motives of these raids was to keep at home fleets of English airplanes which might be more useful on the front. Indeed, many Englishmen, alarmed by the damage, urged such a policy, but the good sense of the English leaders prevented such a mistake from being made. Pitiful as must have been the suffering in individual cases, the whole of the damage caused by the German frightfulness was but a trifle as compared with the usefulness of the English air fleets when directly sent against the German armies. Nevertheless, every squadron of German airplanes sent to England was attacked by British aviators, and in those attacks the Germans suffered many losses. Illustration, map. The first German army which invaded France, 1,200,000, would have stretched from Paris into Russia, 1,200 miles, if marching in single file. The worst raid of all those made was one on June 13. Which was directed upon the city of London. On that occasion 97 persons were killed and 437 wounded. These airplane operations differed from the Zeppelin expeditions in being carried on in the daytime, and this raid took place while the schools were in session and large numbers of people were in the street. Only one of the attacking airplanes was brought down. The raiding machines were of a new type, about 3 times the size of the ordinary machine, and there were 22 such machines in the squadron. The battle in the air was a striking spectacle and in spite of the danger was watched by millions of the population. The raiders were easily seen and their flight seemed like a flight of swallows as they dived and swerved through the air. The raids on England were not the only raids conducted by the Germans during the war. Paris suffered, but as soon as the warning sounded, the sky over the city was alive with defense airplanes. An attack on the French capital took place on the 27th of July and began about midnight. The German airmen, however, never got further than a suburban section of the city, and their bombardment caused but little damage. In one of the suburbs, however, a German flyer dropped 4 bombs on a Red Cross hospital, killing 2 doctors, a chemist and a male nurse, and injuring a number of patients. The raider was flying low and the distinguishing marks of the hospital were plainly apparent. Almost every day during the bitter fighting of 1918, reports came in that Allied hospitals had been bombed by German raiders. Attacks on hospitals were, of course, strictly forbidden by the Hague Convention, and they caused bitter indignation. Such attacks were of a piece with those upon hospital ships which were made from time to time. From the very beginning of the war the Germans could not understand the psychology of the people of the Allied countries. They were not fighting with slaves, ready to cower under the lash, but with free people, ready to fight for liberty and roused to fury by lawlessness. Chapter 30. Red Revolution in Russia. The Russian Revolution was not a sudden movement of the people. Long before the war it had raised its head. The Duma itself came into existence as one of its fruits. But when the war began all parties joined in patriotic support of the Russian armies and laid aside for the time their cherished grievances. The war was immensely popular. Slavonic nationalism turned against Austria-Hungary and Germany who were bent upon crushing the Slavonic sister state, Serbia. The liberal elements saw in Germany the stronghold of reaction and of militarism, and trusted that its downfall would be followed by that of Russian autocracy. But so glaring was the incapacity of the old regime, that a union was formed during the war by all the liberal parties. This group united on the single aim of pushing on the war, and silently preparing for the moment when the catastrophe to Tsarism was to come. This was long before the revolution. But a conviction of the necessity of immediate change gradually came to all. The Tsar himself brought matters to an issue. His vacillation, his appointment of ministers who were not only reactionary, but were suspected of being German tools, were too much for even honest supporters of the imperial regime. Some of these reactionaries, it is true, were easily driven from power. In 1915 Sukhomlinov and Maklakov were overthrown by the influence of the army and the Duma. But in 1916 the parasites came to life again. Boris Sturmer became Prime Minister, and appointed as Minister of the Interior the notorious Protopopov. On November 14, 1916, Milyakov, the leader of the Constitutional Democrats, or Cadet Party, attacked the Premier in one of the fiercest speeches ever made in the Russian Duma. Sturmer was compelled to resign, but his successor, M. Trepov, though an honest man with high ambitions, was forced to retain Protopopov at the Interior. For a moment there was calm. But it was the calm before the storm. The Russian Revolution, now recognized as the most bloody revolution in history, began with the assassination of a single man. This man was Gregory Novik, known throughout the world under the name of Rasputin. A Siberian peasant by birth, immoral, filthy in person, untrained in mind, he had early received the nickname of Rasputin, which means any ne'er-do-well, on account of his habits. A drunkard, and a libertine always, he posed as a sort of saint and miracle worker, let his hair grow long, and tramped about the world barefoot. Rasputin had left his district of Tobolsk and at Moscow had started a new cult, where mystical seances were mingled with debauchery. Through Madame Verabova he had been introduced to the Empress herself. He became the friend of Count Witt, of Sturmer, and Protopopov was his tool. Rumor credited him with exercising an extraordinary influence upon the Tsarina, and through her upon the Tsar. This influence was thought to be responsible for many of the Tsar's unpopular policies. In times of great public agitation the wildest rumors are easily taken for truth and the absurd legends which were easily associated with his name were greedily accepted by people of every rank. The influence of Rasputin over the imperial family was denied again and again. It has been said from authoritative sources that the Tsar did not know him by sight, and that the Tsarina knew him only as a superstitious and neurotic woman might know some fortune-teller or other charlatan. Nevertheless the credulous public believed him to be the evil spirit of the imperial circle, and every false move, every unpopular act, was ascribed to his baneful influence. But such a career could not last long, and the end became a tragedy. Several times Rasputin had been attacked, but had escaped. At last, on the 29th of December, 1916, Prince Yusupov, a young man of wealth and position, invited him to dine with him at his own home. The prince came for him in his own car. Entering the dining room, they found there the Grand Duke Dmitry Pavlovich. M. Purishkevich, a member of the Duma, had acted as chauffeur, and he followed him in. The three told him that he was to die, and he was handed a pistol that he might kill himself. Instead of doing so, he shot at the Grand Duke, but missed, and then was shot in turn by his captors. The noise attracted the attention of the police, who inquired what had happened. "I have just killed a dog," was the reply. His body was taken in an automobile to the Neva River, a hole cut in the ice, and weighted with stones. It was dropped into the waters. On the next day his executioners notified the police of what they had done, and the news was announced at the Imperial Theatre, whose audience went wild with enthusiasm, and sang the national hymn. No legal action was ever taken against Rasputin's executioners. His body was recovered and given honorable burial. The Tsarina, according to report, following the coffin to the grave. And so disappeared from the imperial court one evil force. But his tool, Alexander Protopopov, still survived. Protopopov was an extraordinary man. In 1916 he had visited England and France and made a splendid impression. His speeches, full of fire and patriotism, were regarded as the best made by any deputation that had come from Russia. But on his return to Petrograd he fell completely into the hands of the court party. He became associated with Rasputin, and his wild talk and restless conduct suggested to many that his mind had become affected. After the death of Rasputin, the meeting of the Duma, which should have taken place on January 25, 1917, was postponed for a month. The censorship was drawn tighter, the members of the secret police were greatly increased, and a deliberate endeavor, under the direction of Protopopov, was made to encourage an abortive revolution, so that its overthrow might establish the reactionaries in power. But the attempt failed. During January and February the people were calm. No one wanted revolution then. On February 9, the labor members of the War Industry Committee were arrested. This was regarded as plainly provocative, and M. Milyakov wrote appeals to the people for patience. These were suppressed, but no disturbance ensued. A British commission, then on a visit to Russia, reported that there was no danger of revolution. But the people were hungry. Speakers in the Duma discussed the food problem. It became harder and harder to procure bread, and little that was practical seemed to be done to improve the situation, though in some parts of the country there were large surplus stocks. On March 8 crowds gathered around the bakery shops and looted several of them. The next day the crowds in the streets increased. Groups of Cossacks rode here and there, fraternizing with the people. They, too, were hungry. In the afternoon 2 workmen were arrested for disorder by the police. A band of Cossacks freed them. Street speakers began to appear here and there, and crowds gathered to listen to their fiery denunciations of the government. On March 11, General Kabalov, military governor of the city, issued a proclamation announcing that the police had orders to disperse all crowds, and that any workman who did not return to work on Monday morning would be sent to the trenches. The main streets of the city were cleared and guarded by the police and soldiery. The crowds were enormous, and disorderly, and more than 200 of the rioters were killed. Yet it seemed as if the government had the situation in a firm grasp, though an ominous incident was that the Pavlovsk regiment, on being ordered to fire upon the mob, mutinied and had to be ordered to their quarters. Meantime Rodzianko, the president of the Duma, had telegraphed to the Tsar. Situation serious. Anarchy reigns in capital. Government is paralyzed. Transport food and fuel supplies are utterly disorganized. General discontent is growing. Disorderly firing is going on in streets. Various companies of soldiers are shooting at each other. It is absolutely necessary to invest someone, who enjoys the confidence of the people, with powers to form a new government. No time must be lost, and delay may be fatal. I pray to God that in this hour responsibility may not fall on the wearer of the crown. The Prime Minister, Prince Golitsyn, acting under powers which he had received from the Tsar, prorogued the Duma. But the Duma refused to be prorogued. Its president, Rodzianko, holding in his hand the order for dissolution, announced that the Duma was now the sole constitutional authority of Russia. During the night following, the soldiers at the capital, and the socialists, decided upon their course. The soldiers determined that they would not fire upon their civilian brothers. The socialists planned an alternative scheme of government. On March the 12th, the city was taken possession of by a mob. The Preokrazhensky guards refused to fire upon the crowd. The Volinsky regiment, sent to coerce them, joined in the mutiny. Followed by the mob, the two regiments seized the arsenal. A force of 25,000 soldiers was in the revolt. At 11 a.m., the courts of law were set on fire and the fortress of SS Peter and Paul was seized. The police, fighting desperately, were hunted from their quarters, their papers destroyed and the prisoners, political and criminal, released from the jails. During the day the Duma kept in constant session, awaiting the emperor, who did not come. Telegram after telegram was sent him, each more urgent. There is reason to believe that these telegrams never reached the Tsar. When information finally did come to him it was too late. Meantime the Duma appointed an executive committee. Their names were Rodzianko, Nekrasov, Konovalov, Mitrikov, Lvov, Rogensky, Korolov, Milyakov, Shledlovsky, Shulgin, Tkiyidze and Kerensky. The workmen and soldiers also formed a committee, which undertook to influence the troops now pouring into Petrograd. But the center of the revolution was still the Duma, and crowds gathered to listen to its speeches. In the evening Protopovo surrendered to the Russian guards, but General Kabalov still occupied the Admiralty building with such forces as were faithful. On March 13 it became evident that the army in the field were accepting the authority of the provisional government. The Duma committee was composed mainly of men of moderate political views. They moved slowly, fearing on the one hand the reactionaries who still preserved their loyalty to the Tsar, and on the other hand the Council of Labor, with its extreme views, and its influence, with the troops. The siege of the Admiralty building was ended by the surrender of General Kabalov. The police, however, were still keeping up a desultory resistance, but the mob were hunting them like wild beasts. On Wednesday, the 14th of March, the revolution was over. The Executive Committee of the Duma and the Council of the Workmen's and Soldiers' Delegates, now universally known as the Soviet, were working in harmony. Every hour proclamations were issued, some of them foolish, some of them, it is thought, inspired by German agents, and some of them wise and patriotic. One of the most unfortunate of these proclamations was one to the army directing that the orders of the War Committee must be obeyed, saving only on those occasions when they shall contravene the orders and regulations of the labor deputies and military delegates. This same proclamation abolished saluting for private soldiers off duty. It was the beginning of the destruction of the Russian military power. The proclamation of the Duma Committee itself was admirable. Citizens, the Provisional Executive Committee of the Duma, with the aid and support of the garrison of the capital and its inhabitants, has now triumphed over the baneful forces of the old regime in such a manner as to enable it to proceed to the more stable organization of the executive power. With this object, the Provisional Committee will name ministers of the First National Cabinet, men whose past public activity assures them the confidence of the country. The new cabinet will adopt the following principles as the basis of its policy. 1. An immediate amnesty for all political and religious offenses, including military revolts, acts of terrorism, and agrarian crimes. 2. Freedom of speech, of the press, of associations and labor organizations, and the freedom to strike, with an extension of these liberties to officials and troops, in so far as military and technical conditions permit. 3. The abolition of social, religious, and racial restrictions and privileges. 4. Immediate preparation for the summoning of a constituent assembly, which, with universal suffrage as a basis, shall establish the governmental regime and the constitution of the country. 5. The substitution for the police of a national militia, with elective heads and subject to the self-governing bodies. 6. Communal elections to be carried out on the basis of universal suffrage. 7. The troops that have taken part in the revolutionary movement shall not be disarmed, but they are not to leave Petrograd. 8. While strict military discipline must be maintained on active service, all restrictions upon soldiers in the enjoyment of social rights granted to other citizens are to be abolished. Meantime the Emperor, the Little Father, at first thoroughly incredulous of the gravity of the situation, had at last become alarmed. He appointed General Ivanov commander-in-chief of the army, and ordered him to proceed to Petrograd at the head of a division of loyal troops. General Ivanov set out, but his train was held up at Tsarskoe Selo, and he returned to Pskov. The Tsar himself then started for the city, but he, too, was held up at the little station of Bologoi, where workmen had pulled up the track, and he returned to Pskov. He sent for Ruzsky and declared that he was ready to yield to the Duma and grant a responsible ministry. Ruzsky advised him to get in touch with Rodzianko, and as a result of a telephone communication with Rodzianko and with several of his trusted generals, it became clear that there was no other course than abdication. Guchkov and Shulgin, messengers from the Duma, arrived on the evening of March 15, and found the emperor alone, except for his aide-de-camp, Count Fredericks. "What do you want me to do?" he asked. "You must abdicate," Guchkov told him, "in favor of your son, with the Grand Duke Michael Alexandrovich as regent." The emperor sat for a long time silent. "I cannot be separated from my boy," he said. "I will hand the throne to my brother." Taking a sheet of paper he wrote as follows. "By the grace of God, we, Nicholas II, Emperor of all the Russias, to all our faithful subjects. In the course of a great struggle against a foreign enemy, who has been endeavoring for 3 years to enslave our country, it has pleased God to send Russia a further bitter trial. Internal troubles have threatened to compromise the progress of the war. The destinies of Russia, the honor of her heroic army, the happiness of her people, and the whole future of our beloved country demand that at all costs victory shall be won. The enemy is making his last efforts, and the moment is near when our gallant troops, in concert with their glorious allies, will finally overthrow him. In these days of crisis we have considered that our nation needs the closest union of all its forces for the attainment of victory. In agreement with the Imperial Duma, we have recognized that for the good of our land we should abdicate the throne of the Russian state and lay down the supreme power. Not wishing to separate ourselves from our beloved son, we bequeath our heritage to our brother, the Grand Duke Michael Alexandrovich, with our blessing upon the future of the Russian throne. We bequeath it to him with the charge to govern in full unison with the national representatives who may sit in the legislature, and to take his inviolable oath to them in the name of our well-beloved country. We call upon all faithful sons of our land to fulfill this sacred and patriotic duty in obeying their emperor at this painful moment of national trial, and to aid him, together with the representatives of the nation, to lead the Russian people in the way of prosperity and glory. May God help Russia. So ended the reign of Nicholas II, Tsar of all the Russias. The news of the Tsar's abdication spread over the world with great rapidity, and was received by the Allies with mixed feelings. The Tsar had been scrupulously loyal to the alliance. He was a man of high personal character, and his sympathies on the whole, liberal, but he was a weak man in a position in which even a strong man might have failed. He was easily influenced, especially by his wife. Warned again and again of the danger before him, he constantly promised improvement, only to fail in keeping his promises. He deeply loved his wife, and yielded continually to her unwise advice. The Empress Alexandra Fyodorovna is but another instance of a devoted queen who dethroned her consort. She believed in divine right and looked with suspicion upon popular leaders. Her one object in life was to hand on the Russian crown to her son, with no atom of its power diminished. She surrounded herself and her husband with scoundrels and charlatans. On the whole, the feeling among the Allies was one of relief. There was a general distrust of the influences which had been surrounding the Tsar. The patriotism of the Grand Duke Michael was well known, and a government conducted by him was sure to be a great improvement. But it was not to be. Before the news of the abdication reached Petrograd, a new ministry had been formed by the Duma. Milyukov announced their names and explained their credentials. The Prime Minister was Prince George Lvov. Milyukov was Minister of Foreign Affairs, Guchkov Minister of War and Marine, Kerensky, a new name in the government, Minister of Justice. The ministry included representatives of every party of the left and center. Milyukov declared that their credentials came from the Russian Revolution: "We shall not fight for the sake of power. To be in power is not a reward or pleasure but a sacrifice. As soon as we are told that the sacrifice is no longer needed, we shall give up our places with gratitude for the opportunity which has been accorded us." He concluded by informing his hearers that the despot who had brought Russia to the brink of ruin would either abdicate of his free will, or be deposed. He added that the Grand Duke Michael would be appointed regent. This announcement at once produced an explosion. A ministry of moderates and a continuance of the imperial government under a regency stirred the delegates of the workmen and soldiers to revolt. For a time it seemed as if the new government would disappear in the horrors of mob rule. But Kerensky saved the situation. Making his way into the meeting of the Soviet, he burst into an impassioned speech. "Comrades," he cried, "I have been appointed Minister of Justice. No one is a more ardent Republican than I, but we must bide our time. Nothing can come to its full growth at once. We shall have our republic, but we must first win the war. The need of the moment is organization and discipline, and that need will not wait." His eloquence carried the day. The Soviet passed a resolution supporting the provisional government with only 15 dissenting votes. But it had been made clear that the people did not approve of the regency, and on the night of the 15th of March, Prince Lvov, Kerensky and other leaders of the Duma sought out the Grand Duke Michael and informed him of the situation. The Grand Duke yielded to the people, and on Friday, March the 16th, issued a declaration which ended the power of the Romanovs in Russia. "I am firmly resolved to accept the supreme power only if this should be the desire of our great people, who must, by means of a plebiscite through their representatives in the Constituent Assembly, establish the form of government and the new fundamental laws of the Russian state. Invoking God's blessing, I, therefore, request all citizens of Russia to obey the provisional government, set up on the initiative of the Duma, and invested with plenary powers. Until within as short a time as possible the Constituent Assembly elected on a basis of equal, universal and secret suffrage, shall enforce the will of the nation regarding the future form of the Constitution." With this declaration the sacred monarchy had disappeared. In 1 week the people had come to their own and Russia was free. But what form of new government was to replace the old regime was still the question. There were two rival theories as to the principles to be followed, one that of the moderates, the other of the extremists. The moderates who controlled the provisional government were practical men. They realized that Russia was at war and that efficient administration was the great need. The extremists of the Soviet were a different type of men. They were profoundly ignorant of all practical questions of government. Their creed was socialism. The Socialistic Party in Russia may be divided into 3 different groups. The first, the Social Revolutionary Party, came into prominence in Russia about 1900. It was composed of followers of the Russian Lavrov who believed in the socialist state, but a state which should not be a tyrant overriding the individual. Liberty was his watchword, and he made his appeal not only to the workmen in the shops but with a special force to the peasant. He did not preach class war in the ordinary sense, and believed in the value of national life. To this party belonged Kerensky, more and more becoming the leader of the revolutionary movement. The second group of the Socialist Party were the Bolsheviki. This group were followers of the German Karl Marx. The revolution which they sought was essentially a class revolution. To the Bolsheviki the fate of their country mattered not at all. They were eager for peace on any terms. The only war in which they were interested was a class war. They recognized no political boundaries. The leader of this group was Vladimir Ilyich Ulyanov, who, under his pen name of Lenin, was already widely known and who had now obtained the opportunity which he had long desired. The third group were the Mensheviki. The Mensheviki believed in the importance of the working classes, but they did not ignore other classes. They were willing to use existing forms of government to carry out the reforms they desired. They saw that the Allied cause was their own cause, the cause of the workman as well as the intellectual. The Soviet contained representatives of these three groups. It did not represent Russia, but it was in Petrograd and could exert its influence directly upon the government. The attitude of the provisional government toward the imperial family was at first not unkindly. The Tsar and the Tsarina were escorted to the Alexandrovsky Palace in Tsarskoye Selo. The Tsar for a time lived quietly as plain Nicholas Romanov. The Tsarina and her children were very ill with measles, the case of the little prince being complicated by the breaking out of an old wound in his foot. The Grand Duchess Tatiana was in a serious condition and oxygen had been administered. As his family improved in health, the Tsar amused himself by strolls in the palace yard, and even by shoveling snow. Later on Nicholas was transferred to Tobolsk, Siberia, and then, in May, 1918, to Yekaterinburg. His wife and his daughter Marie accompanied him to the latter place, while Alexis and his other three daughters remained in Tobolsk. On July 20 a Russian government dispatch announced his assassination. It read as follows. At the first session of the Central Executive Committee, elected by the Fifth Congress of the Councils, a message was made public that had been received by direct wire from the Ural Regional Council. Concerning the shooting of the ex-Tsar, Nicholas Romanov. Recently Yekaterinburg, the capital of the Red Urals, was seriously threatened by the approach of Czechoslovak bands, and a counter-revolutionary conspiracy was discovered, which had as its object the wresting of the ex-Tsar from the hands of the Council's authority. In view of this fact, the president of the Ural Regional Council decided to shoot the ex-Tsar, and the decision was carried out on July 16. The wife and the son of Nicholas Romanov had been sent to a place of security. In a detailed account of the execution, published in Berlin, it appeared that the Tsar had been awakened at 5 o'clock in the morning, and informed that he was to be executed in 2 hours. He spent some time with a priest in his bedroom and wrote several letters. According to this account, when the patrol came to take him out for execution, he was found in a state of collapse. His last words, uttered just before the executioners fired, are reported to have been, "Spare my wife and my innocent and unhappy children. May my blood preserve Russia from ruin." The Russian press, including the socialist papers, condemned the execution as a cruel and unnecessary act. The charges of conspiracy were utterly unproven, and were merely an excuse. The Central Executive Committee, however, accepted the decision of the Ural Regional Soviet as being regular, and a decree by the Bolshevist government declared all the property of the former emperor, his wife, his mother and all the members of the imperial house, forfeit to the Soviet Republic. Meantime the provisional government, which had taken power on the 16th of March, seemed as if it might succeed. Milyakov, whose announcement of the regency had made him unpopular, declared for a republic. The great army commanders for the most part accepted the revolution. The Grand Duke Nicholas was removed from his command and the other Grand Dukes were ordered not to leave Petrograd. Alexei became commander-in-chief. Ruzsky had the northern group of armies, Brusilov the southern, Kornilov was in command of Petrograd, and the central group was put under the command of Lechitsky. Reports came that discipline was improving everywhere on the front. Illustration, map of Petrograd, capital of the new Republic of Russia. The plans of the government, too, met with general approval. Their policy was announced by Prince Lvov. The new government considers it its duty to make known to the world that the object of free Russia is not to dominate other nations and forcibly to take away their territory. The object of independent Russia is a permanent peace and the right of all nations to determine their own destiny. Kerensky, in inspiring speeches, encouraged the country to war, and declared against a separate peace. The new government announced that Poland was to receive complete independence, with a right to determine its own form of government, and its relation, if any, to Russia. In Finland the governor, Sejm, was removed. A liberal was appointed governor and the Finnish Diet was convened. A manifesto was issued on March 21, completely restoring the Finnish constitution. To the Armenians Kerensky expressed himself as in favor of an autonomous government for them, under Russia's protection, and on March 25, absolute equality of the Jews was proclaimed by the new government. A number of Jews were made officers in the army, and 2 Jewish advocates were appointed members of the Russian Senate and of the Supreme Court. On April 4 full religious liberty was proclaimed, and on the same date the Prime Minister promised a delegation of women that women would be given the right to vote. These acts caused a general subsidence of unrest, and public good feeling was increased by the return of the political exiles and prisoners from Siberia. A full 100,000 of such prisoners were released, and their progress across Siberia to Russia was one grand triumphal march. The most celebrated of these political prisoners were 2 women, Catherine Breshkovskaya and Marie Spiridonova. Catherine Breshkovskaya was known as the grandmother of the revolution. 44 years of her life were spent in exile. When she reached Petrograd she was met at the railroad depot by a military band, and carried in procession through the streets. Equally popular was Marie Spiridonova, who, though still young, had suffered martyrdom. She had been tortured with cruelty that is unprintable. Her face had been disfigured for life. The agents who had inflicted the torture were assassinated by the revolutionists. It was a great day for Russia, and the outlook seemed full of promise. Chapter 31. The Descent to Bolshevism. The hopes entertained for the new Republic of Russia were doomed to disappointment. For a short time, under the leadership of Lvov, the Russians marched along the path of true democracy. But the pace became too rapid. The government prospered in Petrograd, and the economic organization of the country proceeded with great speed. An 8-hour day was introduced in the capital and in many other cities throughout the Republic. The fever of organization spread even to the peasants. They formed a council of peasants' deputies, modeled after the council of workmen and soldiers. On the 13th of April, 1917, came the first meeting of the All-Russia Congress of Soviets, and with it a revival of the differences of opinion which ultimately were to destroy the government. The great majority were for war, but the minority, led by Lenin and the Bolsheviki element, demanded an immediate peace. They declared that the enemies of the revolution were not the Central Powers, but the capitalists in all countries, and not least the Provisional Government of Russia. Some clue to the meaning of the Bolsheviki movement in Russia is to be found in the life of Lenin, its leading spirit. It has been charged that he was the tool of the German government. He undoubtedly received facilities from the German government to return to Russia from Switzerland immediately after the revolution in March. His whole career, however, suggests that he was not a tool, but a fanatic. He was born in Simbirsk, in central Russia, in the year 1870. Lenin was only one of the several aliases that he had found it necessary to adopt at various times. He was of good family, and received his education at the Petrograd University. From the very beginning he took an active interest in the political and social problems of the day. In 1887 his brother, A. Ulyanov, was arrested, and after a secret trial condemned to death and hanged as a participant in a plot to wreck the imperial train carrying Alexander III. Lenin was also arrested, but was released on account of a lack of evidence. At this time the Russian socialistic movement was still in its infancy. Illustration, photograph, about 50 women in military uniforms. Copyright Underwood and Underwood, N. Y. The Women's Battalion of Death, in national dance. A unique outgrowth of the Russian Revolution was this organization of women which came into prominence at the beginning of the Russian front's breakup. Illustration, photograph. Copyright Underwood and Underwood, N. Y. Demonstration of citizens before this Winter Palace. The formation of the Red Guard adopting the propaganda of the Bolshevists resulted, which drove Russia into a chaos of revolution. Illustration, photograph. Copyright International Film Service. Spoils of the victory at XXXIII. The Germans left everything behind when they fled to avoid being trapped in the St. Mihiel salient by the swift American advance. This shows a soldier examining an abandoned German machine gun, fully loaded and not a shot fired. Illustration, photograph. An aerial bomb. British airmen examining a huge bomb which later scattered death among the Huns. LIII spent his Sundays in a circle of uneducated workmen, explaining to them the elements of socialistic economics. Along with this propaganda work he studied deeply the economic phases of Russian life, being especially interested in its working in peasant classes. He wrote several books on the subject, which are still accepted as valuable representatives of Russian economic literature. Because of his socialistic activities, Lenin was compelled to leave Russia on several occasions, when he lived in Switzerland, France and Austria. From these countries he directed the work of one of the groups of the Social Democratic Party, and became an important leader. In the General Russian Socialistic Convention, held in 1903, this group made a definite stand for its program and policies. This was the time when the word Bolsheviki was coined, meaning the majority, who had voted in accord with Lenin's proposals. Lenin believed in the seizure of political power by means of violent revolution and in establishing a proletarian government. After the revolution of 1905, the Lenin faction dwindled and it seemed as if Bolshevism was destined to die out. But in 1911, with the awakening of a new spirit in the political and social life of Russia, a new impetus was given to the activities of the Bolsheviki. The first socialist daily paper, Pravda, The Truth, was one of their efforts. In 1913 the Bolsheviki sent 6 representatives to the Duma. At the outbreak of the war Lenin was in Krakow. Like other revolutionary leaders he was compelled to live in exile. He went to Switzerland where he remained until the news of the successful revolution caused his return to Russia. On his arrival in Petrograd he gathered together his followers and began the agitation in favor of the Bolshevist program and of peace. The first sign of the conflict between the Provisional Government and the Soviet arose in connection with the joint note sent to the Allies by the Provisional Government on May 1. This note was signed by Foreign Secretary Milyukov. It declared, among other things, that the Provisional Government would maintain a strict regard for its engagements with the Allies of Russia. The document aroused strong disapproval among many members of the Council of the Soviet, and serious anti-government demonstrations occurred in Petrograd on May 3 and 4. These demonstrations were directed distinctly against Milyukov. Detachments of soldiers and workmen gathered in front of the headquarters of the Provisional Government, carrying banners, with inscriptions, "Down with Milyukov." Down with the Provisional Government. Milyukov appealed to the crowd for confidence, and his words were greeted with hearty cheering. The Soviet Council ultimately voted confidence in the government by a narrow margin of 35 in a total of 2,500. But the agitation against the government persisted, and on May 16 Milyukov resigned. General Kornilov, commander of the Petrograd garrison, and Guchkov, Minister of War, finding their control of the army weakened by the interference of the Soviet Council, also resigned. The situation became critical. As a result of this agitation a new coalition government was formed. Prince Lvov remained Prime Minister. Tereshchenko became Foreign Minister. Most significant of all, Kerensky became the Minister of War. The new government issued a new declaration of policy, promising a firm support of the war with Germany, and an effort to call together at the earliest possible date a constituent assembly to deal with questions of land and of finance. This manifesto was received coldly by the Soviets and their press. It was at this time that the Allies sent special missions to Russia to aid the Russian government in forwarding the fight against the common enemy. The American mission to Russia was headed by Elihu Root, former Secretary of State. It was cordially received, and housed in the former Winter Palace of the Tsar. On June 15 the American ambassador, David R. Francis presented the Root mission to the Council of Ministers in the Mariinsky Palace, and Mr. Root made an eloquent address, declaring the sympathy of the American Republic with the new Russian democracy. He declared that the liberty of both nations was in danger. The armed forces of military autocracy are at the gates of Russia and the Allies. The triumph of Germans will mean the death of liberty in Russia. No enemy is at the gates of America, but America has come to realize that the triumph of German arms means the death of liberty in the world. At Moscow, Mr. Root addressed representatives of the Zemstvo and the local council of the workmen and soldiers. He was warmly applauded, and on motion of the mayor a telegram was sent to President Wilson, thanking him for sending the Root Commission to Russia. The Root mission returned to the United States early in August and reported to Washington August 12. At a public reception given by the citizens of New York, Senator Root expressed supreme confidence in the stability of the revolution. On July 1, inspired by Kerensky, and under the personal leadership of General Kornilov, the Russian army began an offensive in Galicia. It first met with complete success, capturing Halich, and sweeping forward close to Dolina in the Carpathian foothills. Then under a very slight hostile German pressure, the Russian armies, immediately to the north and south of Kornilov's army, broke and ran. This action was directly traced to orders subversive of discipline, emanating from the Petrograd Soviet. Kornilov's army was compelled to retire, and by July 21 was in full retreat from Galicia. The Russian mutiny spread. Regiments refused to fight or to obey their officers. One of the most picturesque episodes of this phase of the war was the formation of a woman's regiment, known as the Command of Death, which was reviewed at Petrograd June 21, by Minister of War, Kerensky. In front of the barracks assigned to this regiment a visitor found posted at the gate a little blue-eyed sentry in a soldier's khaki blouse, short breeches, green forage cap, ordinary woman's black stockings and neat shoes. The sentry was Maria Skridlov, daughter of Admiral Skridlov, former commander of the Baltic Fleet and Minister of Marines. In the courtyard 300 girls were drilling, mostly between 18 and 25 years old, of good physique and many of them pretty. They wore their hair short or had their heads entirely shaved. They were drilling under the instruction of a male sergeant of the Volinsky regiment, and marched to an exaggerated goose-step. The girl commander, Lieutenant Bichkarev, explained that most of the recruits were from the higher educational academies, with a few peasants, factory girls and servants. Some married women were accepted, but none who had children. The Battalion of Death distinguished itself on the field, setting an example of courage to the mutinous regiments during the retreat of Brusilov. With the army thus demoralized, the Russian Revolution encountered a perilous period toward the end of July 1917, and civil war or anarchy seemed almost at hand. When out of the depths of the national spirit there arose a new revolution to save the situation and to maintain order. The country was everywhere the scene of riotous disturbances. Anarchists, radicals, and monarchists seemed to be working hand in hand to precipitate a reign of terror, when once more Kerensky saved the situation. On July 20 it was announced that the premier, Prince Lvov, had resigned, and that Alexander Kerensky had been appointed premier, but would also retain his portfolio as Minister of War. A new government was quickly formed. Kerensky was made practical dictator, and his government received the complete endorsement of a joint Congress of the Soviets and the Council of Peasant Delegates. Kerensky acted with the utmost vigor. Orders were given to fire on deserters and warrants issued for the arrest of revolutionary agitators whoever they might be. Rear Admiral Verdovsky, commander of the Baltic Fleet, was seized for communicating a secret government telegram to sailors' committees. Agitators from the Soviet were arrested, charged with inciting the Peterhof troops against the federal government. On July 22, the following resolution was passed by the Joint Congress. Recognizing that the country is menaced by a military debacle on the front and by anarchy at home, it is resolved. 1. That the country and the revolution are in danger. 2. That the provisional government is proclaimed the government of national safety. 3. That unlimited powers are accorded the government for re-establishing the organization and discipline of the army for a fight to a finish against the enemies of public order. And for the realization of the whole program embodied in the governmental program just announced. The reorganization of the councils of the All Russia, and workmen's and peasants' organizations on the 23rd, issued a ringing address to the army denouncing its mutinous spirit and warning it of the inevitable result. The provisional government also issued a proclamation on July 22, charging that the disorders were precipitated to bring about a counter-revolution by the enemies of the country. But the army was demoralized. It disregarded discipline and refused to recognize military rule. A general retreat followed. The Germans and Austrians steadily advanced through Galicia and crossed the frontier before the Russian armies could be forced to make a stand. The death penalty for treason or mutiny was restored in the army on July 25, when Kerensky threatened to resign unless this was done. On that same date the government authorized the Minister of the Interior to suspend the publication of periodicals that incite to insubordination or disobedience to orders given by the military authorities. By July 28 the situation had become more hopeful. On that day General Ruzsky, formerly Commander-in-Chief of the Northern Armies of Russia, and General Gurko, ex-commander on the Russian southwestern front, were summoned to Petrograd. Each had retired on account of the interference of the Council of Workmen and Soldiers delegates. Their return to the service was a hopeful sign. The Soviet also passed by an overwhelming majority a resolution censuring LIII, and demanding that he should be publicly tried. Charges had been made that LIII and his associates were working under German direction and financed by Germans. On August 2, Kornilov became Commander-in-Chief of the Russian Army. A disagreement in the cabinet led to its reorganization. In the new cabinet appeared again representatives of the Constitutional Democratic Party. Conditions began to show improvement from this time forth. An extraordinary National Council met at Moscow August 26, 1917. This conference consisted of 2,500 delegates representing the Duma, the Soviets, the Zemstvos, and indeed all organized Russia. Kerensky opened the conference in a speech of great length in which he reviewed the general situation, declaring that the destructive period of the revolution had passed and that the time had come to consolidate its conquests. Perhaps the most important address before the council was that made by General Kornilov, Commander-in-Chief of the Army. General Kornilov was received with prolonged cheers, which in the light of his subsequent action were especially significant. General Kornilov described with much detail the disorganization and insubordination in the army, and continued. We are implacably fighting anarchy in the army. Undoubtedly it will finally be repressed, but the danger of fresh debacles is weighing constantly on the country. The situation on the front is bad. We have lost the whole of Galicia, the whole of Bukowina, and all the fruits of our recent victories. If Russia wishes to be saved the army must be regenerated at any cost. General Kornilov then outlined the most important of the reform measures which he recommended, and concluded, I believe that the genius and the reason of the Russian people will save the country. I believe in a brilliant future for our army. I believe its ancient glory will be restored. General Kaledines, leader of the Don Cossacks, mounted the tribune and read a resolution passed by the Cossacks demanding the continuation of the war until complete victory was attained. He defied the extreme radicals. Who saved you from the Bolsheviki on the 14th of July? He asked contemptuously. We Cossacks have been free men. We are not made drunk by our newfound liberties and are unblind by party or program. We tell you plainly and categorically, remove yourselves from the place which you have neither the ability or the courage to fill, and let better men than yourselves step in, or take the consequences of your folly. The conference took no definite action, being invested with no authority. But it served to bring out clearly the line of cleavage between the radical or socialistic element represented by Kerensky and the conservatives represented by the generals of the army. Immediately on the heels of the Moscow conference an important German advance was made in the direction of Riga, the most important Russian Baltic port. In spite of a vigorous defense the Germans captured the city. The loss of Riga intensified the political excitement in Russia, and produced a profound crisis. A wave of unrest spread throughout the country. The Grand Duke Michael, and the Grand Duke Paul with their families, were arrested on a charge of conspiracy. The provisional government was charged with responsibility of the collapse of the army. It was on September 9 that the storm broke, and General Kornilov, the commander-in-chief of the Russian armies, raised the flag of revolt against the provisional government. The details of the revolt are as follows. At 1 o'clock Saturday afternoon, Deputy Lvov, of the Duma, called upon Premier Kerensky, and declared that he had come as the representative of General Kornilov to demand the surrender of all power into Kornilov's hands. Lvov said that this demand did not emanate from Kornilov only but was supported by an organization of Duma members, Moscow industrial interests, and other conservatives. This group, said Lvov, did not object to Kerensky personally, but demanded that he transfer the portfolio of war to Savinkov, Assistant Minister of War, who all along had supported Kornilov. If you agree, Lvov added, we invite you to come to headquarters and meet General Kornilov, giving you a solemn guarantee that you will not be arrested. Premier Kerensky replied that he could not believe Kornilov to be guilty of such an act of treason, and that he would communicate with him directly. In an exchange of telegrams Kornilov confirmed fully to the premier his demands. Kerensky promptly placed Lvov under arrest, denounced Kornilov as a traitor and deposed him from his position as commander-in-chief, General Klembovsky being appointed in his place. General Kornilov responded to the order of dismissal by moving an army against the capital. Martial law was declared in Moscow and in Petrograd. Kerensky assumed the functions of commander-in-chief and took military measures to defend Petrograd and resist the rebels. On the 12th it was clear that the Kornilov revolt had failed to receive the expected support. Kornilov advanced toward Petrograd, and occupied China, 30 miles southwest of the capital, but there was no bloodshed. On the night of the 13th, General Alexeyev demanded Kornilov's unconditional surrender, and the revolt collapsed. Kornilov was arrested and the provisional government reconstituted on stronger lines. After the so-called Kornilov revolt, the Russian Revolution assumed a form which might almost be called stable. A democratic Congress met at Moscow, September 27, and adopted a resolution providing for a preliminary parliament to consist of 231 members, of whom 110 were to represent the zemstvos and the towns. The Congress refused its sanction to a coalition cabinet in which the constitutional Democrats should participate, but Kerensky practically defied the Congress, and named a coalition cabinet, in which several portfolios were held by members of the Constitutional Democratic Party. The new government issued a statement declaring that it had three principal aims: to raise the fighting power of the army and navy, to bring order to the country by fighting anarchy, to call the Constituent Assembly as soon as possible. The Constituent Assembly was called to assemble in December. It was to consist of 732 delegates to be elected by popular vote. Meantime, agitation against the coalition government continued. On November 1, the Premier issued a statement through the Associated Press, to all the newspapers of the Entente, which conveyed the information that he almost despaired of restoring civil law in the distracted country. He said that he felt that help was needed urgently and that Russia asked it as her right. Russia has fought consistently since the beginning, he said. She saved France and England from disaster early in the war. She is worn out by the strain and claims as her right that the Allies now shoulder the burden. On November 7, an armed insurrection against the coalition government and Premier Kerensky was precipitated by the Bolsheviki faction. The revolt was headed by Leon Trotsky, president of the Central Executive Committee of the Petrograd Council, with Nicholas Lenin, the Bolsheviki leader. The revolutionists seized the offices of the telephone and telegraph companies and occupied the State Bank and the Marie Palace where the preliminary parliament had been sitting. The garrison at Petrograd espoused the cause of the Bolsheviki and complete control was seized with comparatively little fighting. The government troops were quickly overpowered, except at the Winter Palace, whose chief guardians were the Women's Battalion, and the military cadets. The Women's Battalion fought bravely, and suffered terribly, and with the military cadets who also remained true, held the palace for several hours. The Bolsheviki brought up armored cars and the cruiser Aurora, and turned the guns of the fortress of SS, Peter and Paul upon the palace before its defenders would surrender. That evening the Revolutionary Committee issued a characteristic proclamation, denouncing the government of Kerensky as opposed to the government and the people, and calling upon the soldiers in the army to arrest their officers if they did not at once join the revolution. They announced the following program. First, the offer of an immediate democratic peace. Second, the immediate handing over of large proportional lands to the peasants. Third, the transmission of all authority to the Council of Workmen's and Soldiers' delegates. Fourth, the honest convocation of the Constituent Assembly. At a meeting of the council, Trotsky declared that the government no longer existed, and introduced LIII as an old comrade whom he welcomed back. LIII was received with prolonged cheers, and said, "Now we have a revolution. The peasants and workmen control the government. This is only a preliminary step toward a similar revolution everywhere." Proclamation after proclamation came from the new government. In one of them it was stated, M. Kerensky has taken flight, and all military bodies have been empowered to take all possible measures to arrest Kerensky and bring him back to Petrograd. All complicity with Kerensky will be dealt with as high treason. A Bolsheviki cabinet was named. The premier was Nicholas Lenine, the foreign minister, Leon Trotsky. The other cabinet members were all Bolsheviki, including Babenko, a Kronstadt sailor, of the Committee on War and Marine, and Shliapnikov, a laborer, who was Minister of Labor. Lenine's personality has already been described. Trotsky, the chief aide of Lenine's rebellion, had been living in New York City 3 months before the Tsar was overthrown, but he had previously been expelled from Germany, France, Switzerland and Spain. His real name was Labor Bronstein, and he was born in the Russian government of Kherson, near the Black Sea. When the insurrection occurred, Kerensky succeeded in escaping from Petrograd, and persuaded about 2,000 Cossacks, several hundred military cadets, and a contingent of artillery, to fight under his banner. He advanced toward Petrograd, but his forces were greatly outnumbered by the Bolsheviki. At Tsarskoye Selo a battle took place, the Kerensky troops met defeat, and its leader saved himself by flight. At Moscow the entire city passed into the control of the Bolsheviki but not without severe fighting in which more than 3,000 people were slain. On the collapse of the Kerensky government conditions throughout Russia became chaotic. Ukraine declared its independence, and Finland also severed its connection with Russia. General Kaledines declared against the Bolsheviki, and organized an army to save the country. Siberia, Bessarabia, Lithuania, the Caucasus and other districts declared their complete independence of the central government. The Bolsheviki, in control at Petrograd, opened negotiations with the Central Powers for an armistice along the entire front from the Baltic to Asia Minor, and on December 17, such an armistice went into effect. Meanwhile they began negotiations for a treaty of peace. General Dukhalin, the commander-in-chief, on November 20, was ordered by Lenine to propose the armistice. To this request he made no reply, and on November 21, he was deposed and Ensign Krylenko was appointed the new commander-in-chief. General Dukhalin was subsequently murdered, by being thrown from a train after the Bolsheviki seized the general headquarters. Trotsky sent a note to the representatives of neutral powers in Petrograd, informing them of his proposal for an armistice, and stating, "The consummation of an immediate peace is demanded in all countries, both belligerent and neutral. The Russian government counts on the firm support of workmen in all countries in this struggle for peace." Lenine, however, declared that Russia did not contemplate a separate peace with Germany, and that the Russian government, before agreeing to an armistice, would communicate with the Allies and make a certain proposal to the imperialistic governments of France and England, rejection of which would place them in open opposition to the wishes of their own people. A period of turmoil followed. In the meantime elections for the Constituent Assembly were held. The result in Petrograd was announced as 272,000 votes for the Bolsheviki, 211,000 for the Constitutional Democrats, and 116,000 for the Social Revolutionaries, showing that the Bolsheviki failed to attain a majority. Notwithstanding the prevailing chaos, the Lenin-Trotsky government persisted in negotiations for an armistice, and it was arranged that the first conference be held at the German headquarters at Brest-Litovsk. The Russian delegates were Kamenev, whose real name was Rosenfeld, a well-known Bolshevist leader, Sokolnikov, a sailor, Bithenko, a soldier, and Mstislavsky, who had formerly been librarian to the general staff, but who was now a strong socialist. Representatives were present of Germany, Austria-Hungary, Turkey and Bulgaria. After many interchanges of opinion, a suspension of hostilities for 10 days was authorized, to be utilized in bringing to a conclusion negotiations for an armistice. On December 7 it was announced from Petrograd that for the first time since the war not a shot was fired on the Russian front. Foreign Secretary Trotsky, on the 6th of December, notified the Allied embassies in Petrograd of these negotiations and added that the armistice would be signed only on condition that the troops should not be transferred from one front to another. He announced that negotiations had been suspended to afford the Allied governments opportunity to define their attitude toward the peace negotiation, that is, their willingness or refusal to participate in negotiations for an armistice and peace. In case of refusal, they must declare clearly and definitely before all mankind the aims for which the peoples of Europe had been called to shed their blood during the 4th year of the war. No official replies were made to this note. On December 7, Generals Kaledines and Kornilov raised the standard of revolt, but reports indicated that the Bolsheviki were extending their control over all Russia. A meeting of the Constituent Assembly took place on December 11. Less than 50 of the 600 delegates attended. Meanwhile, the negotiations for an armistice continued. On December 16 an agreement was reached and an armistice signed, to continue from December 17 to January 14, 1918. Illustration, map, all of Europe and Asia, showing the Trans-Siberian Railway and other railroads. Russia's great railway link between Vladivostok and the Arctic Ocean. The Czechoslovaks took possession of long stretches of the Trans-Siberian Railroad. Japan lent her aid in the east, and American and Allied troops swept down from the Murman coast in the northwest. Within the first month in which the Bolsheviki conducted the government, numerous edicts of a revolutionary character were issued. Class titles, distinctions and privileges were abolished. The corporate property of nobles, merchants and burgesses was to be handed over to the state, as was all church property, lands, money and precious stones. And religious instruction was to cease in the schools. Strikes were in progress everywhere, and disorder was rampant. Kornilov, Tereshchenko and other associates of Kerensky, were imprisoned in the fortress of SS Peter and Paul. The Cadet Party was outlawed by decree and the houses of its leaders raided. On January 8, 1918, it was announced that the Bolsheviki had determined that all loans and treasury bonds held by foreign subjects, abroad or in Russia, were repudiated. During this period the Bolsheviki's foreign secretary astonished the world by making public the secret treaties between Russia and foreign governments in the early years of the war. These treaties dealt with the proposed annexation by Russia of the Dardanelles, Constantinople and certain areas in Asia Minor, with the French claim on Alsace-Lorraine and the left bank of the Rhine. With offers to Greece, for the purpose of inducing her to assist Serbia, with plans to alter her western boundaries, with the British and Russian control of Persia, and with Italy's desire to annex certain Austrian territories. These treaties had been seized upon the Bolsheviki assumption of power, and were now repudiated by the new government. During the period of the armistice, Lenin began his move for a separate peace, in spite of the formal protests of the Allied representatives at Petrograd. The first sitting took place on Saturday, December 22, 1917. Among the delegates were Dr. Richard von Kuhlmann, Foreign Minister, and General Hoffmann, of Germany, Count Chernin, Foreign Minister of Austria-Hungary, Minister Kopov, of Bulgaria. Nesimi Bey, former Foreign Minister of Turkey, and a large delegation from Russia, composed of Bolshevist leaders. Dr. von Kuhlmann was chosen as the presiding officer and made the opening speech. The Russian peace demands and the German counterproposals were then read and considered. The German proposals proved unacceptable to Russia, and a second session of the peace conference was held at Brest-Litovsk on January 10, 1918. Trotsky himself attended this meeting as one of the representatives from Russia, and there was also a representative from Ukraine, which had declared its independence, and was allowed to join the conference. General Hoffmann protested strongly against the Russian endeavor to make appeals of a revolutionary character to the German troops. Illustration, map, Europe and Eastern Asia. Russia as partitioned by the Brest-Litovsk Treaty. The armistice having expired, it was agreed it should be continued to February 12. After a long and acrimonious debate, the conference broke up in a clash over the evacuation of the Russian provinces. On January 24 it was announced that the Russian delegates to the peace conference had unanimously decided to reject the German terms. They stated that when they asked Germany's final terms, General Hoffmann of the German delegation had replied by opening a map and pointing out a line from the shores of the Gulf of Finland to the east of the Moon Sound Islands, to Vok. To the west of Minsk, to Brest-Litovsk, thus eliminating Kurland and all the Baltic provinces. Asked the terms of the Central Powers in regard to the territories south of Brest-Litovsk, General Hoffmann replied that was a question which they would discuss only with Ukraine. M. Kamenev asked, "Supposing we do not agree to such condition, what are you going to do?" General Hoffmann's answer was, "Within a week we would occupy Reval." On January 27, Trotsky made his report to the Soviets at Petrograd. After a thorough explanation of the peace debates, he declared that the government of the Soviets could not sign such a peace. It was then decided to demobilize the Russian army and withdraw from the war. Illustration, map. General map of the Baltic Sea. With the collapse of Russia, German forces advanced from Riga, along the Gulf of Finland, occupying Reval and threatening Petrograd. Final sessions of the Peace Congress were resumed at Brest-Litovsk January 29. A peace treaty was made between the Central Powers and the Ukraine, and the Bolsheviki yielded to the German demands without signing a treaty. Meanwhile, the Russian Constituent Assembly, which met at Petrograd on January 19, was dissolved on January 20 by the Bolsheviki Council. Disorders continued throughout all Russia and counter-revolutionary movements were started at many places. On February 18, the day when the armistice agreement between Russia and the Central Powers expired, German forces began a new invasion of Russia. The next day the Bolshevist government issued a statement, announcing that Russia would be compelled to sign a peace. The German advance went on rapidly, and many important Russian cities were occupied. On February 24, the Bolshevist government announced that peace terms had been accepted, and a treaty was signed at Brest-Litovsk on March 3. On March 14 the All-Russia Council of Soviets voted to ratify the treaty, after an all-night sitting. Lenin pronounced himself in favor of accepting the German terms. Trotsky stood for war, but did not attend the meetings of the council. Lenin defended the step by pointing out that the country was completely unable to offer resistance, and that peace was indispensable for the completion of the social war in Russia. The new treaty dispossessed Russia of territories amounting to nearly 1/4 of the area of European Russia, and inhabited by 1/3 of Russia's total population. Trotsky resigned on account of his opposition to the treaty and was succeeded by M. Chicherin. He became chairman of the Petrograd Labor Commune. The treaty between Russia and the Central Powers was formally denounced by the premiers and foreign ministers of Great Britain, France, and Italy, and was not recognized by the Allied nations. A final revocation of its provisions by both sides did not put an end to the military operations of the Central Powers in Russia, nor did the Russians cease to make feeble and sporadic attempts at resistance. Germany was forced to keep large bodies of troops along the Russian front, but formally Russia's part in the war had come to an end. Illustration, photograph. 3 messengers of destruction for Trieste. This remarkable photograph was taken from one French aeroplane just as another had released 3 aerial torpedoes in a combined bombing and Observation raid on Trieste. The Great Austrian Naval Base. The photograph itself, showing details of enemy activity on the waterfront, was of considerable value to the intelligence division of the Italian Army. Illustration, photograph. Copyright G.E.V. Buck, Washington, D.C. The cargo submarine Deutschland. Shortly before the United States entered the war, Germany sent over a merchant submarine with a cargo of dyestuffs and drugs. An implied threat which was later realized in the U-boat attacks on the American coast. Chapter 32. Germany's object lesson to the United States. During the first 2 years of the war, many Americans, especially those in the West, observed the great events which were happening with great interest, no doubt, but with a feeling of detachment. The war was a long way off. The Atlantic Ocean separated Europe from America, and it seemed almost absurd to think that the Great War could ever affect us. In the year 1916, however, 2 events happened which seemed to bring the war to our door. The first was the arrival at Baltimore, on July 9, of the Deutschland, a German submarine of great size, built entirely for commercial purposes, and the second was the appearance, on the 7th of October, of a German war submarine in the harbor at Newport, Rhode Island, and its exploit on the following day when it sunk a number of British and neutral vessels just outside the 3-mile line on the Atlantic coast. The performances of these 2 vessels were equally suggestive, but the popular feeling with regard to what they had done was very divergent. The voyage of the Deutschland roused the widest admiration, but the action of the U-53 stirred up the deepest indignation. Yet the voyages of each showed with equal clearness that, however much America might consider herself separated from the Great War, the new scientific invention, the submarine, had annihilated space, and America, too, was now but a neighbor of the nations at war. The voyage of the Deutschland was a romance in itself. It was commanded by Captain Paul Koenig, a German officer of the old school. He had been captain of the Schleswig of the North German Lloyd, and of other big liners. When the power of the British fleet drove German commerce from the seas, he had found himself without a job, and, as he phrased it, was drifting about the country like a derelict. One day, in September, 1915, he was asked to meet Herr Alfred Lohmann, an agent of the North German Lloyd Line, and surprised by an offer to navigate a submarine cargo ship from Germany to America. Captain Koenig, who seems to have been in every way an admirable personage, at once consented. He has told us the story of his trip in his interesting book called The Voyage of the Deutschland. The Deutschland itself was 300 feet long, 30 feet wide, and carried 1,000 tons of cargo and a crew of 29 men. It cost $500,000, but paid for itself in the first trip. According to Captain Koenig, the voyage on the whole seems to have been most enjoyable. He understood his boat well and had watched its construction. Before setting out on his voyage he carefully trained his crew, and experimented with the Deutschland until he was thoroughly familiar with all its peculiarities. The cargo was composed of dyestuffs, and the ship was well supplied with provisions and comforts. In his description of the trip he lays most emphasis upon the discomfort resulting from heavy weather and from storms. He was able to avoid all danger from hostile ships by the very simple process of diving. No English ship approached him closely as he was always able to see them from a distance, usually observing their course by means of their smoke. One of his liveliest adventures, however, occurred when attempting to submerge suddenly during a heavy sea on the appearance of a destroyer. The destroyer apparently never observed the Deutschland, but in the endeavor to dive quickly the submarine practically stood on its head, and dived down into the mud, where it found itself held fast. Captain Koenig, however, was equal to the emergency, and by balancing and trimming the tanks he finally restored the center of gravity and released his boat. A considerable portion of his trip was passed upon the surface as he only submerged when there was suspicion of danger. According to his story, his men kept always in the highest spirits. They had plenty of music, and doubtless appreciated the extraordinary nature of their voyage. An amusing incident during the trip was the attempt to camouflage his ship by a framework, made of canvas and so constructed as to give the outline of a steamer. One day a hostile steamer appeared in the distance and Captain Koenig proceeded to test his disguise. After great difficulties, especially in connection with the production of smoke, he finally had the whole construction fairly at work. The steamer, which had been peacefully going its way, on seeing the new ship suddenly changed her course and steered directly toward the Deutschland. It evidently took the Deutschland for some kind of a wreck and was hurrying to give it assistance. Captain Koenig at once pulled off his superstructure and revealed himself as a submarine, and the strange vessel veered about and hurried off as fast as it could. On the arrival of the Deutschland in America, Captain Koenig and his crew found their difficulties over. All arrangements had been made by representatives of the North German LIII for their safety and comfort. As they ran up Chesapeake Bay, they were greeted by the whistles of the neutral steamers that they passed. The moving picture companies immortalized the crew and they were treated with the utmost hospitality. The Allied governments protested that the Deutschland was really a war vessel, and on the 12th of July a commission of 3 American naval officers was sent down from Washington to make an investigation. The investigation showed the Deutschland was absolutely unarmed and the American government decided not to interfere. The position of the Allies was that a submarine, even though without guns or torpedoes, was practically a vessel of war from its very nature. And for it to pretend to be a merchant vessel was as if some great German man-of-war should dismount its guns and pass them over to some tender and then undertake to visit an American port. They argued that if the submarine would come out from harbor it might be easily fitted with detachable torpedo tubes, and become as dangerous as any U-boat. Even without arms it might easily sink an unarmed merchant vessel by ramming. But the United States was not convinced, and American citizens rather admired the genial captain. His return was almost as uneventful as his voyage out. At the very beginning he had trouble in not being able to rise after an experimental dive. This misadventure was caused by a plug of mud which had stopped up the opening of the manometer. But the difficulty was overcome, and he was able to pass under water between the British ships which were on the lookout. His return home was a triumph. Hundreds of thousands of people gathered along the banks of the Weser, filled with the greatest enthusiasm. Poems were written in his honor and his appearance was everywhere greeted with enthusiastic applause. The Germans felt sure that through the Deutschland and similar boats they had broken the British blockade. Captain Koenig made a second voyage, landing at New London, Connecticut, on November 1, where he took on a cargo of rubber, nickel and other valuable commodities. On November 16, in attempting to get away to sea, he met with a collision with the tug T. Scott, Jr., and had to return to New London for repairs. He concluded his voyage, however, without difficulty. In spite of his success, the Germans did not make any very great attempt to develop a fleet of submarine cargo boats. The other German act which brought home to Americans the possibilities of the submarine, the visit of the U-53, was a very different sort of matter. U-53 was a German submarine of the largest type. On October 7, 1916, it made a sudden appearance at Newport, and its captain, Lieutenant Captain Hans Rose, was entertained as if he were a welcome guest. He sent a letter to the German ambassador at Washington and received visitors in his beautiful boat. The U-53 was a war submarine, 213 feet long, with 2 deck guns and 4 torpedo tubes. It had been engaged in the war against Allied commerce in the Mediterranean. Captain Rose paid formal visits to Rear Admiral Austin Knight, commander of the United States 2nd Naval District, stationed at Newport, and Rear Admiral Albert Gleaves, commander of the American destroyer flotilla at that place. And then set out secretly to his destination. On the next day the news came in that the U-53 had sunk 5 merchant vessels. These were the Strathdean, which was torpedoed, the West Point, a British freighter, also torpedoed. The Stefano, a passenger liner between New York and Halifax, which the submarine attempted to sink by opening its sea valves but was finally torpedoed, the Blommersdijk, a Dutch freighter, and the Christian Knutsen, a Norwegian boat. The American steamer Kansan was also stopped, but allowed to proceed. When the submarine began its work, wireless signals soon told what was happening, and Admiral Knight, with the Newport destroyer flotilla, hurried to the rescue. These destroyers picked up 216 men and acted with such promptness that not a single life was lost. The action of the U-53 produced intense excitement in America. The newspapers were filled with editorial denunciation, and the people were roused to indignation. The American government apparently took the ground that the Germans were acting according to law and according to their promise to America. They had given warning in each case and allowed the crews of the vessels which they sunk to take to their boats. This was believed to be a fulfillment of their pledge, not to sink merchant vessels without warning and without saving human lives, unless the ship attempts to escape or offers resistance. The general feeling, however, of American public opinion was that it was a brutal act. In the case of the Stefano there were 94 passengers. These, together with the crew, were placed adrift in boats at 8 o'clock in the evening, in a rough sea 60 miles away from the nearest land. If the American destroyer fleet had not rushed to the rescue, it is extremely likely that a great many of these boats would never have reached land. The German government did not save these human lives. It was the American Navy which did that. But, technicalities aside, the pride of the American people was wounded. They could not tolerate a situation in which American men of war should stand idly by and watch a submarine in a leisurely manner sink ships engaged in American trade whose passengers and crews contained many American citizens. It was another one of those foolish things that Germans were constantly doing, which gave them no appreciable military advantage, but stirred up against them the sentiment of the world. The Germans perhaps were anxious to show the power of the submarines, and to give America an object lesson in that power. They wished to make plain that they could destroy overseas trade, and that if the United States should endeavor to send troops across the water they would be able to sink those troops. The Germans probably never seriously contemplated a blockade of the American coast. The U-53 returned to its base and the danger was ended. American commerce went peacefully on, and the net result of the German audacity was in the increase of bitterness in the popular feeling toward the German methods. Chapter 33. America transformed by war. When Germany threw down the gauge of battle to the civilized world, the German High Command calculated that the long, rigorous and thorough military training to which every male German had submitted would make a military force invincible in the field. The High Command believed that a nation so trained would carve out victory after victory and would end the World War before any nation could train its men sufficiently to check the Teutonic rush. To that theory was opposed the democratic conception that the free nations of Earth could train their young men intensively for 6 months and send these vigorous free men into the field to win the final decision over the hosts of autocracy. These antagonistic theories were tried out to a finish in the World War, and the theory of democracy, developed in the training camps of America, Canada, Australia, Britain, France and Italy, triumphed. Especially in the training camps of America was the German theory disproved. There within 6 months the best fighting troops on Earth were developed and trained in the most modern of wartime practices. Everything that Germany could devise found its answer in American ingenuity, American endurance and American skill. The entrance of America into the tremendous conflict on April 6, 1917 was followed immediately by the mobilization of the entire nation. Business and industry of every character were represented in the Council of National Defense, which acted as a great central functioning organization for all industries and agencies connected with the prosecution of the war. Executives of rare talent commanding high salaries tendered their services freely to the government. These were the $a-year men whose productive genius was to bear fruit in the clothing, arming, provisioning, munitioning and transportation of 4 million men and the conquest of Germany by a veritable avalanche of war material. Out of the ranks of business and science came Hurley, Schwab, Pease, Kuhnle to drive forward a record-breaking shipbuilding program, Stettinius to speed up the manufacture of munitions, John W. Ryan to coordinate and accelerate the manufacture of airplanes, Vance C. McCormick and Dr. Alonzo E. Taylor to solve the problems of the War Trade Board, Hoover to multiply food production. To conserve food supplies and to place the army and citizenry of America upon food rations while maintaining the morale of the Allies through scientific food distribution and a host of other patriotic civilians who put the resources of the nation behind the military and naval forces opposed to Germany. Every available loom was put at work to make cloth for the army and the navy. The leather market was drained of its supplies to shoe our forces with were adapted to the drastic requirements of modern warfare. German capital invested in American plants was placed under the jurisdiction of a Mitchell Palmer as alien property custodian. German ships were seized and transformed into American transports. Physicians over military age set a glorious example of patriotic devotion by their enlistment in thousands. Lawyers and citizens generally in the same category as to age entered the office of the Judge Advocate General or the ranks of the 4-Minute Men or the American Protective League, which rendered great service to the country in exposing German propaganda and in placing would-be slackers in military service. Bankers led the mighty Liberty Loan and War Savings Stamp drives and unselfishly placed the resources of their institutions at the service of the government. Women and children rallied to the flag with an intensity of purpose, sacrifice and effort that demonstrated how completely was the heart of America in the war. Work in shops, fields, hospitals, Red Cross workrooms and elsewhere was cheerfully and enthusiastically performed, and the sacrifices of food rationing, higher prices, lightless nights, gasolineless Sundays, diminished steam railway and trolley service were accepted with a multitude of minor inconvenience without a murmur. Congress had a free hand in making appropriations. The country approved without a minute's hesitation bills for taxation that in other days would have brought ruin to the political party proposing them. Billions were voted to departments where hundreds of thousands had been the rule. Illustration: Map of the United States. The United States and Armed Camp. The map shows the location of the camps where the National Army and the National Guard were trained for war. Afterwards the entire forces were known as the United States Army. The true temper of the American people was carefully hidden from the German people by the German newspapers acting under instructions from the imperial government. Instead of the truth, false reports were printed in the newspapers of Berlin and elsewhere that the passage of the American conscription law had been followed by rioting and rebellion in many places and that fully 50% of the American people was opposed to the declaration of war. The fact that the Selective Service Act passed in May, 1917, was accepted by everybody in this country as a wholly equitable and satisfactory law did not permeate into Germany until the first American expeditionary force had actually landed in France. America's fighting power was demonstrated conclusively to the Germanic intellect at Sicapri, Bourèches Wood, Belleau Wood, Château-Thierry, and in the forest of the Argonne. Especially was it demonstrated when it came to fighting in small units, or in individual fighting. The highly disciplined and highly trained German soldiers were absolutely unfitted to cope with Americans, Canadians and Australians when it came to matching individual against individual, or small group against small group. This was shown in the wild reaches of the forest of the Argonne. There the machine gun nests of the Germans were isolated and demolished speedily. Small parties of Germans were stalked and run down by the relentless Americans. On the other hand, the Germans could make no headway against the American troops operating in the forest. The famous Lost Battalion of the 308th United States Infantry penetrated so far in advance of its supports that it was cut off for 4 days without food, water or supplies of munitions in the Argonne. The enemy had cut its line of communication and was enforced both in front and in the rear. Yet the Lost Battalion, comprising 2 companies armed with rifles and the French automatic rifle known as the Chauchat gun, called by the doughboys Show, held out against the best the overpowering forces of the Germans could send against them, and were ultimately rescued from their dangerous position. The training of the Americans was also in modern efficiency that made America prominent in the world of industry. The reduction of the German salient at St. Mihiel was an object lesson to the Germans in American methods. General Pershing, commanding that operation in person, assembled the newspaper correspondents the day before the drive. Maps were shown, giving the extent and locale of the attack. The correspondents were invited to follow the American troops and a time schedule for the advance was given to the various corps commanders. In that operation, 152 square miles of territory and 72 villages were captured outright. For the reduction of the German defenses and for the creeping barrage preceding the American advance, more than 1,500,000 shells were fired by the artillery. Approximately 100,000 detail maps and 40,000 photographs prepared largely from aerial observations, were issued for the guidance of the artillery and the infantry. These maps and photographs detailed all the natural and artificial defenses of the entire salient. More than 5,000 miles of telephone wire was laid by American engineers immediately preceding the attack, and as the Americans advanced on the morning of the battle, September 12, 1918, 6,000 telephone instruments were connected with this wire. 10,000 men were engaged in operating the hastily constructed telephone system, 3,000 carrier pigeons supplemented this work. During the battle, American airplanes swept the skies clear of enemy aircraft and signaled instructions to the artillery, besides attacking the moving infantry, artillery and supply trains of the enemy. So sure were the Americans of their success that moving picture operators took more than 10,000 feet of moving picture film showing the route of the Germans. 4,800 trucks carried food, men and munitions into the lines. Miles of American railroads, both of standard and narrow gauge, carrying American-made equipment, assisted in the transportation of men and supplies. Hospital facilities including 35 hospital trains, 16,000 beds in the advanced sector, and 55,000 other beds back of the fighting line, were prepared. Less than 10% of this hospital equipment was used. As the direct consequence of this preparation, which far outstripped anything that any other nation had attempted in a similar offensive, the Americans with a remarkably small casualty list took 15,188 prisoners, 111 guns. Many of them of large caliber, immense quantities of munitions and other supplies, and inflicted heavy death losses upon the fleeing Germans. 2 selective service laws operated as manhood conscription. The first of these took men between the ages of 21 and 31 years inclusive. June 5, 1917, was fixed as registration day. The total number enrolled was 9,586,508. The first selective army drawn from this number was 625,000 men. The second selective service legislation embraced all citizens between the ages of 18 and 45 inclusive, not included in the first draft. Over 13 million men enrolled on September 12, 1918. The grand total of registrants in both drafts was 23,456,021. Youths who had not completed their 19th year were set apart in a group to be called last, and men between 36 and 45 were also put in a deferred class. The government's plan was to have approximately 5 million men under arms before the summer of 1919. The German armistice on November 11 found 4 million men actually under arms and an assignment of 250,000 made to the training camps. A most important factor in the training plans of the United States was that incorporated in the organization of the Students' Army Training Corps, by which 359 American colleges and universities were taken over by the government and 150,000 young men entered these institutions for the purpose of becoming trained soldiers. The following are the conditions under which the SATC was organized. The War Department undertook to furnish officers, uniforms, rifles, and equipment, and to assign the students to military duty, after a few months either at an officers' training camp or in some technical school, or in a regular army cantonment with troops as a private, according to the degree of aptitude shown on the college campus. At the same time, a circular letter to the presidents of colleges arranged for a contract under which the government became responsible for the expense of the housing, subsistence, and instruction of the students. The preliminary arrangement contained this provision, among others. The per diem rate of $1 for subsistence and housing is to govern temporarily, pending examination of the conditions in the individual institution and a careful working out of the costs involved. The amount so fixed is calculated from the experience of this committee during the last 5 months in contracting with over 100 collegiate institutions for the housing and subsistence of over 100,000 soldiers in the National Army Training Detachment. This experience indicates that the average cost of housing is 15 to 20 cents per day, subsistence, Army ration or equivalent, 70 to 80 cents per day. The tuition charge is based on the regular per diem tuition charge of the institution in the year 1917 to 18. A permanent contract was arranged later under these governing principles. The basis of payment will be reimbursement for actual and necessary costs to the institutions for the services rendered to the government in the maintenance and instruction of the soldiers with the stated limitation as to cost of instruction. Contract price will be arrived at by agreement after careful study of the conditions in each case, in conference with authorities of the institution. The War Department will have authority to specify and control the courses of instruction to be given by the institution. The entity and power for usefulness of the institutions will be safeguarded so that when the contract ends the institutions shall be in condition to resume their functions of general education. The teaching force will be preserved so far as practicable, and this matter so treated that its members shall feel that in changing to the special intensive work desired by the government they are rendering a vital and greatly needed service. The government will ask from the institutions a specific service, that is, the housing, subsistence, and instruction along specified lines of a certain number of student soldiers. There will be no interference with the freedom of the institution in conducting other courses in the usual way. The contract will be for a fixed term, probably 9 months, subject to renewal for a further period on reasonable notice, on terms to be agreed upon and subject to cancellation on similar terms. The story of the life of the American Army behind the lines in France would fill a volume. The hospitality of the French people had something pathetic in it. They were expecting miracles of their new allies. They were war-sick. Nearly all of them had lost some father, or brother, or husband, and here came these big, hearty, joyous soldiers, full of ardor and confident of victory. It put a new spirit into all France. Their reception when they first landed was a scene of such fervor and enthusiasm as had never been known before and probably will not be known again. Soon the American soldier, in his khaki, with his wide-brimmed soft hat, became a common sight. The villagers put up bunting, calico signs, flags, and had stocks of American canned goods to show in their shop windows. The children, when bold, played with the American soldiers, and the children that were more shy ventured to go up and touch an American soldier's leg. Very old peasant ladies put on their Sunday black, and went out walking, and in some mysterious way talking with American soldiers. The village mayors turned out and made speeches, utterly incomprehensible to the American soldiers. The engineering, building and machinery works the Americans put up were astonishing. Gangs of workers went over in thousands, many of these were college men. They dug and toiled as efficiently as any laborer. One American major told with glee how a party of these young workers arrived straight from America at 3:30 p.m. and started digging at 5 a.m. next morning, and they liked it, it tickled them to death. Many of these draftees, in fact, were sick and tired of inaction in ports before their departure from America, and they welcomed work in France as if it were some great game. Perhaps the biggest work of all the Americans performed was a certain aviation camp and school. In a few months it was completed, and it was the biggest of its kind in the world. The number of airplanes used merely for training was in itself remarkable. The flying men, or boys, who had, of course, already been broken in America, did an additional course in France, and when they left the aviation camp they were absolutely ready for air fighting at the front. This was the finishing school. The aviators went through 8 distinct courses in the school. They were perfected in flying, in observation, in bombing, in machine gun firing. On even a cloudy and windy day the air overhead buzzed with these young American flyers, all getting into the pink of condition to do their stunts at the front. They lived in the camp, and it required moving heaven and earth for one of them to get leave to go even to the nearest little quiet old town. An impression of complete businesslike determination was what one got when visiting the Americans in France. A discipline even stricter than that which applied in British and French troops was in force. In towns, officers, for instance, were not allowed out after 9 p.m. Some towns where subalterns discovered the wine of the country were instantly put out of bounds. No officer, on any pretext whatsoever, was allowed to go to Paris except on official business. The postal censors who read the letters of the American Expeditionary Force were required to know 47 languages. Of these languages, the two least used were Chinese and German. The announcement of the organization of the First American Field Army was contained in the following dispatch from France, August 11, 1918. The First American Field Army has been organized. It is under the direct command of General John J. Pershing, Commander-in-Chief of the American Forces. The corps commanders thus far announced are Major Generals Liggett, Bullard, Bundy, Reed, and Wright. Illustration, chart. Key. The state of German civilian morale. Variations in Germany's military position. Decree of political unity in Germany. The food situation in North Germany. Condition of Austria-Hungary. U-boat sinkings. Monthly reports of tonnage sunk. Secretary of War's official chart. This reproduction of Secretary Baker's chart, which hung in his office at Washington, illustrates graphically Germany's success and failure in the war. The creation of the First Field Army is the first step toward the coordination of all the American forces in France. This does not mean the immediate withdrawal from the British and French commands of all American units, and it is probable that divisions will be used on the French and British fronts for weeks yet. It is understood, however, that the policy of organizing other armies will be carried out steadily. This announcement marked a milestone in the military effort of the United States. When the American troops first arrived in France, they were associated in small units with the French to get primary training. Gradually regiments began to function under French division commanders. Then American divisions were formed and trained under French corps commanders. Next, American corps began to operate under French army commanders. Finally, the first American army was created, because enough divisions and corps had been graduated from the school of experience. An American division numbers 30,000 men, and a corps consists of 6 divisions, 2 of which play the part of reserves. With auxiliary troops, air squadrons, tank sections, heavy artillery, and other branches, a corps numbers from 225,000 to 250,000 men. Illustration, chart. The main line in this graph, the heavy broken line, represents the state of civilian morale in Germany. German morale is arbitrarily regarded as standing at 100% in August 1914. 0, for the same line, is taken to be the point at which an effective majority of the German people will refuse longer to support the war. The degree of movement of this line is determined mainly by a consideration of the deflections of the secondary lines which represent the forces exerting the greatest influence on the German state of mind. Showing Germany's road to defeat. Austria's fluctuations are indicated, as well as the morale, military position, political and food conditions and undersea enterprises of Germany. The following were the general officers temporarily assigned to command. The first 5 corps. First Corps, Major General Hunter Liggett. Second Corps, Major General Robert L. Bullard. Third Corps, Major General William M. Wright. Fourth Corps, Major General George W. Reed. Fifth Corps, Major General Omar Bundy. 7 divisions and 1 separate regiment of American troops participated in the counteroffensive between Château-Thierry and Soissons and in resisting the German attack in the Champagne, it was officially stated on July 20. The 42d, or Rainbow, Division, composed of National Guard troops from 26 states and the District of Columbia, including the New York 69th Infantry, now designated as the 165th Infantry, took part in the fighting in the Champagne east of Reims. The 6 other divisions were associated with the French in the counteroffensive between Château-Thierry and Soissons. These divisions were the 1st, 2D, 3D and 4th of the regular army, the 26th National Guard Division, composed of troops from the 6 New England states, and the 28th, composed of the Pennsylvania National Guard. Marines were included in this number. The separate regiment that fought in the Champagne was a Negro unit attached to the new 93D Division, composed entirely of Negro troops. It was also announced that the 77th Division was, in the line near Lunéville, and was, operating as a division, complete under its own commander. The 42D Division had the distinction, General March announced on August 3d, of defeating the 4th Division of the crack Prussian Guards, professional soldiers of the German Standing Army, who had never before failed. General March also disclosed the fact that another American division had been sent into that part of the Reims salient where the Germans showed resistance. This was the 32D Division. The American divisions in the Reims salient, General March said, have now been put in contiguously and are actually getting together as an American force. Southeast of Firentardenois our 1st Corps is operating, with General Liggett in actual command. The organization of 12 new divisions was announced by General March, Chief of Staff, in statements made on July 24 and July 31. These divisions were numerically designated from 9 to 20, and organized at Camps Devens, Meade, Sheridan, Custer, Funston, Lewis, Logan, Kearney, Beauregard, Travis, Dodge, and Sevier. Each division had 2 infantry regiments of the regular army as nucleus, the other elements being made up of drafted men. The new divisions moved into the designated camps as the divisions already trained there moved out. The composition of an American division is as follows. 2 brigades of infantry, each consisting of 2 regiments of infantry and 1 machine gun battalion. 1 brigade of artillery, consisting of 3 regiments of field artillery, and 1 trench mortar battery. 1 regiment of engineers. 1 field signal battalion. The following trains, headquarters and military police, sanitary, supply, engineer, and ammunition. The following division units, headquarters troop and 1 machine gun battalion. Illustration, photograph, copyright International Film Service. Safe on shore at last arrival of American troops in Liverpool after defying the perils of the submarine. Note the bulk of the packs carried by each soldier in heavy marching order. Illustration, photograph, copyright International Film Service. The first of the tidal wave of khaki beginning with the handful of American soldiers who landed in France on June 8, 1917. The flood of troops poured across the ocean in ever-increasing volume until at the end of the war more than 2 million soldiers had been transported to France. Illustration, photograph. Copyright Committee on Public Information from Underwood and Underwood. Americans attacking a German trench position. Company M and Company K of the 336th Infantry, 82D Division, advance. On Germans entrenched at the edge of a woods. The 307th Engineers, 82D Division, clear the way by blowing up wire entanglements. The attacking companies can be seen rushing for the point where the breach in the wire obstacles has been made. Illustration, photograph. Photo by International Film Service. America gets into the war at Cantigny. On the morning of May 28, 1918, the 1st Division, AEF, launched its first attack, which took place at Cantigny. Within 45 minutes all objectives had been gained, serious losses inflicted on the enemy, and 200 prisoners taken. General Pershing personally directed operations. This picture shows American troops going forward under support of tanks. A general order of the War Department providing for the consolidation of all branches of the Army into one army to be known as the United States Army, was promulgated by General March on August 7. The text of the order read: 1. This country has but one army, the United States Army. It includes all the land forces in the service of the United States. Those forces, however raised, lose their identity in that of the United States Army. Distinctive appellations, such as the Regular Army, Reserve Corps, National Army, and National Guard, heretofore employed in administration command, will be discontinued, and the single term, the United States Army, will be exclusively used. 2. Orders having reference to the United States Army as divided in separate and component forces of distinct origin, or assuming or contemplating such a division, are to that extent revoked. 3. The insignia now prescribed for the regular army shall hereafter be worn by the United States Army. 4. All effective commissions purporting to be, and described therein, as commissions in the regular army, National Guard, National Army, or the Reserve Corps, shall hereafter be held to be, and regarded as commissions in the United States Army, permanent, provisional, or temporary, as fixed by the conditions of their issue. And all such commissions are hereby amended accordingly. Hereafter, during the period of the existing emergency, all commissions of officers shall be in the United States Army and in staff corps, departments, and arms of the service thereof, and shall, as the law may provide, be permanent, for a term, or for the period of the emergency. And hereafter, during the period of the existing emergency, provisional and temporary appointments in the grade of second lieutenant and temporary promotions in the regular army and appointments in the Reserve Corps will be discontinued. 5. While the number of commissions in each grade and each staff corps, department, and arm of the service shall be kept within the limits fixed by law. Officers shall be assigned without reference to the term of their commissions solely in the interest of the service. And officers and enlisted men will be transferred from one organization to another as the interests of the service may require. 6. Except as otherwise provided by law, promotion in the United States Army shall be by selection. Permanent promotions in the regular army will continue to be made as prescribed by law. Chapter 34. How Food Won the War. Food won the war. Without the American farmer, the Entente Allies must have capitulated. Wheat, beef, corn, foods of every variety, hermetically sealed in tins, were thrown into the scales on the side of the Entente Allies in sufficient quantities to tip the balance toward the side of civilization and against autocracy. Late in the fall of 1918, when victory was assured to America and the Allies, there was received this message of appreciation from General Pershing to the farmers of America, through Karl Vrooman, Assistant Secretary of Agriculture. American Expeditionary Forces, Office of the Commander-in-Chief, France, October 16, 1918. Honorable Karl Vrooman, Assistant Secretary of Agriculture, dear Mr. Vrooman, will you please convey to farmers of America our profound appreciation of their patriotic services to the country and to the Allied armies in the field. They have furnished their full quota of fighting men, they have bought largely of Liberty bonds, and they have increased their production of food crops both last year and this by over 1,000 million bushels above normal production. Food is a vital military necessity for us and for our allies. And from the day of our entry into the war, America's armies of food producers have rendered invaluable service to the Allied cause by supporting the soldiers at the front through their devoted and splendidly successful work in the fields and furrows at home. Very sincerely, John J. Pershing. This tribute to the men and women on the farms of America from the head of the American forces in France is fit recognition of the important part played by American food producers in the war. It was early recognized by all the belligerent powers that final victory was a question of national morale and national endurance. Morale could not be maintained without food. The bread lines in Petrograd gave birth to the revolution, and Russian famine was the mother of Russian terrorism. German men and women, starved of fats and sweets, deteriorated so rapidly that the crime ratio both in towns and country districts mounted appallingly. Conditions in Austria-Hungary were even worse. Acute distress arising from threatening famine was instrumental in driving Bulgaria out of the war. The whole of Central Europe indeed was in the shadow of famine, and the masses were crying out for peace at any price. On the other hand, Germany's greatest reliance for a victorious decision lay in the U-boat blockade of Great Britain, France and Italy. Though some depredations came to these countries, the submarine blockade never fully materialized, and with its failure Germany's hopes faded and died. The Entente Allies and the United States were fortunate in securing Herbert C. Hoover to administer food distribution throughout their lands and to stimulate food production by the farmers of the United States. After his signal success in the administration of the Belgian Relief Commission, Mr. Hoover became the unanimous choice of the Allies for the victualling of the militant and civilian populations after America's entrance into the World War. His work divided itself into three heads. First, stimulation of food production. Second, elimination of food wastage in the homes and public eating places of the country. Third, education of food dealers and the public in the use of such foods as were substitutes for wheat, rye, pork, beef and sugar. After long and acrimonious debates in Congress, Mr. Hoover, as Federal Food Administrator, was clothed with extraordinary powers enabling him to fulfill the purposes for which he was appointed. The ability with which he and his associates performed their work was demonstrated in the complete debacle of Bulgaria, Turkey, Austria-Hungary and Germany. These countries were starved out quite as truly as they were fought out. The concrete evidence of the Food Administration's success is shown in the subjoined table, which indicates the increase over normal in exporting of foodstuffs by the United States since it became the food reservoir for the world on account of the war. Total exports. 3-year 1916-17 1917 to 18 July, 1917 to July 1918 to pre-war fiscal average year September 30, 1917. September 30, 1918. Total beef products, pounds. 186,375,372 405,427,417 565,462,445 93,962,477 171,986,147. Total pork products, pounds. 996,930,627 1,498,302,713 1,691,437,435 196,256.750 540,946,324. Total dairy products, pounds. 26,037,790 351,958,336 590,798,274 130,071,165 161,245,029. Total vegetable oils, pounds. 332,430,537 206,708,490 151,029,893 27,719,553 26,026,701. Total grains, bushels. 183,777,331 395,140,238 349,123,235 66,383,084 121,668,823. Total sugar, pounds. 621,745.507 3,084,390,281 2,149,787,051,108 559,519 1,065,398,247. Wheat harvest 1917-18 was 200,217,333 bushels below the average of the 3 previous years. Upon the same subject Mr. Hoover himself after the harvest of 1918 said, "It is now possible to summarize the shipments of foodstuffs from the United States to the Allied countries during the fiscal year just closed, practically the last harvest year. These amounts include all shipments to Allied countries for their and our armies, the civilian population, the Belgium Relief, and the Red Cross. The figures indicate the measure of effort of the American people in support of Allied food supplies. The total value of these food shipments, which were in the main purchased through, or with the collaboration of the Food Administration, amounted to, roundly, $1,400,000,000 during the fiscal year. The shipments of meats and fats, including meat products, dairy products, vegetable oils, etc., to Allied destinations were as follows. Pounds. Fiscal year 1916 to 17 $2,166,500,000. Fiscal year 1917 to 18 $3,011,100,000. Increase 844,600. 000. Our slaughterable animals at the beginning of the last fiscal year were not appreciably larger in number than the year before. And particularly in hogs, there were probably less. The increase in shipments is due to conservation and the extra weight of animals added by our farmers. The full effect of these efforts began to bear their best results in the last half of the fiscal year, when the exports to the Allies were £2,133,100,000, as against £1,266,500,000 in the same period of the year before. This compares with an average of £801 million of total exports for the same half years of the 3-year pre-war period. In cereals and cereal products reduced to terms of cereal bushels, our shipments to Allied destinations have been bushels. Fiscal year 1916 to 17 $259,900,000. Fiscal year 1917 to 18 $340,800,000. Increase 80,900. 000. Of these cereals, our shipments of the prime breadstuffs in the fiscal year 1917 to 18 to Allied destinations were wheat, 131 million bushels, and rye 13,900,000 bushels, a total of 144,900,000 bushels. The exports to Allied destinations during the fiscal year 1916 to 17 were wheat, 135,100,000 bushels, and rye, 2,300,000 bushels, a total of 137,400,000 bushels. In addition, some 10 million bushels of 1917 wheat are now in port for Allied destinations or en route thereto. The total shipments to Allied countries from our last harvest of wheat will be, therefore, about 141 million bushels, or a total of 154,900,000 bushels of prime breadstuffs. In addition to this, we have shipped some 10 million bushels to neutrals dependent upon us, and we have received some imports from other quarters. A large part of the other cereals exported has also gone into war bread. It is interesting to note that since the urgent request of the Allied food controllers early in the year for a further shipment of 75 million bushels from our 1917 wheat than originally planned, we shall have shipped to Europe, or have en route, nearly 85 million bushels. At the time of this request our surplus was already more than exhausted. This accomplishment of our people in this matter stands out even more clearly if we bear in mind that we had available in the fiscal year 1916 to 17 from net carryover and a surplus over our normal consumption about 200,000 bushels of wheat which we were able to export that year without trenching on our home loaf. This last year, however, owing to the large failure of the 1917 wheat crop, we had available from net carryover in production and imports only just about our normal consumption. Therefore our wheat shipments to Allied destinations represent approximately savings from our own wheat bread. These figures, however, do not fully convey the volume of the effort and sacrifice made during the past year by the whole American people. Despite the magnificent effort of our agricultural population in planting a much increased acreage in 1917, not only was there a very large failure in wheat, but also the corn failed to mature properly, and corn is our dominant crop. We calculate that the total nutritional production of the country for the fiscal year just closed was between 7% and 9% below the average of the 3 previous years. Our nutritional surplus for export in those years being about the same amount as the shrinkage last year. Therefore the consumption and waste in food have greatly reduced in every direction during the year. I am sure that the millions of our people, agricultural as well as urban, who have contributed to these results, should feel a very definite satisfaction that, in a year of universal food shortage in the Northern Hemisphere, all of these people joined together against Germany have come through into sight of the coming harvest not only with health and strength fully maintained, but with only temporary periods of hardship. The European allies have been compelled to sacrifice more than our own people, but we have not failed to load every steamer since the delays of the storm months of last winter. Our contributions to this end could not have been accomplished without effort and sacrifice, and it is a matter for further satisfaction, that it had been accomplished voluntarily and individually. It is difficult to distinguish between various sections of our people, the homes, public eating places, food trades, urban or agricultural populations, in assessing credit for these results. But no one will deny the dominant part of the American woman. But the work of the Food Administration did not come to an end with the close of the war. Insistent cries for food came from the members of the defeated Teutonic Alliance, as well as from the suffering Allied and neutral nations. To meet those demands, Mr. Hoover sailed for Europe to organize the food relief of the needy nations. The State Department, explaining his mission, stated that as the first measure of assistance to Belgium it was necessary to increase immediately the volume of foodstuffs formerly supplied, so as to physically rehabilitate this undernourished population. The Relief Commission during the 4 years of war sent to the 10 million people in the occupied area over 600 cargoes of food, comprising 120 million bushels of breadstuffs and over 3 billion pounds of other foodstuffs besides 20,000 garments, the whole representing an expenditure of nearly $600 million. The support of the Commission came from the Belgian, British, French and American governments, together with public charity. In addition to this, some $350 million worth of native produce was financed internally in Belgium by the relief organization. The second portion of Mr. Hoover's mission was to organize and determine the need of foodstuffs to the liberated populations in southern Europe, the Czechoslovaks, the Yugoslavs, and Serbians, Romanians and others. To meet the conditions in Europe following the armistice of November 11, 1918, the Employment Service of the United States set to work laying far-reaching plans for meeting the problem of world food shortage. The demands after the war were greater than they had been during the conflict, but the nation that had fed the allies of civilization in wartime performed the task of feeding the world, friend and foe alike, when peace at length came upon the earth. Chapter 35. The United States Navy in the War. Long before war was declared, the United States government had been engaged in preparation. It had realized that unrestricted submarine warfare was sure to lead to war. And though for a time it was preserving what it was pleased to call an armed neutrality, the President doubtless was well aware what such an armed neutrality would lead to. Merchant ships were being armed for protection against the submarine, and crews from the Navy assigned to work the guns. The first collision was sure to mean an active state of war. The Naval Department, therefore, was working at full speed, getting the Navy ready for active service as soon as war should be declared. Secretary Daniels made every effort to obtain the crews that were necessary to man the new ships which were being fully commissioned with the greatest possible speed, and called upon newspapers all through the country to do their utmost to stimulate enlistment. On March 26 President Wilson issued an order increasing the enlisted strength of the United States Marine Corps to 17,400 men, the limit allowed under the law. On March 29 103 ensigns were graduated from the Naval Academy 3 months ahead of their time, and on April 6, as soon as war was declared, the Navy was mobilized. Within a few minutes after Secretary Daniels had signed the order for this purpose, 100 code messages were sent out from the office of Admiral W.S. Benson, Chief of Naval Operations, which placed the Navy on a war basis, and put into the control of the Navy Department the naval militia of all the states as well as the naval reserves and the Coast Guard Service. In the naval militia were about 584 officers, and 7,933 men. These were at once assembled and assigned to Coast Patrol service. All of the ships that were in active commission in the Navy were already ready for duty. But there were reserve battleships and reserve destroyers, besides ships which had been out of commission which had to be manned as quickly as possible. At the beginning of the war there were 361 vessels ready for service, including 12 first-line battleships, 25 second-line battleships, 9 armored cruisers, 24 other cruisers, 7 monitors, 50 destroyers, 16 coast torpedo vessels, 17 torpedo boats, 44 submarines, 8 tenders to torpedo boats, 28 gunboats, for transports, for supply ships, 1 hospital ship, 21 fuel ships, 14 converted yachts, 49 tugs, and 28 minor vessels. There were about 70,000 regularly enlisted men, besides 8,500 members of the naval militia. Many yachts together with their volunteer crews had been offered to the government by patriotic citizens. For the complete mobilization of the Navy, as it then stood, 99,809 regularly enlisted men and 45,870 reserves were necessary. About 27,000 of these were needed for coast defense, and 12,000 at the various shore stations. Retired officers were called out, and assigned to duty which would permit officers on the active list to be employed in sea duty. The Navy therefore still lacked 35,000 men to bring it up to its full authorized strength at the beginning, but after the declaration of war an active recruiting campaign brought volunteers by thousands. The service was a popular one and recruits were easily obtained. One of the first phases of the mobilization was the organization of a large fleet of mosquito craft to patrol the Atlantic coast, and keep on the watch for submarines. Many of these boats had been private yachts, and hundreds of young men volunteered from the colleges and schools of the country for this work. Many boat builders submitted proposals to construct small boats for this kind of patrol duty, and on March 31 a coast patrol fleet was organized by the government under the command of Captain Henry B. Wilson. The Navy took possession immediately on the declaration of war of all wireless stations in the United States, dismantling all that could not be useful to the government. War zones were established along the whole coastline of the United States, making a series of local barred zones extending from the larger harbors in American waters all along the line. These harbors were barred at night to entering vessels in order to guard against surprise by German submarines. Contracts were awarded for the construction of 24 destroyers even before war was declared, and many more were already under construction. Illustration, map. Map of the United States showing the immense length of coastline to be defended. The growth of the Navy in 1 year may give some idea of the efficiency of the Navy Department. In April, 1917, the regular Navy contained 4,366 officers and 64,680 men. In April, 1918, it contained 7,798 officers and 192,385 men. In the Marine Corps in 1917 there were 426 officers and 13,266 men. In 1 year this was increased to 1,389 officers and 38,629 men. In the organization of the Naval Reserves, Naval Volunteers and Coast Guards there were in 1917, 24,569 men, in 1918, 98,319 men, and 11,477 officers. While personnel of the Navy was thus expanding, the United States battle fleet had grown to more than twice the size of the fleet before the war. When war was declared there were under construction 123 new naval vessels. These were completed and contracts made for 949 new vessels. Among the ships completed are 15 battleships, 6 battle cruisers, 7 scout cruisers, 27 destroyers, and 61 submarines. About 800 craft were taken over and converted into transports, patrol service boats, submarine chasers, mine sweepers, and mine layers. The government also seized 109 German ships which had been interned in American ports. The Germans had attempted to damage these ships so that they would be useless, but they were all repaired, and carried American troops and supplies in great quantities to France. As the fleet grew, the training of the necessary officers and crews was conducted on a grand scale. Naval camps were established at various points. The main ones were those at Philadelphia, League Island, Newport, Rhode Island, Cape May, New Jersey, Charleston, South Carolina, Pensacola, Florida, Key West, Florida, Mare Island, California, Puget Sound, Washington, Hingham, Massachusetts, Norfolk, Virginia, New Orleans, San Diego, New York Navy Yard, Great Lakes, Illinois, Pelham, New York, Hampton Roads, Virginia, and Gulfport, Mississippi. Schools in gunnery and engineering were established and thousands of gunners and engineers were trained, not only for the Navy but for the armed merchant vessels. The training of gun crews by target practice was a feature of this work. Long before the war began, systematic training of this kind had been done, but mainly in connection with the big guns, and great efficiency had been obtained by the steady practice. With the introduction of the submarine, it became necessary to pay special attention to the training of the crews of guns of smaller caliber. And it was not long before the officers of our Navy were congratulating themselves on the efficiency of their men. It is not easy to hit so small a mark as the periscope of a submarine, but it could be done and many times was done. 28 days after the declaration of war, a fleet of United States destroyers under the command of Admiral William S. Sims reported for service at a British port. The American destroyer squadron arrived at Queenstown after a voyage without incident. The waterfront was lined with an excited crowd carrying small American flags, which cheered the destroyers from the time they were first seen until they reached the dock. They cheered again when Admiral Sims went ashore to greet the British senior officer who had come to welcome the Americans. It was a most informal function. After the usual handshakes, the British commander congratulated the Americans on their safe voyage and then asked, "When will you be ready for business?" "We can start at once," was the prompt reply of Admiral Sims. This rather took the breath away from the British commander, and he said he had not expected the Americans to begin work so soon after their long voyage. Later, after a short tour of the destroyers, he admitted that the American tars looked prepared. "Yes," said the American commander, "we made preparations on the way over. That is why we are ready." Everything on board the destroyers was in excellent condition. The only thing lacking was heavier clothing. The American uniforms were too light for the cool weather which is common in the English waters. This condition, however, was quickly remedied, and the American ships at once put out to sea, all in splendid condition and filled with the same enthusiasm that the Marines showed later at Château-Thierry. "They are certainly a fine body of men, and what's more, their craft looked just as fit," declared the British commander. One of the American destroyers, even before the American fleet had arrived at Queenstown, had begun war duty. It had picked up and escorted through the danger zone one of the largest of the Atlantic liners. The passengers on board the liner sent the commander of the destroyer the following message: "British passengers on board a steamer, bound for a British port, under the protection of an American destroyer, send their hearty greetings to her commander and her officers and crew, and desire to express their keen appreciation of this practical cooperation between the government and people of the United States and the British Empire, who are now fighting together for the freedom of the seas." Moving pictures were taken by the official British government photographer as the American flotilla came into the harbor, and sailors who received shore leave were plied with English hospitality. The streets of Queenstown were decorated with the stars and stripes. As soon as American residents in England learned that American warships were to cross the Atlantic, they held a conference to provide recreation buildings, containing sleeping, eating, and recreation accommodations for the comfort of the American sailors. The destroyer flotilla was the first contribution of American military power to the Entente alliance against Germany. Admiral Sims is one of the most energetic and efficient of American naval officers, and to him as much as to any other man is due the efficiency of the American Navy. During the period just before the Spanish-American War, Lieutenant Sims was naval attaché at Paris, and rendered invaluable services in buying ships and supplies for the Navy. In 1900 he was assigned to duty on the battleship Kentucky, then stationed in the Orient. In 1902 he was ordered to the Navy Department and placed in charge of the Office of Naval Practice, where he remained for 7 years and devoted his attention to the improvement of the Navy in gunnery. During that time he made constant trips to England to consult with English experts in gunnery and ordnance, and became intimately acquainted with Sir Percy Scott, who had been knighted and made Rear Admiral for the improvements he had introduced in connection with the gunnery of the British warships. In 1909 he was made commander of the battleship Minnesota, and in 1911 was a member of the college staff at the Naval War College. In 1913 he was made commander of the torpedo flotilla of the Atlantic Fleet and in 1905 assigned to command the dreadnought Nevada. In 1916 he was president of the Naval War College. He was made Rear Admiral in 1916 and Vice Admiral in 1917 and assigned to the command of all American war vessels abroad. Immediately upon their arrival the American vessels began operation in the submarine zone. Admiral Beatty then addressed the following message to Admiral Henry T. Mayo of the United States Atlantic Fleet. The Grand Fleet rejoices that the Atlantic Fleet will now share in preserving the liberties of the world and in maintaining the chivalry of the sea. Admiral Mayo replied, "The United States Atlantic Fleet appreciates the message from the British fleet and welcomes opportunities for work with the British fleet for the freedom of the seas. It may also be noted, as a fact which is not without significance, that the losses by submarine which had reached their highest mark in the last week in April began from that time steadily to diminish. One of the main duties of the Navy was to convoy transports and supplies across the Atlantic. This was done with the assistance of Allied vessels with remarkable success. For a long period it seemed as if the U-boats would not be able to penetrate through the Allied convoy, but during 1918 4 transports were torpedoed. The first was the Tuscania, which was sunk in February off the north coast of Ireland, with 1,912 officers and men of the Michigan and Wisconsin Guardsmen, of whom 204 were lost. The Oronsa, which was torpedoed in April, contained 250 men and all were saved except 3 of the crew. The Moldavia came next with 500 troops, of whom 55 were lost. On September 6 the troopship Persic with 2,800 American soldiers was torpedoed but American destroyers rescued all on board, and the Persic, which was prevented from sinking by its watertight bulkheads, was afterwards beached. Several American ships, including the troop transport Mount Vernon, were torpedoed on return trips and a number of the men of their crews were lost, and several naval vessels were lost, including the destroyer Jacob Jones and the patrol vessel El Sado. The Cassin was torpedoed, but reached port under its own steam and later returned to service. In September and October 3 more American transports were added to the list of American losses. On September 26 the United States steamer Tampa was torpedoed and sank with all on board, losing 118 men. On September 30 the Ticonderoga was also torpedoed, 11 naval officers and 102 enlisted men being lost. In addition to these submarine losses several ships and a number of men were lost through collision. The United States steamer Westgate was sunk in a collision with the steamer American on October 7, with the loss of 7 men. On October 9 the United States destroyer Shaw lost 15 men in a collision, though she later succeeded in reaching port. On October 11 the American steamer Otranto was sunk in a collision with the British liner Kashmir. Of 700 American soldiers who were on board 365 were lost. At this time about 3,000 anti-submarine craft were in operation day and night around the British Isles, and about 5,000 working in the open sea. This was what made it possible for the Allies to win the war. Inasmuch as the illegal use of the submarine by Germany brought America into the war, it was extremely appropriate that she should take an active part in the suppression of the submarine menace. The methods which were used in fighting the submarines differed much in different cases. The action of the government in arming merchantmen and in providing them with trained gun crews did much to lower the number of such ships sunk by the U-boats. The submarine, which had formerly been able to stop the unarmed merchantman and sink him at leisure, after a few combats with an armed merchantman began to be very wary and to depend almost entirely upon his torpedoes. It was not always easy for the submarine to get in a position where her torpedo would be effective, and the merchantman was carefully directed, if attacked, to pursue a zigzag irregular course. And at the same time endeavor to hamper the submarine by shooting as near her periscope as possible. Along the sea coasts and at certain points in the English Channel great nets were used effectively. Submarines, however, toward the end of the war were made sufficiently large to be able to force their way through these nets, and net-cutting devices were also used by them with considerable effect. The best way to destroy the submarine seemed to be in a direct attack by flotillas of destroyers. By the end of the war the whole process of sinking or destroying submarines had been thoroughly organized. Practically every portion of the seas near Great Britain and France was carefully watched and the appearance of a submarine immediately reported. As the submarine would only travel at a certain well-understood speed during a given time, it was possible to calculate, after the locality of one was known, about how far from that point it would be found at any later period. Destroyers were therefore sent circling around the point where the submarine had been discovered, enlarging their distance from the center every hour. In the course of time the submarine would be compelled to come up for air, and then, if luck were with the destroyer, it might find its foe before it was seen itself. Having discovered the submarine the destroyer immediately endeavored to ram, dropping depth bombs at the point where they supposed the enemy to be. These bombs were so constructed that at a certain depth in the water they would explode, and the force of the explosion was so great that even if they did not strike the submarine they would be sure to damage it seriously. Sometimes throwing the submarine to the surface partly out of water, and at other times driving her to come to the surface herself ready to surrender. In many cases it was not necessary to use the depth bomb at all. The gunners on board the destroyers had become extraordinarily expert, and though a shot might destroy the periscope of a submarine without doing much damage, most submarines carrying extra periscopes to use if necessary. Yet it was soon found that it was possible by the use of plunging shells to do effective damage. Plunging shells are somewhat similar in their operation to bombs. Such a shell falling just short of a periscope and fused to burst both on contact and at a certain depth was extremely likely to do damage. In the pursuit of the U-boat the airplane was also extremely effective. These were sent out to patrol large districts near the Allied coast, and also, in some cases, from ships themselves. It is possible in certain weather conditions for the observer on an airplane to detect a submarine even when it is submerged, and the airplane can not only attack the submarine by dropping depth bombs, but it can signal at once the location of the enemy to the hurrying destroyers. Indeed, as the submarine warfare proceeded the main difficulty of the Allies was to locate the submarines. Many ingenious devices were used for this purpose, and many of the English vessels had listening attachments underwater which were intended to make it possible to hear a submarine as it moved. These, however, do not seem to have been very effective. The submarine itself seems at times to have been fitted out in a similar way and to have thus been able to hear the sound of an approaching ship. Many thrilling reports of naval actions against German submarines were given out officially by the British Admiralty from time to time. In most of these cases the submarine was both rammed and attacked by depth bombs. In nearly all of them the only proof of success was the oil and air bubbles which came to the surface. One interesting encounter was that in which a British submarine sighted a German U-boat, while both were on the surface. The British submarine dived and later was able to pick up the enemy through the periscope and discharge a torpedo in such a way as to destroy the German vessel. When the British submarine arose it found a patch of oil in which Germans were swimming. Ordinarily, however, a submarine was of little service in a fight against another, for the radius of sight from a periscope is so short that it is practically blind so far as another periscope is concerned. This blindness of the submarine was taken advantage of by the Allies in every possible way. Merchant ships were camouflaged, that is painted in such a way that they could not be easily distinguished at a distance. In the great convoys ships were often hidden by great masses of smoke to prevent a submarine from finding an easy mark. At night all lights were put out or else so shaded as not to be seen by the enemy. The result of these methods was the gradual destruction of the U-boat menace. In the summer of 1918, while occasionally some ship was lost, the production of new ships was much greater than those that were sunk. During the month of June it was announced that the completion of new tonnage by the Allies had outstripped the losses by thousands of tons. During this period the United States had attained its full stride in building ships, airplanes and ordnance. Illustration, painting. Hail Columbia! England greets the first American destroyer squadron to arrive in European waters after the United States entered the war. The British Admiral asked Admiral Sims, who was in command, how long he needed to refit and get ready for action. He replied, "We are ready now." Illustration, painting. The day's work of Uncle Sam's destroyers. More than 2 million men were safely landed in France guarded by the destroyers, ready day or night whenever an enemy submarine threatened. A convoy. As was the case here in a trip over of the Adriatic loaded with troops. In the foreground is the periscope of the attacking submarine trying to submerge before she is hit. Archibald Hurd, the English naval expert, said, "When the war is over the nation will form some conception of the debt which we owe the American Navy for the manner in which it has cooperated, not only in connection with the convoy system, but in fighting the submarines. If the naval position is improving today, as it is due to the fact that the British and American fleets are working in closest accord, supported by an immense body of skilled workers on both sides of the Atlantic, who are turning out destroyers and other craft for dealing with the submarine, as well as mines and bombs. Some of the finest battleships of the United States Navy are now associated with the British Grand Fleet. They are not only splendid fighting ships but they are well officered and manned." On May 13, 1918, in appreciation of some remarks which had been made by Sir Eric Geddes, First Lord of the British Admiralty, Josephus Daniels, the American Secretary of the Navy, addressed a letter to him in the following terms. "Your reference to the splendid spirit of cooperation between the navies of our countries, and your warm praise of the officers and men of our Navy, have been most grateful to me and to all Americans. The brightest spot in the tragedy of this war is this mutual appreciation of the men in the naval service. Our officers who have returned confirm the statements of Admiral Sims of the courtesies and kindness shown in every way by the Admiralty and the officers of the British fleet. I had hoped to have the pleasure of visiting Great Britain and of personally expressing this feeling of mutual working together, but the task here of making ready more and more units for the fleet is a very serious one, and my duty chains me here. The order in all the Navy is full speed ahead in the construction of destroyers and other craft, and the whole service is keyed up to press this program forward. Therefore I shall not have the pleasure, until this program shall materialize, of a personal acquaintance and a conference which would be of such interest and value." Sir Eric Geddes replied, "I am exceedingly grateful for your letter. As you know we, all of us here, have great admiration for your officers and men, and for the splendid help they are giving in European waters. Further, we find Admiral Sims invaluable in counsel and in cooperation. I fully appreciate how onerous your office must be, and much though I regret that you do not see your way to visiting this country in the near future, I hope we may some day have the pleasure of welcoming you here." Sir Eric afterward himself visited the United States, and his visit was made the occasion of a general expression of the high regard which the United States felt for the splendid assistance which the great British Navy had rendered in convoying its armies across the seas. Secretary Daniels, in his report of December, 1918, said that American sea forces in European waters comprised 338 vessels, with 75,000 men and officers, a force larger than the entire Navy was before the war began. From August, 1914, to September, 1918, German submarines sank 7,151,088 deadweight tons of shipping in excess of the tonnage turned out in that period by the Allied and neutral nations. That total does not represent the depletion of the fleets at the command of the Allied and neutral nations, however, as 3,795,000 deadweight tons of enemy ships were seized in the meantime. Actually, the Allied and neutral nations on September 1, 1918, had only 3,362,088 less tons of shipping in operation than in August, 1914. These details of the shipping situation were issued by the United States Shipping Board along with figures to show that, with American and Allied yards under full headway, Europe's danger of being starved by the German submarine was apparently at an end. The United States took the lead of all nations in shipbuilding. In all, the Allied and neutral nations lost 21,404,913 deadweight tons of shipping since the beginning of the war, showing that Germany maintained an average destruction of about 445,000 deadweight tons monthly. During the latter months, however, the sinkings fell considerably below the average, and Allied construction passed destruction for the first time in May, 1918. The losses of the Allied and neutral shipping in August, 1918, amounted to 327,676 gross tonnage, of which 176,401 was British and 151,275 Allied and neutral, as compared with the adjusted figures for July of 323,772, and 182,524 and 141,248. Respectively. British losses from all causes during August were 10,887 tons higher than in June, which was the lowest month since the introduction of unrestricted submarine warfare. An official statement of the United States Shipping Board, issued September 21, 1918, set forth the following facts. Status of world tonnage, September 1, 1918. Germany and Austria excluded. Deadweight. Tons. Total losses, Allied and neutral. August, 1914 September 1, 1918 21,404. 913. Total construction, Allied and neutral. August, 1914 September 1, 1918 14,247,825. Total enemy tonnage captured, to end of 1917, 3,795,000. Excess of losses over gains 3,362. 088. Estimated normal increase in world's tonnage if war had not occurred, based on rate of increase, 1905 to 1914, 14,700,000. Net deficit due to war 18,062,088. In August. Deliveries to the Shipping Board and other seagoing construction in the United States for private parties passed Allied and neutral destruction for that month. The figures. Gross, actual, tone. Deliveries to the Shipping Board 244,121. Other construction over 1,000 gross 16,918. Total 261,039. Losses, Allied and neutral, 259,400. America alone surpassed losses for month by 1,630. Note. World's merchant tonnage, as of June 30, 1914, totaled 49,089,552 gross tons, or, roughly, 73,634,328 deadweight tons. Lloyd's Register. The climax to Germany's piratical submarine adventure took place a few days after the armistice. When a mournful procession of shamefaced-looking U-boats sailed between lines of English cruisers to be handed over to the tender mercies of the Allied governments. Chapter 36. China joins the fighting democracies. The circumstances connected with the entrance of the Republic of China into the World War were as follows. On February 4, 1917, the American minister, Dr. Reinsch, requested the Chinese government to follow the United States in protesting against the German use of the submarine against neutral ships. On February 9 Peking made such a protest to Germany, and declared its intention of severing diplomatic relations if the protest were ineffectual. The immediate answer of Germany was to torpedo the French ship Atlas in the Mediterranean, on which were over 700 Chinese laborers. On March 10 the Chinese parliament empowered the government to break with Germany. On the same afternoon a reply was received from the German government to the Chinese protest, of a very mild character. The reply produced a great deal of surprise in China. A Chinese statesman made this comment on the German change of attitude: the troops under Count Waldersee leaving Germany for the relief of Pekin were instructed by the warlord to grant no quarter to the Chinese. On the other hand, the latter were to be so disciplined that they would never dare look a German in the face again. The whirligig of time brings its own revenge, and today, after the lapse of scarcely 17 years, we hear the VIII commenting on the diplomatic rupture between China and Germany, lamenting that even so weak a state as the Far Eastern Republic dares look defiantly at the German nation. The breaking off of relations with Germany led to trouble between the President of the Republic and the Premier. The Premier desired to break off relations without consulting Parliament. The President insisted that Parliament should be consulted, which was actually done. The next move was to declare war, but here the Chinese statesmen hesitated, and their hesitation arose through their feeling toward Japan. They sympathized with the Allies, but to Chinese eyes Japan has stood for all that Germany, as depicted by its worst enemies, stood for. The Japanese government was professing friendliness to China, but that profession the Chinese could not reconcile with Japan's action in the Chino-Japanese War, and on many other occasions since that war. In Chinese hearts there was a strong feeling of distrust, fear and hatred for their Japanese neighbor. There were other reasons also why they hesitated to declare war. Indeed, the devotion to peace, which is deep-rooted in the nation, would be a sufficient reason in itself. Moreover, China, like other neutral nations, was a strong center for German propaganda. German consuls and diplomatic officers, who were scholars in Chinese literature and philosophy, and who also had sufficient funds to entertain Chinese officials as they liked to be entertained, were actively endeavoring to influence Chinese statesmen. The Chinese government, however, was determined to declare war, and to secure support the Chinese premier summoned a council of military governors to consider the question. The majority of the conference agreed with the premier, but a vigorous opposition began to develop. On May 7 the President sent a formal request to Parliament to approve of a declaration of war. Parliament delayed and was threatened by a mob. The Premier was accused of having instigated the riot, and support began to gather for Parliament, and an attack was made on the Premier as being willing to sell China. Day by day the differences between the militants and Democrats became more bitter. The question of war was almost lost in the differences of opinion as to the comparative powers of Parliament and the executive. A demand was made that the Premier resign. He refused to resign and was dismissed from office by the President, who was supported in his action by the Parliament. This was practically a success of the parliamentary party, when suddenly several of the northern generals and governors declared their independence. And the movement gradually developed into a revolution in favor of the restoration of the Manchu dynasty. This revolution was finally suppressed. The Japanese declared themselves, not the enemies, but the protectors of China in terms that suggested the appearance of a Monroe Doctrine for Asia. They pledged themselves not to violate the political independence or territorial integrity of China, and declared strongly in favor of the principle of the open door and equal opportunity. On August 14 China formally joined the Allies and declared war on Austria and Germany. She took no great part in the war, except to invade the German and Austrian settlements in Tientsin and Hankow, which were taken over by the Chinese authorities. The Chinese officials also seized the Deutsche Asiatic Bank, which had been the financing agent in China for the German government, and 14 German vessels which had been interned in Chinese ports. Thousands of Chinese coolies were sent to Europe to work in the Allied interests behind the battle lines, and China has in all respects been faithful to her pledges. The official war proclamation of China, which was signed by President Feng Qichang, reviewed China's efforts to induce Germany to modify her submarine policy. It declared that China had been forced to sever relations with Germany and with Austro-Hungary to protect the lives and property of Chinese citizens. It promised that China would respect the Hague Convention, regarding the humane conduct of the war, and asserted that China's object was to hasten peace. On July 22, Siam officially entered the war and all German and Austrian subjects were interned and German ships seized. The Prince of Songkhla, brother of the reigning monarch, declared that natural necessity and moral pressure forced Siam into the war on the side of the Entente. Neutrality had become increasingly difficult, and it had become apparent that freedom and justice in states which were not strong from a military standpoint were not to be secured through the policy of the Central Powers. Sympathy for Belgium and the popular aversion to Teutonic methods had left no doubt as to the duty of Siam. The motive of Siam had a curious fitness, though there was a certain quaintness in her expression of a desire to make the world safe for democracy. The native name of Siam is Muang Thai, which means the kingdom of the free. Siam is about as large as France, and has a population of about 8 millions. Its people, who are of many shades of yellowish-brown, have descended into this corner of Asia from the highlands north of Burma and east of Tibet. The tradition among these people was that the further south they descended the shorter they would grow, that when they reached the southern plains they would be no larger than rabbits, and that when they came to the sea they would vanish altogether. As a fact, the northern tribes are much taller than the southern. The original population of the Siamese peninsula was a race of black dwarfs, remnants of whom still dwell in caves and nests of palm leaves, so shy that it is almost impossible to catch a glimpse of them. The literary and religious culture of Siam comes mainly from southern India. Buddhism is the dominant religion, but there are many Mohammedans also. The accession of Siam to the ranks of the Allies did not make any great difference from a military point of view, but it was another evidence of the general world feeling with regard to the Germans and their encroachments in all parts of the world. Germany had tried its best to keep these nations from participation in the war, but not only had her propaganda failed but the feeling of these Oriental peoples was strongly anti-German. Much of this feeling, it is readily seen from their statements and their private letters, comes from a personal resentment of the boorish attitude of the individual German. By the end of 1918 the Teuton influence in the Orient had completely disappeared. Chapter 37. The Defeat and Recovery of Italy. None of the surprises of the World War brought such sudden and stunning dismay to the Entente Allies as the news of the Italian disaster beginning October 24, 1917, and terminating in mid-November. It is a story in which propaganda was an important factor. It taught the Allies the dangers lying in fraternization between opposing armies. During the summer of 1917 the Second Italian Army was confronted by Austrian regiments composed largely of war-weary socialists. During that summer skillful German propagandists operating from Spain had sown the seeds of pacificism throughout Italy. This was made easy by the distress then existing particularly in the villages where food was scanty and complaints against the conduct of the war were numerous. The propaganda extended from the civilian population to the army, and its channel was directed mainly toward the Second Army encamped along the Isonzo River. As a consequence of the pacifists' preachments both by word of mouth and document, the Second Army was ready for the friendly approaches that came from the front lines of the Austrians only a few hundred yards away. Daily communication was established and at night the opposing soldiers fraternized generally. The Russian doctrine that an end of the fighting would come if the soldiers agreed to do no more shooting, spread throughout the Italian trenches. This was all part of a plan carefully mapped out by the German High Command. When the infection had spread, the fraternizing Austrian troops were withdrawn from the front trenches and German shock troops took their places. On October 24 these troops attacked in force. The Italians in the front line, mistaking them for the friendly Austrians, waved a greeting. German machine guns and rifles replied with a deadly fire, and the great flanking movement commenced. So well had the Germans played their game the Italians lost more than 250,000 prisoners and 2,300 guns in the first week. The attack began in the Julian Alps and continued along the Isonzo southwestward into the plain of Venice. The Italian positions at Tolmino and Plezzo were captured and the whole Italian force was compelled to retreat along a 70-mile front from the Carnic Alps to the sea. The most important point gained by the enemy in its early assault was the village of Caporetto on the upper Isonzo where General Cadorna held a great series of dams which could have drained the Isonzo River dry within 12 hours. Illustration, map. Area of the flow and ebb of Italy's military success from the Carso Plateau to the Piave line. The Italian retreat at places degenerated into a rout, and it was not until the Italians, reinforced by French and British, reached the Piave River, that a stand was finally made. The defeat cost Cadorna his command, and he was succeeded by General Armando Diaz, whose brilliant strategy during the remainder of the war marked him as a national hero and one of the outstanding military geniuses of the war. The order for a general retreat was issued on October 27. Poison gas shells rained blindness and death upon the retreating Italians and upon the heroic rearguards. The city of Udine and its environs were emptied of their inhabitants. And Gorizia, which had been wrested after a desperate effort from the Austrians, was retaken on October 28. That the entire Italian army escaped the fate that had come to the Russians at the Masurian Lakes was due mainly to the Third Army commanded by the Duke of Aosta. During the long-running fight, it faced about from time to time and drove the Germans back in bloody encounters. By November 10 the Italian forces had come to the hastily prepared entrenchments on the west bank of the Piave River. The Austrians and the Germans dug in on the east bank from the village of Susagana in the Alpine foothills to the Adriatic Sea. Here a long drawn-out battle was fought, resulting in enormous losses to the Germans and Austrians. By this time reinforcements had come up from the French front, and every attempt by the enemy to gain ground met a bloody check. The hardest fighting was on the Asiago Plateau. There, although the Italians were greatly outnumbered, the concentration of their artillery in the hills overlooking the great field completely dominated the situation. A factor that was of the utmost value in checking the Austrians was the system of lagoon defences running from the lower Piave to the Gulf of Venice. From November 13, when the Austrians in crossing the lower Piave in their headlong rush to Venice were suddenly checked by the Italian lagoon defences, the entire Gulf of Venice, with its endless canals and marshes, with islands disappearing and reappearing with the tide, was the scene of a continuous battle. A correspondent described the fighting as absolutely without precedent. The Teutons were desperately trying to turn the Italian right wing by working their way around the northern limits of the Venetian Gulf. The Italians inundated the region and sealed all the entrances into the Gulf by minefields. The Gulf, therefore, was converted into an isolated sea. Over this inland waterway the conflict raged bitterly. The Italians had a lagoon fleet ranging from the swiftest of motor boats, armed with machine guns, small cannon, and torpedo tubes, to huge, cumbersome, flat-bottomed British monitors, mounting the biggest guns. The Italian vessels navigated secret channels dug in the bottom of the shallow lagoons. Only the Italian wharf pilots knew these courses. Even gondolas straying out of the channels were instantly and hopelessly stranded. Not only this, but as the muddy flats and marshy islands did not permit of artillery emplacements, the Italians developed an immense fleet of floating batteries. The guns ranged from 3-inch field pieces to great 15-inch monsters. Each was camouflaged to represent a tiny island, a garden patch, or a houseboat. Floating on the glass-like surface of the lagoons, the guns fired a few shots and then changed position, making it utterly impossible for the enemy to locate them. The entire auxiliary service of supplying this floating army was adapted to meet the lagoon warfare. Munition dumps were on boats, constantly moved about to prevent the enemy spotting them. Gondolas and motor boats replaced the automobile supply lorries customary in land warfare. Instead of motor ambulances, motor boats carried off the dead and wounded. Hydro-airplanes replaced ordinary fighting aircraft. Along the northern limit of the Venetian Gulf, where the Austrians, having filtered into the Piave Delta, sought to cross both the Sile and the Piave, the enemy each night hooked up pontoons. At daybreak every morning one end of a huge pontoon structure was anchored to the east bank of the Piave and the other flung out to the strong current, which soon stretched the makeshift bridge across. The moment this happened, the enemy infantry madly dashed across. Simultaneously the Italian floating batteries opened a terrific fire. Practically every morning the Austrians tried the trick, and every morning they failed, with heavy losses, to effect a crossing. At last they gave up the attempt as hopeless, and the armies remained locked on the Piave for several months. Chapter 38. Redemption of the Holy Land. From the beginning of the war, the German General Staff and the British War Office planned the occupation of Palestine and Macedonia. Germany wanted domination of that territory because through it lay the open road to Egypt and British prestige in the east. Turkey was the cat's paw of the Hun in this enterprise. German officers and German guns were supplied to the Turks, but the terrible privations necessary in a long campaign that must be spent largely in the desert, and the inevitable great loss in human life, were both demanded from Turkey. Great Britain made no such demands upon any of its allies. Unflinchingly. England faced virtually alone the rigors, the disease, and the deaths consequent upon an expedition having as its object the redemption of the Holy Land from the unspeakable Turk. Volunteers for the expedition came by the thousands. Canada, the United States, Australia and other countries furnished whole regiments of Jewish youths eager for the campaign. The inspiration and the devotion radiating from Palestine, and particularly from Jerusalem and Bethlehem, drew Jew and Gentile, hardy adventurer and zealous churchman, into Allenby's great army. It was a long campaign. On February 26, 1917, Kut el Amara was recaptured from the Turks by the British expedition under command of General Sir Stanley Maude, and on March 11 following General Maude captured Baghdad. From that time forward pressure upon the Turks was continuous. On September 29, 1917, the Turkish Mesopotamian army commanded by Ahmad Bey was routed by the British, and historic Beersheba in Palestine was occupied on October 31. The untimely death of General Maude, the hero of Mesopotamia, on November 18, 1917, temporarily cast gloom over the Allied forces, but it had no deterrent effect upon their successful operations. Siege was laid to Jerusalem and its environs late in November, and on December 8, 1917, the Holy City which had been held by the Turks for 673 years surrendered to General Allenby and his British army. Thus ended a struggle for possession of the holiest of shrines both of the Old and New Testaments, that had cost millions of lives during fruitless crusades and had been the center of religious aspirations for ages. Illustration, map, the Jordan River from the Sea of Galilee to the Dead Sea. How the two wings of the British Army trapped the Turks. General Allenby's official report follows. I entered the city officially at noon December 11 with a few of my staff, the commanders of the French and Italian detachments, the heads of the political missions, and the military attachés of France, England, and America. The procession was all afoot, and at Jaffa Gate I was received by the guards representing England, Scotland, Ireland, Wales, Australia, New Zealand, India, France and Italy. The population received me well. Guards have been placed over the holy places. My military governor is in contact with the acting custodians and the Latin and Greek representatives. The governor has detailed an officer to supervise the holy places. The Mosque of Omar and the area around it have been placed under Muslim control, and a military cordon of Mohammedan officers and soldiers has been established around the mosque. Orders have been issued that no non-Muslim is to pass within the cordon without permission of the military governor and the Muslim in charge. A proclamation in Arabic, Hebrew, English, French, Italian, Greek and Russian was posted in the citadel, and on all the walls proclaiming martial law and intimating that all the holy places would be maintained and protected according to the customs and beliefs of those to whose faith they were sacred. The proclamation read. Proclamation. To the inhabitants of Jerusalem the blessed and the people dwelling in its vicinity. The defeat inflicted upon the Turks by the troops under my command has resulted in the occupation of your city by my forces. I, therefore, proclaim it to be under martial law, under which form of administration it will remain so long as military consideration makes necessary. However, lest any of you be alarmed by reason of your experience at the hands of the enemy who has retired, I hereby inform you that it is my desire that every person should pursue his lawful business without fear of interruption. Furthermore, Since your city is regarded with affection by the adherents of three of the great religions of mankind and its soil has been consecrated by the prayers and pilgrimages of multitudes of devout people of these three religions for many centuries. Therefore, do I make it known to you that every sacred building, monument, holy spot, shrine, traditional site, endowment, pious bequest, or customary place of prayer of whatsoever form of the three religions will be maintained and protected according to the existing customs and beliefs of those to whose faith they are sacred. Guardians have been established at Bethlehem and on Rachel's tomb. The tomb at Hebron has been placed under exclusive Muslim control. The hereditary custodians at the gates of the Holy Sepulchre have been requested to take up their accustomed duties in remembrance of the magnanimous act of the Caliph Omar, who protected that church. Jerusalem was now made the center of the British operations against the Turks in Palestine. Muhammad V, the Sultan of Turkey, died July 3, 1918, and many superstitious Turks looked upon that event as forecasting the end of the Turkish Empire. The Turkish army in Palestine was left largely to its fate by Germany and Austria, and although it was numerically a formidable opponent for General Allenby's forces, that distinguished strategist fairly outmaneuvered the Turkish High Command in every encounter. The beginning of the end for Turkish misrule in Palestine came on September 20 when the ancient town of Nazareth was captured by the British. A military net was thereupon closed upon the Turkish army. The fortified towns of Baysan and Afyul followed the fate of Nazareth. In one day's fighting 18,000 Turkish prisoners, 120 guns, 4 airplanes, a number of locomotives and cars, and a great quantity of military and food supplies were bagged by the victorious British. So well did Allenby plan that the British losses were far the smallest suffered in any large operation of the entire war. It was the swiftest and most decisive victory of any scored by the Allies. It ended the grandiose dream of Germany for an invasion of Egypt in stark disaster, and swept the Holy Land clear of the Turks. This great battle on the biblical field of Armageddon was remarkable in that it was virtually the only engagement during the entire war offering the freest scope to cavalry operations. British cavalry commands operated over a radius of 60 miles between the Jordan and the Mediterranean, sweeping the Turks before them. By September 25 the total bag of Turkish prisoners exceeded 40,000. Munition depots covering acres of ground were taken. Whole companies of Turkish soldiers were found sitting on their white flags waiting for the British to accept their terms. 265 pieces of artillery were captured. Damascus was captured on Tuesday, October 1, after an advance of 130 miles by General Allenby since September 1, the day of his surprise attack north of Jerusalem. During that period a total of 73,000 prisoners was captured. Palestine's delivery from the Turks was complete. Official announcement was made by the British War Office that the total casualties from all sources in this final campaign was less than 4,000. Plans for the government of the people of Palestine were announced immediately. Their general scope was outlined in an agreement made between the British, French and Russian governments in 1916. Under that arrangement Republican France was charged with the preparation of a scheme of self-government. The town of Alexandretta was fixed upon as a free port of entry for the new nation. Illustration, photograph. Copyright Underwood and Underwood, N.Y. British official photo. Jerusalem delivered. On December 11, 1917, the Holy City was entered by the British forces. Following the custom of the Crusaders, General Allenby, commander of the British and Allied forces, made his entry, with his staff and Allied officers, through the Jaffa Gate, on foot. Illustration, photograph. British official photograph. Ancient and modern warfare mingle in the Holy Land. The distinctly modern British soldier uses the camel, that extremely ancient beast of burden, to get him over the desert in Palestine. The Imperial Camel Corps gave valuable service in the campaign that led to the capture of Jerusalem. Chapter 39. America's Transportation Problems. When America entered the war, there was a very great increase in the volume of business of the railroads of the country. The roads were already so crowded by what the Allies had done in purchasing war supplies, that a great deal of confusion had resulted. The Allies had expended more than $3 billion in the United States, and as nearly all of their purchases had to be sent to a few definite points for shipment to Europe, the congestion at those points had become a serious difficulty. Thousands of loaded cars had to stand for long periods awaiting the transfer of their contents to ships. This meant that thousands of cars which had been taken from lines in other parts of the country would be in a traffic blockade for weeks at a time. The main difficulty appeared to be that of getting trains unloaded promptly. The declaration of war by the United States made the situation very much worse. Not only did the railroads have to handle the freight destined for the Allies, but there was a very large addition to the passenger movement on account of the thousands of men that were being sent to the various training camps. And the immense masses of supplies that had to be sent to these camps. This included not only the ordinary supplies to the men but thousands of carloads of lumber. Moreover, all over the country mills and factories were now being handed over to the government for war work. And to them, too, great quantities of raw material had to be sent, and the finished product removed to its destination. A vigorous endeavor to meet the new difficulties was instituted by the railroads themselves. They themselves named a war board, which was to cooperate with the government and which was to have absolute authority. But this arrangement soon proved unsatisfactory. Each government official would do his best to obtain preference for what his department required, and to obtain that preference a system of priority tags was established which became a great abuse. The result was that priority freight soon began to crowd out the freight which the railroads could handle according to their own discretion, thus seriously interfering with business all over the country. Naturally, the railroad executives and the government authorities studied the question with the greatest care, but they could not reach an understanding among themselves, nor with the administration. At last the president settled the matter by announcing his decision to have the government take over complete control of the roads. The president derived his power from an act of Congress dated August 29, 1916, which reads as follows. The president in time of war is empowered, through the Secretary of War, to take possession and assume control of any system or systems of transportation, or any part thereof, and to utilize the same to the exclusion, as far as may be necessary, of all other traffic thereon, for the transfer or transportation of troops, war material and equipment, or for such other purposes connected with the emergency as may be needful or desirable. The proclamation went into effect on December 28, 1917, and the President declared that it applied to each and every system of transportation and the appurtenances thereof, located, wholly or in part, within the boundaries of the continental United States, and consisting of railroads and owned or controlled systems of coastwise and inland transportation, engaged in general transportation, whether operated by steam or by electric power, including also terminals, terminal companies, and terminal associations, sleeping and parlor cars, and private car lines, elevators, warehouses, telegraph and telephone lines, and all other equipment and appurtenances commonly used upon or operated as a part of such rail or combined rail and water systems of transportation. That the possession, control, operation, and utilization of such transportation systems shall be exercised by and through William G. McAdoo, who is hereby appointed, and designated Director General of Railroads. Said Director may perform the duties imposed upon him so long and to such an extent as he shall determine through the boards of directors, receivers, officers, and employees, of said system of transportation. President Wilson issued an explanation with this proclamation in which he said, "This is a war of resources no less than of men, perhaps even more than of men. And it is necessary for the complete mobilization of our resources that the transportation systems of the country should be organized and employed under a single authority and to simplify methods for coordination which have not proved possible under private management and control. A committee of railway executives who have been cooperating with the government in this all-important matter, have done the utmost that it was possible for them to do, but there were differences that they could neither escape nor neutralize. Complete unity of administration in the present circumstances involves, upon occasion, and at many points, a serious dislocation of earnings, and the committee was, of course, without power or authority to rearrange charges or effect proper compensations in adjustments of earnings. Several roads which were willingly and with admirable public spirit accepting the orders of the committee, have already suffered from these circumstances, and should not be required to suffer further. In mere fairness to them, the full authority of the government must be substituted. The public interest must be first served, and in addition the financial interests of the government, and the financial interests of the railways, must be brought under a common direction. The financial operations of the railway need not, then, interfere with the borrowings of the government, and they themselves can be conducted at a great advantage. Investors in railway securities may rest assured that their rights and interests will be as scrupulously looked after by the government as they could be by the directors of the several railway systems. Immediately upon the reassembling of Congress I shall recommend that these different guarantees be given. The Secretary of War and I are agreed that, all the circumstances being taken into consideration, the best results can be obtained under the immediate executive direction of the Honorable William G. McAdoo, whose practical experience peculiarly fits him for the service, and whose authority as Secretary of the Treasury will enable him to coordinate, as no other man could, the many financial interests which will be involved, and which might, unless systematically directed, suffer very embarrassing entanglements. President Wilson's proclamation stirred up great excitement on the stock market. Speculators rushed to buy back railroad stocks which they had previously sold short, and the market value of such stocks was raised more than $350 million as a result. The federal government's assumption of control of the railroads was generally recognized as the proper act under existing circumstances, and the guarantee of pre-war earnings made them a good investment. The railroad system in the United States consists of 260,000 miles of railroad, owned by 441 distinct corporations, with about 650,000 shareholders. It employs 1,600,000 men and represents a property investment of $17,500 million. The outstanding capital in round numbers is $16 billion, $9 billion of which is represented by a funded debt. The rolling stock comprises 61,000 locomotives, 2,250,000 freight cars, 52,000 passenger cars and 95,000 service cars. All this was now under the charge of William G. McAdoo. On January 4, 1918, President Wilson explained his plan to Congress, and recommended legislation to put the new system of control into effect, and to guarantee to the holders of railroad stocks and bonds a net annual income equal to the average net income for the 3 years ending June 30, 1917. The wise recommendations of President Wilson were at once approved by Congress. Provision was made for guaranteeing the railroads the income which he recommended, and for financing the roads. The Railroads War Board was abolished and Mr. McAdoo appointed an advisory board to assist him. This board consisted of John Skelton Williams, Comptroller of the Currency, Hale Holden, President of the Chicago, Burlington and Quincy Railroad, Henry Walters, Chairman of the Board of Directors of the Atlantic Coast Line, Edward Chambers, Vice President of the Santa Fe Railroad and Head of the Transportation Division of the United States Food Administration, Walter D. Hines, Chairman of the Executive Committee of the Santa Fe. Specific duties were assigned to the various members of this committee. Mr. Williams was to deal with the financial problem, Mr. Holden to assume direction of committees and subcommittees, and other phases of the work were allotted to other members. Mr. Walter D. Hines was made assistant to the Director General. Mr. McAdoo's first order was to pool all terminals, ports, locomotives, rolling stock and other transportation facilities. Another order had as its object to end the congestion of traffic in New York City and Chicago. It gave all lines entering these centers equal rights in trackage and water terminal facilities. This wiped out the identity of the great Pennsylvania Terminal Station in New York, and gave all railroads the use of the Pennsylvania tubes under the Hudson River. The effect of government control of the railroads was felt from the very first. Coal was given the right of way, giving great relief to such sections as were suffering from fuel shortage. Many passenger trains were taken off, more than 250 of such trains being dropped from the schedules of the eastern roads. This permitted a great increase in the freight traffic. Orders were also given that all empty box cars were to be sent to wheat-producing centers, so that wheat could be moved to the Atlantic Sea coasts for shipment to England and France. These orders preceded the adoption of the Railroad Control Bill, which was not passed by Congress until March 14. A feature of the bill is the proviso that government control of the railroads shall not continue more than 21 months after the war. After the passing of the bill, plans were made to make contracts with each railroad company for government compensation on the basis provided in the bill. The action of the government in thus assuming control of the railroads very naturally led to wide differences of opinion, some of which were sharply expressed in the Congress of the United States. On the whole, however, public opinion decided that the government acted wisely. Certain inconveniences to the traveling public were easily excused when it was realized that the movement of troops throughout the country to the camps, or from the camps to the ports which were to take them across the sea, from Texas to Toul, was being accomplished with great success. That the movement of war material was now possible, and that the gigantic railroad system was working without a hitch. Many details, in connection with the railroad management, were not at once worked out, and many months passed without complete agreements regarding the railway operating contracts. But this was a matter of greater interest to the owners than it was to patriotic citizens, anxious for the winning of the war. Governmental control of the railroads was only a beginning. On July 16 President Wilson took control, for the period of the war, of all telegraph, telephone, cable and radio lines, signing a bill on that day passed by Congress authorizing such action. The transportation of the American Army across the ocean was the greatest military feat of its kind ever accomplished in history. The transportation of English troops during the Boer War meant a longer journey, but the number of troops sent on that journey was but a small fraction of America's army. The railroads in existence were not sufficient. The ships that were necessary could not be found in America's navy. It was necessary to build new roads, new docks, new terminals, new bases of supplies in America, and to send abroad thousands of trained workmen and experienced railroad engineers to build similar necessities in France. To convey the millions of men across the water, England had to come to the rescue, and though hundreds of American ships were built with a speed that was almost miraculous, they were in constant need of the assistance of the Allies. But wonderful men were put in charge of the work, wonderful organizers with wonderful assistants, and the great task was accomplished. As soon as the army was trained, it was sent across, first by thousands, then by tens of thousands, then by hundreds of thousands, until before the war was over more than 2 million men had made the great trip over there. And throughout that whole trip they were watched over as carefully as if they were at home. Every want was supplied, food, clothing, munitions were all where they were needed. Even their leisure hours were looked after, their health attended to. Books, games, theaters, classes for those who cared to study, all were there. It was a wonderful performance, and the whole movement was conducted with clock-like precision. On such a day at such an hour the trained soldier would start. At such an hour he would report in some Atlantic port. At such an hour and such a minute he would board ship, and with equal precision that ship would sail upon the appointed moment. Perhaps on the journey over some submarine might delay the ship, but the destroyers were there on the alert, and the submarine was but an amusing episode. On the other side the process was carried on with equal efficiency. Before the American doughboy could realize that he was in France, he was in his quarters, just like home, in the base camps behind the fighting line, and it was this miracle of transportation that won the war. A study of transportation construction in other countries showed that actual construction of railroads had been suspended in some cases, and in others retarded, but in not a few instances hastened by the war. Brazil experienced a more nearly complete suspension of railroad building than any of the other countries, but preparation was made for prompt resumption of construction, with the return of more normal conditions. The Chinese building program also had been affected unfavorably by the war. Nevertheless, there were important additions made, aggregating approximately 800 miles during the war. Of the lines completed in 1917, 2 are of a special significance. One of these, a 140-mile section of the Canton-Hankow line, a link in the route between South China and Peking. The other is a 60-mile feeder of the Trans-Siberian Railway in Manchuria. A line was extended from South Manchuria into Mongolia, the first railroad to penetrate this territory. Financial arrangements were made for the early construction of a line across southern Manchuria and for another connecting the Peking-Hankow and Tientsin-Puko lines. Construction in Siberia proceeded rapidly. The completion, in 1915, of the Amur River Division of the Trans-Siberian in the east, together with the extension in 1913 of the Ekaterinburg-Tyumen line to Omsk in the west, gave virtually a double track from European Russia to Vladivostok. The notable achievement in Africa was the continuation of the southern rail link in the Cape to Cairo route. This line was completed to Bukama on the navigable Congo, 2,600 miles from Cape Town. The railway in German East Africa was extended to Lake Tanganyika on the eve of the war, making a rail-water line across the center of the continent. The railroad from Lobito Bay was extended eastward to Katanga, a rich mineral region of the Belgian Congo, and, with the road already reaching the Indian Ocean at Beira, gave a second east and west transcontinental line. A permanent standard gauge railroad was laid by the British Expeditionary Forces from Egypt into Palestine. Despite the magnitude of the Australian contribution to the Allied military and naval forces, the East and West Transcontinental Railway, begun in 1912, was completed in 1917. In all, more than 3,500 miles of track were built in the Commonwealth in the years 1915 to 17. In Canada, the work of providing 2 transcontinental railroads was completed. Feeders were added, and a line from La Paz to Hudson Bay was under construction. From 1912 to 1916 more than 10,000 miles of track were put in operation, nearly 7,000 of which were added in the first 2 years of the war. Chapter 40. Ships and the Men Who Made Them. When the United States of America entered the World War, she was confronted at once by a serious question. The great Allied nations were struggling against the attempt of the Germans, through the piratical use of submarines, to blockade the coast of the Allied countries. It was this German action which had led America to take part in the war. It is true that America had other motives. Few wars ever take place among democratic nations as a result of the calculation of the nation's leaders. The people must be interested, and the people must sympathize with the cause for which they are going to fight. The people of America had sympathized with Belgium, and had become indignant at the brutal treatment of that inoffensive nation. They had sympathized with France in its gallant endeavor to protect its soil from the inroads of the Hun. This feeling had become a personal one as they reviewed the lists of Americans lost in the sinking of the Lusitania, and this sympathy had gradually grown into indignation when the Germans, after having promised to conduct submarine warfare according to international law, again and again violated that promise. When, then, the Germans declared that they would no longer even pretend to treat neutral shipping according to the laws of maritime warfare, the people with one accord approved the action of the President of the United States in declaring war. The Germans at this time were making a desperate effort to starve England, by destroying its commerce, and it was in the endeavor to accomplish this purpose that they thought it necessary to attack American ships. The first effort of Americans, therefore, was naturally to use every power of the Navy to destroy the lurking submarines, and in the second place to use every means in their power to supply the Allies with food. But America had for many years neglected to give encouragement to her merchant fleets. Her commerce was very largely carried in foreign bottoms. Ships were needed, and needed urgently, and one of the very first acts of the American government was to authorize their production. Congress therefore appropriated for this purpose what was then the extraordinary sum of $1,135,000,000, and General Goethals, recently returned from his work in building the Panama Canal, was appointed manager of the Emergency Fleet Corporation and entrusted with the execution of the government's shipbuilding program. The Emergency Fleet Corporation, however, was then independent of the United States Shipping Board, of which Mr. William Denman was made chairman, and friction between General Goethals and Mr. Denman at the very start caused long delay. The difference of opinion between them arose over the comparative merits of wooden and steel ships. The matter was finally laid before President Wilson and ended in the resignation of both men and the complete reorganization of the board and the Fleet Corporation. In which reorganization the Fleet Corporation was made subordinate to the Shipping Board but given entire control of construction. Rear Admiral Capps succeeded General Goethals, but was compelled to resign on account of ill health. Rear Admiral Harris, who had been chief of the Navy's Bureau of Yards and Docks, then had the job for 2 weeks, but resigned because in his opinion he had not enough authority. Then came Mr. Charles Pease, who held the position for a longer period. Mr. Edward N. Hurley had been made chairman of the United States Shipping Board, and under the direction of these two men much progress was made. In the spring of 1918 the boards themselves were not satisfied with their progress, and on April 16, 1918, Mr. Charles M. Schwab, chairman of the board of directors of the Bethlehem Steel Corporation, was made Director General of the Emergency Fleet Corporation. Mr. Schwab was one of the most prominent business men in the United States and one of the best known, and his appointment was received all over the country with the greatest satisfaction. His wonderful work in building up the Bethlehem steel plant not only showed his great ability, but especially fitted him for a task in which the steel industry bore such a vital part. The official statement issued from the White House read as follows. Edward N. Hurley, Charles M. Schwab, Bainbridge Colby and Charles Pease were received by the President at the White House today. It was stated that the subject discussed was the progress and condition of a national shipbuilding program. The carrying forward of the construction work in the 130 shipyards now in operation is so vast that it requires a reinforcement of the shipbuilding organization throughout the country. Later in the day Chairman Hurley of the Shipping Board announced that a new office with wide powers had been created by the trustees of the Emergency Fleet Corporation. The new position is that of Director General, and Mr. Schwab has been asked, and has agreed, to accept this position in answer to the call of the nation. Charles Pease, Vice President of the Emergency Fleet Corporation, recommended that the post of General Manager of the corporation be at once abolished, so that Mr. Schwab as Director General should be wholly unhampered in carrying on the large task entrusted to him. Mr. Pease, since the retirement of Admiral Harris, has been filling both the position of Vice President and that of General Manager. Mr. Schwab will have complete supervision and direction of the work of shipbuilding. He agreed to take up the work at the sacrifice of his personal wishes in the matter. His services were virtually commandeered. His great experience as a steel maker and builder of ships has been drafted for the nation. Although the fact that production during the month of March had not been as great as had been hoped probably brought about this change, it should also be said that those who had been responsible deserved much credit for what had actually been done. They had been handicapped constantly by poor transportation and shortage of materials, but had worked faithfully and with what under ordinary circumstances would be regarded as remarkable success. The call upon Mr. Schwab was simply an effort to draft into the service of the country its very highest executive ability. Mr. Schwab's name had been mentioned before for more than one government post, and it was thought that here was the place where his talents could have the fullest play. It was stated in Washington that he would receive a salary of $1 a year. Mr. Schwab at once proceeded to speed up the shipping program. It took him just 1 day to arrange his own business affairs, and then he began his work. His first day was spent in going over the details of his task with Chairman Hurley and Mr. Pease. He then received newspaper men, beginning the campaign of publicity which turned out to be so successful. He was full of compliments for the work which had already been done. "It is prodigious, splendid, magnificent," he said. "It is far greater than any man who hasn't seen the inside of things can appreciate. The foundation is laid. That task is well done. We are going to get the results which are needed, and I should be proud if I could have any part in the accomplishment. All I can say for myself is that I am filled with enthusiasm, energy, and confidence. Mr. Hurley and I are in full accord on everything, and we are going to work shoulder to shoulder to make the work a success, but the large burden must fall upon the people at the yards, and they are entitled to any credit for success. I do not want to have any man in the shipyards working for me. I want them all working with me. Nothing is going to be worthwhile unless we win this war, and everyone must do the task to which he is called. One of the first steps that Mr. Schwab took to speed up ship production was to establish his headquarters in Philadelphia, as the center of the shipbuilding region. Chairman Hurley remained at Washington, and the operating department, which included agencies such as the Inter-Allied Ship Control Committee, was removed to New York City. It was stated that nearly 50% of the work in progress was within a short radius of Philadelphia. The year before the war, the total output of the United States shipyards was only 250,000 tons. The program of the Shipping Board contemplated the construction of 1,145 steel ships, with a tonnage of 8,164,508. And 490 wooden ships, with a tonnage of 1,715,000. These of course could not be built in the shipyards then in existence. New shipyards had to be built in various parts of the country. In the first year after the Shipping Board took control, 188 ships were put in the water, and through requisition and by building, 103 more were added to the American merchant fleet. By April 1918, the government had at its service 2,762,605 tons of shipping. During the month of May, the first month after Mr. Schwab began his work, the record of production had mounted from 160,286 tons to 263,571. American shipyards had completed and delivered during that month 43 steel ships and 1 wooden ship. Mr. Hurley, in an address on June 10, said, "On June 1, we had increased the American-built tonnage to over 3,500,000 deadweight tons of shipping. This gives us a total of more than 1,400 ships with an approximate total deadweight tonnage of 7 million now under the control of the United States Shipping Board. In round numbers and from all sources we have added to the American flag since our war against Germany began, nearly 4,500,000 tons of shipping. Our program calls for the building of 1,856 passenger, cargo and refrigerator ships and tankers, ranging from 5,000 to 12,000 tons each, with an aggregate deadweight of 13 million. Exclusive of these we have 245 commandeered vessels, taken over from foreign and domestic owners, which are being completed by the Emergency Fleet Corporation. These will aggregate a total deadweight tonnage of 1,715,000. This makes a total of 2,101 vessels, exclusive of tugs and barges, which are being built and will be put on the seas in the course of carrying out the present program, with an aggregate deadweight tonnage of 14,715,000. $5 billion will be required to finish our program, but the expenditure of this enormous sum will give to the American people the greatest merchant fleet ever assembled in the history of the world. American workmen have made the expansion of recent months possible, and they will make possible the successful conclusion of the whole program." In the wonderful work that followed his appointment, Mr. Schwab constantly came before the public, mainly through his addresses to the working men of the different yards. His main endeavor was to stimulate enthusiasm and rivalry among the men. A $10,000 prize was offered to the yard producing the largest surplus above its program, and he traveled throughout the country urging the employees at all the great yards to break their records. The result of his work was that it was not long before it was announced that the monthly tonnage of ships completed by the Allies exceeded the tonnage of those sunk by the German submarine. The menace of the submarine, which had seemed so formidable, had disappeared. The most important of the great shipyards which were producing the American cargo ships was at Hog Island in the southwest part of Philadelphia. This shipyard may indeed be called the greatest shipyard in the world. Before Mr. Schwab became Director General, much criticism had been launched at the work that was going on there, and an investigation had been made which resulted in a favorable report. On August 5 the new shipyard launched its first ship, the 7,500-ton freight steamer, Quistconck, in the presence of a distinguished throng among whom were the President of the United States and Mrs. Woodrow Wilson. The ship was christened by Mrs. Wilson, and the President swung his hat and led the cheers as the great ship glided down the ways. The name, Quistconck, is the ancient Indian name of Hog Island. The crowd numbered more than 60,000 people, and special trains from Washington and New York brought many notable guests. President and Mrs. Wilson were escorted by Mr. Hurley and Mr. Schwab, and apparently thoroughly enjoyed the occasion. An enormous bouquet was presented to Mrs. Wilson by Foreman Macmillan, who had driven the first rivet in the Quistconck's keel. Shortly after the armistice it was announced that the Hog Island plant would be acquired by the United States government. The real estate, valued at $1,760,000, was owned by the American International Ship Building Company, and the government had invested about $60 million in equipping the plant. At the time the war ended, 35,000 persons were at work and 180 ships were in various stages of completion. An interesting feature in connection with the endeavor to speed up was the competition in riveting. Early in the year yard after yard expert riveters were reported as making extraordinary records, and prizes were offered to the winners of such records. Later, however, such contests were discouraged by Chairman Hurley and by others. The best record was made by John O'Meara, who drove 12,209 rivets in 9 hours at the Belfast yards of Workman and Clark. In the accomplishment of this feat on 2 occasions he passed the mark of 1,400 rivets an hour. In his best minute he drove 26 rivets. The ships constructed by the shipping board were of steel, of wood, and of concrete, and at times considerable difference of opinion existed with regard to which form of ship should receive the most attention. The policy of the government seemed finally to favor the steel, as it was claimed that the wooden type was not only more expensive, but that it was less efficient. However, until the very end wooden ships in great numbers were being built. On May 31 the steamship Agawam, described as the first fabricated ship in the world, was launched in the yards of the Submarine Boat Corporation at Newark. This was essentially a standardized steel cargo ship. Fabricated is the technical term applied to ships built from numbered shapes made from patterns. President Carse, of the Submarine Boat Corporation, said that the Agawam was the first of 150 vessels of that type which would be constructed in the yard. The parts were made, he said, in bridge and tank shops throughout the country and were assembled at the yard. 95% of the work in forming the parts entering into the hull of this vessel, and punching rivet holes, is done at shops widely separated, from drawings furnished by this company, and these drawings have been of such exactitude. And the work has been so carefully performed by the different bridge shops that when they are brought together at this yard they fit perfectly, and the ship, as you see, is absolutely fair. The construction of the hull of this vessel requires the driving of over 400,000 rivets, and by our method more than 1/4 of these rivets are driven at the distant shops. The different parts being brought to the yard in sections as large as can be transported on the railroad. Each part is numbered and lettered, and as they are shaped perfectly all that is necessary is to place them in position, bolt them, and finally fasten them with rivets. Officials of the company said that they expected to launch in the course of time 2 such vessels in each week. A standard ship of this type has a deadweight carrying capacity of 5,500 tons. It is 343 feet long and 46 feet wide and is expected to show an average speed of 10.5 knots. Fuel oil is used to generate steam, to drive a turbine operating 3,600 revolutions a minute. The oil is carried in compartments of the double bottom of the ship in sufficient quantity for more than a round trip to Europe. 27 steel mills, 56 fabricating plants, and 200 foundries and equipment shops were drawn upon to construct the ship. In addition to the steel and wood vessels, the Emergency Fleet Corporation also constructed a number of concrete ships. The first step in this direction was taken on April 3d, when the construction of 4 7,500-ton concrete ships at a Pacific Coast shipyard was authorized. This action was taken as a result of a report on the trials made with the concrete ship, Faith, which was built in San Francisco by private capital. The test of this ship had been satisfactory, and Mr. R. J. Whig, an agent of the Emergency Fleet Corporation, who had made a careful inspection of the Faith and watched the tests, reported his confidence in the new cargo carrier. The successful trial trip of the Faith led, on the 17th of May, to the government order that 58 mere such ships be constructed. Sites for yards were leased and contracts awarded. The concrete ship turned out to be a great success. The extraordinary success of the American shipbuilding program during the World War was due to the enthusiasm of the workmen employed at the government plants. And that same enthusiasm was found in connection with their work in every industry on which the government made demands. American labor was thoroughly loyal. It recognized that in the war for democracy against autocracy it had a vital concern. The attitude of the great American labor unions must however be sharply distinguished from that of the extreme socialists who refused to take any part in helping to win the war. From the very beginning, the American Federation of Labor took a patriotic stand. Its leader was Mr. Samuel Gompers, and it was fortunate for America that the leadership of this great organization was in such patriotic hands. Mr. Gompers had been for many years president of this great labor organization, and was so often called in consultation by the President of the United States in connection with labor affairs that he might almost be called an unofficial member of the President's cabinet. Mr. Gompers was by birth an Englishman, but he had left his home when still a boy and was thoroughly filled with true American patriotism. From the beginning he devoted himself with the greatest enthusiasm not only to the protection of the interests of which he was in charge, but to the prosecution of a successful war. He had to contend, as labor leaders in other countries had been compelled to contend, with socialistic and anarchistic organizations. During the period of America's participation in the war there were certain disturbances caused by the I.W.W. But from such movements the American Federation of Labor held itself aloof. Occasional strikes, on account of special conditions, were easily settled. The governmental assumption of control over railroads and other essential industries had much to do with the peaceful attitude of the workmen. The very high wages which were offered to the workmen at munitions works, shipbuilding plants and other governmental enterprises enabled the workmen there to live in reasonable comfort, though it caused a great deal of trouble in private industry, and compelled an increase in pay to labor all over the land. In the latter part of the war Mr. Gompers traveled abroad, as a representative of American labor, and was greeted everywhere with the utmost enthusiasm, while his influence was strongly felt in favor of moderate and sane views as to labor's rights. The American situation with regard to labor was made much simpler by the organization of the United States Employment Service. This was made an arm of the Department of Labor, with branch offices in nearly all the large cities of every state. It had a large corps of traveling examiners, men skilled in determining the fitness of workers for particular jobs, and it undertook to recruit labor for the various war industries in which they were needed. During the last year of the war from 150,000 to 200,000 workers of all kinds were given work each month. In addition to this the Employment Service was a clearing house of information for manufacturers. The Director General of this service was Mr. John B. Densmore. Labor throughout the country, except when influenced by men of foreign birth who were not in touch with the spirit of America, was universally loyal, and its share in the winning of the war will always remain a matter for pride. Illustration, photograph. The greatest shipyard in the world. View of Hog Island Shipyard near Philadelphia, showing the forest of derricks rising from its 50 shipways. At the time the war ended, 35,000 persons were at work and 180 ships were in course of completion. Illustration, painting. The largest ship in the world as a U.S. transport. Among the German ships taken over by the United States at the outbreak of the war was the Vaterland, the largest ship ever built. She was renamed the Leviathan and used as a transport, carrying 12,000. American soldiers passed the submarines on each trip. She is shown here, entering a French harbor at the end of a passage. Chapter 41. Germany's dying desperate effort. In the spring of 1918 it must have been plain to the German High Command that if the war was to be won it must be won at once. In spite of all their leaders said of the impossibility of bringing an American army to France, they must have been well informed of what the Americans were doing. They knew that there were already more than 2 million men in active training in the American army, and while at that time only a small proportion of them were available on the battle front. Yet every day that proportion was growing greater, and by the middle of the summer the little American army would have become a tremendous fighting force. Their own armies on their western front had been enormously increased in size by the removal to that front of troops from Russia. Hundreds of thousands of their best regiments were now withdrawn from the east and incorporated under the command of their great generals, Hindenburg and Ludendorff, in the armies of the West. They must, therefore, take advantage of this increased force and win the war before the Americans could come. The problem of the Allies was also simple. It was not necessary for them to plan a great offensive. All they had to do was to hold out until, through the American aid which was coming now in such numbers, their armies would be so increased that German resistance would be futile. Under such circumstances began the last great offensive of the German army. At that time it seems probable that the armies of Great Britain and France numbered about 3,500,000 men, and that, of these, 670,000 were on the front lines when the German attack began, leaving an army of reserve of about 2,850,000 men. A considerable number of these were probably in England on leave. The number of French soldiers must have been between 4 and 5 million, of whom about 1,500,000 were on the front line. Adding to these the American, Belgian, Portuguese, Russian and Polish troops, the Allied forces could not have been short of 8,500,000 men. Illustration, map, Lens on the north, St. Quentin on the east, Soissons. On the south, Amiens on the west. How Germany attempted to divide the Allied armies. The map shows the ground covered by the Germans in the terrific Picardy Drive of March, 1918. Which had for its object the capture of Amiens and the push forward along the Somme to the Channel, thus dividing the British army in the north from the French and Americans. In the south, the strength of the Germans on the western front before the Russian Revolution was probably about 4,500,000 men. And the withdrawal of Russia from the war had added to that number probably as many as 1,500,000 men, making an army of 6 million men to oppose that of the Allies. The Allies, therefore, must have considerably outnumbered the Germans. In spite of this fact, in nearly all the engagements in the early part of the great offensive the Allied forces were outnumbered in a ratio varying from 3 to 1 to 5 to 3. This was possible, first, because in any offensive the attacking side naturally concentrates as many troops as it can gather at the point from which the offense is to begin, and second, since the Allies were not under one command, it was with great difficulty that arrangements could be made by which the forces of one nation could reinforce the armies of another. The first difficulty of course could not be obviated, but the solution of the second difficulty was the appointment of General Foch as Commander-in-Chief of all the Allied forces. The appointment was made on March 28 and all the influence of the United States had been exerted in its favor. General Pershing at once offered to General Foch the unrestricted use of the American force in France, and it was agreed that a large part of the American army should be brigaded with the Allied troops wherever there were weak spots. Foch was already famous as the greatest strategist in Europe. He comes of a Basque family and was born in the town of Tarbes, in the department of the Hautes-Pyrénées, which is on the border of Spain, on October 2, 1851. Foch served as a subaltern in the Franco-Prussian War and at 26 was made captain in the artillery. Later he became professor of tactics in the École de Guerre, where he remained for 5 years. He then returned to regimental work and won steady promotion until he became brigadier general. He was sent back to the War College as director and wrote 2 books, The Principles of War, and Conduct of War, which have been translated into English, German and Italian and are considered standard works. He was now recognized as a man of unusual ability and was appointed to the command first, of the 13th Division, then of the 8th Corps at Bourges, and then to the command of the 20th Corps at Nancy. Unlike Marshal Joffre, who was cool, careful, slow-moving, Marshal Foch is full of daring and impetuosity. Everything is calculated scientifically, but his strategy is full of dash. Many of his sayings have been passed from mouth to mouth among the Allies. "Find out the weak point of your enemy and deliver your blow there," he said once at a staff banquet. "But suppose, General," said an officer, "that the enemy has no weak point." "If the enemy has no weak point," replied the commander, "make one." It was he who telegraphed to Joffre during the First Battle of the Marne, "The enemy is attacking my flank. My rear is threatened. I am therefore attacking in front." Foch is a great student, and a special admirer of Napoleon, whose campaigns he had thoroughly studied. Even the campaigns of Caesar he had found valuable and had gathered from them practical suggestions for his own campaigns. He is the hero of the Marne, the man who on September 9 marched his army between von Bülow and von Hausen-Saxons, drove the Prussian guards into the marshes of St. Gond and forced both Prussians and Saxons into their first great retreat. Later his armies fought on the Isère while the British were battling at Ypres. During the Battle of the Somme he was on the English right pressing to Peronne. For a time he became chief of the French staff, until he was called into the field again to his great command. Foch was one of those French officers who had felt that war was sure to come, and had constantly urged that France should be kept in a state of preparedness. The appointment of General Foch to the Supreme Command was largely the result of American urgency. General March, the American Chief of Staff, in one of his weekly announcements, stated, "One of the most striking things noticeable in the situation as it is shown on the Western Front is the supreme importance of having a single command. The acceptance of the principle of having a single command, which was advocated by the President of the United States and carried through under his constant pressure, is one of the most important single military things that has been done as far as the Allies are concerned. The unity of command which Germany has had from the start of the war has been a very important military asset, and we already see the supreme value of having that central command which now has been concentrated in General Foch." General March, who had earlier been appointed Chief of Staff of the United States Army, was sending a steady stream of American troops to Europe, a fact whose importance was well understood by the new Commander-in-Chief. On General March's promotion, General Foch sent him the following message: "I hear with deep satisfaction of your promotion to the rank of General. I associate myself to the just pride which you must feel in evoking the names of your glorious predecessors, Grant and Sheridan. I convey to you my sincere congratulations, and I am happy to see you assume permanently the huge task of Chief of Staff of the United States Army which you are already performing in so brilliant a way." General March replied, "Your message of congratulation upon my promotion to the grade of General Chief of Staff, United States Army, was personally conveyed to me by General Vignal, French military attaché. I appreciate deeply your most kindly greetings and in expressing my most sincere thanks, avail myself of the opportunity to assure you of every assistance and constant support which may lie in my power to aid you in the furtherance and successful accomplishment of your great task." General Foch took command at a very critical time. The Germans had prepared the most formidable drive in the history of the war. They had gathered immense masses of munitions and supplies. Their great armies had been refitted and they were in hopes of a victory which would end the war. Their great offensive had many phases. It resulted in the development of three great salients, the first in Picardy and in the direction of Amiens along the Somme, which was launched on March 21, the second on the Lys, which was launched on April 9. And the third, which is called the Wasmarne salient, launched on May 27. Between the attacks which developed these salients there were also some unsuccessful attacks of almost equal power. On March 28 there was a desperate struggle to capture Arras, preceded by a bombardment as great as any during the whole offensive, but this attack was defeated with enormous losses to the German troops. A fourth phase of the German offensive took place on June 9, on a front of 20 miles between Noyon and Montdidier, which gained a few miles at an enormous cost. Illustration, map, Belgium and eastern France, show the front from Ypres south to Reims. The last desperate drives of the Germans. On July 15 came the last of the great offensives. It was a smash on a 60-mile line from Château-Thierry up the Marne, around Reims, and then east to a few miles west of the Argonne forest. This offensive at the start made a penetration of from 3 to 5 miles, but was held firmly and much of the gain lost, through the counterattacks of the Allies. It was at this point that the American troops first began to be seriously felt, and it was at this point that General Foch took up the story, and began the great series of Allied drives which were to crush the German power. But there had been many days of great anxiety before the turn of the tide. The objects of the German drives were doubtless more or less dependent upon their success. The first drive in Picardy, in the direction of Amiens, had apparently as its object to drive a wedge between the French and British, and the object was so nearly attained that only the heroic work of General Carey saved the Allies from disaster. The 5th British Army, which had borne the brunt of the German attack, had found itself almost crushed by the sheer weight of numbers. The whole line was broken up and it seemed as if the road was open to Amiens. French reinforcements could not come up in time, bridges could not be blown up because the engineers were all killed. Orders came to General Carey at 2 o'clock in the morning, March 26, to hold the gap. He at once proceeded to gather an extemporized army. Every available man was rounded up, among others a body of American engineers. Laborers, sappers, raw recruits as well as soldiers of every arm. There were plenty of machine guns, but few men knew how to handle them. With this scratch army in temporary trenches, he lay for 6 days, and as Lloyd George said, they held the German army and closed that gap on the way to Amiens. During this fight General Carey rode along the lines shouting encouraging words to his hard-pressed men. He did not know whether he would get supplies of ammunition and provisions or not, but he stuck to it. Later on the regular troops arrived. The American engineers, who had been fighting, immediately returned to their base, and resumed work laying out trenches. General Rawlinson, commander of the British Army at that point, sent the commanding officer of the Americans engaged the following letter. The Army Commander wishes to record officially his appreciation of the excellent work your regiment has done in assisting the British Army to resist the enemy's powerful offensive during the last 10 days. I fully realize that it has been largely due to your assistance that the enemy has been checked, and I rely on you to assist us still further during the few days that are still to come before I shall be able to relieve you in the line. I consider your work in the line to be greatly enhanced by the fact that for 6 weeks previous to your taking your place in the front line your men had been working at such high pressure erecting heavy bridges on the Somme. My best congratulations and warm thanks to all. Rawlinson. The demoralization of General Gough's Fifth Army, which had thus left an 8-mile gap on the left, and which had been saved at that point by General Carey, permitted also the opening of another gap between its right wing and the 6th French Army. Here General Fayolle did with organized troops what Carey had done with his volunteers further north. The reason for the success of both Carey and Fayolle appears to have been that the German armies had been so thoroughly battered that they were unable to take advantage of the situation. Their regiments had been mixed up, their officers had been separated from their men in the rush of the attack, and before they could recover the opportunity was lost. The first days of April saw the end of the drive toward Amiens. The Germans claimed the capture of 90,000 prisoners and 1,300 guns. They had penetrated into the Allies' territory in some points a distance of 35 miles. Their new line extended southwest from Arras beyond Albert to the west of Montrouel, which is about 9 miles south of Amiens, and then went on west of Pierrepont and Montdidier, curving out at Noyon to the region of the Oise. The first part of April was a comparative calm, when suddenly there developed the second drive of the German offensive. This drive was not so extensive as the first one, and its object appeared to be to break through the British forces in Flanders and reach the Channel ports. It resulted in a salient embracing an area about 320 square miles, and the Germans claimed the capture of 20,000 prisoners and 200 guns. It was at this point that General Haig issued his famous order in which he described the British armies as standing with their backs to the wall. It reads as follows. 3 weeks ago today the enemy began his terrific attacks against us on a 50-mile front. Its objects are to separate us from the French, to take the Channel ports, and to destroy the British Army. In spite of throwing already 106 divisions into the battle and enduring the most reckless sacrifice of human life, he has yet made little progress toward his goals. We owe this to the determined fighting and self-sacrifice of our troops. Words fail me to express the admiration which I feel for the splendid resistance offered by all ranks of our army under the most trying circumstances. Many among us now are tired. To those I would say that victory will belong to the side which holds out the longest. The French army is moving rapidly and in great force to our support. There is no other course open to us but to fight it out. Every position must be held to the last man. There must be no retiring. With our backs to the wall and believing in the justice of our cause, each one of us must fight to the end. The safety of our homes, and the freedom of mankind depend alike upon the conduct of each one of us at this critical moment. The British commander's order made the situation clear to the British people and to the world. The Germans had given up for the moment their attempt to divide the British and French armies, and were now attempting to seize the Channel ports, and the British were fighting with true British pluck with their backs to the wall. One can imagine the anxiety in the villages of Flanders where they watched the German advance and heard the terrible bombardment which was destroying their beautiful little cities, and threatening to put them under the dominion of the brutal conquerors of Belgium. Town after town fell to the enemy until at last the German attack began to weaken. Counterattacks on April 17 recaptured the villages of VIII and Metteren. At other points German attacks were repulsed, and the attack on the LIII had reached its limits. It had not only failed to reach the coast but it had not even reached so far as to force the evacuation of Ypres or to endanger Arras. On the contrary, the Germans had paid for their advance by such terrible losses that the ground that they had gained meant almost nothing. They then made, on April 30, a vigorous endeavor to broaden the Amiens salient in the region of Hengard and Noyen. This attack also failed. On May 27 Ludendorff made his next move. This was in the south, and was preceded by the most elaborate preparations over a 40-mile front. At first it met with great success. German troops from a point northwest of Reims to Montdidier were moving apparently with the purpose of breaking the French lines and clearing the way for a drive to Paris. Consternation reigned among Allied observers as the Germans carried, apparently with ease, first the formidable Chemin des Dames, which was believed invulnerable, and then the south bank of the Aisne, with its great fortifications at Soissons. Criticism began to appear of General Foch, who was thought at first to have been taken by surprise. The Germans were using 400,000 of their best troops, and the greatest force of tanks, machine guns and poison gas projectors which they had ever gathered. They captured over 45,000 prisoners and took 400 guns. They penetrated 30 miles and gained 650 square miles of territory, but they were held on the River Marne. It is now apparent that General Foch knew exactly what he was about. He might easily, by sending in reinforcements, have put up the same desperate resistance to the German offensive which they were now meeting in other sectors. But he preferred to retreat and lead the enemy on to a position which would make them vulnerable to the great counterattack he was preparing for them on their flank. The Germans reached the Marne, but they paid for it in the terrible losses which they incurred. The German line now from Montdidier, the extreme point of the Amiens salient, to Château-Thierry, the point of the new Marne salient, was in the form of a bow, and on June 9 General Ludendorff attempted to straighten out the line. His new attack was made on a 20-mile front between Montdidier and Noyen in the direction of Compiègne. This was another terrific drive and at first gained about 7 miles. French counterattacks, however, not only held him in a vice but regained a distance of about 1 mile. This battle was probably the most disastrous one fought by the Germans during their whole offensive. Nearly 400,000 men were completely used up, without gaining the slightest strategic success. Then followed a period without battles of major importance, during which General Foch by periodic assaults on the Lys, the Somme, on the flanks of Montdidier and Soissons, on the Château-Thierry sector and southwest of Reims, captured many important positions and kept the enemy in constant anxiety. During the great German offensives the Germans had lost at least 500,000 men, while the casualties of the Allies were barely 150,000. The Germans also were beginning to lose their morale. They were finding that however great might be their efforts, however terrible might be their losses, they were still being constantly held. Their troops were now apparently made of inferior material, and included boys, old men and even convicts. The system of making attacks by means of shock troops was producing the inevitable result. The shock regiments were composed of selected men, picked here and there, from the regular troops. Their selection had naturally weakened the regiments from which they were taken. After 3 months of great offensives these shock troops were now in great part destroyed, and the German lines were being held mainly by the inferior troops which had been left. Moreover, in other parts of the world, the allies of Germany were being beaten. In Italy and Albania and Macedonia there was danger. The Germans prepared for one more effort. On June 18 they had made a costly attempt to carry Reims. On July 15 they made their last drive. Ludendorff took almost a month for preparation. He gathered together 70 divisions and great masses of munitions, and then drove in from Château-Thierry on a 60-mile line up on the Marne, and then east to the Argonne forests. His line made a sort of semicircle around Reims and then pushed south to the east and west of that fortress. Once again he had temporary success. West of Reims he penetrated a distance of 5 miles, and on the first day, had crossed the Marne at Dormans, but was held sharply by the Americans east of Château-Thierry. On the second day he made further gains, but with appalling losses. On the 17th he was still struggling on with minor successes, but on July 18 the French and Americans launched the great counteroffensive from Château-Thierry along a 25-mile front, between the Marne and the Aisne. The Germans everywhere began their retreat and the war tide had turned. The German attack east of Reims had been a failure from the start. The Allied forces retired about 2 miles and then held firm. The country there is flat and sandy and gave little shelter to the attacking forces which lost terribly. In this sector, too, there were many American troops, who behaved with distinguished bravery. By this time nearly 700,000 men of the American army were on the battle line. They had been fighting here and there among the French and English, but on June 22 General March made the announcement that 5 divisions of these troops had been transferred to the direct command of General Pershing as a nucleus for an American army. In glancing back at the great German drives which have now been described, one is impressed by the terrific character of the fighting. This struggle undoubtedly was the greatest exertion of military power in the history of the world. Never before had such masses of munitions been used, never before had scientific knowledge been so drawn on in the service of war. Thousands of airplanes were patrolling the air, sometimes scouting, sometimes dropping bombs on hostile troops or on hostile stores, sometimes flying low, firing their machine guns into the faces of marching troops. Thousands upon thousands of great guns were sending enormous projectiles, which made great pits wherever they fell. Swarms of machine guns were pouring their bullets like water from a hose upon the charging soldiers. One of the most noticeable artillery developments was the long-range gun which off and on during this period was bombarding Paris. This bombardment began on March 23, when the nearest German line was more than 62 miles away. For a time the story was regarded as pure fiction, but it was soon established that the great 9-inch shells which were dropping into the city every 20 minutes came from the forests of St. 7 miles back of the French trenches near Laon, and about 75 miles from Paris. This was another of those futile bits of frightfulness in which the Germans reveled. Military advantage gained by such a gun was almost nothing, and the expense of every shot was out of all proportion to the damage inflicted. It only roused intense indignation and stirred the Allies to greater determination. The first day's casualties in Paris were 10 killed and 15 wounded. By the next day one would not have been able to tell from the Paris streets that such a bombardment was going on at all. The subway and surface cars were running, the streets were thronged and traffic was going on as usual. About 24 shells were thrown into Paris every day, mainly in the Montmartre district, in a radius of about a mile. This seemed to show that the gun was immovable. On March 29, however, a shell struck the church of Saint Gervais during the Good Friday service, killing 75 persons and wounding 90. 54 of those killed were women. The church had been struck at the moment of the elevation of the host. This outrage aroused special indignation, and Pope Benedict sent a protest to Berlin. An examination of exploded shells indicated that the new German gun was less than 9 inches in caliber, and that the projectiles, which weighed about 200 pounds, contained 2 charges. In 2 chambers connected by a fuse which often exploded more than a minute apart. It took 3 minutes for each shell to travel to Paris, and it was estimated that such a shell rose to a height of 20 miles from the earth. 3 of these guns were used. One of these guns exploded on March 29, killing a German lieutenant and 9 men. The Kaiser was present when the gun was first used. It was said by American scientists that seismographs in the United States felt the shock of each discharge. On April 9 French aviators discovered the location of the new guns, and French artillery began to drop enormous shells weighing half a ton each near the German monsters. A few days later a French shell fell on the barrel of one of these guns and put it out of commission. Great craters were made around the other, interfering with its use, and toward the end of the period it was only occasionally that the remaining gun was fired, and no great damage resulted. Another feature of the great German drives was the tremendous destruction that accompanied them. Not only were churches, public buildings, and private houses throughout almost the whole district turned into ruins, but the very ground itself was plowed up into craters and shell holes, and the trees smashed into mere splinters. During the whole campaign poison gas of various kinds was used in immense quantities, and it was constantly necessary for the troops to wear gas masks. Sometimes after a town had been evacuated by the enemy it was so filled with gas that it was impossible for victorious troops to enter. One of the fiercest bombardments was that directed against the Portuguese during the fighting along the LIII. The enemy made a special attempt to crush the Portuguese contingent which behaved with the utmost gallantry. It was the season of the year when the orchards were covered with blossoms and the fields with flowers, but the horrors of war destroyed the beauty of the spring. In these battles men fought until they were completely exhausted and one could see troops staggering as they walked and leaning on each other from pure exhaustion. These were days when wonders were performed by the medical departments of the Allied armies, and the work of the Red Cross was almost as important as the work of the soldiers. Relief for the wounded had to be undertaken and carried on a mammoth scale. Many of the doctors, nurses, orderlies and ambulance men lost their lives while making efforts to rescue the wounded. These were days when the German leaders were filled with the pride of victory. They were talking now about a hard German peace. On June 17 the German Kaiser celebrated the 30th anniversary of his accession to the throne. He talked no more of a war of self-defense, but declared the war to be the struggle of 2 world views wrestling with each other. Either German principles of right, freedom, honor and morality must be upheld, or Anglo-Saxon principles with their idolatry of mammon must be victorious. He sent congratulations to Field Marshal von Hindenburg, to General Ludendorff and to the Crown Prince. Von Hindenburg assured the Kaiser of the unswerving loyalty until death of Germany's sons at the front, and concluded, "May our old motto, forward with God for King and Fatherland, for Kaiser and Empire, result in many years of peace being granted to your Majesty after our victorious return home." But the terrific attacks which the German commanders directed upon the Americans at Château-Thierry and at other points upon the southern lines show well that they knew that there was another danger rising to confront them. That during their great drives 1.5 million American soldiers had been learning the art of war, and that every moment of delay meant a new danger. By the end of this period the Americans had arrived. Chapter 42. Château-Thierry, Field of Glory. Nowhere in American history may be found a more glorious record than that which crowned with laurel the American arms at Château-Thierry. Here the American Marines and divisions comprising both volunteers and selected soldiers, were thrown before the German tide of invasion like a huge khaki-colored breakwater. Germany knew that a test of its empire had come. To break the wall of American might, it threw into the van of the attack the Prussian Guard, backed by the most formidable troops of the German and Austrian empires. The object was to put the fear of the Hun into the hearts of the Yankees, to overwhelm them, to drive straight through them as the prow of a battleship shears through a heavy sea. If America could be defeated, Germany's way to a speedy victory was at hand. If America held, well, that way lay disaster. And the Americans held. Not only did they hold, but they counterattacked with such bloody consequences to the German army that Marshal Foch, seizing the psychological moment for his carefully prepared counteroffensive, gave the word for a general attack. With Château-Thierry and the Marne as a hinge, the clamp of the Allies closed upon the defeated Germans. From Switzerland to the North Sea the drive went forward, operating as huge pincers cutting like chilled steel through the Hindenburg and the Kriemhild lines. It was the beginning of autocracy's end, the end of der Tag of which Germany had dreamed. The matchless Marines and the other American troops suffered a loss that staggered America. It was a loss, however, that was well worthwhile. The heroic young Americans who held the might of Germany helpless and finally rolled them back defeated from the field of battle, and who paid for that victory with their lives, made certain the speedy end of the world's bloodiest war. The story of the American Army's effective operations in France from Cantigny to the reduction of the Saint-Mihiel salient, is one long record of victories. To the glory of American arms must be recorded the fact that at no time and at no place in the World War did the American forces retreat before the German hosts. In the latter days of May, 1918, the Allied forces in France seemed near defeat. The Germans were steadily driving toward Paris. They had swept over the Chemin des Dames, and the papers from day to day were chronicling wonderful successes. The Chemin des Dames had been regarded as impregnable, but the Germans passed it apparently without the slightest difficulty. They were advancing on a 40-mile front and on May 28 had reached the Aisne, with the French and British steadily falling back. The anxiety of the Allies throughout the world was indescribable. This was the great German victory drive, and each day registered a new Allied defeat. Newspaper headlines were almost despairing. On May 29, however, in quiet type, under great headlines announcing a German gain of 10 miles in which the Germans had taken 25,000 prisoners and crossed 2 rivers, had captured Soissons, and were threatening Reims. There appeared in American papers a quiet little dispatch from General Pershing. It read as follows. This morning in Picardy our troops attacked on a front of 1 1/4 miles, advanced our lines, and captured the village of Cantigny. We took 200 prisoners, and inflicted on the enemy severe losses in killed and wounded. Our casualties were relatively small. Hostile counterattacks broke down under our fire. This was the first American offensive. The American troops had now been in Europe almost a year. At first but a small force, they had been greeted in Paris and in London with tremendous enthusiasm. Up to this point they had done little or nothing, but the small force which passed through Paris in the summer of 1917 had been growing steadily. By this time the American army numbered more than 800,000 men. They had been getting ready. In camps far behind the lines they had been trained, not only by their own officers, but by some of the greatest experts in the French and the British armies. Thousands of officers and men who, but a few months before, had been busily engaged in civilian pursuits, had now learned something of the art of war. They had been supplied with a splendid equipment, with great guns and with all the modern requirements of an up-to-date army. Illustration, photograph. Copyright Committee on Public Information. From Underwood and Underwood, N.Y. Château-Thierry. Where America inflicted a second Gettysburg on Germany. Poilus and Yanks in the foreground looking over the roofs of Château-Thierry, where, in the middle of July in the last year of the war, the Americans at a crucial moment stopped the German advance in the Second Battle of the Marne. After that Germany never went forward on any field of battle again. Illustration, photograph. French official photograph by International Film Service. Wiping out the XXXVIII salient. The first major exploit carried out independently by the American Army was the obliteration of the XXXVIII salient, which had been in German hands since 1914, a spectacular achievement, carried out in 2 days with great brilliance and precision. The picture shows U.S. troops following the Germans through Thiaucourt, one of the towns on the salient. For some months, here and there, on the French and British lines small detachments of American troops flanked on both sides by the Allied forces, had been learning the art of war. Here and there they had been under fire. At Cantigny itself they had resisted attack. On May 27 General Pershing had reported, in Picardy, after violent artillery preparations, hostile infantry detachments succeeded in penetrating our advance positions in 2 points. Our troops counterattacked, completely expelling the enemy in entering his lines. They had also been fighting that day in the Woevre sector where a raiding party had been repulsed. There had been other skirmishes, too, in which many Americans had won honors both from Great Britain and France. But the attack at Cantigny was the first distinct American advance. The Americans penetrated the German positions to the depth of nearly a mile. Their artillery completely smothered the Germans, and its whir could be heard for many miles in the rear. 12 French tanks supported the American infantry. The artillery preparation lasted for 1 hour, and then the lines of Americans went over the top. A strong unit of flame-throwers and engineers aided the Americans. The American barrage moved forward 100 yards in 2 minutes and then 100 yards in 4 minutes. The infantry followed with clock-like precision. Fierce hand-to-hand fighting occurred in Cantigny, which contained a large tunnel and a number of caves. The Americans hurled hand grenades like baseballs into these shelters. The attack had been carefully planned and was rehearsed by the infantry with the tanks. In every detail it was under the direction of the superior French command, to whom much of the credit for its success was due. The news of the American success created general satisfaction among the French and English troops. The operation, of course, was not one of the very greatest importance. It was a sort of an experiment, but coming as it did, in the middle of the great German drive, it was ominous. America had arrived. On May 30 General Pershing announced the complete repulse of further enemy attacks from the new American positions near Cantigny. This time, he says, there was considerable shelling with gas, but the results obtained were very small. The attempt was a complete failure. Our casualties were very light. We have consolidated our positions. The London Evening News commenting on this fact says, "Bravo the young Americans." Nothing in today's battle narrative from the front is more exhilarating than the account of their fight at Cantigny. It was clean-cut from beginning to end, like one of their countrymen's short stories, and the short story of Cantigny is going to expand into a full-length novel which will write the doom of the Kaiser and Kaiserism. Cantigny will one day be repeated 1,000-fold. The Germans, in reporting this fight, avoided mention of the fact that the operation had been conducted by American troops. This seemed to indicate that they feared the moral effect of such an admission in Germany. Up to this time, with the exception of small brigades, the American army had been held as a reserve. After the Cantigny fight they were hurried to the front. The main point to which they were sent at first was Château-Thierry, north of the Marne, the nearest point to Paris reached by the enemy. There, at the very critical point of the great German drive, they not only checked the enemy but, by a dashing attack, threw him back. This may be said to be the turning point in the whole war. It not only stopped the German drive at this point, but it gave new courage to the Allies and took the heart out of the Germans. The troops were rushed to the battle front at Thierry, arriving on Saturday, June 1. They entered the battle enthusiastically, almost immediately after they had arrived. A dispatch from Picardy says, on their way to the battle lines they were cheered by the crowds in the villages through which they passed. Their victorious stand with their gallant French allies, so soon after entering the line, has electrified all France. General Pershing's terse account of what happened reads as follows, in the fighting northwest of XXXIII our troops broke up an attempt of the enemy to advance to the south through VIII woods. And by a counterattack drove him back to the north of the woods. The American troops had gone into the action only an hour or so after their arrival on the banks of the River Marne. Scarcely had they alighted from their motor trucks when they were ordered into XXXIII with a battalion of French colonial troops. The enemy were launching a savage drive, and at first succeeded in driving the Americans out of the woods of VIII-la-Poterie. But the Americans at once counterattacked, driving their opponents from their position, and regaining possession of the woods. On the same day the Germans launched an attack of shock troops, attempting to gain a passage across the Marne at Jolgon. They obtained a footing on the southern bank but another American counterattack forced them back across the river. The American soldiers were fighting with wonderful spirit, and the French papers were filled with praise of their work. As they came up to go into the line they were singing, and they charged, cheering. Illustration, map, Paris is in southwest corner. Amiens in the northwest corner and Reims is on the east side. Where the Yanks fought the Second Battle of the Marne. On June 6 came a climax of the American fighting. It was the attack of the American Marines in the direction of Torquay. This gained more than 2 miles over a 2.5-mile front. On the next day the advance continued over a front of nearly 6 miles, and during the night the Americans captured Bouresches and entered Torquay. The fighting at Torquay was characteristically American. The Marines advanced yelling like Indians, using bayonet and rifle. From Torquay the Marines set forward and took strong ground on either side of Belleau Wood. They had reached all the objectives and pushed beyond them. The Germans were on the run, and surrendering right and left to the Americans. The attack by the Marines forestalled an attack by the enemy. German reports now noticed the Americans. Their report on June 9 referring to this attack, says, Americans who attempted to attack northwest of XXXIII were driven back beyond their positions of departure with heavy losses and prisoners were captured. The Americans had lost heavily, and the hospitals were filled with their wounded, but the thorough American organization was giving the wounded every care, and the Americans were still moving forward. On June the 10th, another attack was made on the German lines in the Belleau Wood, which penetrated for about 2/3 of a mile, leaving the Germans in possession of only the northern fringe of the wood. On June 11 the official statement of the French War Office declared, south of the Ourcq River the American troops this morning brilliantly captured Belleau Wood, and took 300 prisoners. Belleau Wood had been considered an almost impregnable position, but the valiant fighting of the American Marines had carried them past it. Fighting here was not merely a series of exciting engagements, but an important action, which may have turned, and very probably did turn, the whole tide of battle. The Americans put 3 German divisions out of business, and caused a change in the German plans, by preventing an extending movement to Meaux, which was the German objective. From this time on the confidence shown in all reports from the Allies in France was strengthened. They had found that the Americans were all that they had hoped for, and they were sure now that they could hold on until the full American strength could be brought to bear. General Pershing himself was full of optimism and his fine example stimulated his troops. From this time on all dispatches show that the Americans were more and more getting in the game. Repeated German attacks against their forces, on the Belleau-Bouresches line were repulsed, in spite of the fact that crack German divisions, who had been picked especially to punish them, had been found on their front. It was later found that these divisions had been suddenly ordered to that point, in order to prevent at all costs the Americans being able to achieve success. The German High Command was apparently anxious to prevent American success from stimulating the morale of the Allied army. During the rest of the summer the Americans took an active part in Foch's great offensive which ultimately crushed the German army. They were heard from at widely divergent points, in Alsace, about Château-Thierry, at Montdidier, and in the British lines. Most of the fighting during June indicated a slow advance at Château-Thierry. On June 19 the Americans crossed the Marne, near that city. But Château-Thierry itself was not captured until the middle of July. On June 29 they participated in a raid near Montdidier and on July 2 captured Vaux. In the week of July 4 news came of American success in the Vosges. On July 18 they advanced close to Soissons. On August 3 the Americans captured Fismes, and then for nearly a month made little actual progress, though bitter fighting went on in the country around Fismes and near Soissons. On August 29 after a furious battle they captured the plain of Juvigny, north of Soissons. In all these battles the Americans were doing their part at difficult points, during the great French drive which was clearing out the Marne salient. On the 12th of September, the 1st American Army, assisted by certain French units, and under the direct command of General Pershing, launched an attack against the Saint-Mihiel salient. This was the most important operation of the American troops in the Great War. It was a complete success. September 12 was the 4th anniversary of the establishment of the salient, which reached out from the German line in the direction of Verdun. The attack was fighting on a grand scale, and that such an operation should be entrusted to the American Army indicated an entirely new phase of America's participation in the war. It was preceded by a barrage lasting 4 hours. The German troops, though probably suspecting that such an attack was coming, were nevertheless surprised. The American attack was on the southern leg of the salient along a distance of 12 miles. The French attacked on the western side from a front of 8 miles. Each attack was eminently successful. On the southern front the Americans reached their first objectives at some points an hour ahead of schedule time. Thiaucourt was captured early in the drive, later the Americans gained possession of Nonsard, Pans, and Boulainville. Illustration, map, Verdun in the northwest corner, Saint-Mihiel in southwest, Metz in the northeast. The Graves-T. Mihiel salient established in 1914 was obliterated by the Americans in September, 1918. At first the resistance of the Germans, without being tame, was not actually stiff. And the doughboys were able to sweep toward the second line of any position without difficulty. There, however, the Germans began to defend themselves sharply, which delayed, but did not stop the American advance. The attack was made in 2 waves and carried the American forces a distance of about 5 miles. The next day the attack continued, and General Pershing's dispatch stated, "In the Saint-Mihiel sector we have achieved further successes. The junction of our troops advancing from the south of the sector with those advancing from the west has given us possession of the whole salient to points 12 miles northeast of Saint-Mihiel, and has resulted in the capture of many prisoners. Forced back by our steady advance the enemy is retiring, and is destroying large quantities of material as he goes. The number of prisoners counted has risen to 13,300. Our line now includes Herbeville, Thillet, Hattonville, St. Benoit, Zams, Jalny, Thiaucourt and Viville. The salient was wiped out, and the Saint-Mihiel front reduced from 40 to 20 miles. Secretary Newton D. Baker, accompanied by Generals Pershing and Pétain, visited St. Mihiel a few hours after its capture. They walked through the streets of the city, and heard many stories of the long German occupation. As the attack proceeded it became more and more evident that the German defense had lost heart. Thousands of them surrendered, declaring they did not care to fight any more. It was also noted that a surprisingly large number of officers were among those captured. The only serious resistance was to the attack south of Frasnes, which was obviously for the purpose of protecting the German retreat. The 1st American Regiment stationed in St. Mihiel sector was the 370th Infantry, formerly the 8th Illinois, a Negro regiment officered entirely by soldiers of that race. This regiment was one of the 3 that occupied a sector at Verdun when a penetration there by the Germans would have been disastrous to the Allied cause. The St. Mihiel salient had no great military value to the Germans, and was probably held by them from a sentimental motive. It represented the desperate efforts made by the Crown Prince in his early drive against Verdun. Its destruction, however, was of great importance to the French. It was not only a removal of a menace to the French citizens of Verdun, but it released the French armies at that point for active offensive operation. It also liberated the railway line from Verdun to Nancy, which was of the utmost value to General Pershing and the French armies to his left. It also later developed that the French command regarded the reduction of the XXXVIII salient as the cornerstone of a great encircling movement aimed at the German fortress of Metz. The moral effect of its reduction was also notable as it was one more sign of the weakening of the Germans. Illustration, map, Verdun in the northwest corner, Saint-Mihiel in southwest, Metz in the northeast. How this Mihiel salient looked shortly after the assault began. The map indicates the beginning of the Great American Drive, assisted by the French, in 1918, which resulted in the wiping out of the huge salient. The Americans attacked on the south, the French in the north. Dotted lines indicate the advance in the first 5 hours. History usually concerns itself with the deeds of humanity in the mass and with the leaders of these masses. It is eminently fitting, however, that this history should record the impressions made upon the mind of an American soldier by a modern battle. The United States government singled out of all the letters received from the front, that written by Major Robert L. Denig, of Philadelphia, to his wife. The letter is now part of the archives of the War Department, and occupies the highest place of literary honor in the records of the Marines. It describes the operation against the Germans on the Marne on July 18, 1918. This was the counterattack led by the Marines which broke the back of the German invasion. Major Denig wrote, "The day before we left for this big push we had a most interesting fight between a fleet of German planes and a French observation balloon, right over our heads. We saw 5 planes circle over our town, then put on, what we thought afterwards, a sham fight. One of them, after many fancy stunts, headed right for the balloon. They were all painted with our colors except one. This one went near the balloon. One kept right on. The other 4 shot the balloon up with incendiary bullets. The observers jumped into their parachutes just as the outfit went up in a mass of flame. The next day we took our positions at various places to wait for camions that were to take us somewhere in France, when or for what purpose we did not know. Was passed me at the head of his company. We made a date for a party on our next leave. He was looking fine and was as happy as could be. Then Hunt, Kaiser and a heap of others went by. I have the battalion and Holcomb the regiment. Our turn to N-bus did not come until near midnight. We at last got underway after a few big sea bags had hit nearby. Wilmer and I led in a touring car. We went at a good clip and nearly got ditched in a couple of new shell holes. Shells were falling fast by now, and as the 10th truck went under the bridge a big one landed near with a crash, and wounded the 2 drivers, killed 2 Marines and wounded 5 more. We did not know it at the time, and did not notice anything wrong till we came to a crossroad when we found we had only 11 cars all told. We found the rest of the convoy after a hunt, but even then were not told of the loss, and did not find it out until the next day. We were finally, after 12 hours' ride, dumped in a big field and after a few hours' rest started our march. It was hot as Hades and we had had nothing to eat since the day before. We at last entered a forest, troops seemed to converge on it from all points. We marched some 6 miles in the forest, a finer one I have never seen, deer would scamper ahead and we could have eaten one raw. At 10 that night without food, we lay down in a pouring rain to sleep. Troops of all kinds passed us in the night, a shadowy stream, over 500,000 men. Some French officers told us that they had never seen such concentration since Verdun, if then. The next day, the 18th of July, we marched ahead through a jam of troops, trucks, etc., and came at last to a ration dump where we fell to and ate our heads off for the first time in nearly 2 days. When we left there, the men had bread stuck on their bayonets. I lugged a ham. All were loaded down. Here I passed one of Was' lieutenants with his hand wounded. He was pleased as punch and told us the drive was on, the first we knew of it. I then passed a few men of Hunt's company, bringing prisoners to the rear. They had a colonel and his staff. They were well dressed, cleaned and polished, but mighty glum looking. We finally stopped at the far end of the forest near a dressing station, where Holcomb again took command. This station had been a big fine stone farm but was now a complete ruin. Wounded and dead lay all about. Joe Murray came by with his head all done up, his helmet had saved him. The lines had gone on ahead so we were quite safe. Had a fine aero battle right over us. The stunts that those planes did cannot be described by me. Late in the afternoon we advanced again. Our route lay over an open field covered with dead. We lay down on a hillside for the night near some captured German guns, and until dark I watched the cavalry, some 4,000, come up and take positions. At 3:30 the next morning Sitz woke me up and said we were to attack. The regiment was soon underway and we picked our way under cover of a gas-infested valley to a town where we got our final instructions and left our packs. I wished Sumner good luck and parted. We formed up in a sunken road on two sides of a valley that was perpendicular to the enemy's front, Hughes right, Holcomb left, Sibley support. We now began to get a few wounded. One man with ashen face came charging to the rear with shell shock. He shook all over, foamed at the mouth, could not speak. I put him under a tent, and he acted as if he had a fit. I heard Overton call to one of his friends to send a certain pin to his mother if he should get hit. At 8:30 we jumped off with a line of tanks in the lead. For 2 kilos, the 4 lines of Marines were as straight as a die, and their advance over the open plain in the bright sunlight was a picture I shall never forget. The fire got hotter and hotter, men fell, bullets sung, shells whizzed banged and the dust of battle got thick. Overton was hit by a big piece of shell and fell. Afterwards I heard he was hit in the heart, so his death was without pain. He was buried that night and the pin found. A man near me was cut in 2. Others when hit would stand, it seemed, an hour, then fall in a heap. I yelled to Wilmer that each gun in the barrage worked from right to left, then a rabbit ran ahead and I watched him wondering if he would get hit. Good rabbit, it took my mind off the carnage. Looked for Hughes way over to the right. Told Wilmer that I had $100 and be sure to get it. You think all kinds of things. About 60 Germans jumped out of a trench and tried to surrender, but their machine guns opened up, we fired back, they ran and our left company after them. That made a gap that had to be filled, so Sibley advanced one of his to do the job, then a shell lit in a machine gun crew of ours and cleaned it out completely. At 10:30 we dug in, the attack just died out. I found a hole or old trench and when I was flat on my back I got some protection. Holcomb was next to me, Wilmer some way off. We then tried to get reports. 2 companies we never could get in touch with. Lloyd came in and reported he was holding some trenches near a mill with 6 men. Cates, with his trousers blown off, said he had 16 men of various companies. Another officer on the right reported he had and could see 40 men, all told. That, with the headquarters, was all we could find out about the battalion of nearly 800. Of the 20 company officers who went in, 3 came out, and one, Cates, was slightly wounded. From then on to about 8 p.m. Life was a chance and mighty uncomfortable. It was hot as a furnace, no water, and they had our range to a T. 3 men lying in a shallow trench near me were blown to bits. I went to the left of the line and found 8 wounded men in a shell hole. I went back to Cates' hole and 3 shells landed near them. We thought they were killed, but they were not hit. You could hear men calling for help in the wheat fields. Their cries would get weaker and die out. The German planes were thick in the air, they were in groups of from 3 to 20. They would look us over and then we would get a pounding. One of our planes got shot down. He fell about 1,000 feet, like an arrow, and hit in the field back of us. The tank exploded and nothing was left. We had a machine gun officer with us and at 6 a runner came up and reported that Sumner was killed. He commanded the machine gun company with us. He was hit early in the fight by a bullet, I hear, I can get no details. At the start he remarked, "This looks easy, they do not seem to have much art." Hugh's headquarters were all shot up. Turner lost a leg. Well, we just lay there all through the hot afternoon. It was great, a shell would land nearby and you would bounce in your hole. As twilight came, we sent out water parties for the relief of the wounded. Then we wondered if we would get relieved. At 9 o'clock we got a message congratulating us and saying the Algerians would take over at midnight. We then began to collect our wounded. Some had been evacuated during the day, but at that, we soon had about 20 on the field near us. A man who had been blinded wanted me to hold his hand. Another, wounded in the back, wanted his head patted, and so it went. One man got up on his hands and knees. I asked him what he wanted. He said, "Look at the full moon," then fell dead. I had him buried, and all the rest I could find. All the time bullets sung and we prayed that shelling would not start until we had our wounded on top. The Algerians came up at midnight and we pushed out. They went over at daybreak and got all shot up. We made the relief under German flares and the light from a burning town. We went out as we came, through the gully in town, the latter by now all in ruins. The place was full of gas, so we had to wear our masks. We pushed on to the forest and fell down in our tracks and slept all day. That afternoon a German plane got a balloon and the observer jumped and landed in a high tree. It was some job getting him down. The wind came up and we had to dodge falling trees and branches. As it was, we lost 2 killed and 1 wounded from that cause. That night the Germans shelled us and got 3 killed and 17 wounded. We moved a bit further back to the crossroad and after burying a few Germans, some of whom showed signs of having been wounded before, we settled down to a short stay. It looked like rain, and so Wilmer and I went to an old dressing station to salvage some cover. We collected a lot of bloody shelter halves and ponchos that had been tied to poles to make stretchers, and were about to go, when we stopped to look at a new grave. A rude cross made of 2 slats from a box had written on it, Lester S. Was, Captain U.S. Marines, July 18, 1918 inch. The old crowd at St. Nazaire in Bordeaux, Was and Sumner killed, Baston and Hunt wounded, the latter on the 18th, a clean wound, I hear, through the left shoulder. We then moved further to the rear and camped for the night. Dunlap came to look us over. His car was driven by a sailor who got out to talk to a few of the Marines, when one of the latter yelled out, "Hey, fellows. Anyone want to see a real live gob, right this way?" The gob held a regular reception. A carrier pigeon perched on a tree with a message. We decided to shoot him. It was then quite dark, so the shot missed. I then heard the following as I tried to sleep: "Hell, he only turned around, send up a flare, call for a barrage, etc." The next day further to the rear still, a Ford was towed by with its front wheels on a truck. We are now back in a town for some rest and to lick our wounds. As I rode down the battalion, where once companies 250 strong used to march, now you see 50 men, with a kid second lieutenant in command. One company commander is not yet 21. After the last attack I cashed in the gold you gave me and sent it home along with my back pay. I have no idea of being bumped off with money on my person, as if you fall into the enemy's hands you are first robbed then buried perhaps, but the first is sure. Baston, the lieutenant that went to Quantico with father and myself, and of whom father took some pictures, was wounded in both legs in the Bois de Boulogne. He nearly lost his legs, I am told, but is coming out OK. Hunt was wounded in the last attack, got his wounds fixed up and went back again till he had to be sent out. Koffenberg was hit in the hand, all near him were killed. Talbot was hit twice, but is about again. That accounts for all the officers in the company that I brought over. In the first fight 103 of the men in that outfit were killed or wounded. The second fight must have about cleaned out the old crowd. The tanks, as they crushed their way through the wet, grey forest looked to me like beasts of the pre-Stone Age. In the afternoon as I lay on my back in a hole that I dug deeper, the dark grey German planes with their sinister black crosses, looked like death hovering above. They were for many. Sumner, 4-1. He was always saying, "Denig, let's go ashore." Then here was Was, whom I usually took dinner with, dead, too. Sumner, Was, Baston and Hunt, the old crowd that stuck together, two dead. One may never be any good any more. Hunt, I hope, will be as good as ever. The officers mentioned in Major Denig's letter, with their addresses and next of kin, are Lieutenant Colonel Burton W. Sibley, Harriet E. Sibley, mother, Essex Junction, VT. First Lieutenant Clifton B. Cates, Mrs. Willis J. Cates, mother, Tiptonville. 10. First Lieutenant Horace Talbot, no next of kin, Woonsocket, Rhode Island. Captain Arthur H. Turner, Charles S. Turner, father, 188, West River Street, Wilkes-Barre, Pennsylvania. Captain Bailey Metcalf Coffenberg, Mrs. Elizabeth Coffenberg, 30 Jackson Street, Staten Island, N.Y. Captain Albert Preston Baston, Mrs. Ora Z. Baston, mother, Pleasant Avenue, St. Louis Park, Minnesota. Captain Lester Sherwood Was, L. Was, father, Gloucester, Massachusetts. Captain Allen M. Sumner, Mrs. Mary M. Sumner, wife, 1824 S Street, N. W., Washington, D.C. Lieutenant Colonel Thomas Holcomb, Mrs. Thomas Holcomb, wife, 1535 New Hampshire Avenue, Washington, D.C. Second Lieutenant John Laurie Hunt, Etta Newman, sister, Gillett, Texas. Captain Walter H. Sitz, Emil H. Sitz, father, Davenport, Iowa. First Lieutenant John W. Overton, son of J. M. Overton, 901 Stallman Building, Nashville, Tennessee. Major Egbert T. Lloyd, Mrs. E. T. Lloyd, wife, 4900, Cedar Avenue, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Major Ralph S. Kaiser, Charles E. Kaiser, father, Thoroughfare, VA. Captain Per Wilmer, Mrs. Alice Emery Wilmer, mother, Centerville, Maryland. Lieutenant Colonel John A. Hughes, Mrs. A. J. Hughes, wife, care of Rear Admiral William Parks, Post Office Building, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Lieutenant Overton was the famous Yale athlete, the intercollegiate 1-mile champion. Chapter 43. England and France strike in the north. Up to July 18, 1918, the Allied armies in France had been steadily on the defensive, but on that date the tide turned. General Foch, who had been yielding territory for several months in the great German drives, now assumed the offensive himself and began the series of great drives which was to crush the German power and drive the enemy in defeat headlong from France. The first of these great blows was the one which began with the appearance of the Americans at Château-Thierry. The Germans had formed a huge salient whose eastern extremity lay near Reims, and its western extremity west of Soissons. It was like a great pocket reaching down in the direction of Paris from those 2 points. Against this salient the French and Americans had directed a tremendous thrust. The Germans resisted with desperation. It was the turning point of the war, but they were compelled to yield. Town after town was regained by the French and American troops, until, by August 5, the Crown Prince had been driven from the Marne to the Vesle, and the salient obliterated. On August 7 General Foch delivered his second blow. During the fighting on the Marne it had often been wondered by those who were observing the great French general's strategy, why the British seemed to make no move. Occasionally there had been reports of minor assaults either on the LIII salient, far north, or on the Somme and Montdidier sectors, lying between. It had not been noticed that in these minor assaults the English had been obtaining positions of strategic importance, and that they were steadily getting ready for an English offensive. But their time had now come, and on August 7 the armies of Sir Douglas Haig began an attack against the armies of Prince Ruprecht on the LIII salient. This was followed, on August 8, by another still greater Allied advance in Picardy, between Albert and Montdidier. Both of these attacks met with notable success. On the LIII salient the English penetrated a distance of 1,000 yards over a 4-mile front, and followed up this advance by persistent attacks which led to the reoccupation, on August 19, of Merville, and on August 31, of Mont Kemmel. On this front the Germans had weakened their strength by withdrawing troops to aid other parts of their front, and the British were constantly taking advantage of this weakening. The Germans had found this salient a failure. It had failed to attain its objective, the flanking of the Lens line south. They therefore were steadily retreating without any intention other than to extricate themselves from positions of no value, in the most economical manner. The quick operations of the British, however, led to the capture of many prisoners and guns. The English offensive in Picardy was a more serious matter, and from some points of view was the greatest offensive in the war. The Allied front had been prepared for offensive operations by minor attacks which had secured for the Allied troops dominating positions. The attack was a surprise attack. The Germans were expecting local attacks but not a movement of this magnitude. The surprise was increased because it was made through a heavy mist which prevented observation. It was preceded by tremendous artillery fire which lasted for 4 minutes, and which was followed by the charge of infantry and tanks. The German artillery hardly replied at all, and only the resistance of a few rifles and machine guns fired vaguely through the fog met the charging troops. The attack was on a 25-mile front and on the first day gained 7 miles, captured 7,000 men and 100 guns. On the following day there was an advance of about 5 miles and 17,000 more prisoners were captured. The Germans were now retiring in great haste, blowing up ammunition dumps and abandoning an enormous quantity of stores of all kinds. The English were using cavalry and airplanes, which were flying low over the field and throwing the German troops into confusion. Over 300 guns, including many of heavy caliber, were captured. The ground had been plowed up by shells and thousands of bodies of men and horses were found lying where they fell. A feature of the attack was the swift whippet tanks which advanced far ahead of the infantry lines. Illustration, photograph. Copyright Western Newspaper Union. British official photo. Forward with the tanks against Bapaume. This picture gives an excellent idea of the method of combined tank and infantry attack. Behind a low ridge among artillery positions they are forming their line. A company falls in behind one of the waddling monsters that will break a way for it through all obstacles, while on both sides of the road other detachments await the arrival of the tank. They are to accompany. Illustration, photograph, line of marching soldiers stretching back to the horizon. Several men resting in the foreground. Canadian official photograph. From Underwood and Underwood, N.Y. Canadians in the Great Cambrai Drive. One of the busy scenes just preceding the victorious attack by the Canadians upon Cambrai. In the center can be seen captured Germans carrying in one of their wounded comrades. In the French official report occurred the following statement. The brilliant operation which we, in concert with British troops, executed yesterday has been a surprise for the enemy. As occurred in the offensive of July 18, the soldiers of General de Bigny have captured enemy soldiers engaged in the peaceful pursuit of harvesting the fields behind the German lines. By August 10 the Germans had fallen back to a line running through Chalmes and Roye. Montdidier had been captured, and 11 German divisions had been smashed. By August 12 the number of prisoners was 40,000, and by the 18th the Allied front was almost in the same line as it was in the summer of 1916, before the Battle of the Somme. The next step was to capture Bapaume and Peronne. The French, on August 19, captured the Lassigny Massif, and continued to press on their attack. Noyon fell on the 29th, Roye on the 27th, Chalmes on the 29th. Further north the British had captured Albert, and on the 29th occupied Bapaume. On September 1 they took Peronne with 2,000 prisoners. The advance still continued, and the German weakness was becoming more and more apparent. On September 6 the whole Allied line swept forward, with an average penetration of 8 miles. Chauny was captured and the fortress of Ham. On September 17 the British were close to St. Quentin and the French in their own old entrenchments before LIII. On September 18 a surprise advance over a 22-mile front crossed the Hindenburg Line at 2 points north of St. Quentin, Villeret and from Pontrou to Hollum. The 1st and 3rd British armies, a little further to the north, were moving toward Cambrai and Douai, threatening not only them, but to get in the rear of Lens. This force proceeded up the Albert-Bapaume highway, and on August 27 captured a considerable portion of the Hindenburg Line. On the 30th they reached Bullecourt and on September 2 crossed the Drocourt-Queant line on a 6-mile front. This was the famous switch line, meant to supplement the Hindenburg Line, and its capture meant the complete overthrow of the German entrenched positions at this point. Illustration, map, Arras in the southwest corner, Douai in the northeast. The famous Hindenburg Line that crumbled in 1918. The Germans retreated hastily to the Canal du Nord, and on September 3 Queant was captured by an advance on a 20-mile front, along with 10,000 prisoners. The Allied forces were moving steadily forward. On September 18 the British reached the defences of Cambrai and were encircling the city of St. Quentin. On October 3 the advance upon Cambrai forced the Germans to evacuate the Lens coal fields, and on October 9 another advance over a 30-mile front enabled the Allies to occupy Cambrai and St. Quentin. On the 11th they had reached the suburbs of Douai. By this time the whole of the Picardy salient had been wiped out. The preceding summary of this great movement gives little idea of the tremendous struggle which had gone on during these 2 critical months, and hardly does more than suggest the tremendous importance of the British operations. The Hindenburg Line was like a great fortification, and for more than a year had been regarded as impregnable. At Bullecourt there were 2 main lines. 125 yards in front of the first line was a belt of wire 25 feet broad, so thick that it could not be seen through. The line itself contained double machine gun emplacements of ferroconcrete, 125 yards apart, with lesser emplacements between them. More belts of wire protected the support line. Here a continuous tunnel had been constructed at a depth of over 40 feet. Every 35 yards there were exits with flights of 45 steps. The tunnels were roofed and lined and bottomed with heavy timber, and numerous rooms branched off. They were lighted by electricity. Large 9-inch trench mortars stood at the traverses and strong machine gun positions covered the line from behind. The Hindenburg Line was really only one of a series of 20 lines, each connected with the others by communicating trenches. The main lines were solid concrete, separated by an unending vista of wire entanglements. At points this barrier barbed wire extended in solid formation for 10 miles. This tremendous system of defenses was originally called by the Germans the Siegfried Line, and in the spring of 1917 they found it wise, at points where a strong offensive was expected, to fall back to it for protection. It had been their hope that it would prove an impassable barrier to the Allied troops, but now it had been broken, and the moral effect of the British success was even greater than the material. One of the most noticeable results of the British advance had been the capture of Lens. It had been captured without a fight, because of the British threat upon its rear, but its capture was of tremendous importance. Lens had been the scene of bitter fighting in the latter part of August, 1917, when the Canadians had specially distinguished themselves. This city had been heavily fortified by the Germans who had recognized its importance as being the center of the great Lens coal fields, and they had never given it up. It had sometimes been described as the strongest single position that had ever confronted the Allies on the Western Front. It had been made a sort of citadel of reinforced concrete. Even the courage and power of the Canadians had only given them possession of some of its suburbs. Between these suburbs and the concrete citadel were the coal pits, with their fathomless depths of ages and the mysteries of cultural strategy. The struggle became a succession of avalanches of gas, burning oil, rifle and machine gun fire. Both sides lost terrifically, but the Germans had held the town. Now it was given up without a blow and its great coal fields were once more in possession of the French. Before retreating, the Germans showed their usual destructive energy, and the mines were found flooded as a result of consistent and scientific use of dynamite. The recapture of Lens was cheering news in Paris. Not the least of the many sufferings of the French during the last 2 years of the war was that which came from the scarcity of coal. Indeed, more than once during those 2 winters coal could not be obtained at any price. These periods unfortunately came in the latter part of the winter, and it happened they were unusual periods of intense cold. Thousands of people stayed in bed all day in order to keep warm. The capture of Lens, therefore, had been anxiously desired. Nearly the whole of the French coal supply had come from Lens and the adjacent Bethune coal fields. The Bethune field, although steadily working, had never produced enough coal for even the pressing necessities of the French munition works. The news that Bapaume had fallen on August 29 brought back, especially to the British, memories not only of the previous year and of the great forward movement which, on March 17, had swept them over Bapaume and Peronne, but also bitter memories of the retreat in the previous March, which had carried them back under the overwhelming German pressure. The capture therefore was balm to their spirits, and an English correspondent, Mr. Philip Gibbs, who had accompanied the British on their previous advance, found officers and men full of laughter and full of memories. On all sides were the battlefields of 1916 and 1917, Mametz Wood, Belleville Wood, Usna Hill, Ginchy, Morval, Guillemont. The fields were covered with battle debris, and yet to the English it was sacred ground from the graves of the men who fell there. Those graves still remained. The British shell fire had not touched them, but as the English advanced there were many bodies of grey-clad men on the roads and fields, and dead horses, and a litter of barbed wire, and deep shelters dug under banks, and shell craters. And helmets, gas masks, and rifles thrown here and there by the enemy as they fled. Now it was the Germans that were fleeing, and fleeing hopelessly, sullen, bitter at their officers, impatient of discipline. One of the great differences between the attacks of the Allies in their last year of the war and those of preceding years, was the increased use and the improved character of the tanks. The tanks were a development of the war. Before the war, however, the development of the Caterpillar tractor had suggested to a few far-sighted people the possibility of evolving from this invention a machine capable of offensive use over rough country in close warfare. Experiments were made in behalf of the English War Office for some time without practical results. At last, after these experiments had resulted in various failures, a type of tractor was finally designed which produced satisfactory results. It was a Caterpillar tractor, with an endless self-laid track, over which internal driving wheels could be propelled by the engines. It was not until July, 1916, that the first consignment of these new engines of warfare arrived at the secret maneuver ground. There were 2 kinds. One called the male was armed with 2 Hotchkiss quick-fire guns, as well as with an armament of machine guns. The other type, called the female, was armed only with machine guns. The male tank was designed for dealing with the concrete emplacements for the German machine guns. The other was more suitable for dealing with machine gun personnel and riflemen. Some time was taken in training men to use these tanks, for the crew of a tank must suffer a great deal of hardship on account of the noise of the engine. Every command had to be made by signs. And the motion of the tank being like that of a ship on a heavy sea, was likely to produce seasickness. The tanks were painted with weird colors for the purpose of concealment, and when they first appeared caused a great deal of wonder and amusement. They were first used in battle on September 15, 1916, in a continuation of the Battle of the Somme, and proved a great surprise to the Germans. The Germans directed all available rifle and machine gun fire upon them without success. A correspondent narrates that, as the Crème de Menthe moved on its way, the bullets fell from its sides harmlessly. It advanced upon a broken wall, leaned up against it heavily, until it fell with a crash of bricks, and then rose onto the bricks and passed over them and walked straight into the midst of factory ruins. They were an immense success and had come to stay. Chapter 44. Belgium's gallant effort. For more than 4 years Belgium suffered under the iron heel of the German invaders. One little corner in the far west was occupied by her gallant army, fighting with the utmost courage and a patriotism which has won the admiration of the world under its great King Albert, whose heroic leadership had turned the little commercial nation into a nation of heroes. Conditions of life in the Belgian cities were almost intolerable. The Great Belgian Relief Commission, under the direction of Mr. Hoover, had kept the people from starvation, but it could not secure them their rights. They lived in the midst of brutality and injustice. On Belgian Independence Day at London, Arthur J. Balfour, the British Foreign Minister, made an address in which he commented upon the German treatment of Belgium. In the course of his address he said, "Bitter must be the thought in every Belgian heart of what Belgians in Belgium are now suffering. Let them, however, take courage. Let their spirits rise in a mood of profound cheerfulness, for these dark days are not going to last forever, and when they come to a conclusion, when again peace dawns upon this much tormented and cruelly tried world. When Belgium is again free and prosperous, then Belgians, whether they have spent these unhappy years in exile, or, an even harder fate, have spent them in their own country, they will be able to look back upon this time of cruel and unexampled trial, and they will say to themselves, to their children and to their descendants, that Belgium, though her existence as a political entity is less than a century, has within that period shown an example of courage, constancy and virtue to mankind for which all the world should be grateful." The English Foreign Minister was perhaps not prophesying. He knew something of what was coming. The great offensive which was to free Belgium of her German oppressor was already underway. The first move, however, was not upon land, but upon the sea. In the autumn of 1914 the little Belgian port of Zeebrugge, with the neighboring port of Ostend, was captured by the Germans. The Germans, who had already seized the shipbuilding plants at Antwerp, then began to build submarines, and sent them down the canals through Bruges to Zeebrugge and Ostend. From these ports they proceeded to attack the English commerce. In the spring of 1918 submarine attacks on English shipping were so serious that England was using every possible effort to destroy these piratical craft. And it was determined to make an attempt to block the entrances to the canals at Zeebrugge and at Ostend, by sinking old ships in the channels. The expedition took place during the night of April 22d, under the command of Vice Admiral Sir Roger Keyes. 6 obsolete British cruisers took part in the expedition. These were the Brilliant, Iphigenia, Sirius, Intrepid, Thetis and Vindictive. The Vindictive carried storming parties to destroy the stone mole at Zeebrugge. The remaining 5 cruisers were filled with concrete, and it was intended that they should be sunk in the entrances of the 2 ports. A large force of monitors and small fast craft accompanied the expedition. An observer thus describes the heroic exploit. The night was overcast and there was a drifting haze. Down the coast a great searchlight swung its beam to and fro in the small wind and short sea. From the Vindictive's bridge, as she headed in toward the mole, there was scarcely a glimmer of light to be seen shoreward. Ahead as she drove through the water rolled the smoke screen, her cloak of invisibility, wrapped about her by small craft. This was the device of Wing Commander Brock, without which, acknowledged the admiral in command, the operation could not have been conducted. A northeast wind moved the volume of it shoreward ahead of the ships. Beyond it was the distant town, its defenders unsuspicious. It was not until the Vindictive, with bluejackets and marines standing ready for landing, was close upon the mole, that the wind lulled and came away again from the southeast. Sweeping back the smoke screen and laying her bare to eyes that looked seaward, there was a moment immediately afterward when it seemed to those on the ships as if the dim harbor exploded into light. A star shell soared aloft, then a score of star shells. Wavering beams of the searchlight swung around and settled into a glare. A wild fire of gun flashes leaped against the sky, strings of luminous green beads shot aloft, hung and sank. The darkness of the night was supplemented by a nightmare daylight of battle-fired guns, and machine guns along the mole. The batteries ashore woke to life. It was in a gale of shelling that the Vindictive laid her nose against the 30-foot-high concrete side of the mole, let go her anchor, and signaled to the Daffodil to shove her stern in. The Iris went ahead and endeavored to get alongside likewise. The fire was intense while the ships plunged and rolled beside the Mole in the seas, the Vindictive, with her greater draft, jarring against the foundations of the Mole with every lunge. They were swept diagonally by machine gun fire from both ends of the Mole and by the heavy batteries on shore. Captain Carpenter conned the Vindictive from the open bridge until her stern was laid in, when he took up his position in the flame-thrower hut on the port side. It is marvelous that any occupant should have survived a minute in this hut, so riddled and shattered was it. The officer of the Iris, which was in trouble ahead of the Vindictive, described Captain Carpenter as handling her like a picket boat. The Vindictive was fitted along her port side with a high, false deck, from which ran 18 brows, or gangways, by which the storming and demolition parties were to land. The men gathered in readiness on the main lower decks, while Colonel Elliot, who was to lead the Marines, waited on the false deck just abaft the bridge. Captain Hallahan, who commanded the Bluejackets, was amidships. The word for the assault had not yet been given when both leaders were killed. The mere landing on the Mole was a perilous business. It involved a passage across the crashing and splintering gangways, a drop over the parapet into the field of fire of the German machine guns which swept its length, and a further drop of some 16 feet to the surface of the Mole itself. Many were killed and more wounded as they crowded up the gangways, but nothing hindered the orderly and speedy landing by every gangway. The lower deck was a shambles, as the commander made the round of the ship, yet the wounded and dying raised themselves to cheer as he made his tour. The Iris had trouble of her own. Her first attempts to make fast to the Mole ahead of the Vindictive failed, as her grapnels were not large enough to span the parapet. Two officers, Lieutenant Commander Bradford, and Lieutenant Hawkins, climbed ashore and sat astride the parapet trying to make the grapnels fast, till each was killed, and fell down between the ship and the wall. Commander Valentine Gibbs had both legs shot away, and died next morning. Lieutenant Spencer, though wounded, took command and refused to be relieved. Illustration: layout of harbor, North Sea at top, with lighthouse, quay, and wireless station. Foreground shows harbor facilities and submarine pens. Zeebrugge Harbor, blocked by British. The Iris was obliged at last to change her position and fall in astern of the Vindictive, which suffered very heavily from fire. Her total casualties were 8 officers and 69 men killed, and 3 officers and 103 men wounded. The storming parties upon the Mole met with no resistance from the Germans other than an intense and unremitting fire. One after another buildings burst into flames, or split and crumbled as dynamite went off. A bombing party working up toward the Mole in search of the enemy destroyed several machine gun emplacements, but not a single prisoner awarded them. It appears that upon the approach of the ships and with the opening of fire the enemy simply retired and contented themselves with bringing machine guns to the short end of the Mole. The object of the fighting on the Mole was in large part to divert the enemy's attention while the work of blocking the canals was being accomplished. Of this operation the official narrative says, "The Thetis came first steaming into a tornado of shells from great batteries ashore. All her crew save a remnant who remained to steam her in and sink her, already had been taken off her by a ubiquitous motor launch. The remnant spared hands enough to keep her 4 guns going. It was hers to show the road to the Intrepid and Iphigenia which followed. She cleared a string of armed barges, which defends the channel from the tip of the Mole, but had the ill fortune to foul one of her propellers upon a net defense which flanks it on the shore side. The propeller gathered in the net and it rendered her practically unmanageable. Shore batteries found her and pounded her unremittingly. She bumped into the bank, edged off and found herself in the channel again, still some hundreds of yards from the mouth of the canal in practically a sinking condition. As she lay she signaled invaluable directions to others, and her commander blew charges and sank it. Motor launches took off her crew. The Intrepid, smoking like a volcano, and with all her guns blazing, followed. Her motor launch had failed to get alongside, outside the harbor, and she had men enough for anything. Straight into the canal she steered, her smoke blowing back from her into the Iphigenia's eyes so that the latter was blinded, and going a little wild, ran into the dredger, with her barge moored beside it, which lay at the western arm of the canal. She was not clear though, and entered the canal, pushing the barge before her. It was then that a shell hit the steam connections of her whistle, and the escape of steam which followed drove off some of the smoke, and let her see what she was doing. Lieutenant Carter, commanding the Intrepid, placed the nose of his ship neatly on the mud of the western bank, ordered his crew away, and blew up his ship by switches in the chart room. Lieutenant Leake, commanding the Iphigenia, beached her according to arrangement on the eastern side, blew her up, saw her drop nicely across the canal, and left her with her engines still going to hold her in position till she should have bedded well down on the bottom. According to the latest reports from air observation, the two old ships, with their holds full of concrete, are lying across the canal in a V position. And it is probable that the work they set out to do has been accomplished and that the canal is effectively blocked. At Ostend an attempt was also made to block the canal on the same night, but it was unsuccessful owing to a shift of wind which blew away the smoke screen behind which the British craft were acting, and enabled the German gun fire to destroy the flares which had been lit to mark the entrance to the harbor. The cruisers tried to act by guesswork, and one of the blocked ships was sunk, but it was not in a position to obstruct the canal. On May 9 another attempt was made, and the Vindictive, filled with concrete, was sunk in the Ostend Channel. This daring exploit of the English fleet, though it had destroyed the value of Zeebrugge and Ostend as submarine bases, had left the Germans in possession. In September, however, General Foch determined that the time had come to throw his armies against the German forces in the distracted little country. He planned two widely separated thrusts. On the south he sent Pershing against the Germans between the Argonne and the Meuse. They made rapid progress, capturing Montfaucon, Varennes, and driving on until they had destroyed the German control of the Paris-Chalons-Verdun railroad. This was a serious blow to the Germans, for a further push northward would cut the vital lateral railway connecting the German armies in Belgium and France with those in Alsace-Lorraine. Ludendorff hastened reserves to this front, and the American operation was slowed down. Meanwhile, at the other end of the line, the Belgians, with General Plumer's 2nd British Army, suddenly attacked on a front which extended all the way from the canal at Dixmude to the Lys. Swept the Germans out of all the famous fighting ground of the Ypres salient, pushed across the Passchendaele Ridge and down into the Flanders plain below. The situation of the Germans in the Lille regions of the south and also along the Belgian coast became at once dangerous. Once more Ludendorff was compelled to send reserves, and this thrust began to slow up, but it was not checked permanently, and the Belgian armies were to move on. While this advance was being conducted, the British fleet were bombarding the coastal defences. The Belgian army, fighting with the utmost spirit under command of King Albert, made a penetration of 5 miles and captured 4,000 prisoners and an immense amount of supplies. On September 30 they captured the city of Rulers. For 10 days there was a consolidation of position by the Allies, but on October 14 they made a furious attack in the general direction of Ghent and Courtrai. Thousands of prisoners and several complete batteries of guns were captured. In this attack British, Belgian and French troops took part, and the troops of the three nations went over the top without preliminary bombardment, taking the enemy by surprise. On October 15 the news from Flanders showed that the victory was growing in extent. The Allied armies were advancing on a front of about 25 miles, and in some places had penetrated the enemy's positions 6 or 7 miles. The Belgians had captured 7,000 prisoners and the British and French about 4,000. In French Flanders the British advanced to a point about 3 miles west of Lille. The battle was carried on in a heavy rain which turned the battlefields into seas of mud. While this hampered the Allied troops, it hindered even more the Germans in trying to move away their material through the mired ground of the Flanders lowland. On the next day dispatches indicated that a retreat on a tremendous scale in northern Belgium was underway. The Germans were retreating so fast that the Allies lost touch with the enemy. The gallant little Belgian army, assisted by crack British and French troops, had driven the despoilers of its country from a large section which the Germans had occupied since the early days of the war, and had gained positions of such importance as to make it probable that the Germans would have to abandon the entire coast of Belgium. Moreover, on the south, the city of Lille, with the great mining and manufacturing districts around it, was being left in a salient which was growing deeper every hour and which the enemy could not hope to hold. At certain points the resistance of the Germans was extraordinarily fierce. This was especially true in the region of Thouret. The battle here was from street to street and from house to house. The Germans had placed machine guns in the windows of houses and cellars and fired murderous streams of bullets into the advancing Belgians but were unable to stop them. The Belgians fought with a dogged determination such as only troops fighting to regain their outraged country could display. Nothing could stop them. At other points, especially in the northern part of the battle area, the Germans surrendered freely. Many civilians were rescued from the towns and districts captured, and little processions of these were straggling rearward out of range of the guns, and out of the way of the fighting troops. At times liberated Belgian women could see their sons, brothers or husbands going forward into battle. On October 17 the German retreat in Flanders became a rout. The enemy were fleeing rapidly on their entire front. The British entered Lille. The Germans fled from Ostend and British naval forces were landed there. The Belgian infantry were sweeping up the coast, and Belgian patrols entered Bruges. In the afternoon of the day King Albert of Belgium and Queen Elizabeth entered Ostend. The splendid fighting of the Belgian troops and their magnificent victory was now attracting universal attention. It was one of the revelations of the war. They were bearing the giant's share of the work of the Allied armies in their own country, and had already liberated territory which more than doubled the area of that part of Belgium which had been in their possession. With the Belgian coast cleared of invaders it became open to British transports which would afford relief to the whole Allied armies from the resultant decrease in the congestion of the Channel ports. On October 19 the progress continued. Zeebrugge was occupied by the Allies, the last Belgian port remaining in German hands. The Belgian advance continued along the whole line. King Albert entered Bruges. Day after day the advance continued. The reception of the King and Queen of Belgium in the recovered towns was something to remember. In Bruges they rode in amid the tumultuous cheering of the frenzied population. On the central square they were received by the burgomaster with an escort of a solitary gendarme, who had refused to give up his uniform and old-fashioned rifle to the enemy. Though fined and imprisoned he had kept their hiding-place secret. As he stood there alone with fixed bayonet the king and the queen shook him by the hand and congratulated him. Greatly moved, he stammered, "It is too great an honor, too great an honor." And with all this happiness came the happiness arising from the return of the soldiers to the homes from which they had been absent so long, the reunions of husband and wife, of parents and children. Belgium was now to reap the reward for her heroism. Chapter 45. Italy's terrific drive. For many months after the great Italian stand on the Piave there was inactivity on both fronts in Italy. The Italians had been reinforced by troops from France and Great Britain and their own army was now larger than it had been at any other time. On June 15, about the time when the Germans were being driven back on the Marne and the Oise, the Austrians, urged to action by the Germans, suddenly undertook a great offensive on a front from the Asiago Plateau to the sea. A distance of 97 miles. From the very start it was plain that the Italians were resisting magnificently. The offensive was not unexpected, either in time or locality, and had been openly discussed in the Italian press. The Italians therefore were not taken by surprise, and moreover since the disaster of Caporetto the Italians had learned by a patient campaign of education what they were fighting for. On the second day of the battle the Austrian troops made a desperate effort to break through the Italian lines, particularly in the eastern sector of the Asiago Plateau, and crossed the Piave River at two places. They also attacked the French positions between Osteria di Monfenera and Maranzine, but were driven back with heavy loss. At every point where the Austrians were able to advance the Italians initiated vigorous counterattacks. The order to Italy's army was, hold at any cost. On the third day of the battle the Austrian offensive was being strongly checked. They had established 3 bridgeheads on the Piave, but had not been able to advance. The most notable of these crossings was that in the Montello sector. Montello is of particular importance, because it is the hinge between the mountains and the Piave sectors of the Italian front. If it could be held, the Austrians would be in a position to dominate from the flank and rear all the Italian positions defending the line of the Piave in the dead flat plain to the south. Illustration, painting. Storming the mole at Zeebrugge. One of the most brilliant and spectacular feats in naval history was the British blocking of the submarine harbour at Zeebrugge. The picture shows one of the detachments of Marines that braved the terrific German defense fire and swarmed up the mole that protects the harbour, planting explosives that made a great breach and let the tides in. Illustration, photograph. Italian troops trekking the snowfields of the Alps. The Alpine troops of the Italian army have for years developed a military technique peculiar to the regions they must cover. Here a battalion of Alpini is seen on skis, the best method for traveling over the frozen snow crusts of the mountain region. On the lower Piave the Austrians had made gains and had captured Capo Sile. The Austrians were using 1,000,000 men and were using liquid fire and gas bombs, but their every move was resisted strongly. Vienna was claiming the capture of 30,000 men, but the Italian reports claimed that the Austrian losses were stupendous. Thousands of dead were heaped before the Italian line in the mountain sectors, blocking the mule paths and choking the defile. No fewer than 9 desperate onslaughts upon Monte Grappa, always with fresh reserves, were broken upon Grappa Heights, with terrific losses. On July 19 the dispatches from Rome were emphasizing the Italian counterattacks. Not only were the Italians preventing the enemy from making further gains, but they were beginning to crowd him back at the points where he had crossed the river, and were raining bombs and machine gun bullets upon the Austrian troops at the bridgehead. They were also taking the initiative in the fighting in the mountain sectors. By June 20 the Austrian defeat was clear. Their forces were backed against the flooded Piave, which had carried away their bridges and left them to the mercy of the Italians. Thousands were being killed and other thousands captured. Czechoslovak troops, it was reported, had joined in the fighting, and had given their first tribute of blood to the generous principles of freedom and independence for which they were in arms. In the Piave Delta the Italians had regained Capo Sile, which had been captured early in the drive, and it was reported that all along the Piave line they had won complete control of the air, not a single Austrian machine being still aloft. The spirits of the Austrian troops had been definitely weakened. They were war-wearied, and evidence began to accumulate that Austria's drive was a hunger offensive. As the battle continued, reports began to arrive of the gallant deeds of American airmen, who were helping in the fighting along the front. The airmen were assisting in destroying the bridges that the Austrians were trying to throw across the river. The Piave was now a vast cataract, and the bridges which it had not washed down were constantly destroyed by the aviators. The Austrians on the western bank were finding it difficult to obtain supplies and were resorting to hydroplanes for that purpose. On June 24 the Austrian attack had definitely failed and they were fleeing in disorder across the Piave. 180,000 men had already been lost and 40,000 were hemmed in on the western side of the river. The Austrian communications were emphasizing the difficulties they were meeting with through the heavy rains. The victory of the Italians, which was now apparent, was received all over Italy with great public rejoicing. Italy had been repenting in sackcloth and ashes her defeat of the previous fall. Now they had made amends and were showing what the Italian soldier could really do. In America, and among the Allied powers, there was great enthusiasm. And Secretary of War Baker sent this congratulatory message to the Italian Minister of War. Your Excellency, the people of the United States are watching with enthusiasm and admiration the splendid exploits of the great army of Italy in resisting and driving back the enemy forces which recently undertook a major offensive on the Italian front. I take great pleasure in tendering my own hearty congratulations, and would be most happy to have a message of greeting and congratulation transmitted to General Diaz and his brave soldiers. Newton D. Baker, Secretary of War of the United States. In announcing to his victorious army the repulse of the Austrians, General Diaz, the Italian commander-in-chief, said, The enemy who, with furious impetuosity, used all means to penetrate our territory has been repulsed at all points. His losses are very heavy. His pride is broken. Glory to all commands, all soldiers, all sailors. On the 26th of June the Italian troops, having forced the last rear guard of the retreating Austrians to surrender and completely occupied the west bank of the Piave, began an offensive on the mountain front in the Monte Grappa sector. They gained more than 3,000 prisoners, and considerable territory. On the southern part of the Piave front they were carrying on a vigorous offensive against the Austrian positions within the Piave Delta. The Austrian troops, at that point, were being prevented from retreat by the high water, and suffered terrible losses. On July 6 the Italians drove the last of the enemy from the Delta. The campaign in Italy now languished, until, on October 27, Italy began her last terrible drive. The great Italian offensive was made not only by their own forces and the French and British troops, which had assisted them the previous June, but during the intervening period a large force of Americans had arrived in Italy. On June 27 Secretary Baker had made the announcement that General Pershing had been instructed to send into Italy a regiment that was then in training in France. The regiment thus sent was augmented considerably later. The purpose of sending troops to Italy, Mr. Baker explained, was rather political than military. It was desired to demonstrate again that the Allied nations and the United States were one in their purposes on all fronts, and to extend the intercourse between the troops of all the powers at war with Germany. On the second day of the Italian offensive their success increased. More than 9,000 Austrians were taken prisoners and 51 guns were captured. The Piave River had been crossed, and the Italians had advanced 4 miles to its east. The attacks in the mountain region were being more bitterly contested, and counterattacks had enabled the enemy to regain some of their lost positions. On October 30 the Italian advance was continuing. The Austrian front appeared to be breaking under the heavy blows of the Allied troops. Dispatches indicated striking successes, not only on the Italian front but at the points where the British and the French were holding the line. The Americans were being held in reserve, but American airplanes were actively participating in the work at the front. By this time the last lines of the Austro-Hungarian resistance on the central positions along the Piave River had been broken, and more than 15,000 prisoners been taken. The Austrians, however, had been desperately resisting, and their artillery fire at many points was very effective, especially that which had been directed at the pontoon bridges thrown across the Piave. King Victor Emmanuel had been present in person during the crossing, and was often under the fire of the Austrian guns. On October 30, 33,000 Austrians had been captured and the Italians had reached Vittorio. Americans had now joined in the fighting. The Austrian retreat reached the proportion of a rout. They were still fighting, especially in the mountain region, but in the plains east of the Piave they were in full flight. Taking into consideration the numbers of troops in the Austrian lines and their apparently plentiful supplies, it began to seem probable that their break was due more to political maneuvers than to military force. The Austrians at this time were making a great peace drive, and the dissatisfaction at home had affected the morale of the troops at the front. The conditions in Italy were in close resemblance to those in Bulgaria just before Bulgaria applied for an armistice. On the 1st of November the Austrians were completely routed, and were streaming in confusion down the valleys of the Alpine foothills, and fleeing northward from the Piave. Reports from Austria indicated riots at Vienna and Budapest. In Vienna people were parading the streets, shouting, "Down with the Habsburgs." On October 29, the Austrians asked for an armistice. Their announcement read as follows. The High Command of the Armies, early Tuesday, by means of a parlementaire, established communication with the Italian Army Command. Every effort is to be made for the avoidance of further useless sacrifice of blood, for the cessation of hostilities, and the conclusion of an armistice. Toward this step which is animated by the best intentions the Italian High Command at first assumed an attitude of unmistakable refusal, and it was only on the evening of Wednesday that, in accord with the Italian High Command, General Weber accompanied by a deputation, was permitted to cross the fighting line for preliminary pourparlers. General Diaz, the Italian commander, had referred the Austrian request to the Versailles Conference, and had acted in accordance with their direction. In proposing the armistice, the Austrians had also expressed their resolve to bring about peace and to evacuate the occupied territory of Italy. This was the beginning of the end. The northern part of Italy is bounded by the Alps, and between those lofty ranges and the deep valleys there had been constant fighting. In this fighting, both on mountain and in valley, there were the most extraordinary deeds of individual heroism, constantly exhibited. The Alpine regiments, known in Italy as the Alpini, were men of extraordinary physical powers, accustomed to mountain climbing, and filled with courage and patriotism. Owing to the nature of the territory in such contests, only a limited number of men could be used at one time, and the fighting went on over masses of snow or solid rock. Guns were hauled up precipices and dugouts excavated in the rock itself. The Italian troops, clothed in white overalls to prevent their being seen, moved with great rapidity from point to point, and forced their enemy to keep constantly on the alert. In the great Italian drive just described, the most bitter fighting was that which occurred in these mountainous regions. The work of the Italian aviators is also worthy of special attention. They not only secured entire command of the air, but by flying low they often threw into confusion with their machine guns the Austrian infantry. Their wonderful work in bringing in military information, and in bombing expeditions, was not excelled, if it was equaled, by the airmen of any other country. The Italian airplanes themselves were engineering triumphs. The inventive genius so notable in these days in Italy found expression in their development. Some of their machines were the biggest made during the whole war, and the long journeys made by such machines deserve special mention. The most interesting feat of this kind was performed on August 9 by the famous poet, Captain Gabriele D'Annunzio. Accompanied by 8 Italian machines, he flew to the city of Vienna, a total distance of 620 miles, and dropped copies of an Allied manifesto over the city. They crossed the Alps in a great wind storm at a height of 10,000 feet, and all but one returned safely. The manifesto, which was written by D'Annunzio, reads as follows. People of Vienna, you are fated to know the Italians. We are flying over Vienna and could drop tons of bombs. On the contrary, we leave a salutation and the flag with its colors of liberty. We Italians do not make war on children, the aged and women. We make war on your government, which is the enemy of the liberty of nations, on your blind, wanton, cruel government, which gives you neither peace nor bread, and nurtures you on hatred and delusions. People of Vienna, you have the reputation of being intelligent, why then do you wear the Prussian uniform? Now you see the entire world is against you, do you wish to continue the war? Keep on, then, but it will be your suicide. What can you hope from the victory promised to you by the Prussian generals? Their decisive victory is like the bread of the Ukraine, one dies while awaiting it. People of Vienna, think of your dear ones, awake. Long live Italy, liberty, and the Entente. It was said that copies of this proclamation in Vienna had a value of $50 a copy. D'Annunzio's great fame had seized upon the popular imagination. His career in the war would have been interesting in itself, but when one recognizes that he was already a world figure, the greatest modern Italian dramatist and novelist, his life seems almost like a fairy story. Before the war began he made addresses all over his country, urging Italy's participation in the war, and when war was declared, to him, as much as to any other man, was due the credit. He entered the navy, and has written some fascinating descriptions of his life on board ship. Later he joined the airplane corps, and now was showering down upon the gaping populace of Vienna appeals to rise against its Habsburg masters. D'Annunzio was extraordinary in his literary career. He had been the poet of passion, a writer of novels and plays, which, although artistic in the highest degree, showed him to be an egotist and a decadent. But long before the war he had tired of his erotic productions and had begun to write the praises of nature and of heroes. He had been singing the praises of his country. La Nave symbolizes the glory of Venice. He had become more wholesome. War was making him not only a man but a hero. Of course D'Annunzio was not the only great literary man who had left the study for the battlefield. Aeschylus fought at Marathon and Salamis. Ariosto put down a rebellion for his prince between composition of cantos of Orlando Furioso. Sir Philip Sidney was scholar, poet and soldier, and many a soldier when his wars were over has turned to the labors of the pen. Yet it is not without surprise that one sees D'Annunzio join this distinguished company, and one's admiration grows as it becomes plain that he was not a mere poseur. He was a poet, but he was a soldier too. Not every great poet could drive an airplane to Vienna. Chapter 46. Bulgaria deserts Germany. During the year 1916 there was little movement in the Balkans. The Allies had settled down at Saloniki and entrenched themselves so strongly that their positions were practically impregnable. These entrenchments were on slopes facing north, heavily wired and with 7 miles of swamp before them, over which an attacking army would have to pass. It was obviously inadvisable to withdraw entirely the armies at Saloniki. So long as they were there it was possible at any time to make an attack on Bulgaria in case Russia or Romania should need such assistance. And moreover, it was evident that it was only the presence of the Saloniki army that kept Greece neutral. During the year there were a few fights which were little more than skirmishes. Almost all of the German soldiers had been withdrawn, and it was chiefly the Bulgarian army that was facing the Allies. On May 26 Bulgarian forces advanced into Greece and occupied Fort Rupel, with the acquiescence of the Greek government. The Greeks were in a difficult position. It was not unnatural that King Constantine and the Greek general staff believed that the Allies had small chance of victory. Moreover, they had no special ambitions which could be satisfied by a war against the Central Powers. On the other hand, Turkey was an hereditary enemy, and the big sea coast would put them at the mercy of the British Navy in case they should join their fortunes to those of Austro-Germany. To an impartial observer their policy of neutrality, if not heroic, was at least wise. The Greek government, therefore, did its best to preserve neutrality. The surrender of Fort Rupel was not, however, a neutral act and roused in Greece a strong popular protest. Venizelos, who at all times was strongly friendly to the Allies and who was the one great Greek statesman who not only believed in their ultimate victory but who saw that the true interests of Greece were in Anatolia and the islands of the Aegean, was strongly opposed to King Constantine's action. The Allies showed their resentment by a Pacific blockade, to prevent the export of coal to Greece, with the object of preventing supplies from reaching the enemy. This led to a certain amount of excitement and the Allied embassies in Athens were insulted by mobs. The governments, therefore, presented an ultimatum commanding the demobilization of the Greek army, the appointment of a neutral ministry, and the calling of a new election for the Greek Chamber of Deputies, as well as the proper punishment of those who were guilty of the disorder. In substance, the Greeks yielded to the Allied demand, but before a new election could be held an attack by the Bulgarians on the 17th of August changed the situation. The Bulgarian armies entered deep in Greek territory in the eastern provinces and captured the city of Kavala without resistance from the armies of Greece. A portion of the Greek army at Kavala surrendered and was taken to Germany as guests of the German government. This action of the Greek army led to a Greek revolution which broke out at Saloniki on the 30th of August. The king pursued a tortuous policy, professing neutrality and yet constantly bringing himself under suspicion. The revolutionists organized an army and finally M. Venizelos, after strong efforts to induce the king to act, became the head of the provisional government of the revolutionists. The Allies pursued a policy almost as tortuous as that of King Constantine. They could not agree among themselves as to the proper policy, and took no decided course. King Constantine apparently had the support of Russia and of Italy. Meantime the fighting against Bulgaria was still proceeding. The main force of the Allies was directed against the city of Monastir, which, after considerable fighting, was captured on November 19. This gave the Serbians possession of an important point in their own country and naturally proved a great stimulus to the Serbian armies. From that time on, and during the year 1917, little was done. Minor offensives were undertaken, some of which, like the Allied attack upon Doiran, deserve mention, but on the whole the fighting was a stalemate. Meanwhile the action of the Greek government had become so unsatisfactory that it was finally determined to demand the abdication of King Constantine, and on June 11 he found himself compelled to yield. In his proclamation he said, "Obeying necessity of fulfilling my duty toward Greece, I am departing from my beloved country accompanied by the heir to the crown, and I leave my son Alexander on the throne. I beg you to accept my decision with calm." Early the next morning the king and his family set sail for Italy on his way to Switzerland, where he became another king in exile. His son Alexander accepted the throne and issued the following proclamation. "At the moment when my august father, making a supreme sacrifice to our dear country, entrusted to me the heavy duties of the Hellenic throne, I express but one single wish, that God, hearing his prayer, will protect Greece, that he will permit us to see her again united and powerful. In my grief at being separated in circumstances so critical from my well-beloved father I have a single consolation, to carry out his sacred mandate which I will endeavor to realize with all my power, following the lines of his brilliant reign. With the help of the people upon whose love the Greek dynasty is supported. I am convinced that in obeying the wishes of my father the people by their submission will do their part in enabling us together to rescue our dear country from the terrible situation in which it finds itself." The whole country to all appearances received the abdication with satisfaction. On June 21, Venizelos came to Athens and the Greek chamber, which was illegally dissolved in 1915, was convoked and Venizelos once again became prime minister. At last he had succeeded, and he proceeded at once to join the whole of the Grecian forces to the cause of the Allies. Of all the statesmen prominent in the Great War, there was none more wise, more consistent or more loyal than the great Greek statesman. For more than a year the Allied armies facing Bulgaria remained upon the defensive, when, suddenly, on the 16th of September, 1918, in the midst of the wonderful movements that were forcing back the German armies in France, a dispatch was received from the Allied forces in Macedonia. The Serbian army, in cooperation with French and English forces, had attacked the Bulgarian positions on a 10-mile front, had stormed those positions and progressed more than 5 miles. On the next day news was received that the advance was continuing, that the Allies had occupied an important series of ridges, and had pierced the Bulgarian front, that more than 3,000 prisoners had been captured and 24 guns. The movement took place about 12 miles east of Monastir and the ridge of Sokol, and the town of Grade-Schnitza were captured by the Allied troops. It soon became evident that one of the most important movements in the whole war was being carried on. The Bulgarian armies were crumbling, and the German troops sent to aid them had been put to flight. The Allied troops had advanced on an average of 10 miles and were continuing to advance. The Serbs, fighting at last near their own homes, were showing their real military strength. 4,000 prisoners had been taken, with an enormous quantity of war supplies. The Bulgarian positions which had yielded so easily were positions which they had been fortifying for 3 years, and had been previously thought to be impregnable. On September 23 it became evident that the retreat of the Bulgarians had turned into a rout. Notwithstanding reinforcements of Germans and Bulgars rushed down in a frantic effort to check them, the Allied armies were advancing on an 85-mile front, crushing all resistance. The Italian army, on the west, was meeting with equal success, and the news dispatches reported that the first Bulgarian army in the region of Prilep had been cut off. A dispatch received by the British War Office reported, as the result of attacks and continual heavy pressure by British and Greek troops, in conjunction with the French and Serbian advance farther west, the enemy has evacuated his whole line from Doiran to the west of the Vardar. As it retreated the Bulgarian army was burning supplies and destroying ammunition dumps, burning railway stations and ravaging the country. By this time it was felt throughout the Allied world that the Bulgarian defeat would have important political consequences. It was remembered that a short time before King Ferdinand had paid a visit to Germany, and after long conferences with the German warlord, had hastily returned to Bulgaria. It was recalled that there had been many signs of serious disorder in Bulgaria, where the Socialist Party had been in close touch with the advance parties in the Ukrainian Republic. It seemed possible that the Bulgarian defeats had been brought about by Bulgarian dissension, and it was also evident that Germany was in no position to offer effective support to its Bulgarian accomplice. As the days passed by, the news from this front became more and more favorable. At all points the Bulgarian armies were retreating in the most disorderly manner, closely pursued by the Serbians, French, English, Italians, and Greeks. Bulgarian troops were deserting in thousands, and thousands of others were surrendering without resistance. On September 26 it was announced that the Bulgar front had disappeared. That the armies had been cut into a number of groups and were fleeing before the Allied troops. Town after town was being captured, with enormous quantities of stores. On Friday, September 27, it was announced that Bulgaria had asked the Allies for an armistice of 48 hours, with a view to making peace. The situation was now causing intense excitement. The Germans tried to minimize the Bulgarian surrender. A dispatch from Berlin declared that Premier Malinov's offer of an armistice was made without the support of other members of the cabinet or of King Ferdinand, and that Germany would make a solemn protest against it. German newspapers were demanding that Malinov be dismissed immediately and court-martialed for high treason. The Berlin message asserted that the premier's offer had created great dissatisfaction in Bulgaria and that strong military measures had been taken to support the Bulgarian front. According to statements from Sofia, it was added a counter-movement against the action of the premier had already been set on foot. It was declared in Germany that the premier's act was the result of Germany's refusal to send sufficient reinforcements to Bulgaria. Secretary Lansing made the announcement that the United States government had received a proposal for an armistice. It appeared that Bulgaria had been maneuvering toward peace for some time. The Bulgarians had foreseen their inability to meet the expected Allied attack, and had made every effort to obtain German reinforcements. Moreover, they were highly dissatisfied with the treatment they had received from Germany in connection with Bulgaria's dispute with Turkey as to territorial dispositions to be made after the war. Probably the most important reason, however, for the Bulgarian overthrow was that by this time they were sick of the war. They had not, in the first place, gone into it with any enthusiasm, and though they could fight bravely enough against their Serbian foe, no true Bulgarian could ever feel himself in a natural position facing his old-time Russian friend. Bulgaria had come to the end. Malinov, the premier, had from the beginning been opposed to the war. Mobs in Sofia were demanding surrender. Ferdinand was compelled to give way to the wishes of his cabinet and his people, and in spite of the fact that he had promised the Kaiser to remain faithful to the alliance, he gave his consent to the movement for unconditional surrender. An official Bulgarian statement read as follows: "In view of the conjunction of circumstances which have recently arisen, and after the position had been jointly discussed with all competent authorities, the Bulgarian government, desiring to put an end to the bloodshed, has authorized the Commander-in-Chief of the Army to propose to the Generalissimo of the armies of the Entente at Saloniki, a cessation of hostilities, and the entering into of negotiations for obtaining an armistice and peace." The members of the Bulgarian delegation left yesterday evening in order to get into touch with the plenipotentiaries of the Entente belligerents. This statement was dated September 24. When the Bulgarian officers entrusted with the proposal for an armistice presented themselves at Saloniki, General Diesperi gave the following reply: "My response cannot be, by reason of the military situation, other than the following. I can accord neither an armistice nor a suspension of hostilities tending to interrupt the operations in course. On the other hand, I will receive with all due courtesy the delegates duly qualified of the Royal Bulgarian Government." The Bulgarian delegates were General Lonkov, commander of the Bulgarian Second Army, M. Lyapchev, finance minister, and M. Radev, a former member of the Bulgarian cabinet. On the evening of the 29th an armistice was signed. The terms of the surrender were approved by the Entente governments, and hostilities ceased at noon September 30. The terms of the armistice were as follows. Bulgaria agrees to evacuate all the territory she now occupies in Greece and Serbia, to demobilize her army immediately and surrender all means of transport to the Allies, Bulgaria also will surrender her boats and control of navigation on the Danube, and concede to the Allies free passage through Bulgaria for the development of military operations. All Bulgarian arms and ammunition are to be stored under the control of the Allies, to whom is conceded the right to occupy all important strategic points. The military occupation of Bulgaria will be entrusted to British, French and Italian forces, and the evacuated portions of Greece and Serbia, respectively, to Greek and Serbian troops. This armistice meant a complete military surrender, and Bulgaria ceased to be a belligerent. All questions of territorial rearrangement in the Balkans were purposely omitted from the convention. The Allies made no stipulation concerning King Ferdinand, his position being considered an internal matter, one for the Bulgarians themselves to deal with. The armistice was to remain in operation until the final general peace was concluded. The request of Bulgaria for an armistice and peace stunned Germany, which at that time was living in an atmosphere of political crisis and military misfortune. The German papers laid much of the blame on the desperate economic conditions in Bulgaria, which had been made worse by political strife. After the Bulgarian collapse, the Serbians, with the other Allied troops who had just captured Uskub, swept northward to drive the remaining Germans and Austrians out of Serbia and beyond the Danube. On October 13 they captured Niš, thus cutting the famous Orient Railroad from Berlin to Constantinople. German authorities announced that henceforth trains on this line would run only to the Serbian border. On October 4 King Ferdinand abdicated his throne in favor of his son Crown Prince Boris, and left Sofia the same night for Vienna. Before leaving he issued the following manifesto renouncing the Bulgarian crown. By reason of the succession of events which have occurred in my kingdom, and which demand a sacrifice from each citizen, even to the surrendering of oneself for the well-being of all, I desire to give as the first example the sacrifice of myself. Despite the sacred ties, which for 32 years have bound me so firmly to this country, for whose prosperity and greatness I have given all my powers, I have decided to renounce the royal Bulgarian crown in favor of my eldest son, His Highness the Prince Royal Boris of Tarnovo. I call upon all faithful subjects and true patriots to unite as one man about the throne of King Boris, to lift the country from its difficult situation, and to elevate new Bulgaria to the height to which it is predestined. Before signing his declaration of abdication he had consulted with the party leaders and received their approval. King Ferdinand had lost his popularity ever since it became apparent that he had made a mistake in siding with the Teutonic powers. He was undoubtedly in fear that a revolution might upset the whole dynasty. Premier Malinov announced the abdication to the Bulgarian parliament, and the accession of Prince Boris to the throne was received with much enthusiasm. The church bells were rung, and great crowds gathered in the streets. Speaking from the steps of the palace, the new king said, "I thank you for your manifestation of patriotic sentiments. I have faith in the good star of Bulgaria, and I believe that the Bulgar people, by their good qualities and cooperation, are directed to a brilliant future." King Ferdinand, it was given out, had renounced politics and was intending in the future to devote himself to his favorite pursuits, chiefly to botany. The surrender of Bulgaria was at once recognized as the overthrow of Germany's Middle Europa threat, which had apparently been carried into effect, and Turkey and Bulgaria joined the Central Powers. It had for a long time been one of Germany's most coveted aims. After the Franco-Prussian War the German people had grown enormously in wealth and in numbers. It had become one of the greatest manufacturing powers in the world. Its ships were transporting its commerce on every sea, but it was not satisfied. The German leaders, most of whom were young men at the time of the war with France, and had been deeply impressed by a sense of the German power, were full of the idea that Germany was the greatest of nations, and that she should impress her will on all the world. They might have done this peacefully, for the seas were free, but German self-esteem was not satisfied with peaceful progress. They felt that it was necessary to reach out in the world for colonies. They seized a province in China. They meddled with affairs in Morocco. They annexed colonies in Africa, but none of these projects were wholly satisfactory. They provided no great outlet for the products of their workshops, nor for their overflow population, which largely went to North and South America and became citizens of these foreign nations. Their eyes finally turned to the Great East. There in China and India and the neighboring countries were 300 millions of men whose trade would be a worthy prize for even Germany's ambition. Then began the development of what is sometimes called Germany's Middle Europa dream. Her scholars encouraged it, her travelers brought reports which stimulated the interest, and soon she began practically to carry it into effect. It meant the building of a great railroad down to the Persian Gulf. A railroad to be controlled by nations where her influence would be all-powerful. She needed Austria, she needed Serbia, she needed Bulgaria and Turkey. Illustration, map, most of Asia, Africa and Australia, showing. Germany's hoped for rail and ship routes from the North Sea to Australia, South Africa and China. How the Pan-Germans planned to extend their Middle Europa dream. At first the project was carried out peacefully. Friendly relations were stimulated with Turkey and the other necessary powers, permits were obtained to build the railroad. But Germany was not the only power that had dreamed this dream. Alexander the Great had done it. Napoleon had done it, and England had carried it out. From the days of Queen Elizabeth the English control of India was one of its greatest assets. Through most of the 19th century the English power in the East was threatened, not by Germany, but by Russia. It was because of this threat that England had always protected Turkey. Turkey and Constantinople were her barrier against Russia. The literature of England in the last days of the 19th century shows clearly her fear of Russian intrigues in India. Kipling's Indian stories are full of it. But now that fear had passed. It was no longer the imaginary danger which might come from the great Slavic Empire, but a trade weapon in the grasp of the most efficient military power ever developed that was threatening. Against this threat England had been doing her best. Here and there near the Persian Gulf she had been extending her influence. Here and there, as German consuls obtained concessions, they would find them later withdrawn, because England had stepped in. Yet just before the war England, anxious for peace, had come to an agreement with Germany practically admitting the German plans to be carried out as far as Baghdad. It looked as though it were only a question of time, but when the Balkan Wars established Serbia as the greatest of the Balkan powers, and gave Russia a preponderating influence among the Balkan nations. And when it began to look as if some great Balkan state might be established which should be friendly to Russia and consequently a hindrance to the German scheme, then it was that it was necessary that war should come. The Germans had been wonderfully successful. For a time they controlled Austria, Bulgaria, Serbia and Turkey, but with Bulgaria's fall the end had come. They were compelled to awake from their Middle Europa dream. Illustration, photograph, copyright Press Illustrating Service Bulgarians celebrate peace. The first peace picture. The Bulgarian army is holding a solemn Thanksgiving Mass on the battlefield just after the signing of the armistice which ended their participation in the war. Illustration, photograph, copyright Underwood and Underwood, N.Y. French official photograph American colored soldiers in Alsace inspection of arms before going into action. Colored troops were in battles with the Germans many times and succeeded in beating the enemy in every instance. Chapter 47. The Central Empires whine for peace. The Allied victories in France during the months of August and September of 1918 led to a new peace offensive among the Central Powers. It was very plain to the German High Command, as well as to the Allied leaders, that Germany's great ambitions had now been definitely thwarted. It seems clear that, in spite of the hopeful and encouraging words which they addressed to their own armies, the expert soldiers, who were controlling the destinies of Germany, understood well the conditions they were facing. Putting aside all sentiment, therefore, they deliberately set out to obtain a peace which would leave them an opportunity to gain by diplomacy what they were sure that they were about to lose on the field of battle. They had made pleas for peace before, but their pleas had been rejected. The Allied leaders were fighting for a principle. They could not be satisfied with a draw. They could not be satisfied if Germany were left in a position which would enable her after a rest of a few years to renew her effort to impose her will upon the world. It was unanimously recognized that the war must be carried on to the very end. The Allies took this position when the fortunes of war seemed to have gone against them, when Russia was defeated, Romania and Serbia crushed, and the German lines in France were approaching the capital. It was unlikely that now, when Germany was suffering defeat and every day was yielding the Allied armies encouraging gains, there should be any change in the strong determination of the Allied leaders. Nevertheless, it was necessary to make the attempt. On September 15, the Austro-Hungarian government addressed a communication to the Allied powers and to the Holy See suggesting a meeting for a confidential and non-binding discussion of war aims, with a view to the possible calling of a peace conference. The official communication from the Austro-Hungarian government was handed to Secretary of State Lansing in Washington at 6:20 o'clock on September 16. At 6:45 the following abbreviated reply of the United States government was made public. By the Secretary of State. I am authorized by the President to state that the following will be the reply of this government to the Austro-Hungarian note proposing an unofficial conference of belligerents. The government of the United States feels that there is only one reply which it can make to the suggestion of the Austro-Hungarian government. It has repeatedly and with entire candor stated the terms upon which the United States would consider peace, and can and will entertain no proposal for a conference upon the matter concerning which it has made its position and purpose so plain. Arthur J. Balfour, the British Foreign Secretary, in a statement made September 16 said, "It is incredible that anything can come of this proposal. This cynical proposal of the Austrian government is not a genuine attempt to obtain peace. It is an attempt to divide the Allies." Premier Clemenceau in France took similar grounds, and stated in the French Senate, "We will fight until the hour when the enemy comes to understand that bargaining between crime and right is no longer possible. We want a just and a strong peace, protecting the future against the abominations of the past." Italy joined with her allies and declared that a negotiated peace was impossible. The refusal on the part of the Allies to respond to the Austrian peace proposal evidently greatly disturbed the German leaders. The continued German reverses, and the surrender of Bulgaria had taken away all hope. They were anxious to conclude some kind of peace before meeting irretrievable disaster. They therefore determined to appoint as Chancellor of the Empire some statesman who might be represented as a supporter of an honest peace, and Count von Hertling, whose previous utterances might put under suspicion any peace move coming from him, was removed and Prince Maximilian of Baden appointed as his successor on September 30. Prince Maximilian was put forward as a moderate, in accordance with the evident purpose of the government to continue peace proposals. He was the heir apparent to the Grand Ducal throne of Baden, and was the first man in public life in Germany to declare that the empire could not conquer by the sword alone. He did this in an address to the Upper Chamber in Baden, of which he was president, on December 15, 1917. "Power alone can never secure our position," he said, "and our sword alone will never be able to tear down the opposition to us." At the same time he made an attack upon the ideals set up by President Wilson. President Wilson, he continued, after 3 years of war gathers together all the outworn slogans of the Entente of 1914, and denounces Germany as the disturber of the peace, proclaiming a crusade for humanity, liberty and the rights of small nations. Then, forgetting that the United States had entered the war nearly a month after the abdication of the Tsar of Russia, he added, "President Wilson has no right to speak in the name of democracy and liberty." For he was the mighty war ally of Russian Tsardom, but he had deaf ears when the Russian democracy appealed to him to allow it to discuss peace conditions. The Baden address created a great sensation all over Germany, which was increased when, in an interview in January, he declared that all ideas of conquest must be abandoned, and that Germany must serve as a bulwark to prevent the spread of Bolshevism among the Western nations. There can be no doubt that the appointment of Prince Maximilian was a definite attempt to seek peace. It was thought that he would be recognized by the Allied leaders as an honest friend of peace, and that any effort he would make would be treated with respect. He was, however, a vigorous supporter of the Kaiser and of German autocracy, and while his appointment might mean that Germany was desirous of peace, it did not mean that she had changed her ways. 3 days before the appointment of Prince Maximilian, President Wilson, in an address delivered in the Metropolitan Opera House in New York, had restated the issues of the war, declaring, 1. For impartial justice. 2. Settlement to be made in the common interests of all. 3. No leagues within the common family of the League of Nations. 4. No selfish economic combination within that league. And 5. All international agreements and treaties of every kind must be made known in their entirety to the rest of the world. Prince Maximilian, coming into power undoubtedly for the purpose of arranging a peace, proceeded at once to make a new peace offer. He based his action on President Wilson's speech and on October 4 sent to President Wilson, through the Swiss government. The following note. The German government requests the President of the United States to take in hand the restoration of peace, acquaint all the belligerent states with this request, and invite them to send plenipotentiaries for the purpose of opening negotiations. It accepts the program set forth by the President of the United States in his message to Congress on January 8, and in his later pronouncements, especially his speech of September 27, as a basis for peace negotiations. With a view to avoiding further bloodshed, the German government requests the immediate conclusion of an armistice on land and on water and in the air. He followed this note on October 5 with an address before the German Reichstag, of which the following are the most important points. In accordance with the imperial decree of September 30, the German Empire has undergone a basic alteration of its politic leadership. As successor to Count George F. von Hertling, whose services in behalf of the fatherland deserve the highest acknowledgement, I have been summoned by the Emperor to lead the new government. In accordance with the governmental method now introduced, I submit to the Reichstag, publicly and without delay, the principles by which I propose to conduct the grave responsibilities of the office. These principles were firmly established by the agreement of the federated governments and the leaders of the majority parties in this honorable House before I decided to assume the duties of Chancellor. They contain therefore not only my own confession of political faith, but that of an overwhelming portion of the German people's representatives, that is, of the German nation, which has constituted the Reichstag on the basis of a general, equal, and secret franchise and according to their will. Only the fact that I know the conviction and will of the majority of the people are back of me, has given me strength to take upon myself conduct of the Empire's affairs in this hard and earnest time in which we are living. One man's shoulders would be too weak to carry alone the tremendous responsibility which falls upon the government at present. Only if the people take active part in the broader sense of the word in deciding their destinies, in other words, if responsibility also extends to the majority of their freely elected political leaders, can the leading statesman confidently assume his part of the responsibility in the service of folk and fatherland. My resolve to this has been especially lightened for me by the fact that prominent leaders of the laboring class have found a way in the new government to the highest offices of the Empire. I see therein a sure guarantee that the new government will be supported by the confidence of the broad masses of the people, without whose true support the whole undertaking would be compelled to failure in advance. Hence what I say today is not only in my own name, and those of my official helpers, but in the name of the German people. The program of the majority parties, upon which I take my stand, contains first, an acceptance of the answer of the former imperial government to Pope Benedict's note of August 1, 1916. And an unconditional acceptance of the Reichstag resolution of July 19, the same year. It further declares willingness to join the General League of Nations based on the foundation of equal rights for all, both strong and weak. It considers the solution of the Belgian question to lie in the complete rehabilitation of Belgium, particularly of its independence and territorial integrity. An effort shall also be made to reach an understanding on the question of indemnity. The program will not permit the peace treaties hitherto concluded to be a hindrance to the conclusion of the general peace. Its particular aim is that popular representative bodies shall be formed immediately on a broad basis in the Baltic provinces, in Lithuania and Poland. We will promote the realization of necessary preliminary conditions therefore without delay by the introduction of civilian rule. All these lands shall regulate their constitutions and their relations with neighboring peoples without external interference. He went on to point out the progressive political developments in Prussia and declared that the message of the King of Prussia promising the democratic franchise must be fulfilled quickly and completely. President Wilson did not find Prince Maximilian's proposal wholly satisfactory, and on October 8, he inquired of the imperial chancellor whether the meaning of the proposal was that the German government accepted the terms laid down in his address to the Congress of the United States and in subsequent addresses, and whether its object in entering into discussions would be only to agree upon the practical details of their application. He also suggested that so long as the armies of the Central Powers were upon the soil of the governments with which the United States was associated, he would not feel at liberty to propose a cessation of arms to those governments. He also inquired whether the imperial chancellor was speaking merely for the constituted authorities of the empire, who had so far conducted the war. President Wilson's reply aroused much difference of opinion among the Allies, but on the whole was regarded as a clever diplomatic move. The German government responded to these questions of the President on October 12, by a message signed by Drive W.S. Solf, who had just been appointed Imperial Foreign Secretary. In this reply the German government declared that it did accept President Wilson's terms, that it was ready to comply with the suggestion of the President and withdraw its troops from Allied territory, and that the German government was representing in all its actions the will of the great majority of the German people. Germany had, indeed, made enormous concessions, and the German people appeared to have taken for granted that such an offer would be accepted. An Amsterdam dispatch declared, "People in Berlin are kissing one another in the street, though they are perfect strangers and shouting peace congratulations to each other. The only words heard anywhere in Germany are, peace at last." The President, however, had been struck by the news coming in from day to day of new atrocities in France, and of new cases of submarine murders, and in his reply of October 14, he declared that while he was ready to refer the question of an armistice to the judgment and advice of military advisers of the government of the United States and the Allied governments, he felt sure that none of those governments would consent to consider an armistice as long as the armed forces of Germany continued the illegal and inhuman practices which they were persisting in. He also emphasized the fact that no armistice would be accepted that would not provide absolutely satisfactory safeguards and guarantees of the maintenance of the military supremacy of the armies of the United States and of the Allies in the field. The President also called the attention of the government of Germany to that clause of his address on the 4th of July in which he had demanded the destruction of every arbitrary power that can separately, secretly and of its single choice disturb the peace of the world, or, if it cannot be presently destroyed, at least its reduction to virtual impotency. He declared that the power which had hitherto controlled the German nation was of the sort thus described, and that its alteration actually constituted a condition precedent to peace. This answer of the President was greeted with approval in the United States and everywhere in the Allied countries. It meant that the imperial power of Germany was not to be allowed to hide itself behind a so-called reorganization done under its own direction. As one of the senators of the United States expressed it, it is an unequivocal demand that the Hohenzollern shall get out. During these negotiations the Allied armies under Marshal Foch had been driving the enemy before them. When Baron Burian was making his peace offer on behalf of Austria-Hungary, the Americans were engaged in pinching off the St. Mihiel salient, and about that date the British were launching their great attack on the St. Quentin defences. The reports of the great Allied drive indicated a constant succession of Allied victories. On September 19, the British advanced into the Hindenburg Line, northwest of St. Quentin, and on September 20, while the American guns were shelling Metz, the British were advancing steadily near Cambrai and La Bassée. Day by day the advance proceeded. On September 26, the 1st American Army smashed through the Hindenburg Line for an average gain of 7 miles, between the Meuse and the Aisne rivers on a 20-mile front. On September 27, the French gained 5 miles in an advance east of Reims, and the British were attacking in the Cambrai sector on a 14-mile front, crossing the Canal du Nord and piercing the Hindenburg Line at several points. On September 28, the Americans reached the Kriemhilde Line, while the British were close in on Cambrai. On September 30, the British took Messines Ridge, while the French were still advancing between the Aisne and Vesle rivers. On October 1, the French troops entered Street Quintin and the British took the northern and western suburbs of Cambrai. During the next week an enveloping movement was instituted north and south of Lille. On October 5, the Germans evacuated Lille. On October 9 the British took Cambrai. In these drives the American colored troops played a conspicuous part. The entire 365th Regiment, composed wholly of colored troops, was later awarded the coveted Croix de Guerre, or War Cross, by the French government. It was a well-deserved honor, for the boys of the 365th bore themselves with great gallantry in the September and October offensive in the Champagne sector and suffered heavy losses. In conferring the Croix de Guerre, the citation dealt in considerable detail with the valor of particular officers and praised the courage and tenacity of the whole regiment. The Germans were retreating in Belgium day by day, under the attacks of the Belgian and French armies. On October 11 the Germans evacuated the Chemin des Dames. On October 16 the Germans began the evacuation of the Belgian coast region and each day increased the number of Belgian towns once more in Allied control. Chapter 48. Battles in the Air. He who conquers the fear of death is master of his fate. Upon this philosophy 50,000 young men of the warring nations went forth to do battle among the clouds. The story of these battles is the real romance of the World War. In 1914 no one had ever known and history had never recorded a struggle to the death in the air. When the war ended a new literature of adventure had been created, a literature emblazoned with superb heroisms, with godlike daring. And with such utter disdain of death that they were raised out of the olden ranks of mere earth-crawling mankind and became supermen of the air. Some of these heroic names became household words during the war. These were the aces of the French, American and German air forces. The British adopted a policy in news concerning their airmen similar to that governing their publication of submarine sinkings. They argued that the naming of British, Canadian and Australian aces would direct the attacks of German aviators against the most useful men in the British forces. They also felt that publicity would tend toward the swagger which in English slang was swank and toward a deterioration in discipline. Raoul Lufbery, Quinton Roosevelt, son of ex-President Roosevelt, and Edward Rickenbacker were names that figured extensively in news of the American Air Forces. Lufbery and Roosevelt were killed in action. Rickenbacker, after dozens of hair-raising escapes from death, came through the war without injury. The pioneer of American aviators in the war was William Thaw of Yale, who formed the original Lafayette Escadrille. Besides these men, America produced a number of other brilliant aces, an ace being one who brought down 5 enemy planes, each victory being attested by at least 3 witnesses. The French had as their outstanding aces Georges Guynemer and René Fonck. Guynemer went into the flying game as a mechanician. He became the most formidable human fighting machine on the Western Front before he was sent to death in a blazing airplane. Lieutenant René Fonck ended the war with a total of 75 official aerial victories. He had an additional 40 Huns to his credit but not officially confirmed. His greatest day was when he brought down 6 planes. His quickest work was the shooting down of 3 Germans in 20 seconds. He fought 3 distinct battles in the air when, on May 8, 1918, he brought down 6 German airplanes in one day. All 3 engagements were fought within 2 hours. In all, Fonck fired only 56 shots, an average of little more than 9 bullets for each enemy brought down, an extraordinary record, in view of the fact that aviators often fired hundreds of rounds without crippling their opponent. The first fight, in which Lieutenant Fonck brought down 3 German machines, lasted only a minute and a half, and the young Frenchman fired only 22 shots. Fonck was leading 2 other companions on a patrol in the Moreuil-Montdidier sector on May 8, when the French squadron met 3 German 2-seater airplanes coming toward them in arrow formation. Signaling to his companions, Lieutenant Fonck dived at the leading German plane and, with a few shots, sent it down in flames. Fonck turned to the left, and the second enemy flyer followed in an effort to attack him from behind, but the Frenchman made a quick turn above him and, with 5 shots, sent the second German to death. 10 seconds had barely elapsed between the two victories. The third enemy pilot headed for home, but when Lieutenant Fonck apparently gave up the chase and turned back toward the French lines, the German went after him, and was flying parallel and a little below, when Fonck made a quick turn, drove straight at him and sent him down within half a mile of the spot where his 2 comrades hit the earth. The German heroes were the celebrated Captain Boelcke, and the no less famous inventor of the flying circus, Count von Richthofen. Captain Boelcke caused a great many Allied crashes by hiding in clouds and diving straight at planes flying beneath him. As he came within range, he opened up with a stream of machine gun bullets. If he failed to get his prey, his rush carried him past his opponent into safety. He rarely re-attacked. Count von Richthofen was responsible for many airplane squadron tactics that later were used on both sides. The planes under his command were gaily painted for easy identification during the thick of a fight. Their usual method was to cut off single planes or small groups of Allied planes, and to circle around them in the method employed by Admiral Dewey for the reduction of the Spanish forts and ships in the Battle of Manila Bay. The dangers of aerial warfare were instrumental in producing high chivalry in all the encampments of airmen. Graves of fallen aviators were marked and decorated by their former foes, and captured aviators received exceptionally good treatment, where foemen aviators could procure such treatment for them. Until the advent of America into the war, neither side had a marked advantage in aircraft. At first Germany had a slight advantage, then the balance swung to the Allied side, but at no time was the scale tipped very much. American quantity production of airplanes, however, gave to the Entente Allies an overwhelming advantage. Final standardization of tools and design for the soul of the American airplane was not accomplished until February 1918. Yet within 8 months more than 15,000 Liberty engines, each of them fully tested and of the highest quality, were delivered. The United States did not follow European types of engines, but in a wonderfully short time developed an engine standardized in the most recent efficiency of American industries. According to Secretary of War Baker, an inspiring feature of this work was the aid rendered by consulting engineers and motor manufacturers, who gave up their trade secrets under the emergency of war needs. Realizing that the new design would be a government design and no firm or individual would reap selfish benefit because of its making, the motor manufacturers, nevertheless, patriotically revealed their trade secrets and made available trade processes of great commercial value. These industries also contributed the services of approximately 200 of their best draftsmen. Parts of the first engine were turned out at 12 different factories, located all the way from Connecticut to California. When the parts were assembled, the adjustment was perfect and the performance of the engine was wonderfully gratifying. 30 days after the assembling of the first engine, preliminary tests justified the government in formally accepting the engine as the best aircraft engine produced in any country. The final tests confirmed the faith in the new motor. British and French machines as a rule were not adapted to American manufacturing methods. They were highly specialized machines, requiring much hand work from mechanics, who were, in fact, artisans. The standardized United States aviation engine, produced under government supervision, said Secretary of War Baker, was expected to solve the problem of building first-class, powerful and yet comparatively delicate aviation engines by American machine methods, the same standardized methods which revolutionized the automobile industry in this country. The manufacture of de Havilland airplanes equipped with Liberty motors was a factor in the war. One of these de Havillands, without tuning up, made a non-stop trip on November 11, 1918, from Dayton, Ohio, to Washington, D.C. A distance of 430 miles, in 3 hours and 50 minutes. Great battle squadrons of these de Havilland planes equipped with Liberty motors made bombing raids over the German lines in the Verdun sector. Others operated as scouting and reconnaissance planes and as spotters for American artillery. In the period from September 12 to 11 o'clock on the morning on November 11, the American aviators brought down 473 German machines. Of this number, 353 were confirmed officially. Day bombing groups, from the time they began operations, dropped a total of 116,818 kilograms of bombs within the German lines. Bombing operations were begun in August by the 96th Squadron, which in 5 flying days dropped 18,080 kilograms of bombs. The first day bombardment group began work in September, the group including the 96th, the 20th and 11th Squadrons. The 166th Squadron joined the group in November. In 12 flying days in September the bombers dropped 3,466 kilograms of bombs, in 15 flying days in October, 46,133 kilograms, and in 4 flying days in November, 17,979 kilograms. On November 11th, the day of the signing of the armistice, there were actually engaged on the front 740 American planes, 744 pilots, 457 observers and 23 aerial gunners. Of the total number of planes, 329 were of the pursuit type, 296 were for observation and 115 were bombers. In addition, several hundred planes of various types were being used at the instruction camps when the war ended. America, although the last of the great nations to embark upon a great aircraft production program, was the birthplace of the airplane, the Wright brothers being the undisputed inventors of the modern type. Wilbur and Orville Wright made their first experiments in flying at Kitty Hawk, N.C. Their first attempts were of a gliding nature and were accomplished by starting from the top of a dune or sand hill, the operator lying full length, face downward, on the underplane of the machine. During these experiments they succeeded in flying 600 feet. Their first flight with an airplane driven by a motor was on December 17, 1903, when they succeeded in flying about 270 yards in 59 seconds. This machine was driven by a 16-horsepower motor. Santos Dumont was one of the early pioneers in aeronautical experiments. After showing a marked talent with balloons, he turned his attention to heavier-than-air machines, and in 1906 created a world's record in a flight of 230 yards at a speed of 25 miles an hour. In 1907 Henry Farnham made a half-circular flight in a Voisin biplane, using a 50-horsepower motor, returning to his starting point. About this time a flight of 9 minutes and 15 seconds was recorded by Delagrande on a Voisin-constructed biplane. The first previously announced public flight was made on July 4, 1908, by Glenn H. Curtiss at Hammondsport, N.Y. and was witnessed by a number of New Yorkers who had gone to Hammondsport to see the flight. In the winter of 1913-14 Mr. Rodman Wanamaker gave Glenn H. Curtiss a commission to build a flying boat which would fly across the Atlantic. Commander Port was brought from England, and he, with Mr. Curtiss, worked out the designs for a flying boat much larger than any previously built, and fitted with 2 motors instead of 1. As entirely separate power plants would be used, one motor would naturally run somewhat faster than the other, and it was freely predicted that the machine could not be handled. The first trial, however, proved that it would not only fly, but that after it was once in the air, one motor could be slowed down and even stopped and the machine continue to fly. This machine was the forerunner of the seaplane, used by the American, British and other navies in the war, although somewhat changed in detail. The beginning of the war stopped the transatlantic experiments and this machine found its way into the British Navy. It was christened the America, and the larger flying boats or seaplanes which are now being built and used by the British and American navies are still known as the America or Super-American type. At first fighting operations were carried out by individual aviators or comparatively small squadrons, but the battles of March, 1918, witnessed the definite development of larger squadrons, maneuvering as effectively as bodies of cavalry, and in massed formation attacking infantry columns. The possibilities of the new aerial arm were further demonstrated in the creation of a barrage, as effective as that of heavy artillery, for the purpose of holding back advancing bodies of infantry. In the first days of the German offensive there took place an aerial battle which up to that time was unique in the annals of warfare. It was a battle not merely for the purpose of gaining the mastery of the air, but to aid Allied infantry and artillery in stemming the tide of the German advance, and when the drive finally slowed down and came to a halt in Picardy. The Allied airmen had undoubtedly contributed largely to the result. During March 21 and 22, 1918, the opening days of the Great German Drive, there was comparatively little aerial activity. The aviators of both sides were preparing for the impending battle, which actually began on the morning of March 23 and lasted all that day and the day following. The story of the air battle of March 23 24th reads like one of the most extraordinary adventure tales ever imagined. The struggle began with squadrons of airplanes ascending and maneuvering as perfectly as cavalry. They rose to dizzy heights and, descending, swept the air close to the ground. The individual pilots of the opposing sides then began executing all manner of movements, climbing, diving, turning in every direction, and seeking to get into the best position to pour machine gun fire into enemy airplanes. Every few minutes a machine belonging to an Allied or German squadron crashed to the ground, often in flames. At the end of the first day's fighting, wrecked airplanes and the mangled bodies of aviators lay strewn all over the battlefield. All next day, March 24, the struggle in the air went on with unabated fury. The Allied air squadrons were now on the offensive and penetrated far inside the German lines. The German aviators counterattacked whenever they could, and more than once succeeded in crossing the French lines. But at the close of the second day victory rested with the Allied airmen, and during the next 5 scarcely a German airplane took the air. The sudden termination of the war caused speculation throughout the world concerning the future of the airplane. When rumor declared that America's newly won preeminence in aviation would disappear, Captain Roy N. Francis, of the Division of Military Aeronautics, made this statement. America cannot afford to junk the airplane fleet which has cost her so many millions of dollars. I do not believe that any other nation will do so. Even if the Peace Congress should decide on universal disarmament, there are still any number of uses to which airplanes can be put in time of peace. Take the air mail service, for instance. This is now only in its infancy, but it is destined to become as common as the railway mail service. It will employ hundreds of airplanes and aviators all over the country. Then there is the possibility of our machines being used for seacoast patrol work, a valuable addition to our Coast Guard forces which save many ocean vessels from disaster every year. They will be largely used for Army dispatch work. Instead of sending official messages from post to post by the present methods, airplanes will be used after the war as they are now being used at the front. On the Great Lakes, airplanes can be used for Coast Guard work, as on the seacoast, and they can also be used for patrolling the lakes themselves. Think how many wrecked lake vessels might have been saved in the past had there been an airplane nearby to carry its message of distress and guide rescue ships to the scene. Forest patrol is still another opening for the use of expert aviators. Every year, almost, our great forest fires in the Northwest demonstrate that our present methods of prevention of forest fires are faulty, chiefly because the fires are not discovered while they are still smoldering. Constant airplane patrol over our great forests would make forest fires a thing of the past. Then there are any number of commercial uses to which airplanes can be put. Instead of a cargo of bombs, a commercial airplane could carry a cargo of small package freight for which immediate delivery is necessary. The use of the airplane for passenger carrying is now being developed. The huge Caproni and Handley Page machines will be used for this purpose in the future. Thousands of persons will want to fly just for the novelty, and the possibility of accidents will be reduced to the minimum. Again, there is the need for scientific research and improvement of the airplane, which will keep scores of men and machines busy for years. It will not be necessary, of course, to maintain the numerous government training fields for aviators after the war, but some of the best of them should be retained. I do not believe it will be necessary to discharge a single pilot or observer from the Army or to junk a single undamaged airplane after the war. Henry Woodhouse, governor of the Aero Club of America and a worldwide authority on aeronautics, made the following forecast. Aircraft capable of lifting 15 tons, with a speed of 100 miles an hour, are now in actual production. The first of the American-built Caproni planes, equipped with 4 Liberty motors and developing 1,750 horsepower, has just been successfully tested. This giant plane has a total lifting capacity of 40,000 pounds, or 20 tons. The Super Handley Page or the Caproni could easily carry 50 bags, or more than a ton of mail. This means 100,000 letters. Judging the future development of aircraft by what has taken place in the last 2 years, we may look for the building of a 5,000 horsepower airplane, possibly within a year. If the people of the various cities along the 8 great airways already proposed insist on it, at least a dozen additional aerial mail lines can be established within 12 months. This can be done by utilizing only machines not needed by the Army or Navy. That means it will be possible to send by post plane at least 50 million of the 100 million day and night letters, and at least 25 million of the 50 million special delivery letters that are sent each year in the United States. Post office officials estimate that the average cost of telegraphic day and night letters now going over the wires is close to $1 each. Special delivery letters average about 13 cents apiece. This makes a total of more than $50 million worth of potential aerial mail business that is simply waiting for the establishment of aerial mail routes, which can easily be established within the next 12 months. 400 miles is the distance over which post-plane day mail is most effective. Aerial mail letters are effective over any distance, since, with proper stations, light signals and guides for night post-plane flying, the air mail can be carried more than 1,000 miles between the hours of 6 p.m. and 8 a.m. The cost of aerial mail night and day letters will be less than that of wire communication. The cost of an aerial mail letter is 16 cents for 2 ounces. For this price there can be sent a message that would cost $5 to send by telegraph. The estimate of $50 million of potential post-plane business takes no account of the possibilities of transporting parcel post aerial mail. One of the Caproni 2,100 horsepower machines now in operation could easily transport 2,500 pounds of mail. At least $25 million worth of parcel post could be sent by airplane. Enthusiasts who look forward to the transatlantic transportation of aerial mail as certain to come within the next 12 months assert that there is another $25 million worth of transatlantic mail waiting for an aerial mail service. They point out that Uncle Sam now pays 80 cents a pound to American steamships to carry transatlantic mail, and that a charge of $1 per letter across the Atlantic would be a paying proposition. Illustration, painting. Copyright Illustrated London News. Picking one off the tail. The German Albatross airplane going down in flames was in pursuit of the light British quick machine seen on the left, when suddenly a British Nieuport, at the right, dived through the clouds. The Albatross nose-dived, the British following with his guns working, and soon the German burst into flames and crashed to earth, his pursuer straightening out his course. Illustration, photograph. Carrying the war into Germany. Mechanics tuning up one of the giant British bombing machines. Developed in 1918 that raided Germany. The size is shown by comparison with the human figures. Note the forward gunner, the pilot, the rear gunner and the window of the commodious cockpit within which the airman could stand upright. Charges of mismanagement and graft were investigated by the United States Senate and by the Department of Justice. Former Justice of the United States Supreme Court Charles E. Hughes was named by President Wilson to conduct the latter inquiry. Waste was found, due largely to the emergency nature of the contract. Justice Hughes recommended that Colonel Edward Deeds, of the United States Signal Corps, be tried by court-martial for his connection with certain contracts, and recommended that several other persons be tried in the United States courts. Justice Hughes and the Senate Investigation Committee gave their unqualified approval to the management of America's aircraft production by John D. Ryan. Mr. Ryan resigned his charge as head of the Aircraft Production Board in November, 1918. His last public announcement was of the invention of an aerial telephone, by which the commander of a squadron standing on the ground could communicate with aviators flying in battle formation. Chapter 49. Health and Happiness of the American Forces. Since the fateful day when Cain slew Abel, thereby setting a precedent for human warfare, no fighter has been so well protected from disease and discomfort of mind and body. So speedily cured of his wounds, as the American soldier and sailor during the World War. The basis of this remarkable achievement was sanitary education preached first by competent physicians and sociologists, then by newspapers to the civilian population. And ultimately by the soldiers and sailors themselves, each man acting as an evangel of personal and community health and sanitation. In 1914, before war was declared, the words, venereal diseases, were relegated to the advertisements of quacks and patent medicines. When the war ended, virtually every young and old man and woman knew the meaning of the words and the miseries that come in their train. So it was with other details of the care of the human body, with sewage problems, with the grave community question of pure water, with the use of intoxicating beverages, and with other problems interwoven with the health and happiness of humanity. Among the leaders in this wide-flung campaign of education was the American Red Cross. Starting with a mere nominal membership before the war, its roster rose to the mighty total of more than 28 million American men, women, and children when the war ended. More than $300 million was poured into the American Red Cross treasury. In addition to these contributions of money, came the free services of millions of Americans, mostly women. Red Cross workshops dotted the land, and from these came bandages, sweaters, comfort kits, trench necessities, clothing for homeless refugees, and a vast quantity of material aid in every conceivable form. American Red Cross workers during the war knitted 14,089,000 garments for the Army and Navy. In addition, the workers turned out 253,196,000 surgical dressings, 22,255,000 hospital garments and 1,464,000 refugee garments. Sewing chapters repaired old clothing and sent it overseas to the orphaned and the widowed, and millions of Americans learned the sublime lesson of sacrifice through the Red Cross, a lesson that left its imprint upon America for generations. The work of the American Red Cross extended through many lands. It followed the flags of the Entente Allies into Palestine, Mesopotamia, India, South Africa, and other battlegrounds. Its work on the Western Front was a miracle of achievement. In Russia through the Red Terror of the Revolution the workers of the American Red Cross went serenely about their tasks of mercy, relieving the hungry, aiding the sick, and clothing the ragged peasants. Henry P. Davidson left the firm of J.P. Morgan and Company to devote his administrative genius to the affairs of the American Red Cross. Other men and women of rare executive ability joined in the free tender of their services to the work of the Red Cross. While the organization strove mightily against famines, wounds, and disease overseas, it was suddenly confronted during the period from September 8 to November 9, 1918, with the severest epidemic America had experienced in generations. Returning American troops brought the germs of the malady known as Spanish influenza into New York and Boston. Thence it spread throughout the country. During its brief career the epidemic claimed a total of 82,306 deaths in 46 American cities, having a combined population of 23 million. Philadelphia, a great center of war industry, with the Philadelphia Navy Yard harboring thousands of sailors and Marines, showed the highest mortality in proportion to population, 7.4 per 1,000, Baltimore with 6.7 per 1,000 showed the next greatest mortality. The record of the Red Cross in this epidemic was one of instant service. Hundreds of thousands of masks were made in Red Cross workrooms, and these were worn by nurses and by members of families in afflicted homes. On May 1, 1917, just before the appointment of the War Council, the American Red Cross had 486,194 members working through 562 chapters. On July 31, 1918, the organization numbered 20,648,103 annual members, besides 8 million members of the Junior Red Cross, a total enrollment of over one-fourth the population of the United States. These members carried on their Red Cross work through 3,854 chapters, which again divided themselves into some 30,000 branches and auxiliaries. The total actual collections from the First War Fund amounted to more than $115 million. The subscriptions to the Second War Fund amounted to upward of $176 million. From membership dues the collections approximated $24,500,000. The Home Service of the Red Cross with its more than 40,000 workers, extended its ministrations of sympathy and counsel each month to upward of 100,000 families left behind by soldiers at the front. Supplementing, but not duplicating, the work of the American Red Cross, were the services of the YMCA, Knights of Columbus, Jewish Welfare Association, Salvation Army, American Library Association and other bodies. These operated under the general supervision of the War and Navy Departments, Commissions on Training Camp Activities. Raymond B. Fosdick was the chairman of both these bodies. Concerning these commissions, President Wilson declared, "I do not believe it an exaggeration to say that no army ever before assembled has had more conscientious and painstaking thought given to the protection and stimulation of its mental, moral and physical manhood. Every endeavor has been made to surround the men, both here and abroad, with the kind of environment which a democracy owes to those who fight in its behalf. In this work the commissions on training camp activities have represented the government and the government's solicitude that the moral and spiritual resources of the nation should be mobilized behind the troops. The country is to be congratulated upon the fine spirit with which organizations and groups of many kinds, some of them of national standing, have harnessed themselves together under the leadership of the government's agency in a common ministry to the men of the Army and Navy. Afloat and ashore the organizations operating under the supervision of the two commissions gave to the men of the American forces home care, suitable recreation, and constant protection. The club life of the Army and Navy, both in the training camps and after the men went into the service, was most capably directed by the YMCA, Knights of Columbus, and the Jewish Welfare Association. Nonsectarianism was the rule in all of the huts and clubs conducted by these organizations. Catholic, Protestant and Jewish chaplains mingled with workers of the Salvation Army, with professional prize-fighters who became athletic instructors, with actors and actresses who contributed their talents freely to the entertainment of soldiers and sailors. Moving picture shows, boxing contests, continuation schools, canteens where women workers served American-made dishes, these were some of the activities following the men. The YMCA and Knights of Columbus bore the largest share of this work. More than $300 million was contributed by the people of America to the maintenance of these activities. The other organizations rounded out the work of the first two organizations and filled in with special attention to needs on which the others did not specialize. The larger organization, the YMCA, was chosen by the government to carry out a portion of the government program, the conducting of the canteens. The Knights of Columbus specialized in comforts less considered by other war relief organizations. Nothing gave greater relaxation to the fighting man, coming from the trenches, or the battle line caked with mud and blood and weary with long hours, than a shower bath, and generous facilities were provided close to the fighting front, back of the lines in the rest billets and concentration camps. Provisions were less generous than at the front until the Knights of Columbus took up the task of seeing that the men who were temporarily away from the active fighting had these facilities for bathing. It was but one of the many activities of the Knights of Columbus, but one of the most appreciated. One of the first requisitions made by Reverend John B. DeVilles, one of the first chaplains sent over by the Knights of Columbus, was for a shower bath, and he set it up in connection with his headquarters in a little French town, and it was overworked from the first. From this spread the movement for establishing shower baths in club houses being opened behind the lines and in villages. There was no preaching in a Knights of Columbus hall or clubroom, but there was clean moral environment and healthy recreation and amusement, for this was proven the thing to keep up the morale of fighting men. The YMCA built 1,500 huts in Europe costing from $2,000 to $20,000 each, equipped with canteen, reading and writing and recreational facilities to soldiers. It operated 28 different leave areas with hotels that had a total of 35,000 beds. In addition, in Paris, port towns, and several big centers in the war zone there were hotels for transient soldiers where one could get a clean bed and a good meal at about half the price charged by French hotels. Over 3,000 movie and theatrical shows a week were provided free, and 300 athletic directors had charge of the sports in the American Army, operating 836 athletic fields. Enormous quantities of cookies and chocolate and cigarettes were supplied. 100 of the best-known educators from America directed educational work. The staff consisted of Professor Erskine of Columbia University, Professor Daly of Harvard, Professor Coleman of Chicago University, Professor Appleton of the University of Kansas and Frank Spaulding, Superintendent of the Cleveland Public Schools. Seconding the work of the YMCA, its sister organization, the YWCA, extended its activities from the training camps of America to the battlefields of Europe. At the close of its first year of America's participation in the war, the YWCA had 6 established lines of work in France. Hostess houses, clubs for French working women and business girls, clubs for nurses with the American Army, clubs for women of the Signal Corps. Clubs for British women, WACs, working with the American Army, and recreation work for all women employed in any way by the American Expeditionary Force. In 1 year its activities spread to 25 cities, and it had 43 units. The hostess houses were at Paris and Tours. The Hotel Petrograd, on the Rue Camartin, was leased in Paris and turned out to be one of the most interesting centers of American life in France. It was run on the most liberal lines, in a thoroughly democratic way. The meals were good and in the big dining room men were admitted on the same footing as women. There were 2 of these hostess houses at Tours. For the girls of the Signal Corps 22 homes were opened and there were huts for the WACs at Bourges and Tours. YWC secretaries were attached to 20 base hospital units and opened 14 clubs for nurses. The most interesting and unique work of the YWCA was that of its foyers for French working women and business girls. There were 13 of these in Lyons, Rouen, Bourges, Tours, St-Étienne, Paris and Montlucan. The Salvation Army erected hotels at the various large training camps in America, and its workers made American donuts for the soldiers' clothes. To the battle lines in France. The work done by the men and women of the Salvation Army aided materially in bringing the heart of America into France. The Jewish Welfare Association not only performed notable service in following the men from training camps into actual service, but it also planned and executed a great reconstruction program under the direction of Felix M. Warburg, chairman of the Joint Distribution Committee. The American Library Association solved the grave problem of providing the soldiers and sailors with suitable reading matter. Each of the cantonments had its special library building in charge of a trained librarian, and interesting literature followed the men into the field through the services of this organization. Some idea of the work of these various organizations is gained by reading the following order received by Raymond B. Fosdick at his headquarters in Washington after the steamship Kansas carrying supplies for the various huts at American field quarters, was sunk. Send 20 tons plain soap, 20 tons condensed milk, 10 tons chocolate, 5 tons cocoa, 2 tons tea, 5 tons coffee, 5 tons vanilla wafers, 50 tons sugar, 20 tons flour, 2 tons fruit essences, 2 tons lemonade powder, 120,000 testaments, 120,000 hymn books, tons of magazines and other literature, 30 tons writing paper and envelopes, 50,000 folding chairs, 500 camp cots, 2,000 blankets, 20 typewriters, 60 tents, 75 moving picture machines, 200 phonographs, 5,000 records, 1 ton ink blotters, $75,000 worth athletic goods, 30 automobiles and trucks. The order was filled at once. Besides the associations above enumerated, other volunteer organizations contributed to the health and happiness of American soldiers and sailors. The Emergency Aid of Pennsylvania established two clubs, one in Paris, the other in Tours, both of which performed notable services in feeding and restoring the spirits of American soldiers and sailors. The club in Paris was under the direction of the Reverend Frederick W. Beekman, and that at Tours was directed by Amos Tuck French. Mrs. Barclay Warburton of Philadelphia was designated by Governor Brumbaugh as Commissioner General of Overseas Work for the Emergency Aid. Other states had similar organizations looking after the comfort of the men. But it was upon the professional doctors, nurses and sanitarians that the bulk of the task devolved. This task included the prevention as well as the cure of maladies menacing the American forces. It reached out into years after the war into the problems of re-education and rehabilitation of the shell-shocked and the wounded. Major General William C. Gorgas, former Surgeon General of the Army, stated this concept when he said, "The whole conception of governmental and national responsibility for caring for the wounded has undergone radical change during the months of study given the subject by experts serving with the Medical Officers Reserve Corps and others consulting with them. Instead of the old idea that responsibility ended with the return of the soldier to private life with his wounds healed and such pension as he might be given, it is now considered that it is the duty of the government to equip and re-educate the wounded man, after healing his wounds, and to return him to civil life ready to be as useful to himself and his country as possible." To carry out this idea, reconstruction hospitals were established in large centers of population. Boston, New York, Philadelphia, Baltimore, Washington, Buffalo, Cincinnati, Chicago, St. Paul, Seattle, San Francisco, Los Angeles, Denver, Kansas City, St. Louis, Memphis, Richmond, Atlanta and New Orleans were sites of these institutions. Each was planned as a 500-bed hospital but with provision for enlargement to 1,000 beds if needed. These hospitals were not the last step in the return of the wounded soldiers to civil life. When the soldiers were able to take up industrial training, further provision was ready. Arrangements were made by the Department of Military Orthopedics to care for soldiers, so far as orthopedics, the prevention of deformity, was concerned, continuously until they were returned to civil life. Orthopedic surgeons were attached to the medical force near the firing line and to the different hospitals back to the base orthopedic hospital which was established within 100 miles of the firing line. In this hospital, in addition to orthopedic surgical care, there was equipment for surgical reconstruction work and curative workshops in which men acquired ability to use injured members while doing work interesting and useful in itself. This method supplanted the old and tiresome one of prescribing a set of motions for a man to go through with no other purpose than to reacquire use of his injured part. Instructors and examiners for all the troops were furnished by the Department of Military Orthopedic Surgery. A number of older and more experienced surgeons acted as instructors and supervisors for each of the groups into which the army was divided. A peculiar condition arising from the use of heavy artillery in the war was that called shell shock. The most pathetic wrecks of war were soldiers suffering from shattered nerves. Paris had many of them. They appeared to be normal. But they were human wrecks. Shell shock or the aftermath of illness from wounds left them in weakened health, subject to violent heart attacks. Most of them lacked energy and perseverance. They became awkward, like big children. If employment was found for them, for many had large families to support, they quickly lost their jobs through apathy or collapse. A society in Paris did everything possible to relieve the sufferings of these victims of the war. It operated with the authorization of the French government under the name L'Assistance aux Blessés Nerveux de la Guerre. American hospitals after the war contained many of these cases. Some of the victims became incurably insane. Besides the noble work done by the great army of American physicians, surgeons and nurses, in caring for soldiers and sailors, a service of scarcely less magnitude was rendered to the civilian populations of France, Belgium and Italy. Tuberculosis in France was a real plague, taking a toll of 80,000 lives every year. American physicians and nurses preached the doctrine of fresh air, care of the teeth and proper food for children. Almost immediately this campaign of sanitation had its effect in a decreasing death rate from tuberculosis. European nations generally were benefited by the stay of the American army overseas. The straightforward manner in which the social evil was attacked had direct benefits. The important detail of dental care also received an interest through the advent of the American soldier. The London Daily Mail made this comment on that question. One thing about the American soldiers and sailors must strike English people when they see these gallant fighters, and that is the soundness and general whiteness of their teeth. From childhood the Yank is taught to take care of his teeth. He has tooth drill thrice daily and visits his dentist at fixed periods, say, every 3 or 4 months. If by chance a tooth does decay, the rot is at once arrested by gold or platinum filling. American dentists never extract a tooth. No matter how badly decayed it may be, they save the molar by crowning it with gold. The United States soldiers have set us a splendid example in this matter. They fairly shame the ordinary Tommy by the brilliance of their molars, but they will do so no longer if young English mothers will only wake up to the fact that bad teeth cause bad health. And that doctors' and dentists' bills will be saved by the regular use of the toothbrush. Chapter 50. The Pirates of the Underseas. Germany relied upon the submarine to win the war. This in a nutshell explains the main reason why the United States was drawn into the World War. Von Tirpitz, the German admiral, obsessed with the theory that no effective answer could be made to the submarine. Convinced the German High Command and the Kaiser that only through unrestricted submarine warfare could England be starved and the war brought to an end with victory for Germany. Since August 1914, the theory held by von Tirpitz and his party of extremists had been combated by Prince Maximilian of Baden and by Chancellor von Bethmann-Hollweg and by others high in the council of the Kaiser. These men pointed out that, leaving out such questions as piracy on the high seas, the drowning of women and children, the destruction of the property of neutrals, there still remained the question of expediency. America, they asserted, was certain to enter the war if unrestricted submarine warfare was decreed. These men were denounced as cowards and von Tirpitz finally triumphed. The submarine employed by the Germans was of the type designed by Simon Lake, an American. The Germans bought 2 submarines built by Mr. Lake at Kronstadt for the Russians during the Russian-Japanese War. Various improvements upon the diesel engine and special training for submarine crews enabled the German Navy to strike terrible blows during the early part of the war. Little by little, however, the Allies discovered the answer to the submarine menace. One of these was the convoy. Fleets of merchant vessels surrounded by fast destroyers made life a misery for the submarine crews. In the early days vessels of all character fled from the approach of the submarine. The destroyers of the convoys, however, adopted a different method. They rushed at the periscopes in efforts to ram the submarine, and as they raced over the spot where the submarine had been at the rate of 22 knots or more an hour, they dropped huge containers, dubbed ash cans, containing depth charges of trinitrotoluol. Seaplanes carrying bombs, small dirigible balloons known as blimps, observation balloons moored on the decks of warships, steel nets, and especially devised anti-submarine mines, were also factors in the general work of submarine destruction. In addition to all these, every ship, both cargo carrier and war vessel, had its well-trained gun crew. And hundreds of thousands of keen-eyed mariners daily and nightly swept the seas with binoculars watching for anything that resembled a periscope. As a consequence of this combination of destructive agencies, the British Admiralty was enabled to announce at the close of the war that more than 150 German submarines had been destroyed. The names of the commanding officers of the German submarines which had been disposed of were given out by the government in order to substantiate to the world the statement made by the Prime Minister in the House of Commons on August 7. And denied in the German papers, that at least 150 of these ocean pests had been destroyed. The statement included no officers commanding the Austrian submarines, of which a number had been destroyed, and did not exhaust the list of German submarines put out of action. The fate of the officers was given, and of these the majority, 116, were dead, 27 were prisoners of war, 6 were interned in neutral countries where they took refuge, and 1 succeeded in returning to Germany. Further light on the subject of German submarines was given on September 18, 1918, by Senator William H. Thompson of Kansas in a speech in which he told the Senate. The submarine is no longer a serious menace to transportation across the seas. It is, of course, an annoyance and a great hindrance, and as long as there is a single submarine in the waters of the sea every effort must be made by the Allied powers to destroy it, for it is an outlaw and must not exist. The truth is that Germany never had more than 320 submarines all told, including all construction before and since the war. We have positive knowledge of the destruction of more than one half of these submarines, and we also know that it is practically impossible for Germany to keep in operation more than 10% of those remaining. It is therefore reduced to a negligible quantity so far as its ultimate effect upon the result of the war is concerned. One saw a reliable statement in France to the effect that there is one ship of some character leaving the eastern shores of America for the war zone every 6 minutes, and it is only a few vessels which are ever torpedoed. Estimated at about 1%. This is less than the loss by storm and accident in the earlier days of transportation and is not much greater than such loss now. We must bear in mind that we read only of the ships which have been torpedoed and see but little account of the hundreds of ships which pass over the ocean safely and undisturbed. 300,000 soldiers are conveyed across the Atlantic every 30 days, and an average of about 500,000 tons of freight carried to the French coast. There are warehouses in only one of the many ports of France with a capacity of over 2 million tons. It is to the Navy that the credit for the destruction of this outlaw seagoing craft is due. The Navy is and has been the backbone of this war, the same as it has been of almost every great war in history. Without the Allied Navy the submarine would have perhaps accomplished its nefarious purpose in starving the European allies and in preventing them from securing the necessary munitions of war to defend themselves. It has utterly failed in this respect. The Allies are amply supplied with food, and there are provisions enough on hand now, if every ship should be sunk, to last the Allies and armies for months. The destroyer is the ship which has brought Germany to her knees in submarine warfare and will keep her there. We have not enough destroyers, and it is for this reason we are obliged in this great transportation problem to run risks which would not be taken under ordinary conditions. If every ship was escorted by a sufficient number of destroyers I doubt if there would be a single ship of any consequence sunk, except by the merest accident. Upon the same subject, Sir Eric Geddes, First Lord of the British Admiralty, on October 14, reviewing the British effort in the war said that during 1918 the casualties of the British on the Western Front equaled those of all the Allies combined. The British Navy, he said, since the beginning of the war had lost in fighting ships of all classes a total of 230, more than twice the losses in war vessels of all the Allies. In addition to these, Great Britain had lost 450 auxiliary craft, such as minesweepers and trawlers, making a total of 680. He revealed the fact that the effective warship barrage, which had been drawn between the Orkneys and Norway against German submarines and surface craft, was, during the later months of the war, maintained largely by ships of the United States. The British merchant ships lost since 1914 exceeded 2,400, representing a gross tonnage of 7,750,000, nearly 3 times the aggregate loss of all other Allied and neutral countries. In his statement on the submarine situation he said, "In February, 1917, the ruthless submarine warfare confronted us. Whilst the armies in France at that time were feeling a sense of superiority over the enemy which was illustrated by the successes of the Battle of Arras, the taking of Vimy Ridge, the advance between the Ancre and the Somme, the offensive in Champagne, Chemin de Dames, Messines and Passchendaele Ridges. Thus we felt, and rightly felt, that the weakest front at that time was the sea, not on the surface, but under water. The whole of the available energies of the Allies were consequently thrown into overcoming the submarine and the menace which threatened to destroy the lines of communication of the alliance. The reduced sinkings which have been published since that period show how we gradually overcame that menace, and today most men say that the submarine menace is a thing of the past. That it is a thing of the past in so far as it can never win the war for the enemy or enable the enemy to prevent us from winning the war, provided we do not underrate the danger but take adequate steps against it. I affirm now as the opinion of the British Admiralty. But it is a menace that comes and goes. The end of the great submarine menace came on November 20th, when 20 German submarines were officially surrendered to Rear Admiral Tyrwhitt of the British Navy, 30 miles off Harwich, England. Within the following week more than 80 other German submarines and a number of Austrian craft were also surrendered to the British. The spectacle of the surrender was most impressive. After steaming some 20 miles across the North Sea, the Harwich forces, which consisted of 5 light cruisers and 20 destroyers, were sighted. The flagship of Admiral Tyrwhitt, the commander, was the Curaçao. High above about the squadron hung a big observation balloon. The squadron, headed by the flagship, then steamed toward the Dutch coast, followed by the Coventry, Dragoon, Danel and Centaur. Other ships followed in line with their navigation lights showing. The picture was a noble one as the great vessels, with the moon still shining, ploughed their way to take part in the surrender of the German U-boats. Soon after the British squadron started, the paravanes were dropped overboard. These devices are shaped like tops and divert any mines which may be encountered, for the vessels were now entering a mine field. Almost everyone on board donned a life belt, and just as the red sun appeared above the horizon, the first German submarine appeared in sight. Soon after 7 o'clock 20 submarines were seen in line, accompanied by 2 German destroyers, the Tibania and the Sierra Ventana, which were to take the submarine crews back to Germany after the transfer. All the submarines were on the surface with their hatches open and their crews standing on deck. The vessels were flying no flags whatever, and their guns were trained fore and aft, in accordance with the terms of surrender. A bugle sounded on the Curaçao and all the gun crews took up their stations, ready for any possible treachery. The leading destroyer, in response to a signal from the admiral, turned and led the way towards England, and the submarines were ordered to follow. They immediately did so. The surrender had been accomplished. Each cruiser turned, and, keeping a careful lookout, steamed toward Harwich. On the deck of one of the largest of the submarines, which carried 2 5.9 guns, 23 officers and men were counted. The craft was estimated to be nearly 300 feet in length. Its number had been painted out. Near the ship Wash lightship 3 large British seaplanes, followed by an airship, were observed. One of the submarines was seen to send up a couple of carrier pigeons, and at once a signal was flashed from the admiral that it had no right to do this. When the ships had cleared the minefield and entered the war channel, the paravanes were hauled aboard. On reaching a point some 20 miles off Harwich, the ships dropped anchor and Captain Addison went out on the warship Maidstone. British crews were then put on board the submarines to take them into harbour. With the exception of the engine staffs, all the German sailors remained on deck. The submarines were then taken through the gates of the harbour, and the German crews were transferred to the transports and taken back to Germany. As the boats went through the gates, a white signal was run up on each of them with the German flag underneath. Each German submarine commander at the transfer was required to sign a declaration to the effect that his vessel was in running order, that its periscope was intact, that its torpedoes were unloaded, and that its torpedo heads were safe. Orders had been issued forbidding any demonstration, and these instructions were obeyed to the letter. There was complete silence as the submarines surrendered and as the crews were transferred. On November 21st, the German high seas fleet that had been protected by the submarines surrendered to the combined fleet consisting of British, American and French battleships. The British Admiralty's terse statement concerning the historic spectacle follows. The Commander-in-Chief of the Grand Fleet has reported that at 9:30 o'clock this morning he met the first and main installment of the German High Seas Fleet, which is surrendering for internment. Admiral Sir David Beatty is Commander-in-Chief of the Grand Fleet. On the same day another flotilla of German U-boats also was surrendered to a British squadron. There were 19 submarines in all, the 20th broke down on the way. The Grand Fleet, accompanied by 5 American battleships and 3 French cruisers, steamed out at 3 o'clock on the morning of November 21, from its Scottish base to accept the surrender. The vessels moved in 2 long columns. The German fleet which surrendered consisted of 9 battleships, 5 cruisers, 7 light cruisers and 50 destroyers, 71 vessels in all. There remained to be surrendered 2 battleships, which were under repair, and 50 modern torpedo boat destroyers. 1 German destroyer while on its way across the North Sea with the other ships of the German High Seas Fleet to surrender struck a mine. It was so badly damaged that it sank. Describing the surrender of the German warships to Sir David Beatty, the Commander-in-Chief of the Grand Fleet, correspondents said that after all the German ships had been taken over, the British Admiral went through the line on the Queen Elizabeth, every Allied vessel being manned and greeting the Admiral and the flagship with loud and ringing cheers. Illustration, painting. German piracy on the high seas. After torpedoing their ship, the submarine shelled the lifeboats and jeered at the struggles of the helpless crew. Illustration, painting. Courtesy of Joseph A. Steinmetz, Philadelphia. The eye of the submarine. Diagram of a periscope, showing how, when its tip is lifted out of water, a picture of the sea's surface is reflected downward from a prism, through lenses, and then a lower prism, hence to the officer's eye. It turns in any direction. The British Grand Fleet put to sea in 2 single lines 6 miles apart, and so formed as to enable the surrendering fleet to come up the center. The leading ship of the German line was sighted between 9 and 10 o'clock in the morning. It was the Seydlitz, flying the German naval ensign. A telegram received in Amsterdam from Berlin gave this list of surrendered warships, which includes 1 more battleship than later reports showed. Battleships: Kaiser, 24,113 tons, Kaiserin, 24,113 tons, König Albert, 24,113 tons. Kronprinz Wilhelm, 25,000 tons, Prinz Regent Luitpold, 24,113 tons, Markgraf, 25,293 tons, Grosser Kurfürst, 25,293 tons, Bayern, 28,000 tons, König, 25,293 tons, and Friedrich der Grosse, 24,113. Battle cruisers: Hindenburg, 27,000 tons. Derfflinger, 28,000 tons, Seydlitz, 25,000 tons, Moltke, 23,000 tons, and Van der Tann, 18,800 tons. Light cruisers: Bremen, 4,000 tons, Brummer, 4,000 tons, Frankfurt, 5,400 tons, Köln, tonnage uncertain. Dresden, tonnage uncertain, and Emden, 5,400 tons. Chapter 51. Approaching the final stage. The might and pride of Germany were smashed and humbled by Foch in frontal attacks divided roughly into 3 great sectors. The first of these attacks was delivered by the French and Americans in the southern sector, which included Verdun and the Argonne. The second smash was delivered by British, French and Americans in the Cambrai sector. The third was delivered by British, Belgians, French and Americans in the Belgian sector on the north of the Great Battle Line. The Cambrai operation had as its first objectives the possession of the strategic railways, both of which ran from Valenciennes, one to the huge distribution center at Douai, the other to Cambrai itself. To reach these objectives the Allies were obliged to cross the Sensee and the Escaut canals under infantry and artillery fire. Besides these natural obstacles, there was the famous Hunding line of fortifications erected by the Germans between the Scarpe and the Oise River. The attack was opened in force on September 18, 1918, by the 4th British Army under General Rawlinson and the 1st French Army under General D'Aubigny. The assault was successful northwest of Asti. Quinton and determined German counterattacks were broken down by French and British artillery fire. The 3rd British Army under General Byng and the 30th American Division cooperating with the 1st British Army under Sir Henry Horne, attacked furiously over a 14-mile front toward Cambrai. The net result of this operation was the possession of the Canal du Nord, the taking of several villages, and 6,000 prisoners. This was on September 27. The following day the same forces captured Fontaine-Notre-Dame, Marcoing, Noyelles, and Cantaing. More than 200 guns were captured and 10,000 prisoners. On September 29 the Americans took Belcourt and Norroy, and invested the suburbs of Cambrai. The British crossed the Escaut Canal and the Canadians penetrated some of the environs of Cambrai. The resolution and ferocity of the attack thoroughly dismayed the Germans, and the salient produced by the smash forced the Teutons to evacuate the greatly prized Lens coal fields on October 3d. Horn and Byng continued their advance, the former occupying Bhst southwest of Douai, and the latter reaching a position 5 miles northwest of Cambrai. Caught between the jaws of the pincers, the German forces occupying Cambrai made haste to escape outright capture. The city that had been the objective of British hopes and thrusts for 2 years, fell into the hands of the Allies. The German retreat extended over a 30-mile front and included both Street-Quinton and Cambrai. Simultaneously the German forces between Arras and Street-Quinton fell steadily backward. Le Cateau and Zazul fell into the hands of the British October 17, 3,000 prisoners and a quantity of war material being included in the bag. In the meantime General Mangin attacking in the Laon sector, drove the Germans from the strategic Chemin de Dames and with General Berthelot captured Berriobac, the St. Gobain Massif and completed contact with Generals Pershing and Gouraud on the right and with Generals Rawlinson and Debini on the left. The Allied advance now became a huge steel broom, sweeping the Germans irresistibly before it. The operation extended from the Oise southeast to the Aisne, broadening thence until it included the entire front. The Hindenburg Line, the Somme battlefield, the Hunding Line, were all quickly overrun. The fortress of Maubeuge, 50 miles northeast of Saint-Quentin, which was connected with that city by a triple railway connection, was evacuated as a direct result of this operation. When St-Quentin itself fell into the hands of Debini, it was found that the Germans had deported the entire civilian population of 50,000. This was the crux of the operations by Foch. Germans were given no rest, night and day the pressure continued. Every clash showed the increasing superiority of the Allies both in men and material and the corresponding deterioration of the German forces. This demoralization of the Germans extended from the high command to the private soldier. Prisoners poured into the hands of the Allies. Evacuation of Lille was commenced on October 2d and Roubaix and Tourcoing also fell. It was the beginning of Germany's military debacle. The time was ripe for the coup de grace soon to be delivered by Americans cooperating with the Allies on a 71-mile front. The Kaiser, Ludendorff and von Hindenburg abandoned hope. The command went forth from the German general headquarters to retreat, while Prince Maximilian of Baden appealed to America for an armistice. The sword in Germany's hand was broken. Autocracy, defeated in the eyes of its deluded subjects and discredited in the eyes of the world, was in headlong flight. Its only concern was to save as much as possible from the ruins of the ostentatious temple it had reared. Chapter 52. Last Days of the War. From November 1 until November 11, the day when the armistice granting terms to Germany was signed, the collapse of the German defensive was complete. The army that under von Hindenburg and Ludendorff had smashed its way over Poland, Romania, Serbia, Belgium, and into the heart of France, was now a military machine in full retreat. It is only justice to that machine to say that the Great Retreat at no place degenerated into a rout. Von Hindenburg and the German General Staff had planned a series of rearguard actions that were effective in protecting the main bodies of infantry and artillery. Machine gun nests and airplane attacks were the main reliance of the Germans in these maneuvers of delay, but the German field artillery also did its share. Immense quantities of material and many thousands of prisoners were captured by the British, Canadians and Australians in the north, and by the French and Americans in the south. Simultaneously with this wide and savage drive upon the Germans along the Belgian and French fronts, came the heaviest Italian attack of the war. Before it the Austrians were swept in a torrent that was irresistible. French, English and American troops cooperated in this thrust that extended from the plains of the Piave into Trentino. The immediate effect of the Italian offensive was to force Austria to her knees in abject surrender. An armistice, humiliating in its terms, was signed by the Austrian representatives, and the back door to Germany was opened to the Allies. Germany's frantic plea for an armistice followed. There were those in the Allied countries who maintained that nothing short of unconditional surrender should be permitted. Cooler counsel prevailed, and an armistice was offered to the German High Command through General Foch, the terms of which far exceeded in severity those granted to Turkey and Austria. These were read for the first time by Germany's representatives on Friday, November 8. General Foch, when he gave the document to the German delegation, declared that Germany's decision must be made within 72 hours. 11 o'clock on Monday, November 11, was the time limit permitted to Germany. The armistice was signed by General Foch and the German representatives on the morning of November 11, but fighting did not actually cease until 11 o'clock, several hours after the terms had been agreed to. This was in accordance with arrangement made between the signers. Sedan, where Marshals MacMahon and Bazaine, commanding the armies of Napoleon III, surrendered to the King of Prussia in 1870, marked the last notable victory of the American forces in France. The Sedan of 1870 marked the birth of German militarism. The Sedan of 1918 marked its death. Preceding the advance of the Americans upon Sedan, came a cloud of aviators in pursuit and bombing planes, headed by the famous aces of the American forces. The 1st and 2nd Divisions of the First Army led the way. In the van of the 2nd Division were the Marines, whose heroism in below would mark the beginning of Germany's end. The famous Rainbow Division made the most savage thrust of the action, pursuing the foe for 10 miles and sweeping the Freya Hills clear of machine nests and German artillery. The last action of the war for the Americans followed immediately on the heels of the Battle of Sedan. It was the taking of the town of Stenay. The engagement was deliberately planned by the Americans as a sort of battle celebration of the end of the war. The order fixing 11 o'clock as the time for the conclusion of hostilities, had been sent from end to end of the American lines. Its text follows. 1. You are informed that hostilities will cease along the whole front at 11 o'clock a.m., November 11, 1918, Paris time. 2. No Allied troops will pass the line reached by them at that hour in date until further orders. 3. Division commanders will immediately sketch the location of their line. This sketch will be returned to headquarters by the courier bearing these orders. 4. All communication with the enemy, both before and after the termination of hostilities, is absolutely forbidden. In case of violation of this order, severest disciplinary measures will be immediately taken. Any officer offending will be sent to headquarters under guard. 5. Every emphasis will be laid on the fact that the arrangement is an armistice only and not a peace. 6. There must not be the slightest relaxation of vigilance. Troops must be prepared at any moment for further operations. 7. Special steps will be taken by all commanders to ensure strictest discipline and that all troops be held in readiness fully prepared for any eventuality. 8. Division and brigade commanders will personally communicate these orders to all organizations. Signal corps wires, telephones and runners were used in carrying the orders, and so well did the big machine work that even patrol commanders had received the orders well in advance of the hour. Apparently the Germans also had been equally diligent in getting the orders to the front line. Notwithstanding the hard fighting they did Sunday to hold back the Americans, the Germans were able to bring the firing to an abrupt end at the scheduled hour. The staff and field officers of the American army were disposed early in the day to approach the hour of 11 with lessened activity. The day began with less firing, and doubtless the fighting would have ended according to plan, had there not been a sharp resumption on the part of German batteries. The Americans looked upon this as wantonly useless. It was then that orders were sent to the battery commanders for increased fire. Although there was no reason for it, German ruthlessness was still rampant Sunday, stirring the American artillery in the region of Dunsermeuse and Meuse to greater activity. 600 aged men and women and children were in Meuse when the Germans attacked it with gas. There was only a small detachment of American troops there and the town no longer was of strategical value. However, it was made the direct target of shells filled with phosgene. Every street reeked with gas. Poorly clad and showing plainly evidences of malnutrition, the inhabitants crowded about the Americans, kissing their hands and hailing them as deliverers. They declared they had had no meat for 6 weeks. They virtually had been prisoners of war for 4 years and were overwhelmed with joy when they learned that an armistice was probable. The last French town to fall into American hands before the armistice went into effect was Stenay. Patrols reported they had found it empty not more than a quarter of an hour before 11 o'clock. American troops rushed through the town and in a few minutes Allied flags were beginning to appear from the windows. As the church bell solemnly tolled the hour of 11, troops from the 90th Division were pouring into the town. The inhabitants told the usual stories of German treatment. They were forced to work at all sorts of tasks from 7 in the morning until 6 at night. In return they received paper bills with which they were unable to purchase milk and similar necessities. The majority, however, were so overjoyed at their deliverance that they were almost incoherent in discussing the enemy occupation. The inhabitants of Stenay remained hiding in their cellars even after the Americans had entered the town. They came out hesitatingly and in small groups. Hostilities along the American front ended with a crash of cannon. The early forenoon had been marked by a falling off in fire all along the line, but an increasing bombardment from the retreating Germans at certain points stimulated the Americans to a quick retort. From their positions north of Stenay to southeast of the town the Americans began to bombard fixed targets. The firing reached a volume at times almost equivalent to a barrage. 2 minutes before 11 o'clock the firing dwindled, the last shells shrieking over no man's land precisely on time. There was little celebration on the front line, where American routine was scarcely disturbed over the cessation of fighting. In the areas behind the battle zone there were celebrations on all sides. Here and there were little outbursts of cheering, but even those instances were not on the immediate front. Many of the French soldiers went about singing. "Well, I don't know," drawled a lieutenant from Texas while the artillery was sending its last challenge to the Germans, "but somehow I can't help wondering if we have licked them enough." The Germans were manifestly so glad over the cessation of hostilities that they could not conceal their pleasure. Prisoners taken at Stenay grinned with satisfaction. Their demeanor was in sharp contrast to that of the American doughboys who took the matter philosophically and went about their appointed tasks. In the front line it was the same. The Americans were happy, but quiet. They made no demonstrations. The Germans, on the other hand, were in a regular hysteria of joy. They waited only until nightfall to set off every rocket in their possession. In the evening the sky was ablaze with red, green, blue and yellow flares all along the line. Flags appeared like magic over the shell-torn buildings of Verdun. French and American colors flying side by side. In every village, even those from which the Germans had been driven, there were flags and decorations which were brought up to the front by the soldiers. In the villages back of the line there were impromptu celebrations and the civilians in holiday spirit saluted the Americans, shouting, "The war is finished." Northeast of Verdun, just before 11 o'clock, American artillerymen in loading a 6-inch howitzer, wrote, "Good luck," on a 90-pound shell and "Let her go." The shot was aimed at the crossroad at Ornaz, just ahead of the American lines. While the bells of the ancient Verdun Cathedral were ringing the news of peace the fortress city was illuminated and a military procession headed by the drum corps of the 26th American Division swung along the crowded streets accompanied by a French detachment of buglers representing the famed defenders of Verdun. Only a half hour before the Germans had thrown large shells within the city walls, apparently as a reminder that Verdun was still within the range of their guns to the hills to the northeast. Monday afternoon and night virtually was the first time that Verdun had not been shelled in many hours almost since the war began. Chapter 53. The drastic terms of surrender. The end of the war came with almost the dramatic suddenness of its beginning. Bulgaria, hemmed in by armies through which no relief could penetrate, asked for terms. The reply came in 2 words, unconditional surrender. Turkey, witnessing the rout of her army in Palestine by the great strategist, General Allenby, and a British army, asked for an armistice. The Porte signed without hesitation an agreement comprising 25 severe requirements. The surrender of Bulgaria and Turkey forced Austria's hand. The terms under which it was permitted to capitulate were even harder than those granted to Turkey. They comprised 18 requirements divided into military and naval clauses. Germany, proud, Imperial Germany, met the greatest humiliation of all the Teutonic allies when the Kaiser and the German High Command were brought to their knees. 35 clauses, the most severe and drastic ever demanded from a great power, were included in the armistice agreement. Only the imminent menace of an invasion of Germany would have sufficed to compel the German representatives to sign such a document. Following are the drafts of the Turkish, Austrian and German armistice agreements. The Turkish Agreement. 1. The opening of the Dardanelles and the Bosporus and access to the Black Sea. Allied occupation of the Dardanelles and Bosporus forts. 2. The positions of all minefields, torpedo tubes and other obstructions in Turkish waters are to be indicated, and assistance given to sweep or remove them, as may be required. 3. All available information concerning mines in the Black Sea is to be communicated. 4. All Allied prisoners of war and Armenian interned persons and prisoners are to be collected in Constantinople and handed over unconditionally to the Allies. 5. Immediate demobilization of the Turkish army, except such troops as are required for surveillance on the frontiers and for the maintenance of internal order. The number of effectives and their disposition to be determined later by the Allies. 6. The surrender of all war vessels in Turkish waters or waters occupied by Turkey. These ships will be interned in such Turkish port or ports as may be directed, except such small vessels as are required for police and similar purposes in Turkish territorial waters. 7. The Allies to have the right to occupy any strategic points in the event of any situation arising which threatens the security of the Allies. 8. Use by Allied ships of all ports and anchorages now in Turkish occupation and denial of their use by the enemy. Similar conditions are to apply to Turkish mercantile shipping in Turkish waters for the purposes of trade and the demobilization of the army. 9. Allied occupation of the Taurus tunnel system. 10. Immediate withdrawal of Turkish troops from northern Persia to behind the pre-war frontier already has been ordered and will be carried out. 11. A part of Transcaucasia already has been ordered to be evacuated by Turkish troops. The remainder to be evacuated, if required by the Allies, after they have studied the situation. 12. Wireless, telegraph and cable stations to be controlled by the Allies. Turkish government messages to be accepted. 13. Prohibition against the destruction of any naval, military, or commercial material. 14. Facilities are to be given for the purchase of coal, oil, fuel and naval material from Turkish sources, after the requirements of the country have been met. None of the above materials are to be exported. 15. The surrender of all Turkish offices in Tripolitania and Cyrenaica to the nearest Italian garrison. Turkey agrees to stop supplies and communication with these officers if they do not obey the order to surrender. 16. The surrender of all garrisons in Hejaz, Assur, Yemen, Syria and Mesopotamia to the nearest Allied commander, and withdrawal of Turkish troops from Cilicia, except those necessary to maintain order, as will be determined under Clause 6. 17. The use of all ships and repair facilities at all Turkish ports and arsenals. 18. The surrender of all ports occupied in Tripolitania and Cyrenaica, including Misurata, to the nearest Allied garrison. 19. All Germans and Austrians, naval, military or civilian, to be evacuated within 1 month from Turkish dominions, and those in remote districts as soon after that time as may be possible. 20. Compliance with such orders as may be conveyed for the disposal of equipment, arms and ammunition, including the transport of that portion of the Turkish army which is demobilized under Clause 5. 21. An Allied representative to be attached to the Turkish Ministry of Supplies in order to safeguard Allied interests. This representative to be furnished with all aid necessary for this purpose. 22. Turkish prisoners are to be kept at the disposal of the Allied powers. The release of Turkish civilian prisoners and prisoners over military age is to be considered. 23. An obligation on the part of Turkey to cease all relations with the Central Powers. 24. In case of disorder in the 6 Armenian vilayets, the Allies reserve to themselves the right to occupy any part of them. 25. Hostilities between the Allies and Turkey shall cease from noon, local time, Thursday, the 31st of October, 1918. The Austrian Agreement. Military Clauses. 1. The immediate cessation of hostilities by land, sea, and air. 2. Total demobilization of the Austro-Hungarian army and immediate withdrawal of all Austro-Hungarian forces operating on the front from the North Sea to Switzerland. Within Austro-Hungarian territory, limited as in Clause 3 below, there shall only be maintained as an organized military force reduced to pre-war effectiveness. Half the divisional, corps and army artillery and equipment shall be collected at points to be indicated by the Allies and United States of America for delivery to them. Beginning with all such material as exists in the territories to be evacuated by the Austro-Hungarian forces. 3. Evacuation of all territories invaded by Austro-Hungary since the beginning of the war. Withdrawal within such periods as shall be determined by the Commander-in-Chief of the Allied forces on each front of the Austro-Hungarian armies behind a line fixed as follows. From Pic Umbrail to the north of the Stilivo it will follow the crest of the Rhaetian Alps up to the sources of the Adige and the Icy. Passing thence by Mounts Reschen and Brenner and the heights of Oates and Zoller. The line thence turns south, crossing Mount Toblach and meeting the present frontier Carnic Alps. It follows this frontier up to Mount Tarvis and after Mount Tarvis the watershed of the Julian Alps by the Col of Predil, Mount Mangart, the Turglu and the watershed of the Cols di Podberdo, Podlaniscam and Idria. From this point the line turns southeast towards the Schneeberg, excludes the whole basin of the Save and its tributaries. From Schneeberg it goes down towards the coast in such a way as to include Castua, Metuglia and Velasca in the evacuated territories. It will also follow the administrative limits of the present province of Dalmatia, including the North Lycurica and Trivania and, to the south, territory limited by a line from the semi-grand of Cape Planca to the summits of the watersheds eastwards, so as to include in the evacuated area all the valleys and watercourse flowing towards Sebanaco, such as the Sicula, Kirka, Butisnica and their tributaries. It will also include all the islands in the north and west of Dalmatia from Permuda, Selv, Ulbo, Skirta, Mayan, Pega and Puntadura in the north up to Melita in the south, embracing Sant'Andrea, Busi, Lisa, Lesina, Turcola, Curzola, Casa and Lagasta, as well as the neighboring rocks and islets and passages, only excepting the islands of Great and Small Zirona, Bua, Solta and Braza. All territory thus evacuated shall be occupied by the forces of the Allies and of the United States of America. All military and railway equipment of all kinds, including coal belonging or within those territories, to be left in situ and surrendered to the Allies. According to special orders given by the Commander-in-Chief of the forces of the associated powers on the different fronts. No new destruction, pillage or requisition to be done by enemy troops in the territories to be evacuated by them and occupied by the forces of the associated powers. 4. The Allies shall have the right of free movement over all road and rail and waterways in Austro-Hungarian territory and of the use of the necessary Austrian and Hungarian means of transportation. The armies of the associated powers shall occupy such strategic points in Austria-Hungary at times as they may deem necessary to enable them to conduct military operations or to maintain order. They shall have the right of requisition on payment for the troops of the associated powers whatever they may be. 5. Complete evacuation of all German troops within 15 days not only from the Italian and Balkan fronts, but from all Austro-Hungarian territory. Internment of all German troops which have not left Austro-Hungary within the date. 6. The administration of the evacuated territories of Austria-Hungary will be entrusted to the local authorities under the control of the Allied and associated armies of occupation. 7. The immediate repatriation without reciprocity of all Allied prisoners of war and internal subjects and of civil populations evacuated from their homes on conditions to be laid down by the Commander-in-Chief of the forces of the associated powers on the various fronts. Sick and wounded who cannot be removed from evacuated territory will be cared for by Austria-Hungary personnel, who will be left on the spot with the medical material required. Naval clauses. 1. Immediate cessation of all hostilities at sea and definite information to be given as to the location and movements of all Austro-Hungarian ships. Notification to be made to neutrals that freedom of navigation in all territorial waters is given to the naval and mercantile marine of the Allied and associated powers, all questions of neutrality being waived. 2. Surrender to Allies and the United States of 15 Austro-Hungarian submarines completed between the years 1910 and 1918 and of all German submarines which are in or may hereafter enter Austro-Hungarian territorial waters. All other Austro-Hungarian submarines to be paid off and completely disarmed and to remain under the supervision of the Allies and United States. 3. Surrender to Allies and United States with their complete armament and equipment of 3 battleships, 3 light cruisers, 9 destroyers, 12 torpedo boats, 1 mine layer, 6 Danube monitors. To be designated by the Allies and United States of America. All other surface warships, including river craft, are to be concentrated in Austro-Hungarian naval bases to be designated by the Allies and United States of America and are to be paid off and completely disarmed and placed under the supervision of Allies and United States of America. 4. Freedom of navigation to all warships and merchant ships of Allied and associated powers to be given in the Adriatic and up the river Danube and its tributaries in the territorial waters and territory of Austria-Hungary. The Allies and associated powers shall have the right to sweep up all minefields and obstructions, and the positions of these are to be indicated. In order to ensure the freedom of navigation on the Danube, the Allies and the United States of America shall be empowered to occupy or to dismantle all fortifications or defense work. 5. The existing blockade conditions set up by the Allied and associated powers are to remain unchanged and all Austro-Hungarian merchant ships found at sea are to remain liable to capture. Save exceptions may be made by a commission nominated by the Allies and the United States of America. 6. All naval aircraft are to be concentrated and impactionized in Austro-Hungarian bases to be designated by the Allies and United States of America. 7. Evacuation of all the Italian coasts and of all ports occupied by Austria-Hungary outside their national territory and the abandonment of all floating craft, naval materials, equipment and materials for inland navigation of all kinds. 8. Occupation by the Allies and the United States of America of the land and sea fortifications and the islands which form the defenses and of the dockyards and arsenal at Pola. 9. All merchant vessels held by Austria-Hungary belonging to the Allies and associated powers to be returned. 10. No destruction of ships or of materials to be permitted before evacuation, surrender or restoration. 11. All naval and mercantile marine prisoners of the Allied and associated powers in Austro-Hungarian hands to be returned without reciprocity. The German Agreement. 1. Cessation of operations by land and in the air 6 hours after the signature of the armistice. 2. Immediate evacuation of invaded countries, Belgium, France, Alsace-Lorraine, Luxembourg, so ordered as to be completed within 14 days from the signature of the armistice. German troops which have not left the above-mentioned territories within the period fixed will become prisoners of war. Occupation by the Allied and United States forces jointly will keep pace with evacuation in these areas. All movements of evacuation and occupation will be regulated in accordance with a note annexed to the stated terms. 3. Repatriation beginning at once and to be completed within 15 days of all inhabitants of the countries above mentioned, including hostages and persons under trial or convicted. 4. Surrender in good condition by the German armies of the following equipment: 5,000 guns, 2,500 heavy, 2,500 field, 25,000 machine guns, 3,000 Minenwerfers. 1,700 airplanes. The above to be delivered in situ to the Allies and the United States troops in accordance with the detailed conditions laid down in the annexed note. 5. Evacuation by the German armies of the countries on the left bank of the Rhine. These countries on the left bank of the Rhine shall be administered by the local troops of occupation under the control of the Allied and United States armies of occupation. The occupation of these territories will be carried out by Allied and United States garrisons holding the principal crossings of the Rhine, Mayence, Koblenz, Cologne. Together with bridgeheads at these points in 30-kilometer radius on the right bank and by garrisons similarly holding the strategic points of the regions. A neutral zone shall be reserved on the right of the Rhine between the stream and a line drawn parallel to it 40 kilometers, 26 miles, to the east from the frontier of Holland to the parallel of Gernsheim and as far as practicable a distance of 30 kilometers, 20 miles, from the east of stream from this parallel upon Swiss frontier. Evacuation by the enemy of the Rhine lands shall be so ordered as to be completed within a further period of 16 days, in all 31 days after the signature of the armistice. All movements of evacuation and occupation will be regulated according to the note annexed. 6. In all territory evacuated by the enemy there shall be no evacuation of inhabitants. No damage or harm shall be done to the persons or property of the inhabitants. No destruction of any kind to be committed. Military establishments of all kinds shall be delivered as well as military stores of food, munitions, equipment not removed during the periods fixed for evacuation. Stores of food of all kinds for the civil population, cattle, etc. shall be left in situ. Industrial establishments shall not be impaired in any way and their personnel shall not be moved. Roads and means of communication of every kind, railroad, waterways, main roads, bridges, telegraphs, telephones, shall be in no manner impaired. No person shall be prosecuted for offenses of participation in war measures prior to the signing of the armistice. 7. All civil and military personnel at present employed on them shall remain. 5,000 locomotives. 150,000 wagons and 5,000 motor lorries in good working order with all necessary spare parts and fittings shall be delivered to the associated powers within the period fixed for the evacuation of Belgium and Luxembourg. The railways of Alsace-Lorraine shall be handed over within 36 days, together with all pre-war personnel and material. Further material necessary for the working of railways in the country on the left bank of the Rhine shall be left in situ. All stores of coal and material for the upkeep of permanent ways, signals and repair shops left entire in situ and kept in an efficient state by Germany during the whole period of armistice. All barges taken from the Allies shall be restored to them. All civil and military personnel at present employed on such means of communication and transporting including waterways shall remain. 8. The German command shall be responsible for revealing within 48 hours all mines or delay-acting fuses disposed on territory evacuated by the German troops and shall assist in their discovery and destruction. The German command shall also reveal all destructive measures that may have been taken, such as poisoning or polluting of springs, wells, etc., under penalty of reprisals. 9. The right of requisition shall be exercised by the Allies and the United States armies in all occupied territory, subject to regulation of accounts with those whom it may concern. The upkeep of the troops of occupation in the Rhineland, excluding Alsace-Lorraine, shall be charged to the German government. 10. An immediate repatriation without reciprocity according to detailed conditions which shall be fixed, of all Allied and United States prisoners of war. The Allied powers and the United States shall be able to dispose of these prisoners as they wish. This condition annuls the previous conventions on the subject of the exchange of prisoners of war, including the one of July, 1918, in course of ratification. However, the repatriation of German prisoners of war interned in Holland and in Switzerland shall continue as before. The repatriation of German prisoners of war shall be regulated at the conclusion of the preliminaries of peace. 11. Sick and wounded, who cannot be removed from evacuated territory will be cared for by German personnel who will be left on the spot with the medical material required. 12. All German troops at present in any territory which before the war belonged to Romania, Turkey or Austria-Hungary shall immediately withdraw within the frontiers of Germany as they existed on August 1, 1914. German troops now in Russian territory shall withdraw within the frontiers of Germany, as soon as the Allies, taking into account the internal situation of those territories, shall decide that the time for this has come. 13. Evacuation by German troops to begin at once and all German instructors, prisoners and civilian as well as military agents now on the territory of Russia, as defined before 1914, to be recalled. Illustration, photograph. French official photograph. Drafting the drastic terms of surrender. The above French official photograph is the first received in this country showing the statesmen of the Allied powers at Versailles drafting the armistice terms, which later were accepted by the German plenipotentiaries, and virtually brought the World War to an end. The men in the photograph are, left side of table, left to right, General D. Robelant of Italy, Baron Sidney Sonnino, Italian Foreign Minister. Vittorio Orlando, Italian Premier, Colonel E. M. House, Representative of President Wilson. General Tasker H. Bliss, U.S.A., next man. Unknown, Eleutherios Venizelos, Greek Premier, Vesnich, Serbian Premier. Right, side of table, left to right, Admiral Weems, R.N. With back turned, General Sir Henry Wilson. Field Marshal Sir Douglas Haig, General Sackville West, Andrew Bonner Law, British. Chancellor of the Exchequer, David Lloyd George, British Premier. Georges Clemenceau, French Premier, Stephen Pichon, French Foreign Minister. Illustration, photograph. Copyright Press Illustrating Service. Germans fleeing before Allied advance. To speed their retreat the German engineers built a temporary bridge, using a British tank as a foundation. Illustration, photograph, Copyright Press Illustrating Service. The German Goose-Step. The Kaiser reviews his troops marching with the Goose-Step. This photograph shows the pick of the German army. Most of these men were killed by the end of the first year of the war. 14. German troops to cease at once all requisitions and seizures and any other undertakings with a view to obtaining supplies intended for Germany in Romania and Russia, as defined on August 1, 1914. 15. Renunciation of the treaties of Bucharest and Brest-Litovsk and of the supplementary treaties. 16. The Allies shall have free access to the territories evacuated by the Germans on their eastern frontier either through Danzig or by the Vistula in order to convey supplies to the populations of those territories and for the purpose of maintaining order. 17. Evacuation by all German forces operating in East Africa within a period to be fixed by the Allies. 18. Repatriation, without reciprocity, within maximum period of 1 month, in accordance with detailed conditions hereafter to be fixed. Of all civilians interned or deported who may be citizens of other Allied or associated states than those mentioned in Clause 3, Paragraph 19. 19. The following financial conditions are required: reparation for damage done. While such armistice lasts, no public securities shall be removed by the enemy which can serve as a pledge to the Allies for the recovery or repatriation of the cash deposit in the National Bank of Belgium. And in general immediate return of all documents, specie, stocks, shares, paper money together with plant for the issue thereof, touching public or private interests in the invaded countries. Restitution of the Russian and Romanian gold yielded to Germany or taken by that power. This gold to be delivered in trust to the Allies until the signature of peace. 20. Immediate cessation of all hostilities at sea and definite information to be given as to the location and movements of all German ships. Notification to be given to neutrals that freedom of navigation in all territorial waters is given to the naval and merchant marines of the Allied and Associate Powers, all questions of neutrality being waived. 21. All naval and mercantile marine prisoners of war of the Allied and Associated Powers in German hands to be returned without reciprocity. 22. Surrender to the Allies and the United States of America of all German submarines now existing, including all submarine cruisers and mine-laying submarines, with their complete armament and equipment. In ports which will be specified by the Allies and the United States of America. Those which cannot take the sea shall be disarmed of the material and personnel and shall remain under the supervision of the Allies and the United States. All the conditions of the article shall be carried into effect within 14 days. Submarines ready for sea shall be prepared to leave German ports immediately upon orders by wireless, and the remainder at the earliest possible moment. 23. The following German surface warships which shall be designated by the Allies and the United States of America shall forthwith be disarmed and thereafter interned in neutral ports. To be designated by the Allies and the United States of America and placed under the surveillance of the Allies and the United States of America, only caretakers being left on board, namely 6 battle cruisers, 10 battleships, 8 light cruisers, including 2 mine layers, 50 destroyers of the most modern type. All other surface warships, including river craft, are to be concentrated in naval bases to be designated by the Allies and the United States of America, and are to be paid off and completely disarmed and placed under the supervision of the Allies and the United States of America. All vessels of the auxiliary fleet, trawlers, motor vessels, etc., are to be disarmed. Vessels designated for internment shall be ready to leave German ports within 7 days upon directions by wireless, and the military armament of all vessels of the auxiliary fleet shall be put on shore. 24. The Allies and the United States of America shall have the right to sweep all minefields and obstructions laid by Germany outside German territorial waters, and the positions of these are to be indicated. 25. Freedom of access to and from the Baltic to be given to the naval and mercantile marine of the Allied and Associated Powers. To secure this, Allies and the United States of America shall be empowered to occupy all German forts, fortifications, batteries and defense works of all kinds in all the entrances from the Kattegat into the Baltic. And to sweep up all mines and obstructions within and without German territorial waters without any question of neutrality being raised, and the positions of all such mines and obstructions are to be indicated. 26. The existing blockade conditions set up by the Allies and Associated Powers are to remain unchanged and all German merchant ships found at sea are to remain liable to capture. The Allies and the United States shall give consideration to the provisioning of Germany during the armistice to the extent recognized as necessary. 27. All naval aircraft are to be concentrated and immobilized in German bases to be specified by the Allies and the United States. 28. In evacuating the Belgian coasts and ports, Germany shall abandon all merchant ships, tugs, lighters, cranes and all other harbor materials, all materials for inland navigation, all aircraft and all materials and stores, all arms and armaments, and all stores and apparatus of all kinds. 29. All Black Sea ports are to be evacuated by Germany. All Russian war vessels of all descriptions seized by Germany in the Black Sea are to be handed over to the Allies and the United States of America. All neutral merchant vessels seized are to be released, all warlike and other materials of all kinds seized in those parts are to be returned and German materials as specified in Clause 28 are to be abandoned. 30. All merchant vessels in German hands belonging to the Allied and Associated Powers are to be restored in ports to be specified by the Allies and the United States of America without reciprocity. 31. No destruction of ships or materials to be permitted before evacuation, surrender or restoration. 32. The German government will notify neutral governments of the world, and particularly the governments of Norway, Sweden, Denmark and Holland, that all restrictions placed on the trading of their vessels with the Allied and associated countries, whether by the German government or by private German interests, and whether in return for specific concessions such as the export of shipbuilding materials or not, are immediately cancelled. 33. No transfers of German merchant shipping of any description to any neutral flag are to take place after signature of the armistice. 34. The duration of the armistice is to be 30 days, with option to extend. During this period, on failure of execution of any of the above clauses, the armistice may be denounced by one of the contracting parties on 48 hours previous notice. It is understood that the execution of Articles 3 and 18 shall not warrant the denunciation of the armistice on the ground of insufficient execution within a period fixed, except in the case of bad faith in carrying them into execution. In order to assume the execution of this convention under the best conditions, the principle of a permanent international armistice commission is admitted. This commission shall act under authority of the Allied military and naval commanders-in-chief. 35. This armistice to be accepted or refused by Germany within 72 hours of notification. Chapter 54. Peace at last. War came upon the world in August, 1914, with a suddenness and an impact that dazed the world. When it seemed, in 1918, that mankind had habituated himself to war and that the bloody struggle would continue until the actual exhaustion and extinction of the nations involved, peace suddenly appeared. The debacle of the Teutonic Alliance was both dramatic and unexpected, except to those who knew how desperate were the conditions in the nations that were battling for autocracy. Bulgaria was first to crumble, then Turkey fell, and Austria-Hungary deserted Germany. The Kaiser and his military advisers, left alone, appealed to the Allies through President Wilson, for an armistice during which peace terms might be negotiated. Prince Maximilian of Baden, a statesman whose liberal ideas were rumored rather than demonstrated, was chosen to open negotiations. President Wilson, acting in concert with the Allies, referred Prince Maximilian to Marshal Foch. While negotiations were pending, a cabled message was received on November 7 to the effect that the armistice had been signed and that all soldiers would cease fighting on 2 o'clock of that afternoon. It was a false report, but it spread with incredible speed throughout the country. Celebrations which included virtually every American, made the country a gala place for 24 hours. The American people with characteristic good nature laughed at the hoax next day and settled down in patience to await the inevitable declaration of an armistice. The true report arrived about 3 o'clock, Eastern Time, in the morning of November 11. Shrieks of whistles, the booming of cannon, and the clangor of bells, awoke millions of sleeping persons, many of whom trooped into the streets to mingle their rejoicings with those of their neighbors. For a day there was high carnival in town and country throughout the land, then the nation settled down to face the imminent problems of reconstruction. One of these had to do with the immediate reduction of governmental expenditures during the approaching year. President Wilson had appealed to the voters to elect a Democratic Congress as an evidence of approval for his administration. The reply was a Republican House of Representatives and a Republican Senate. The Congress that had been in continuous session since America entered the war, ended its labors in mid-November. For length, bulk of appropriations for the war and the number and importance of legislative measures passed, the session was unprecedented. Appropriations passed aggregated $36,298,000,000, making the total for this Congress more than $45 billion, of which $19,412,000,000 was appropriated at the first, an extra, session, at which war was declared on Germany. Legislation passed included bills authorizing billions of Liberty bonds, creation of the War Finance Corporation, government control of telegraphs, telephones and cables, executive reorganization of government agencies, and extensions of the Espionage Act and the Army Draft Law by which men between 18 and 45 years of age were required to register. Prohibition and woman suffrage furnished sharp controversies throughout the session. The wartime dry measure was completed, but after the woman suffrage constitutional amendment resolution had been adopted, January 10, by the House, it was defeated in the Senate by 2 votes. Every man, woman and child in the belligerent nations owed almost 7 times as much money when peace came as he did at the beginning of the war. Figures of the war's cost to the world compiled by the Federal Reserve Board were summarized in the statement that the approximate public debt per capita had increased from $60 before the war to almost $400 at the end of July, 1918. To this was added the cost since July, which is at the highest rate of the entire period. The direct cost of the war was calculated by the board at somewhere between $170 billion and $180 billion, not taking into account the authorization of the debt or the cost of indemnities. 4/5 of the huge burden fell upon the shoulders of the future, only Great Britain and America absorbing a considerable amount by taxation. The total debt of the 7 principal belligerents before the war did not exceed $25 billion. The board contrasted these figures with the total value of the gold and silver extracted from the earth since the beginning of the world, which, it said, hardly exceeded $30 billion. The belligerent nations, therefore, owed about 6 times the amount of all the gold and silver produced in all time. Prices rose to 3 times the average of what they were at the beginning of the war. Great Britain's debt increased almost 10 times over in the period of the war, or from $3,580 million to $32,450 million down to June, 1918. These figures do not include the debts of Australia, Canada, New Zealand and South Africa, British colonies. France's debt was quadrupled by the beginning of 1918, increasing from $6,833 million to $25,410 million. Italy's debt rose from $2,929 million to $6,918 million. Figures for Russia were brought up only to September, 1917, but they showed that at that time she owed $26,287 million, as compared with $5,234 million at the beginning of the war. The public debt of the United States was calculated to January 1, 1918, in order to be in line with those of other countries, increasing by that date to over $8 billion from a pre-war figure of $1.25 billion. Since that time $11,500 million have been subscribed to the Liberty loans, thus increasing the national debt about 16-fold. The most extraordinary increase of all was that of Germany, rising from $1,208 million to $26,332 million. Austria owed $2,736 million at the beginning of the war, which was increased by June, 1917, to $11,573 million. Hungary increased her debt from $1,392 million to $5,910 million by December, 1917. The neutrals, Denmark, Spain, Holland, Norway, Sweden and Switzerland together owed $2,871 million when war began and increased their debts only to $3,710 million. Existing war obligations of the United States at the close of 1918 matured as follows. First Liberty Loan, $2 billion, redeemable at the option of the Treasury after 1932 and payable not later than 1947. Second Liberty Loan, $3,808 million, redeemable after 1927, payable in 1942. Third Liberty Loan, $4,176 million, redeemable and payable without option in 1928. Fourth Liberty Loan, $6,989,047,000, redeemable after 1933, payable in 1938. War savings, $879,300,000 up to November, 1918, payable in 1923. With this program of maturity, the Treasury by exercising its option could call in the nation's war debt for redemption in installments every 5 years until 1947. Secretary of the Treasury, William Gibbs McAdoo, who was also Director General of Transportation, created a sensation when he resigned both offices in November, 1918, the resignation to take effect January 1, 1919. Coming upon the eve of the peace conference in Paris and the announcement that President Wilson intended to head the American delegates to the conference, the resignation caused widespread surprise. The reasons given by Mr. McAdoo were ill health and a serious depreciation of his private fortune during his incumbency of governmental positions. Following the armistice, steps were immediately taken for the repatriation of a considerable portion of the American forces in France and the return to their homes of the men in American training camps. The Third Army of the United States, commanded by General Dickman, was ordered to the western shore of the Rhine, there to cooperate with the troops of the Allies until the conclusion of peace negotiations. The country was amazed on November 23 when General March announced that the casualties of the American forces, which had been anticipated as being less than 100,000, had in reality exceeded 236,000. Explanation for this lay in the fierce onrush of the American forces during the last month of the war. A forecast that many thousands of American boys would remain in France was given by André Tardieu, General Commissioner for Franco-American Affairs, when addressing the Association of Foreign Correspondents in New York City. After the armistice had been signed, Tardieu appealed for permission to retain American soldiers in France. He said, "We want first an immediate assistance in the matter of labor. We hope that, during the preparation and the carrying out of the transportation of your troops back to America, your technical units as well as other units with their equipment will be able to cooperate in that effort. We soon will have to carry out a colossal work of transportation in view of the supplying of the regions evacuated by the enemy, of the recovering of the railroads in northern and eastern France and in Alsace-Lorraine. We will have to clean the reconquered ground of the ruins accumulated by the German hordes. Your army will help us in this work while our population will restore her cities and villages." Again in reference, not to all purchases, as a large part of our needs will be supplied outside of the United States, but in reference to those purchases which will be made in America. We are in need of credits in dollars covering about 50% of our total purchases for reconstruction. The assurance of that financial help will bring to everyone in France, government and private enterprise, the courage and faith necessary to apply to peace reconstruction the energy and the spirit of enterprise she has so prominently shown during the war. We will exact from Germany the restitution of each part of the material taken away from us as can be recovered. But, besides that restitution, we must bear in mind that speed is a primary condition in the reconstruction of France, and that America, on account of her immense capacities for production, ought to give us the first help. We need ships, chartered ships as well as ships transferred to our flag. The speedy reconstruction of the country is strictly depending on the revival of our mercantile fleet. The colossal effort put up by the United States in the building of her fleet for war purposes will not be diverted from this sacred end if it, in part, helps France to recover on the seas, for the revival of her forces in peace, the means of transportation which were lost to her on account of the war. In reference to these four items, labor, credit, raw materials, ships, I have explained in detail our needs to your administration, by whose welcome I have been deeply moved. What I told them, what I asked for, I am telling it to you again, because a policy of secrecy does not befit our day. We have lost 2.5 million men. Some are dead, some maimed, some have returned sick and incapacitated from German prisons. Whether they be lost altogether, or whether their working capacity be permanently reduced, they will not participate in this reconstruction. The 15th part of our people is missing at the very time we need all our material and moral forces in order to build up our life again. The younger part, the stronger part of our nation, the flower of France, has died away on the battlefields. Our country has been bereft of its most precious resources. Our war expenses, on the other side, 120 billion francs, are weighing heavily on our shoulders. To pay off this debt there are at hand only such limited resources as invasion has left us. The territories which have been under German occupation for 4 years were the wealthiest part of France. Their area did not exceed 6% of the whole country. They paid, however, 25% of the sum total of our taxes. These territories which have been, for the last 3 months, occupied again by us at the cost of our own blood and of the blood of our allies, are now in a state of ruin even worse than we had anticipated. Of the cities and villages nothing remains but ruins, 350,000 homes have been destroyed. To build them up again, I am referring to the building proper, without the furnishings, 600 million days of work will be necessary, involving, together with building material, an outlay of 10 billion francs. As regards personal property of every description either destroyed by battle, or stolen by the Germans, there stands an additional loss of at least 4 billion francs. This valuation of lost personal property does not include, as definite figures are lacking as yet, the countless war contributions and fines by the enemy, amounting also to billions. I need hardly say that, in those wealthy lands, practically no agricultural resources are left. The losses in horses and in cattle, bovine and ovine species, hogs, goats, amount to 1,510,000 head, in agricultural equipment to 454,000 machines or carts, the two items worth together 6 billion francs. Now as regards industries, the disaster is even more complete. These districts occupied by the Germans and whose machinery has been methodically destroyed or taken away by the enemy, were, industrially speaking, the very heart of France. They were the very backbone of our production, as shown in the following startling figures. In 1913 the wool output of our invaded regions amounted to 94% of the total. French production in corresponding figures were, for flax from the spinning mills, 90%, iron ore, 90%, pig iron, 83%, steel, 70%, sugar, 70%, cotton, 60%, coal 55%. Electric power, 45%. Of all that, plants, machinery, mines, nothing is left. Everything has been carried away or destroyed by the enemy. So complete is the destruction that, in the case of our great coal mines in the north, 2 years of work will be needed before a single ton of coal can be extracted and 10 years before the output is brought back to the figures of 1913. All that must be rebuilt, and to carry out that kind of reconstruction only, there will be a need of over 2 million tons of pig iron, nearly 4,000 tons of steel, not to mention the replenishing of stocks and of raw materials which must of necessity be supplied to the plants during the first year of resumed activity. If we take into account these different items we reach as regards industrial needs a total of 25 billion francs. To resurrect these regions, to reconstruct these factories, raw materials are not now sufficient, we need means of transportation. Now the enemy has destroyed our railroad tracks, our railroad equipment, and our rolling stock, which in the first month of the war, in 1914, was reduced by 50,000 cars, has undergone the wear and tear of 50 months of war. Our merchant fleet, on the other hand, has lost more than 1 million tons through submarine warfare. Our shipyards during the last 4 years have not built any ships. For they have produced for us and for our allies cannon, ammunition, and tanks. Here, again, for this item alone of means of transportation we must figure on an expense of 2,500 million francs. This makes, if I sum up these different items, a need of raw material which represents in cost, at the present rate of prices in France, not less than 50 billion francs. And this formidable figure, gentlemen, does not cover everything. I have not taken into account the loss represented for the future production of France by the transformation of so many factories which for 4 years were exclusively devoted to war munitions. I have not taken into account foreign markets lost to us as a result of the destruction of 1/4 of our productive capital and the almost total collapse of our trade. I have not taken into account the economic weakening that we will suffer tomorrow owing to that loss, to which I referred a while ago, of 2,500,000 young and vigorous men. This was one of the great byproducts of the war. Thousands of young Americans, vigorous evangels of democratic thought, remained in Europe to bring American ideals and American force into the affairs of the Old World. Those who returned were formidable factors in reshaping the affairs of the nation. Grave injustices were done in some instances to young men who had volunteered in the early days of the war through patriotic motives and who returned to find their places in industry taken by others. In the main, however, the process of absorption went forward steadily and without serious incident. One factor making for satisfactory adjustment was the insurance system put into effect by the United States government, affecting its war forces. Immediately following the armistice, the following announcement was made. Preparations by the government for reinsuring the lives of soldiers and sailors on their return have been hastened by the signing of the armistice. Although regulations have not yet been fully drafted, it is certain that each of the 4,250,000 men in the military or naval service now holding voluntary government insurance will be permitted within 5 years after peace is declared to convert it without further medical examination into ordinary life, 20-pay life endowment maturing at the age of 62, or other prescribed forms of insurance. This insurance will be arranged by the government, not by private companies, and the cost is expected to be at least 1/4 less than similar forms offered by private agencies. The low cost will result from the fact that the government will pay all overhead administration expenses, which, for private companies, amount to about 17% of premium receipts. Will save the usual solicitation fees and, in addition, bear the risk resulting from the wounding or weakening of men while in the service. Private companies would not write insurance on many wounded men, or their rates would be unusually high. The government will arrange to collect premiums monthly, if men wish to pay that way, or for longer periods in advance. This may be done through post offices. The minimum amount of insurance to be issued probably will be $1,000, and the maximum $10,000, with any amount between those sums in multiple of $500. There will be provision for payments in case of disability as well as death, according to the tentative plan. Thus will be created out of the government's Emergency War Insurance Bureau the greatest life insurance institution in the world for peace times. With more policyholders and greater aggregate risks than a half dozen of the world's biggest private companies combined. Out of the experience gained may eventually develop expansion of government insurance to old age, industrial and other forms of insurance, in the opinion of officials who have studied the subject. Regulations for reinsuring returning soldiers and sailors are being framed by an advisory board to the military and naval section of the War Risk Bureau, consisting of Arthur Hunter, actuary of the New York Life Insurance Company, W.A. Fraser, Omaha, of the Woodmen of the World, and F. Robertson Jones, of the Workmen's Compensation Publicity Bureau, New York. Plans also are under consideration for allowing beneficiaries of men who have died or been killed in the service to choose between taking monthly payments over a period of 20 years or to commute these payments in a lump sum. Chapter 55. America's Position in War and Peace. By common consent of the Entente Allies, President Wilson was made the spokesman for the democracy of the world. As Lloyd George, Premier Clemenceau of France, Premier Orlando of Italy, and other Europeans recognized, his utterances most clearly and cogently expressed the principles for which civilization was battling against the Hun. More than that, these statesmen and the peoples they represented recognized that back of President Wilson were the high ideals of an America pledged to the redemption of a war-weary world. The war produced a sterility in literature. Out of the great mass that was written, however, two productions stood out in their nobility of thought and in their classic directness of expression. These were the address before Congress by President Wilson on the night of April 2, 1917, when, recognizing fully the dread responsibility of his action, he pronounced the words which led America into the World War. And the speech made by him on Monday, November 11, 1918, when addressing Congress he announced the end of the war. Other declarations of the President that will be treasured as long as democracy survives, are those enunciating the 14 points upon which America would make peace, and two later declarations as to America's purposes. His address of April 2d was delivered before the most distinguished assemblage ever gathered within the hall of the House of Representatives. The Supreme Court of the United States, headed by the Chief Justice, every member of the embassies then resident in Washington, the entire membership of the House and Senate, and a host of the most distinguished men and women that could crowd themselves into the Great Hall, listened to what was virtually America's declaration of war. The air was still and tragic suspense was upon every face as the President began his address. At first he was pale as the marble rostrum against which he leaned. As he read from small sheets typewritten with his own hand, his voice grew firmer and the flush of indignation and of resolution overspread his countenance. He said, Gentlemen of the Congress. I have called the Congress into extraordinary session because there are serious, very serious, choices of policy to be made, and made immediately. Which it was neither right nor constitutionally permissible that I should assume the responsibility of making. On the 3rd of February last I officially laid before you the extraordinary announcement of the Imperial German government that on and after the 1st day of February it was its purpose to put aside all restraints of law or of humanity and use its submarines to sink every vessel that sought to approach either the ports of Great Britain and Ireland on the western coasts of Europe or any of the ports controlled by the enemies of Germany within the Mediterranean. That had seemed to be the object of the German submarine warfare earlier in the war. But since April of last year the imperial government had somewhat restrained the commanders of its undersea craft in conformity with its promise then given to us that passenger boats should not be sunk and that due warning would be given to all other vessels which its submarines might seek to destroy. When no resistance was offered or escape attempted, and care taken that their crews were given at least a fair chance to save their lives in their open boats. The precautions taken were meager and haphazard enough, as was proved in distressing instance after instance in the progress of the cruel and unmanly business, but a certain degree of restraint was observed. The new policy has swept every restriction aside. Vessels of every kind, whatever their flag, their character, their cargo, their destination, their errand, have been ruthlessly sent to the bottom without warning and without thought of help or mercy for those on board. The vessels of friendly neutrals along with those of belligerents. Even hospital ships and ships carrying relief to the sorely bereaved and stricken people of Belgium. Though the latter were provided with safe conduct through the proscribed areas by the German government itself and were distinguished by unmistakable marks of identity, have been sunk with the same reckless lack of compassion or of principle. I was for a little while unable to believe that such things would in fact be done by any government that had hitherto subscribed to the humane practices of civilized nations. International law had its origin in the attempt to set up some law which would be respected and observed upon the seas, where no nation had right of dominion and where lay the free highways of the world. By painful stage after stage has that law been built up, with meager enough results, indeed, after all was accomplished that could be accomplished, but always with a clear view, at least, of what the heart and conscience of mankind demanded. This minimum of right the German government has swept aside under the plea of retaliation and necessity and because it had no weapons which it could use at sea except these which it is impossible to employ as it is employing them without throwing to the winds all scruples of humanity or of respect for the understandings that were supposed to underlie the intercourse of the world. I am not now thinking of the loss of property involved, immense and serious as that is, but only of the wanton and wholesale destruction of the lives of non-combatants, men, women, and children, engaged in pursuits which have always, even in the darkest periods of modern history, been deemed innocent and legitimate. Property can be paid for, the lives of peaceful and innocent people cannot be. The present German submarine warfare against commerce is a warfare against mankind. It is a war against all nations. American ships have been sunk, American lives taken, in ways which it has stirred us very deeply to learn of. But the ships and people of other neutral and friendly nations have been sunk and overwhelmed in the waters in the same way. There has been no discrimination. The challenge is to all mankind. Each nation must decide for itself how it will meet it. The choice we make for ourselves must be made with a moderation of counsel and a temperateness of judgment befitting our character and our motives as a nation. We must put excited feeling away. Our motive will not be revenge or the victorious assertion of the physical might of the nation, but only the vindication of right, of human right, of which we are only a single champion. When I addressed the Congress on the 26th of February last I thought that it would suffice to assert our neutral rights with arms, our right to use the seas against unlawful interference. Our right to keep our people safe against unlawful violence. But armed neutrality, it now appears, is impracticable. Because submarines are in effect outlaws when used as the German submarines have been used against merchant shipping. It is impossible to defend ships against their attacks as the law of nations has assumed that merchantmen would defend themselves against privateers or cruisers, visible craft giving chase upon the open sea. It is common prudence in such circumstances, grim necessity indeed, to endeavor to destroy them before they have shown their own intention. They must be dealt with upon sight, if dealt with at all. The German government denies the right of neutrals to use arms at all within the areas of the sea which it has proscribed, even in the defense of rights which no modern publicist has ever before questioned their right to defend. The intimation is conveyed that the armed guards which we have placed on our merchant ships will be treated as beyond the pale of law and subject to be dealt with as pirates would be. Armed neutrality is ineffectual enough at best. In such circumstances and in the face of such pretensions it is worse than ineffectual, it is likely only to produce what it was meant to prevent. It is practically certain to draw us into the war without either the rights or the effectiveness of belligerents. There is one choice we cannot make, we are incapable of making. We will not choose the path of submission and suffer the most sacred rights of our nation and our people to be ignored or violated. The wrongs against which we now array ourselves are no common wrongs, they cut to the very roots of human life. With a profound sense of the solemn and even tragical character of the step I am taking and of the grave responsibilities which it involves, but in unhesitating obedience to what I deem my constitutional duty, I advise that the Congress declare the recent course of the Imperial German government to be in fact nothing less than war against the government and people of the United States. That it formally accept the status of belligerent which has thus been thrust upon it. And that it take immediate steps not only to put the country in a more thorough state of defense but also to exert all its power and employ all its resources to bring the government of the German Empire to terms and end the war. What this will involve is clear. It will involve the utmost practicable cooperation in counsel and action with the governments now at war with Germany, and, as incident to that, the extension to those governments of the most liberal financial credits. In order that our resources may so far as possible be added to theirs. It will involve the organization and mobilization of all the material resources of the country to supply the materials of war and serve the incidental needs of the nation in the most abundant and yet the most economical and efficient way possible. It will involve the immediate full equipment of the Navy in all respects but particularly in supplying it with the best means of dealing with the enemy's submarines. It will involve the immediate addition to the armed forces of the United States already provided for by law in case of war at least 500,000 men, who should, in my opinion, be chosen upon the principle of universal liability to service. And also the authorization of subsequent additional increments of equal force so soon as they may be needed and can be handled in training. It will involve also, of course, the granting of adequate credits to the government, sustained, I hope, so far as they can equitably be sustained by the present generation, by well-conceived taxation. I say sustained so far as may be equitable by taxation because it seems to me that it would be most unwise to base the credits which will now be necessary entirely on money borrowed. It is our duty, I most respectfully urge, to protect our people so far as we may against the very serious hardships and evils which would be likely to arise out of the inflation which would be produced by vast loans. In carrying out the measures by which these things are to be accomplished we should keep constantly in mind the wisdom of interfering as little as possible in our own preparation and in the equipment of our own military forces with the duty, for it will be a very practical duty, of supplying the nations already at war with Germany with the materials which they can obtain only from us or by our assistance. They are in the field and we should help them in every way to be effective there. Illustration, photograph. British official photograph Belgian sovereigns re-enter Bruges, King Albert and Queen Elizabeth of Belgium saluting the Allied colours, on their triumphal entry into Bruges at the head of their victorious army, October 23, 1918. Illustration, photograph. Copyright International Film Service. Surrender of the German High Seas Fleet. Actual photograph showing the greatest naval surrender in history, the German fleet arriving to surrender. Below, the commanders of the British and American fleets, Admirals Beatty and Rodman, the King of England and the Prince of Wales viewing the surrender. I shall take the liberty of suggesting, through the several executive departments of the government, for the consideration of your committees, measures for the accomplishment of the several objects I have mentioned. I hope that it will be your pleasure to deal with them as having been framed after very careful thought by the branch of the government upon which the responsibility of conducting the war and safeguarding the nation will most directly fall. While we do these things, these deeply momentous things, let us be very clear, and make very clear to all the world what our motives and our objects are. My own thought has not been driven from its habitual and normal course by the unhappy events of the last 2 months, and I do not believe that the thought of the nation has been altered or clouded by them. I have exactly the same things in mind now that I had in mind when I addressed the Senate on the 22d of January last, the same that I had in mind when I addressed the Congress on the 3d of February and on the 26th of February. Our object now, as then, is to vindicate the principles of peace and justice in the life of the world as against selfish and autocratic power, and to set up amongst the really free and self-governed peoples of the world such a concert of purpose and of action as will henceforth ensure the observance of those principles. Neutrality is no longer feasible or desirable where the peace of the world is involved and the freedom of its peoples. And the menace to that peace and freedom lies in the existence of autocratic governments backed by organized force which is controlled wholly by their will, not by the will of their people. We have seen the last of neutrality in such circumstances. We are at the beginning of an age in which it will be insisted that the same standards of conduct and of responsibility for wrong done shall be observed among nations and their governments that are observed among the individual citizens of civilized states. We have no quarrel with the German people. We have no feeling towards them but one of sympathy and friendship. It was not upon their impulse that their government acted in entering this war. It was not with their previous knowledge or approval. It was a war determined upon as wars used to be determined upon in the old, unhappy days when peoples were nowhere consulted by their rulers and wars were provoked and waged in the interest of dynasties or of little groups of ambitious men who were accustomed to use their fellow men as pawns and tools. Self-governed nations do not fill their neighbor states with spies or set the course of intrigue to bring about some critical posture of affairs which will give them an opportunity to strike and make conquest. Such designs can be successfully worked out only under cover and where no one has the right to ask questions. Cunningly contrived plans of deception or aggression, carried, it may be, from generation to generation, can be worked out and kept from the light only within the privacy of courts or behind the carefully guarded confidences of a narrow and privileged class. They are happily impossible where public opinion commands and insists upon full information concerning all the nation's affairs. A steadfast concert for peace can never be maintained except by a partnership of democratic nations. No autocratic government could be trusted to keep faith within it or observe its covenants. It must be a league of honor, a partnership of opinion. Intrigue would eat its vitals away. The plottings of inner circles who could plan what they would and render account to no one would be a corruption seated at its very heart. Only free peoples can hold their purpose and their honor steady to a common end and prefer the interests of mankind to any narrow interest of their own. Does not every American feel that assurance has been added to our hope for the future peace of the world by the wonderful and heartening things that have been happening within the last few weeks in Russia? Russia was known by those who knew it best to have been always in fact democratic at heart, in all the vital habits of her thoughts, in all the intimate relationships of her people that spoke their natural instinct, their habitual attitude towards life. The autocracy that crowned the summit of her political structure, long as it had stood and terrible as was the reality of its power, was not in fact Russian in origin, character, or purpose. And now it has been shaken off and the great, generous Russian people have been added in all their native majesty and might to the forces that are fighting for freedom in the world, for justice, and for peace. Here is a fit partner for a league of honor. One of the things that has served to convince us that the Prussian autocracy was not and could never be our friend is that from the very outset of the present war it has filled our unsuspecting communities and even our offices of government with spies and set criminal intrigues everywhere afoot against our national unity of counsel, our peace within and without, our industries and our commerce. Indeed, it is now evident that its spies were here even before the war began. And it is unhappily not a matter of conjecture but a fact proved in our courts of justice that the intrigues which have more than once come perilously near to disturbing the peace and dislocating the industries of the country have been carried on at the instigation, with the support, and even under the personal direction of official agents of the imperial government accredited to the government of the United States. Even in checking these things and trying to extirpate them we have sought to put the most generous interpretation possible upon them because we knew that their source lay not in any hostile feeling or purpose of the German people towards us, who were, no doubt as ignorant of them as we ourselves were, but only in the selfish designs of a government that did what it pleased and told its people nothing. But they have played their part in serving to convince us at last that that government entertains no real friendship for us and means to act against our peace and security at its convenience. That it means to stir up enemies against us at our very doors. The intercepted note to the German minister at Mexico City is eloquent evidence. We are accepting this challenge of hostile purpose because we know that in such a government, following such methods, we can never have a friend. And that in the presence of its organized power, always lying in wait to accomplish we know not what purpose, there can be no assured security for the democratic governments of the world. We are now about to accept gauge of battle with this natural foe to liberty and shall, if necessary, spend the whole force of the nation to check and nullify its pretensions and its power. We are glad, now that we see the facts with no veil of false pretense about them, to fight thus for the ultimate peace of the world and for the liberation of its peoples. The German peoples included, for the rights of nations great and small and the privilege of men everywhere to choose their way of life and of obedience. The world must be made safe for democracy. Its peace must be planted upon the tested foundations of political liberty. We have no selfish ends to serve. We desire no conquest, no dominion. We seek no indemnities for ourselves, no material compensation for the sacrifices we shall freely make. We are but one of the champions of the rights of mankind. We shall be satisfied when those rights have been made as secure as the faith and the freedom of nations can make them. Just because we fight without rancor and without selfish object, seeking nothing for ourselves but what we shall wish to share with all free peoples, we shall, I feel confident, conduct our operations as belligerents without passion, and ourselves observe with proud punctilio the principles of right and of fair play we profess to be fighting for. I have said nothing of the governments allied with the imperial government of Germany because they have not made war upon us or challenged us to defend our right and our honor. The Austro-Hungarian government has, indeed, avowed its unqualified endorsement and acceptance of the reckless and lawless submarine warfare adopted now without disguise by the imperial German government. And it has therefore not been possible for this government to receive Count Tarnowski, the ambassador recently accredited to this government by the imperial and royal government of Austria-Hungary. But that government has not actually engaged in warfare against citizens of the United States on the seas, and I take the liberty, for the present at least, of postponing a discussion of our relations with the authorities at Vienna. We enter this war only where we are clearly forced into it because there are no other means of defending our rights. It will be all the easier for us to conduct ourselves as belligerents in a high spirit of right and fairness because we act without animus, not in enmity towards a people or with the desire to bring any injury or disadvantage upon them, but only in armed opposition to an irresponsible government which has thrown aside all considerations of humanity and of right and is running amok. We are, let me say again, the sincere friends of the German people, and shall desire nothing so much as the early re-establishment of intimate relations of mutual advantage between us, however hard it may be for them, for the time being. To believe that this is spoken from our hearts. We have borne with their present government through all these bitter months because of that friendship, exercising a patience and forbearance which would otherwise have been impossible. We shall, happily, still have an opportunity to prove that friendship in our daily attitude and actions towards the millions of men and women of German birth and native sympathy who live amongst us and share our life. And we shall be proud to prove it towards all who are in fact loyal to their neighbors and to the government in the hour of test. They are, most of them, as true and loyal Americans as if they had never known any other fealty or allegiance. They will be prompt to stand with us in rebuking and restraining the few who may be of a different mind and purpose. If there should be disloyalty, it will be dealt with a firm hand of stern repression, but, if it lifts its head at all, it will lift it only here and there and without countenance except from a lawless and malignant few. It is a distressing and oppressive duty, gentlemen of the Congress, which I have performed in thus addressing you. There are, it may be, many months of fiery trial and sacrifice ahead of us. It is a fearful thing to lead this great peaceful people into war, into the most terrible and disastrous of all wars, civilization itself seeming to be in the balance. But the right is more precious than peace, and we shall fight for the things which we have always carried nearest our hearts, for democracy, for the right of those who submit to authority to have a voice in their own governments. For the rights and liberties of small nations, for a universal dominion of right by such a concert of free peoples as shall bring peace and safety to all nations and make the world itself at last free. To such a task we can dedicate our lives and our fortunes, everything that we are and everything that we have. With the pride of those who know that the day has come when America is privileged to spend her blood and her might for the principles that gave her birth and happiness and the peace which she has treasured. God helping her, she can do no other. His address to Congress on November 11, 1918, while all the Allied nations were celebrating with exultant hearts the victory that had come to them, was no less dramatic than the speech that had marked the beginning of the war. He prefaced it by reading the drastic terms of the armistice granted to Germany. Continuing he said, "The war thus comes to an end, for, having accepted these terms of armistice, it will be impossible for the German command to renew it. It is not now possible to assess the consequences of this great consummation. We know only that this tragical war, whose consuming flames swept from one nation to another until all the world was on fire, is at an end, and that it was the privilege of our own people to enter it at its most critical juncture in such fashion and in such force as to contribute, in a way of which we are all deeply proud, to the great result. We know, too, that the object of the war is attained, the object upon which all free men had set their hearts, and attained with a sweeping completeness which even now we do not realize. Armed imperialism such as the men conceived who were but yesterday the masters of Germany is at an end, its illicit ambitions engulfed in black disaster. Who will now seek to revive it? The arbitrary power of the military caste of Germany which once could secretly and of its own single choice disturb the peace of the world is discredited and destroyed. And more than that, much more than that, has been accomplished. The great nations which associated themselves to destroy it have now definitely united in the common purpose to set up such a peace as will satisfy the longing of the whole world for disinterested justice. Embodied in settlements which are based upon something much better and more lasting than the selfish competitive interests of powerful states. There is no longer conjecture as to the objects the victors have in mind. They have a mind in the matter, not only, but a heart also. Their avowed and concerted purpose is to satisfy and protect the weak as well as to accord their just rights to the strong. The humane temper and intention of the victorious governments have already been manifested in a very practical way. Their representatives in the Supreme War Council at Versailles have by unanimous resolution assured the peoples of the Central Empires that everything that is possible in the circumstances will be done to supply them with food and relieve the distressing want that is in so many places threatening their very lives. And steps are to be taken immediately to organize these efforts at relief in the same systematic manner that they were organized in the case of Belgium. By the use of the idle tonnage of the Central Empires it ought presently to be possible to lift the fear of utter misery from their oppressed populations and set their minds and energies free for the great and hazardous tasks of political reconstruction which now face them on every hand. Hunger does not breed reform, it breeds madness and all the ugly distempers that make an ordered life impossible. For with the fall of the ancient governments, which rested like an incubus on the peoples of the Central Empires, has come political change not merely, but revolution. And revolution which seems as yet to assume no final and ordered form, but to run from one fluid change to another, until thoughtful men are forced to ask themselves, with what governments and of what sort are we about to deal in the making of the covenants of peace? With what authority will they meet us, and with what assurance that their authority will abide and sustain securely the international arrangements into which we are about to enter. There is here matter for no small anxiety and misgiving. When peace is made, upon whose promises and engagements besides our own is it to rest? Let us be perfectly frank with ourselves and admit that these questions cannot be satisfactorily answered now or at once. But the moral is not that there is little hope of an early answer that will suffice. It is only that we must be patient and helpful and mindful above all of the great hope and confidence that lie at the heart of what is taking place. Excesses accomplish nothing. Unhappy Russia has furnished abundant recent proof of that. Disorder immediately defeats itself. If excesses should occur, if disorder should for a time raise its head, a sober second thought will follow in a day of constructive action, if we help and do not hinder. The present and all that it holds belongs to the nations and the peoples who preserve their self-control and the orderly processes of their governments, the future to those who prove themselves the true friends of mankind. To conquer with arms is to make only a temporary conquest, to conquer the world by earning its esteem is to make permanent conquest. I am confident that the nations that have learned the discipline of freedom and that have settled with self-possession to its ordered practice are now about to make conquest of the world by the sheer power of example and of friendly helpfulness. The peoples who have but just come out from under the yoke of arbitrary government and who are now coming at last into their freedom will never find the treasures of liberty they are in search of if they look for them by the light of the torch. They will find that every pathway that is stained with the blood of their own brothers leads to the wilderness, not to the seat of their hope. They are now face to face with their initial test. We must hold the light steady until they find themselves. And in the meantime, if it be possible, we must establish a peace that will justly define their place among the nations, remove all fear of their neighbors and of their former masters, and enable them to live in security and contentment when they have set their own affairs in order. I, for one, do not doubt their purpose or their capacity. There are some happy signs that they know and will choose the way of self-control and peaceful accommodation. If they do, we shall put our aid at their disposal in every way that we can. If they do not, we must await with patience and sympathy the awakening and recovery that will assuredly come at last. 14 Principles of Peace. On Tuesday, January 8, 1918, President Wilson placed the peace terms of the United States government before both houses of Congress, in joint session. The 14 principles were: 1. Open covenants of peace, openly arrived at, after which there shall be no private international understanding of any kind, but diplomacy shall proceed always frankly and in the public view. 2. Absolute freedom of navigation upon the seas, outside territorial waters, alike in peace and war, except as the seas may be closed in whole or in part by international action for the enforcement of international covenants. 3. The removal, so far as possible, of all economic barriers and the establishment of an equality of trade conditions among all the nations consenting to the peace and associating themselves for its maintenance. 4. Adequate guarantees given and taken that national armaments will be reduced to the lowest point consistent with domestic safety. 5. A free, open-minded and absolutely impartial adjustment of all colonial claims based upon a strict observance of the principle that in determining all such questions of sovereignty, the interests of the populations concerned must have equal weight with the equitable claims of the government whose title is to be determined. 6. The evacuation of all Russian territory and such a settlement of all questions affecting Russia as will secure the best and freest cooperation of the other nations of the world in obtaining for her an unhampered and unembarrassed opportunity for the independent determination of her own political development and national policy, and assure her of a sincere welcome into the society of free nations under institutions of her own choosing. And, more than a welcome, assistance also of every kind that she may need and may herself desire. The treatment accorded Russia by her sister nations in the months to come will be the acid test of their goodwill, of their comprehension of her needs, as distinguished from their own interests, and of their intelligent and unselfish sympathy. 7. Belgium, the whole world will agree, must be evacuated and restored, without any attempt to limit the sovereignty which she enjoys in common with all other free nations. No other single act will serve as this will serve to restore confidence among the nations in the laws which they have themselves set and determined for the government of their relations with one another. Without this healing act the whole structure and validity of international law is forever impaired. 8. All French territory should be freed and the invaded portions restored, and the wrong done to France by Prussia in 1871, in the matter of Alsace-Lorraine, which has unsettled the peace of the world for nearly 50 years, should be righted. In order that peace may once more be made secure in the interests of all. 9. A readjustment of the frontiers of Italy should be effected along clearly recognized lines of nationality. 10. The peoples of Austria-Hungary, whose place among the nations we wish to see safeguarded and restored, should be accorded the freest opportunity of autonomous development. 11. Romania, Serbia and Montenegro should be evacuated, occupied territories restored. Serbia accorded free and secure access to the sea, and the relations of the several Balkan states to one another determined by friendly counsel along historically established lines of allegiance and nationality. And international guarantees of the political and economic independence and territorial integrity of the several Balkan states should be entered into. 12. The Turkish portion of the present Ottoman Empire should be assured a secure sovereignty, but the other nationalities which are now under Turkish rule should be assured an undoubted security of life and an absolutely unmolested opportunity of autonomous development. And the Dardanelles should be permanently opened as a free passage to the ships and commerce of all nations under international guarantees. 13. An independent Polish state should be erected which should include the territories inhabited by indisputably Polish populations, which should be assured a free and secure access to the sea, and whose political and economic independence and territorial integrity should be guaranteed by international covenants. 14. General association of nations must be formed under specific covenants for the purpose of affording mutual guarantees of political independence and territorial integrity to great and small states alike. President Wilson in his address to Congress on February 11, 1918, presented these four principles which are to be applied in arranging world peace. 1. That each part of the final settlement must be based upon the essential justice of that particular case and upon such adjustments, as are most likely to bring a peace that will be permanent. 2. That peoples and provinces are not to be bartered about from sovereignty to sovereignty as if they were mere chattels and pawns in a game, even the great game now forever discredited, of the balance of power. But that 3. Every territorial settlement must be made in the interest and for the benefit of the populations concerned, and not as part of any mere adjustment or compromise of claims amongst rival states, and 4. That all well-defined national aspirations shall be accorded the utmost satisfaction that can be accorded them without introducing new or perpetuating old elements of discord and antagonism that would be likely in time to break the peace of Europe, and consequently of the world. President Wilson, in his Liberty Loan address in New York on September 27, thus stated this government's interpretation of its duty with regard to peace. 1. The impartial justice meted out must involve no discrimination between those to whom we wish to be just and those to whom we do not wish to be just. It must be a justice that plays no favorites and knows no standard but the equal rights of the several peoples concerned. 2. No special or separate interest of any single nation or any group of nations can be made the basis of any part of the settlement which is not consistent with the common interests of all. 3. There can be no leagues or alliances or special covenants and understandings within the general and common family of the League of Nations. 4. And more specifically, there can be no special selfish economic combinations within the League and no employment of any form of economic boycott or exclusion except as the power of economic penalty by exclusion from the markets of the world may be vested in the League of Nations itself as a means of discipline and control. 5. All international agreements and treaties of every kind must be made known in their entirety to the rest of the world. Illustration, map, Europe, North Africa, East Asia. The war zone established by Germany, February, 1917, that brought America into the war. Chapter 56. The War by Years. Germany's military strength developed during 40 years of preparation, and the offensive plans of the German High Command developed in connection with an extraordinary spy service in France, Belgium, Russia, England and the United States, culminated in a simultaneous campaign on land and by sea, affecting these 5 nations. August 1, 1914 to August 1, 1915. Belgium and northern France were overrun by a German invading force under General von Kluck. The heroic effort of the French army under General Joffre and a supreme strategic thrust at the German center by General Foch turned back the German tide at the Battle of the Marne. The scientific diabolism of the German High Command was revealed when poison gas was projected against the Canadians at Ypres, torturing, blinding and killing thousands. German terrorism on the high seas culminated in the sinking of the Cunard liner Lusitania by a German submarine off the Irish coast. Men, women and children to the number of 1,152 lost their lives. Of these 102 were Americans. German colonies in South Africa were invaded by British South African troops under General Louis Botha, who during the Boer War commanded a division against the British. The German holdings at Tsingtao and in the Marshall Islands were seized by Japan. German cruisers that had raided seagoing commerce were destroyed. The most noted of these was the Emden, which was defeated and destroyed by the Australian cruiser Sydney off the Cocos Islands. German sea power was further humiliated in a running fight off Helgoland in which the battle cruiser Blücher was sunk and in a battle off the Falkland Islands in which 3 German cruisers were destroyed. Italy entered the war on May 23, 1915, and invaded Austria on a 60-mile front. Russian forces, after early successes, were defeated at Tannenberg by von Hindenburg, the outstanding military genius on the German side. The development of aircraft as an aid to artillery and as a destructive force on its own account, was rapid, and the use of machine guns and hand grenades in trench operations became general. August 1, 1915 to August 1, 1916. The tragic sea and land operations at the Dardanelles and Gallipoli marked this year with red in British history. Sir Douglas Haig succeeded Sir John French as Commander-in-Chief of British forces in France. The outstanding operation of the British forces on the Western Front was the bloody Battle of the Somme, beginning July 1, and continuing until the fall of 1915. The losses on both sides in that titanic struggle staggered 2 continents. Especially heroic were the attacks of the Canadians in that great battle, and especially heavy were the losses in killed and wounded of the Canadian regiments. They ranked in magnitude with the depletion that came to the Australian and New Zealand armies in the fatal Gallipoli campaign. This year will be glorious forever in the annals of France because of the heroic defense at Verdun. That battle tested to the limit the offensive strength of the German machine, and it was found lacking in power to pierce the superhuman defense of the heroic French forces under Pétain and Nivelle. Bulgaria entered the war on October 14, 1915, with a declaration of war against helpless Serbia. Greece, torn by internal dissensions, inclined first to one side, then to the other. The occupation of Saloniki by French and British expeditionary forces finally swung the archipelago to the Allies. A British Mesopotamian force under General Townsend, poorly equipped and unsupported, was cut off in Kut El Amara, and surrendered to the Turks on April 29, 1916. The Italian forces under General Cadorna made a sensational advance, terminating in the capture of Gorizia. Portugal entered the war on the side of the Allies after it had refused to give up to Germany several German ships interned in Portuguese ports. An object lesson in German submarine possibilities was given America when the Deutschland, a super submarine cargo vessel, arrived in Baltimore, Maryland, on July 9, 1916. The Deutschland later was converted into a naval submarine and revisited American shores, sinking a number of merchant vessels. It was one of the German submarine fleet surrendered to the Allies in November, 1918. Russia proved itself to be a military ineffective. German armies under von Mackensen and von Hindenburg occupied Warsaw, Brest-Litovsk, Lutsk, and Grodno. Grand Duke Nicholas was removed from the command of the Russian armies and Tsar Nicholas assumed command. Germany's pretensions to sea power ended with the Battle of Jutland, May 31, 1916, when its high seas fleet fled after a running fight with British cruisers and destroyers. Never, thereafter, during the war did the German ships venture out of the Bight of Helgoland. August 1, 1916 to August 1, 1917. This year was marked by two dramatic episodes. The first of these was the sudden entrance and the equally sudden exit of Romania as a factor in the World War. The second was the appearance of the United States, which became the deciding factor in the war. Romania created enthusiasm in Allied countries when it declared war on Austria-Hungary August 27. A sudden descent by a Romanian army into Transylvania on August 30 was hailed as the harbinger of further successes. These hopes were turned to ashes when von Mackensen headed an irresistible German and Austrian rush which fairly inundated Romania. The retreat from Transylvania by the Romanians was turned into a rout. Bulgarian forces invaded the Dobruja region of Romania, and on November 28 the seat of the Romanian government was transferred from Bucharest, the capital, to Jassy. Romania ceased to be a factor in the war on December 6, when Bucharest fell to von Mackensen. Emperor Franz Joseph of Austria-Hungary died on November 22, while Austrian hopes were at their highest. America's appearance as a belligerent was forecast on January 31, 1917, when Germany announced its intention of sinking all vessels in a blockade zone around the British Isles. Count von Bernstorff was handed his passports on February 3, and on April 2, President Wilson, in a remarkable address to Congress, advised a declaration of war by the United States against Germany. This was consummated by a formal vote of Congress declaring war on April 6. This action by America was followed by the organization of a Council of National Defense. Under this body the resources of the nation were mobilized. The council was later virtually abandoned as an organizing factor, its functions going to the War Industries Board, presided over by Bernard Baruch, the Fuel Administration, under Dr. Harry A. Garfield, the War Trade Board, with Vance C. McCormick at its head, and other governmental bodies. George Creel headed the Committee on Public Information. Conscription was decided upon as the foundation of America's war-making policy, and the training of officers and privates in great training camps was commenced. Great shipping and aircraft programs were formulated and the nation as a whole was placed upon a war footing. The Russian Revolution, beginning in bread riots in Petrograd, spread throughout that country, with the result that Russia disappeared as one of the Entente allies. From August 1, 1917 to November 11, 1918. America's might and efficiency were revealed in the speed and thoroughness with which her military, naval and civilian resources were mobilized and thrown into the conflict. Under the supervision of the Chief of Staff, 2 million American soldiers received the final touches in their military training and were transported safely overseas. They became the decisive factor in the war during the summer and fall of 1918. To their glory be it recorded, they never retreated. Chateau-Thierry, St. Mihiel, Seicheprey, Bourèches Wood, Cantigny, Belleau Wood, the Argonne, Sedan and Stenay are names that will rank in American history with Yorktown, New Orleans and Gettysburg. The "land of dollars" became overnight the "land of high ideals" to the civilized world. Lightless nights in cities, restriction of the use of gasoline on Sundays and daylight-saving legislation linked civilians to soldiers in war effort. Italy suffered a severe reverse beginning October 24, 1917, when the German forces rushed through a portion of the Italian army that had been honeycombed with pro-German socialistic propaganda. Canada again emblazoned its name in history through the heroic capture of Passchendaele on November 6, 1917. The Russian Revolution turned to the Bolsheviki when Lenin and Trotsky at the head of the Red seized Petrograd on November 7 and deposed Alexander Kerensky, leader of the moderate socialists. The Tsar Nicholas was executed by the victorious Bolsheviki and the imperial family made captives. The British Mesopotamian forces advanced into Palestine and Mesopotamia, destroying the Turkish army under Ahmed Bey in a battle terminating September 29, 1917. General Stanley Maude, the leader of the expedition, died in Mesopotamia November 18, 1917. General Allenby, commanding British and Arabian forces, routed and destroyed 3 Turkish armies in Palestine, capturing Jerusalem, which had been held by the Turks for 673 years. The turning point of the war came on March 29, 1918, when General Foch was chosen commander-in-chief of all the Allied forces. This followed Germany's great drive on a 50-mile front from Arras to La Fère. Successive German thrusts were halted by the Allied forces, now strongly reinforced by Americans. Foch, patiently biding his time, elected to halt the German drive with Americans. The Marines of the United States forces were given the post of honor, and at Château-Thierry the counter-thrust of Foch was commenced by a complete defeat of the Prussian Guard and other crack German regiments, by the untried soldiers of America. From Château-Thierry to the armistice, which went into effect at 11 o'clock on November 11, was only a short span of time, but in it was compressed the humiliation of arrogant Teutonic imperialism, the destruction of militaristic autocracy, and the liberation of the world. Chapter 57. Behind America's Battle Line. General March's own story of the work of the military intelligence division, of the War Plans Division, of the Purchase and Traffic Division, how men, munitions and supplies reached the Western Front. It is important that a general summary of America's military preparations, a detailed description of the operations behind the battle line, and a detailed chronology of America's principal military operations in France during the year 1918 should be presented to the reader. Such a summary is afforded by the report of General Peyton C. March, Chief of Staff, United States Army, for the last year of the war. Addressing the Secretary of War, General March wrote in part: "The signing of the armistice on November 11, 1918, has brought to a successful conclusion the most remarkable achievement in the history of all warfare. The entry of the United States into the war on April 6, 1917, found the nation about as thoroughly unprepared for the great task which was confronting it as any great nation which had ever engaged in war. Starting from a minimum of organized strength, within this short period of 16 months the entire resources of the country in men, money, and munitions have been placed under central control. And at the end of this period the nation was in its full stride and had accomplished, from a military standpoint, what our enemy regarded as the impossible. The most important single thing, perhaps, in this record of accomplishment, was the immediate passage by Congress of the draft law, without which it would have been impossible to have raised the men necessary for victory. In organizing, training, and supplying the vast numbers of men made available by the draft law, very many changes have been made necessary in the organization of the War Department and in the methods existing therein, which were inherited from the times of profound peace. Shortly after my installation as Chief of Staff I adopted the principle of interchange of the personnel of the various staff corps of the War Department with men who had training in France. And in the application of this principle placed as the heads of various bureaus officers selected on account of their ability and experience in the system of warfare as conducted in France. At this time, also, I found that the divisions organized in our armies were still regarded as separate units, designated by different titles in accordance with their origin. This made 3 different kinds of divisions in the United States Army: the Regular Army, the National Guard, and National Army divisions. All these distinctions were abolished and the entire army consolidated into a United States Army, without regard to the source from which drawn. The source of supply of all replacements for the various elements of the army, without regard to their origin, was drafted men. And the titles had no significance whatever and were a source of possible disturbance from the standpoint of military efficiency. There was, in fact, no actual difference between these divisions with respect to efficiency. All have done high-grade work from whatever source drawn. All have shown courage and capacity for quick absorption of the fundamentals of modern military training and irresistible dash and force in actual fighting. When I returned from France on March 1, 1918, I came back with the belief that the most fundamental necessity, both for the American Expeditionary Force and for the success of the Allies, was that the shipment of troops to France should be vastly increased and should have priority over everything else. And as this policy became effective, a study was instituted looking to our putting in France, if that was possible, enough men to bring the war to a conclusion in the shortest period possible. After a study of the entire situation, including as accurate an estimate of the potential strength of our allies on the Western Front and of the probable German strength as was possible, I came to the conclusion that the war might be brought to an end in 1919, provided we were able to land in France by June 30 of that year 80 American divisions of a strength of 3,360,000 men. On July 18, 1918, I submitted to you a formal memorandum, accompanied by a study of methods by which the men could be obtained, the supplies procured, and an analysis of the shipping which must be obtained in order to accomplish this very large military program. This was accompanied by an estimate of the cost of the proposed program. In this study I recommended to you the adoption, as the American program, of 80 divisions in France and 18 at home by June 30, 1919, based on a total strength of the American Army of 4,850,000 men. This was approved by you and by the President of the United States and adopted as our formal military program. To carry this program into effect required the adoption by Congress of a change in the draft ages so as to include men between the ages of 18 and 45 years. And also created a deficiency over the enormous appropriations already made by Congress of some $7 billion. The presentation of the program to Congress, accompanied by the statement that this increase in the Army, if laws were passed by Congress which would make it effective, would lead to success in 1919, produced prompt and favorable consideration by that body. Up to the signing of the armistice, troops were being transported to France monthly in accordance with that program. The results speak for themselves. Illustration, photograph. Photo by International Film Service. The Salvation Army on the Western Front. A shell-proof dugout used as a rest room for soldiers. Illustration, photograph. Copyright Press Illustrating Service. The YMC, in the front line trenches. The YMCA. Sign beside the trench points the way to a dugout. Instead of the usual hut, in which soldiers found the comforts which made the sign of the triangle famous. Illustration, photograph. Photo from Underwood and Underwood, New York. A letter from home. In thousands of France's little stone houses this scene has been duplicated. In the towns and villages soldiers were assigned or billeted to the houses of the inhabitants, with the result that a deep mutual respect grew up between the two nationalities. During the year, the most important in the history of the country both from a military and civil standpoint, there have been 4 heads of the General Staff: Major General Hugh L. Scott, from the outbreak of the war until his retirement, September 22, 1917, General Tasker H. Bliss, from that date until May 19, 1918. Major General John Biddle, acting Chief of Staff at periods during the absence of General Bliss in France, from October 29, 1917, to December 16, 1917, and from January 9, 1918, to March 3, 1918. I assumed the duties of acting Chief of Staff on March 4, 1918, became Chief of Staff May 20, 1918, and have continued on that duty since. It was evident, as the war progressed, that the General Staff was acting under an organization and in accordance with regulations which were not only unsuited to the duties and responsibilities confronting it, but were wholly out of date and were not suited to any General Staff organization. Successive revisions of the orders under which the General Staff was acting were made as events demanded, until the experience of the year crystallized the organization of the General Staff into that set forth in General Order No. 80 of the War Department. This order divides the work of the General Staff into 4 primary divisions: 1. Operations, 2. Purchase, storage, and traffic, 3. Military Intelligence. 4. War Plans. Each of these divisions is under the direction of a director, who is Assistant Chief of Staff and is a General Officer. Operations Division. The Operations Division is under the charge of Major General Henry Jervey, United States Army, as Director of Operations and Assistant Chief of Staff. This division is a consolidation of the former Operations Committee and Equipment Committee, which pertained to the War College under the previous organization. The Operations Division has had charge of the increase in the personnel of the Army during the year. On June 30, 1917, the regular Army consisted of 250,357 officers and enlisted men. On August 5, 1917, 379,323 officers and men of the National Guard were drafted into the Federal service. There were a few special drafts of small numbers of National Guardsmen into the Federal service after August 5, 1917. During the period covered by this report, this division handled the calls into service of men obtained under the draft, the organization of these men into divisions and units necessary for the Army, and turned over for shipment overseas up to November 8, 1918, 2,047,667 men. The grand total of men in the Army from returns for the period ending October 15 is 3,624,774. This force was organized into divisions, the proper proportion of corps, army, and service of supply troops, and of replacement camps and training centers for infantry, field artillery, and machine guns in the United States. Central officers' training schools were organized at each of the replacement camps. Replacement camps and training centers for the various staff departments were also organized. Development battalions were organized at all division camps and large posts and camps for the purpose of developing men of poor physique and the instruction of illiterates and non-English speaking men of the draft. During the fiscal year 5,377,468 officers and men were moved by railroad to and from the camps. The Operations Division has during the year also handled all matters connected with the adoption of new types of equipment, fixing allowances for various units, the preparation of tables of equipment for them, and the distribution and issue of equipment, and the determination of priorities of such issue. It has supervised and studied the needs of camps and construction work therein, and this work in general has been characterized by marked ability and devotion to duty. Purchase, Storage and Traffic Division. The Division of Purchase, Storage and Traffic is under the charge of Major General George W. Goethals, United States Army, as Assistant Chief of Staff and Director of Purchase, Storage and Traffic. This division was organized by merging divisions previously created, and which had been called Storage and Traffic and Purchase and Supply. The new division thus organized was subdivided into Embarkation Service, Storage, Inland Traffic Service, and Purchase and Supply Branch. Embarkation. At the outbreak of the war, the Quartermaster's Department had charge of the transportation of troops and supplies and continued to exercise these functions until August 4, 1917, when they were transferred to a separate division of the General Staff, specially created for the purpose, and designated as the Embarkation Service. As already noted, this was subsequently merged with the Storage and Traffic Division. Two primary ports of embarkation were established, one with headquarters at Hoboken, N.J., and the other at Newport News, Virginia, each under the command of a general officer. The Quartermaster's Department was operating a service to Panama from New York, but with the shipment of troops to France a new condition arose which was met only in part by taking over the Hoboken piers, formerly owned by the Hamburg American and North German Lloyd steamship companies, and the magnitude of the undertaking necessitated additional facilities. The situation at New York is complicated by the large amount of general shipping using the port, the diversified interests, even those of the government, and the complicated jurisdiction. An effort was made to bring about such a consolidation and unification as to secure greater cooperation with increased efficiency. To this end the War Board for the Port of New York was established in November, 1917. It was vested with full power and authority to make rules and regulations for operating the facilities of the port, to determine priorities, and to do what was necessary to provide for the prompt and economical dispatch of the business of the government in and about the port. Mr. Irving T. Bush was selected as the board's representative, with the title of Chief Executive Officer. In addition to representing the board, he was to arrange for the cooperative use of piers, warehouses, lighterage, terminals, railroads, trucking, and all other transportation facilities in and about the port. In addition, the need was felt for having a shipping expert closely associated with the embarkation service, familiar with the facilities at various ports, so that he could properly assign ships, select ships for the cargo to be moved, and arrange for their loading. Mr. Joseph T. LIII was selected for this work and appointed Director of Embarkation. In February 1918, the available cargo ships were not sufficient to carry the supplies needed for maintaining the troops overseas. To secure the requisite additional tonnage necessitated taking ships from the existing trade routes and determining from what imports and exports they could best be spared without interference with those which were absolutely necessary. This brought about a new situation which could be handled only by those having a knowledge of the trades as well as the characteristics of various ships serving them, since some of them were suitable for War Department needs and some were not. It had happened that an advantageous exchange of ships could have been made with the Allies by which valuable time could have been saved in getting over cargo, but there was lack of knowledge as well as lack of authority. The whole situation was gone over at a conference between the Secretary of War and the Chairman of the Shipping Board, as a result of which the Shipping Control Committee was created, consisting of Mr. P. A. S. Franklin, Chairman, Mr. H. H. Raymond, and Sir Connop Guthrie, representative of the Allies' shipping interests. The allocation and distribution of available tonnage, as well as questions of exchange of ships, was vested in this committee. So far as the work of the War Department was concerned, the committee was charged with the loading and unloading cargo, coaling, supplies, repairs, and, except where vessels are commanded by the Navy, of inspection and manning. They also have charge of the management and operation of docks, piers, slips, loading and discharging facilities under the control of the department, or of any board, officers, or agency operating such facilities, together with the direction and management of minor craft to be used in connection with the handling of steamers and their cargoes in port. The amount of cargo shipped overseas, the efficiency of the loading, and the reduction of the time of stay in the ports attest to the efficient manner in which the committee has operated. And it is not too much to say that they are to be largely credited with the results that have been accomplished. Expeditionary depots were operated at Boston, Massachusetts, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, and Baltimore, Maryland, primarily for the movement of freight. When cargo ships having accommodations for troops were loaded at these ports, troops for the available space were sent from the camps under the direction of the commanding general at Hoboken. Similarly, shipments of troops were made from Montreal, Canada, and Halifax, Nova Scotia, when practicable. Cargo shipments were also made from other ports on the Atlantic and Gulf coasts. On May 25, 1918, the Water Transport Branch of the Quartermaster's Department was transferred and made a part of the embarkation service. In April, conditions abroad necessitated the speeding up shipments of troops, and brought to the service such transports as the British government could spare for the purpose, which have been continued in use. The Army transports are officered and manned by the Navy, as is the greater number of the cargo ships. The arrangements for transferring ships to naval control as well as for convoys for troop and cargo ships are handled through the Chief of Operations of the Navy, who has given every assistance. The way in which the work has been handled by the Navy is shown by the loss of no troop ships which were under their protection on the eastbound trips. Inland Traffic. The Inland Traffic Service was established on January 10, 1918. As the government had taken over all of the railroads, the necessity for working in harmony with the organization that was placed in charge was apparent. And the Railroad Administration was requested to recommend a competent traffic man to handle the work. This resulted in the selection and assignment of Mr. H. M. Adams as chief of the section. He in turn secured his expert assistance through the Railroad Administration. At the time the section was formed, approximately 15,000 carloads of War Department property held in cars were congesting various Atlantic ports. Steps were taken which relieved this condition and brought about an orderly movement of the traffic when and in the quantities desired. The value of the inland traffic service was soon demonstrated and led to a reorganization, with authority to take over the transportation organizations of the various bureaus of the War Department, both at Washington and throughout the country. So that as now organized, the Chief of the Inland Traffic Service exercises direct control of the transportation of troops, of the supplies of and for the various bureaus of the War Department, and for the contractors working for the several bureaus. This control extends over the entire country through the medium of representatives stationed at various traffic centers. Working in conjunction with the Railroad Administration has resulted in minimizing the burdens of the carriers. The work has been performed most efficiently. More than 5 million troops have been moved from their homes, from one camp to another, and from camps to the points of embarkation within the period covered by this report. Arrangements have been made by which this branch will take charge of all express movements for the War Department, as well as the tracing of the movements of all War Department property, including the contractors and others for the various bureaus. Purchase and Supply. The Purchase and Supply branch is organized into the following subsections: Supply Program, Purchase, Production, Finance, and Emergency. Military Intelligence Division. The Military Intelligence Division has as Director Brigadier General Marlborough Churchill, United States Army, Assistant Chief of Staff. This division, which had been a branch, first of the War Plans Division and then of the Executive Division of the General Staff, was separated completely and made an independent division by general orders which reorganized the General Staff, thus putting the Military Intelligence Division on a par with similar services of general staffs of other nations of the world. The duties of the Military Intelligence Division consist, in general, in the organization of the intelligence service, positive and negative, including the collection and coordination of military information. The supervision of the Department intelligence officers and intelligence officers at posts, stations, camps, and with commands in the field, in matters relating to military intelligence, the direction of counter-espionage work. The preparation of instruction in military intelligence work for the use of our forces, the consideration of questions of policy promulgated by the General Staff in all matters of military intelligence. The cooperation with intelligence branches of the general staffs of other countries. The supervision of the training of officers for intelligence duty, the obtaining and issuing of maps, and the disbursement of and accounting for intelligence funds. One of the important functions of the Director of the Military Intelligence Division is that of coordinating the work of this service with other intelligence agencies. Possible duplications of work and investigation by the State Department, Treasury Department, Department of Justice, Navy Department, War Trade Board, and the War Department are avoided or adjusted at weekly conferences held at the Department of Justice and attended by representatives of these departments who consider matters of common interest. For a similar purpose, the Director of Military Intelligence is a member of the Fire Prevention Committee, the War Industries Board, and the National Research Council. For the purpose of securing close cooperation between the military intelligence services of the nations associated in the war, the British and French governments were requested by the United States to send officers to this country for liaison duty. These officers have been of great assistance in accomplishing this end, because of their knowledge of the details of intelligence work in Europe. For the performance of the service for which the Military Intelligence Division was developed, 8 sections have been established, each dealing with its peculiar problems, and working in close liaison with its fellows. It may not be amiss to call attention to the enthusiastic cooperation which this division has consistently received from the various other intelligence agencies, civilian and others. The American Protective League, the Department of Justice, the Office of Naval Intelligence, the Customs, the War Trade Intelligence have all cooperated in the heartiest manner with each and every effort of the Military Intelligence Division. Indeed, it is hardly saying too much to state that the success of the Military Intelligence Division has in a very large measure been due to the loyal assistance which it has received at all times from the various agencies whose functions are similar to its own. War Plans Division. The War Plans Division of the General Staff is under the direction of Brigadier General Lytle Brown, as Director and Assistant Chief of Staff. A very large volume of work has been accomplished by this division during the year. Exclusive of subjects pertaining to the historical branch, the inventions section, and routine matters, 9,287 cases were handled by the division during the year. These included studies as to policies for defense and the organization of the military forces in general as published in tables of organization, completed studies on the policy and plans for training the Army in general, training replacement troops, training cadres, training centers, training schools, schools for senior and staff officers, and plans for physical reconstruction and vocational training of wounded soldiers. In addition, through the training section, the War Plans Division has supervision of training in general and has kept in touch by inspections by its officers with methods used and progress made. The Legislative, Regulations, and Rules branch of the War Plans Division has handled numerous changes in Army regulations and War Department orders made necessary by the present emergency, and has considered bills before Congress pertaining to the Army. The Historical Branch of the General Staff was organized March 5, 1918, to collect and compile the records pertaining to the war under the approved policy, and satisfactory progress is being made. To June 30, 1918, 67,022 photographs and 2,590 feet of motion picture film had been received. The Inventions section was organized April 16, 1918. This section has taken over from the different agencies of the government the preliminary consideration of inventions and ideas of inventions of a military nature, with a view to placing before the proper bureaus of the War Department those having sufficient military value to warrant test and development at the expense of the government. From April 16, 1918, to June 30, 1918, 4,645 cases were handled, a number of which were of exceptional merit and have already been put to use. The Chief of Staff has as his principal assistant Major General Frank McIntyre, United States Army, who acts as executive officer for the General Staff and also for the Chief of Staff in his absence. Beside the General Staff divisions which have been referred to in the foregoing, there has been established in the General Staff a morale section, under charge of Brigadier General E.L. Munson, United States Army, which has for its object primarily the stimulation of morale throughout the Army, and maintaining a close connection and liaison with similar activities in civil life. This section had only gotten fairly into operation before the signing of the armistice, but had already shown its value as a military asset. Another important addition to the organization of the General Staff has been the establishment of a personnel section, under charge of Brigadier General P. Bishop, United States Army. In this section has been consolidated the handling of appointments, promotions, and commissions of the entire official personnel of the United States Army. This section has proved to be of the greatest value and has come to stay. The signing of the armistice has interrupted the conclusion of the organization now underway for the consolidation of procurement and storage under the Director of Purchase, Storage, and Traffic. But the principle is sound from the standpoint of organization and extremely economical in its results. The supply of officers for the very large military program has been throughout one of the most important problems which confronted the General Staff. I have already indicated in the statement of the functions of the Operations Division of the General Staff the organization of central training camps for officers throughout the United States. When, however, we embarked upon the final program of placing 80 divisions in France and 18 at home by June 30, 1919, which involved an army of approximately 4,800,000. The problem of the supply of officers became so serious that an understanding was obtained with the great mass of educational institutions throughout the United States, resulting in the development of the Student Army Training Corps. This scheme absorbed for military purposes the academic plants of some 518 colleges and universities throughout the country, and for vocational training in the Army embraced some 80 more. This corps was put under the charge of Brigadier General Robert I. Rees, United States Army, and in its development we have had the energetic cooperation of college presidents and responsible college authorities throughout the entire United States. At the same time, in order to increase the supply of officers, the course at West Point was cut down to 1 year's intensive training, with the idea of placing at the disposal of the government 1,000 officers a year graduated from that extremely efficient plant rather than the graduation of about 200, which had been the case previously throughout the war. The separation of the air service from the Signal Corps, under the provisions of the Overman Bill, and the establishment of a Bureau of Military Aeronautics, under Major General William L. Kenly, United States Army, and of a Bureau of Aircraft Production, under Mr. John D. Ryan, marked an extremely important step forward in the development of this portion of the military establishment. The armistice closes out this matter with the two branches of the air service in a state of marked efficiency and establishes unquestionably the necessity for the permanent separation of the air service from the Signal Corps in the reorganization of the Army. During this period, another new agency created in the War Department by executive order was the Office of the Chief of Field Artillery. This office has been filled by Major General William J. Snow, United States Army. This establishment was accompanied by the creation in the American Expeditionary Force in France of the Office of Chief of Artillery on General Pershing's staff. Having similar relation to all the artillery of the Expeditionary Force which the Chief of Field Artillery has toward the mobile artillery at home. The work of this office has been accompanied by a marked increase in the efficiency of the training system in the various field artillery camps, and the office itself has proved to be of distinct value. I have directed the divisions of the General Staff concerned to study and submit for your consideration a plan for the reorganization of our Army, which will take advantage of our experience in this war, which has brought about many changes in organization of all arms of the service, and has developed new arms not known when the war started. The Air Service, the Tank Corps, the development of heavy mobile artillery, the proper organization of divisions, corps, and armies. All will be set forth in the scheme which will be submitted to you with the recommendation that it be transmitted for the consideration of Congress. The conduct of the American troops in France, their progressive development in military experience and ability, the fine staff work, and the modesty and gallantry of the individual soldier is a matter of pride to all Americans. General Pershing and his command have earned the thanks of the American people. The work of General Tasker H. Bliss as military representative of the War Department with the American section of the Supreme War Council at Versailles has been of the greatest value to the War Department. I cannot close this report without making of record the appreciation of the War Department of the work of the many trained and patriotic officers of the Army whom the destiny of war did not call to France. These officers, forced to remain behind in the United States by the imperative necessity of having trained men to keep the machine moving, have kept up their work with such intelligence, zeal, and devotion to duty as to show a high order of patriotism. The officers and men who have not been able on account of the armistice to be transported to France deserve also, with their comrades in France, the thanks of the American people. Chapter 58. General Pershing's own story. Footnote, from General Pershing's official report to the Secretary of War. November 20, 1918.